The temperature of the new muscles of the slave rose at a high speed. The skin above them wasn't able to sustain such heat and began to burn, emitting gray smoke in the process. Noah knew that he did some mistake at that point and that it was too late now for the slave. That's why he didn't stop merging the two bodies. He wanted to gather as much experience as he could before the slave died and the experiment failed. The fusion of the muscular system was completed and Noah's focus went on the skeletal system. The bones of the magical beast began to liquefy and enter the body of the slave. Cracking sounds resounded as the bones of the man were modified due to the elemental forging method. The slave had never stopped screaming since the experiment began. His body was being modified while he was wide awake. It was as if he was experiencing a pain tribulation at that moment. Then, before Noah could even fuse half of the skeletal systems, the skin of the man was completely burnt and the slave died. Noah's first experiment was a failure. That was to be expected. Noah couldn't hope to obtain some results so soon, especially when attempting in something that no one had been able to do. His mental energy quickly entered the shining lines on the walls of his sea of consciousness. The divine deduction technique helped him to quickly find the reason behind that failure. The fusion of the skins wasn't good enough. The capabilities of the skin of the magical beast weren't passed down due to that. Well, it's better to say that such a lax fusion couldn't express its qualities. The skin of the slave didn't obtain the qualities of the magical beast, so it wasn't able to endure the burning muscles under it, leading to the death of the slave. It seems that I can't disregard a good amalgamation even in the early stages of the fusion, or there could be deadly repercussions. My will is also a bit off, but it doesn't seem to cause a failure just yet. At least now I know that the abilities of the creature can be passed down. A perfect hybrid should be able to carry the capabilities of both worlds. It took only one experiment for Noah to be able to pick so many details. The divine deduction technique coupled with the mental energy produced by a rank 4 sea of consciousness was already showing its power. I need to take it slowly. I must be sure that the skins have completely fused before passing on the muscles. The same must be done for bones and organs, meaning that the procedure will take longer than I had predicted. Noah had initially thought that he could just fuse everything and then make it take the form of a human body, but that approach wasn't possible. The body of the cultivator would begin to mutate as soon as the fusion reached a certain point, meaning that the abilities of the magical beast would appear during the procedure. Noah then took one of his white sabers and opened the corpse of the slave. He was basically performing an autopsy. He couldn't leave any detail behind when performing such an invasive experiment. He had to actually see the changes happening inside the human body. The bones of the slave had many cracks. That was expected since Noah had just started to modify them. Yet, the muscles of the man had gray hair growing from them. It seemed that part of the skin of the beast had been mixed with them during the fusion. Both problems had been caused by Noah's lack of control, but it could also be said that he couldn't help it. He was a rank 4 mage. His consciousness was so strong that Noah's control neared perfection. However, near perfection didn't seem to be enough. I still have some breath of the fire element left in my mind. I'll try again with a fire wolf and with a fire cultivator. Noah thought when he had finished analyzing the first experiment. He was attempting something unheard of with an unreliable inscription method and a liquid breath that didn't match his element. Being imprecise was something that he couldn't avoid at his first attempt. He needed to become familiar with the procedure to minimize the lack of control. He needed experience in the procedure, and he had to find the other hindrances that waited for him as he went deeper in the experimentation. Noah quickly cleaned the room using the black smoke of the demonic form spell. Nothing remained of the dead slave and the maimed corpse of the magical beast. He didn't want anyone to know what he was doing after all. Another slave was taken from its area and brought to the central room of the underground structure by Noah. He quickly chained it to the wall and went to kill another fire wolf. This time, Noah knew that he would probably fail. The slave was a woman while the magical beast was a male. Noah was quite sure that genders would affect the fusion, but he wanted to test it to gather more information. With the remaining refined red breath inside his mind and by placing his hands on both slave and beast, Noah started his second experiment. As expected, the two bodies showed signs of rejection since their skin began to fuse. Piece of flesh directly exploded as the skin of the magical beast was fused. Noah tried his best to contain the rejection, but he ultimately failed. Another experiment turned out to be a skinless corpse. I can't mix genders, which means that obtaining precise resources will be slightly more troublesome, but there should be no problem after the connection with the archipelago is set. I will have a wider variety of both magical beasts and liquid breath at my disposal at that point. Noah thought as he cleaned the area again. As a rank 4 mage, he was still far away from reaching his limit, even with the constant usage of the divine deduction technique. Screams resounded non-stop in the underground structure. Noah experimented almost without break. That was the first time that he was actually testing the limits of his new mental sphere, and the results made him incredibly satisfied. The sea inside his mind seemed endless. He felt as if the only thing that could lower its quantity was the divine deduction technique. Yet, even in that case, the mental energy depleted was quickly refilled. His mind simply produced it at an incredible speed. This is really on another level. No wonder there is such a difference between the heroic and the human ranks. Noah vaguely thought as he used the smoke of his demonic form spell to clean the experimentation area. By then, he had attempted to fuse the body of a magical beast with that of a human 64 times, and he had always failed. During that period, Noah had rested only once. Even the continuous usage of the elemental forging method couldn't tire that powerful mind too soon. I should be the first rank 4 mage in the history of the elemental forging method. I don't think anyone has survived to this level. Noah guessed as he took another slave from the other area. The elemental forging method had basically disappeared, and Noah had all the records about its past practitioners. None of them had survived until the 4th rank. All of them had died or were permanently injured due to the backlash that accompanied the inscription method. Noah was the only exception. His early advantage had given him a sturdy mind since birth. His mental sphere had only enlarged faster thanks to the elemental forging method. He had long stopped feeling pain because he stored breath inside his sea of consciousness. 64 failures, coupled with the constant use of the divine deduction technique, gave him a lot of insights for what concerned his experiments. He had tested many approaches, initiating the fusion from different tissues. He had initiated the fusion on the skin, on the internal organs, on the muscles, and on the bones. He had even varied the order in which the fusion progressed and stopped it midway. The result was that, no matter how hard he tried, starting with the skin and then slowly approaching the interiors was the most stable form of fusion. Noah had been ultimately forced to slow down the fusion to make the affected tissue stabilize to prevent rejections when he started to fuse the more internal tissues. That led to an even longer and painful procedure that most slaves weren't able to endure, but it also provided better results. During his last experiments, Noah had been successfully able to fuse skin, muscles, and bones. The only problem remained the internal organs that seemed to always suffer from some sort of rejection. It was only when the 64th slave died that Noah understood that he was missing something. The failure in the fusion wasn't his fault anymore at that point. The only variable that I didn't calculate is the compatibility on a behavioral level. Noah thought as he went back to his area to deduce. Gender, aptitude, cultivation level. Noah had already made sure that those fields matched when choosing a slave and a magical beast. Yet, it seemed that the fusion would always encounter some form of rejection when he started to affect the most internal parts of the human body. That led Noah to think that he had to find a slave and a magical beast that matched on a deeper level, meaning that even their personality had to be similar. This is quite troublesome. Magical beasts don't really have a personality, and I'm working with slaves that had been trained to serve a master. Any trace of their real behavior might be already gone forever. Another hurdle appeared in front of Noah. Then, he had become used to the procedure. He had just to tune those details to succeed. For the magical beasts, I can only use my instinct to classify their behavior in human terms. As for the slaves, I guess I can only ask them. Noah sighed when he reached that conclusion. Human interactions had never been his strong point after all. The next day, Noah went into the underground area where the slaves were kept. The area seemed larger now that only 36 slaves remained. Noah carefully examined each one of them before deciding who approached first. The slaves had gazes devoid of life. The screams of their companions and the cries of the chained beasts didn't affect their mood in the slightest. Noah couldn't help but curse at that sight. Those slaves seemed to be well trained, but, for what concerned his situation, that quality was actually a disadvantage. "What can you tell me about yourself?" What do you like the most? Describe yourself with a few qualities. Do you think of yourself as an aggressive person? Noah asked those questions as he interrogated the slaves. He wanted to create a complete profile of their personality before resuming with the experiments. Luckily for him, the inscribed chains binding the slaves forced them to answer Noah's questions honestly. Even if their personality had been suppressed or almost broken by their training, Noah was still able to pick up some clues and to create a general profile for each slave. He had just to match each one of them with a corresponding beast now. Noah knew that each species of magical beasts had a different behavior. Some species were more aggressive, others were more reckless, others were canny. Many qualities could distinguish them. For example, fire wolves liked to form large groups, but they were quite disorganized and reckless in their behavior. On the contrary, lightning wolves formed less numerous packs but had better teamwork and could even combine their attacks. The way Noah saw it, fire wolves would be a better match for naive and insecure cultivators, while the lightning ones were more similar to humans with a noble status and good training. It was considering those small details that Noah decided the next slave and magical beast to fuse and resumed his experiments. Noah was left with only 36 slaves before he decided to take a different approach, but only 20 of them could be matched with the magical beasts chained in the underground structure. That number further diminished as Noah continued with his experiments. It took a few attempts before he could tune his instincts. More slaves died when the fusion reached the internal organs, but ultimately he managed to achieve some small success. Noah's concentration was at its peak as he controlled the fusion between an elderly man and a foghawk. Refined liquid breath of the wind element continued to be depleted as the organs of the slaves were modified. That was the 12th time that he had reached that point. 3 slaves had died before his instincts became able to match the perfect magical beast for each cultivator, but he had finally reached the final part of the fusion. The 11 slaves before that had either died due to the pain or to some form of rejection that Noah was still unable to suppress. Yet, after sacrificing 78 slaves, Noah seemed to have finally mastered the procedure. Almost nothing remained of the corpse of the magical beast. Only part of its organs remained solid. Noah couldn't just fuse them together. He had to modify them one by one and wait for the fusion to stabilize before moving to the next one. He had started with the organs that were less vital to the beast and that didn't express its capabilities with much intensity. Noah had learnt long ago that he had to be sure that the body could handle the abilities of the beast before he proceeded in passing them to the cultivator. The most important organs of the foghawk were its eyes. They were able to clearly see through an environment filled with fog or smoke, and could also recognize where the breath was thicker in those locations. Foghawks could innately use those spots to burst with a sudden acceleration that could catch any prey by surprise. Noah didn't know how much of that ability would be passed down on the slave. Most of that knowledge could only be tested once a hybrid was forged. He was focused only on creating the procedure right now. However, for how things were proceeding, it seemed that he was going to discover it soon. The internal organs of the magical beast liquefied one by one. Noah carefully fused them with those of the elderly man and contained the rejection before using the refined liquid breath to liquefy another organ. Little by little, the fusion between the slave and the beast was being completed. There was something that he hadn't noticed, though, and that even the elder of his group couldn't sense due to the proprieties of the mystical fog that surrounded the underground structure where he was working. As the fusion proceeded, black clouds began to form on the sky, right above Noah's facility. Lightning cracked inside them. The aura radiated from their shape carried an ominous feeling, which seemed to target the red ground below them. Noah was unaware of that event and continued to focus on the fusion. The hearts fused, the lungs did the same, even the brains were successfully mixed. Noah took a deep breath as he moved his gaze on the eyes of the elderly man. The slave seemed to have lost consciousness as the internal organs survived the elemental forging method. It was as if his body shut down to become used to its changes. Noah memorized those details, but he didn't think much about it. There would be time to analyze the procedure with the divine deduction technique after the first hybrid was forged. The eyes of the foghawk liquefied under the influence of the breath of the wind element. Nothing was left of the beast. Noah could place his other hand on the cultivator now that it was free. The liquefied eyes entered the cultivator's ones and began to modify their structure. Blood came out of the shut eyelids as the unnecessary parts were expelled under Noah's control. Excitement rose inside Noah as he saw that the fusion was almost completed. He just needed to mix the last bits of the beast and wait for that organ to stabilize before he could start studying the capabilities of his creation. However, just as the eyes of both beings were about to fuse completely, a bolt of lightning fell from the black clouds in the sky and landed on the ground above the underground structure, piercing it with its might. Noah felt a sudden dangerous feeling coming from above him. He instinctively retreated when his consciousness calculated the trajectory of the attack, detaching both his hands from the almost complete hybrid. The bolt of lightning missed him but landed precisely on the elderly man who was just about to open his eyes. An explosion resounded in the underground area where Noah performed his experiments. Noah expanded his consciousness as much as he could to understand what had happened. The first thing he noticed was that the slave was dead. The lightning had centered his head, dividing his body in two and carbonizing those two halves. Only a few burned pieces of flesh remained on the floor. Then, he noticed the black clouds on the sky. They seemed focused on the area where Noah was and dispersed shortly after the slave was killed. Noah stared at the sky through the hole created by the lightning bolt with a pensive gaze, but his thoughts were soon interrupted by the arrival of a powerful consciousness that neared him at full speed. "Prince, are you okay? Don't tell me that you failed the heaven tribulation." The voice of the elder of his group resounded in the underground structure. The meaning behind his words slightly startled Noah. "I'm fine, Elder Ian. Why would you think about the tribulation, though?" Noah answered when an elderly man wearing a purple robe with red tentacles embroidered on its sleeves appeared next to him. He had long white hair and his eyes showed the relief he felt when he saw that Noah was fine. After hearing his question, though, his gaze returned serious and he raised his eyes toward the hole created by the lightning bolt before answering. "That was the lightning that heaven and earth used during the heaven tribulation." Lightning of the heaven tribulation. Noah understood something when he heard the answer of the elder. "Elder Ian, are you really sure about this?" Noah asked once again before making any supposition. Elder Ian nodded without moving his gaze from the hole on the ceiling and gave more information about that event. "Black clouds carrying the wrath of heaven and earth unleash lightning of great might to destroy the cultivator that aims to reach the heroic ranks. I remember those bolts of lightning too well to be mistaken." Elder Ian was a heroic cultivator, meaning that he had survived the heaven tribulation to reach that level. "You weren't attempting to reach the fourth rank of the Danteon, right?" Elder Ian asked as he moved his gaze on Noah. He was aware that Noah was a peculiar existence, but he also knew some details about the level of his Danteon. After all, he had fought as a gaseous stage cultivator in the war for the independence of the archipelago. It was impossible that Noah had reached the peak of the solid stage in those years. Also, before his earth tribulation, his cultivation level was completely exposed to the elders of the hive. He simply didn't have the power to hide it. That's why Elder Ian was quite sure that he hadn't approached the heaven tribulation, and that the lightning bolt must have been caused by something else. "No, I was busy with something and all of a sudden the lightning came." Noah answered without revealing much. The gaze of the elder went on the remains of the slave after he heard those words. "I don't know what you are doing here, but it seems that heaven and earth don't like it. I suggest you stop or take the necessary precautions before continuing. The next time the lightning bolt might aim at you." Elder Ian spoke without probing Noah's affairs. Every cultivator had its secrets, especially someone like Noah who was periodically provided with an incredible amount of resources. The elders of the hive had long guessed that he was attempting in creating a cultivation technique or a nourishing method. Many of them were doing the same after all. It was custom among cultivators to never probe someone else's techniques or researches. They were strictly linked to the power of a cultivator, and knowing exactly how they worked could reveal eventual weaknesses. Also, Noah was the demon prince. His position was quite important and he had shown many times that he was worthy of it. It was simply better to not create any enmity with him. Noah was silent. The words of the elder had given him enough clues to understand what was going on. It seems that the last hurdle in the creation of a hybrid is heaven itself. I need to ask for the help of the hive once again. Noah immediately decided to rely on his organization when his thoughts reached that point. He simply couldn't solve that problem by himself. How long will it take for the connection with the archipelago to be completed? Noah asked as soon as he set his mind. He needed for the teleportation matrix to work before he started the next phase of his experiments. Kate is almost done. It won't take more than a week before this encampment becomes able to transport living beings. Elder Ian answered and Noah nodded in satisfaction. He had enough time to prepare his next steps. Noah didn't spend time in the underground facility in the following days. It was clear that heaven and earth didn't want to see the birth of a hybrid, so he needed to make the right arrangements before continuing to forge. He met with the slave trader again in those days. Only 50 slaves with a rank 3 body were purchased that time. Noah was quite sure that they would be enough. Also, Noah had requested for the less trained ones that time. He needed slaves that had still traces of their personality to match them with a proper magical beast. He couldn't risk purchasing someone who was already devoid of any will. The slaves would be forced to do anything Noah said anyway. He had learnt long ago that he could just order them to do their best instead of giving them false hopes. The first method turned out to be more effective during his experiments. Then, Noah made a list of the magical beasts that he needed and notified the hive about his request. Magical beasts were hard to subdue, but Noah had only asked for creatures in the 3rd rank. One heroic cultivator was enough to complete his task. The listed beasts perfectly matched the personality of the newly bought slaves and that of those still chained inside his underground facility. The connection with the archipelago was about to be set up. Noah wasn't limited anymore to the fauna of the mystical fog. In the end, he requested liquid breath in the 3rd rank of various elements. That was the fuel for his elemental forging method after all. The preparations were completed one day before the teleportation matrix was completed. The Inauthentication and the Coral Archipelago were finally connected after that. A group of cultivators came out of Noah's mansion that day. They were the new troops that the hive had decided to send to the encampment, but they were only rank 2 cultivators. Only their captain was in the 3rd rank. That manpower was needed to recruit more tribes and to further enlarge the area covered by the encampment. The main intention of the hive was to increase the power of its human assets in the end. The captain, though, carried the resources requested by Noah, as well as a rank 4 inscribed item. Noah inspected the contents of the rings before nodding in satisfaction and sending the captain away. Everyone had a role in the encampment, so he didn't need to handle it. He could completely focus on his experiments. Yet, he still needed the help of the elder to use the rank 4 item. "Please, elder." Noah bowed as he handed a set of 8 small flags covered in runes to Elder Ian. The latter simply took them and injected his breath inside them before stabbing the flags on the ground in the area where Noah's underground facility was. The flags lit up when all of them were on the ground, and the runes on their surface slowly flew in the air before landing on the area demarcated by the flags. The runes of the flags covered the ground above Noah's underground facility. They formed some sort of pale shield that enveloped the entirety of the area above the structure. That was the effect of the defensive item that Noah had requested. The flags were a rank 4 inscribed item meant to protect cultivators during their heaven tribulation. It was pointless to say how valuable it was. This isn't the most powerful protective method of the hive, but it should be enough for your needs. Anyway, I'll keep an eye on the sky from now on. Elder Ian spoke when the protection was set. He wanted to reassure Noah that his facility was safe now. Noah bowed toward the elder as a sign of gratitude and entered the underground structure. He was simply too eager to study the capabilities of the hybrid to waste more time. He had the new batch of slaves, the liquid breath needed to activate the elemental forging method, and a few magical beasts were still caged inside his facility. He could immediately resume his experiments without needing to wait for the hive to send the magical beasts that he had requested. Those creatures would be sent soon anyway. He could just exhaust his resources in the meantime. Noah immediately resumed his experiments. He had seen that the elderly man killed by the lightning bolt had almost opened his eyes when heaven struck. He knew that the procedure that he had mastered was flawless. A slave of the fire element and another fire wolf were taken and brought to the experimentation area. Fire wolves were abundant in the mystical fog. It was normal for Noah to have many of them caged. The personality of the slave also matched the species of wolf perfectly according to Noah's instincts. He was sure that the fusion would be a success at that time. Noah killed the beast with his consciousness and performed the elemental forging method. The red refined breath inside his mind was expended as the tissues of the beast liquefied. Noah had repeated and analyzed that procedure too many times. His execution was perfect and his control didn't waver for even an instant. The screams of the slave couldn't reach his ears. Noah's complete attention was on stabilizing the merging tissues. The skins soon fused and Noah waited a few minutes before moving to the muscular system. The muscles fused. Heat started to be radiated by them as soon as the capabilities of the beast were passed down. Each species of magical beasts had different abilities which originated from different sources, meaning that Noah had to slightly modify his approach depending on what creature he was using. Fire wolves had two crucial parts that expressed their abilities: their lungs and their muscular system. Their lungs produced a special gas that could be ignited by the heat of the muscles, creating flames that could be launched from their maws. The issue with those qualities was that the interiors of the slave's body were still human while the muscles had already become hybrid parts. The interiors of the slave would be burned if they weren't modified as soon as possible, but Noah was aware of that. His studies and experience made him knowledgeable about the important parts of each species of magical beasts. He could decide how to approach the procedure before it even started. Noah didn't wait for the muscles to stabilize. Time was key in that particular fusion. The bones of the beast immediately liquefied and were merged at high speed with those of the slave. Cracks appeared everywhere on the skeletal system of the cultivators due to the external substance that was modifying it. Noah hurried that step to prevent the heat radiated from the muscles from injuring the interiors of the slaves. The bones soon fused and Noah waited for a short time before he focused on the internal organs. He was just making sure that they wouldn't fall apart before the two bodies were fused completely. That hurried approach would leave the hybrid injured, but he couldn't care less about it. He just needed to be sure that the slave would keep its life. The internal organs were modified one by one. Noah left the lungs for last and part of his consciousness went on the sky as he proceeded to take that last step. Black clouds had formed again in the sky above the underground structure. They seemed to appear every time the fusion reached the last steps. I hope the protective item works as intended, Noah thought as he proceeded to fuse the lungs of the fire wolf. The procedure was completed. He had just to stabilize muscles, bones, and internal organs, and the forging would be completed. While Noah focused on stabilizing his creation, the black clouds in the sky released a lightning bolt aimed for the ground above Noah's facility. A thick orange bolt fell at high speed from the sky and was about to land on the terrain, but the runes that covered that area lit up and the shield formed by them shone with a soft light. The lightning bolt crashed on the shield, but it was unable to pierce it. Only a bit of gray smoke came out from the spot where it had landed. Noah observed the scene with his mind and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the shield could oppose that attack. More lightning bolts were released by the black clouds. They illuminated the mystical fog as they crashed on the terrain, but the runes kept on protecting the area under them. Meanwhile, Noah controlled the rejections happening inside the slave's body. It took a while, but eventually, the muscles stabilized. The bones solidified even if some cracks remained on their surface, and the organs started harmonizing with the rest of the body. Noah watched with a heated gaze as the body of the middle-aged man on whom he had experimented took life and started functioning in a normal way. "It's done," Noah exclaimed in his mind. Lightning bolts had continuously fallen from the sky, and they didn't seem to stop even after the slave opened his eyes and spoke a few soft words. "What is this? Hunger?" The slave spoke. The chains holding him still shook when he tried to examine his body. Noah had his eyes glued on him. He tried to pick up as many details as he could before studying him more in depth. "Should I take care of the clouds?" A voice reached his consciousness while he was busy watching the first hybrid. Noah moved his attention to the sky where the black clouds were still releasing lightning bolts aimed for the underground structure. "Please, Elder." Noah answered the voice through his mind and resumed observing the chained man. The slave had started to struggle when he realized that something about him had changed. Meanwhile, Elder Ian flew in the sky in the direction of the clouds and waved his hand. A blizzard was born next to the clouds. Snow and shards of ice attacked the area filled by heaven and earth's will. The Elder's spell soon destroyed the black clouds and made them disperse in the air. The lightning bolts finally stopped crashing on the shield created by the runes of the flags. Noah nodded in satisfaction when he sensed that scene. He knew a bit about the heaven tribulation, but now he had seen how it should be dealt with. Generally speaking, heaven tribulations had a fixed amount of power, A cultivator reaching for the 4th rank of the Dantian could either endure the lightning bolts until the breath contained in the black clouds was depleted or directly destroy the clouds. Of course, destroying them required a great power. Only heroic cultivators could have the confidence needed to deal with them. Clinking sounds resounded next to Noah as the slave continued to struggle. It seemed that he was instinctively irritated by the chains restraining him. "How do you feel?" Noah asked. That was the first time that he saw a slave trying to break free. Even the less trained ones that he had recently purchased didn't try to escape the inscribed chains. "Hungry. I am hungry. What have you done to me? This need is driving me crazy." The slave spoke. Small tongues of flame came out of his mouth as he raised his voice. It seemed that the abilities passed down by the beast had been triggered by his mental state. His mental state isn't completely stable, but that it's probably caused by the low level of his sea of consciousness. Yet, the abilities of the fire wolf had been passed down, and they don't seem to conflict with the new body. Noah's eyes shone when he saw that the hybrid worked as intended. He was now sure that a cultivator could obtain the body of a magical beast, while keeping its other centers of power. "Here, eat this." Noah spoke as took out a handful of obsidian credits and handed them to the slave. The bloodshot eyes of the latter glued themselves to the shining crystals when Noah left them on the floor in front of him. The slave hesitated for a few seconds, but, in the end, he picked the crystals and put them inside his mouth. Crunching sounds resounded in the area. Noah stared at what looked a human eating credits for nourishment. The teeth of the slave seemed able to munch the crystals. It took only an instant for him to completely eat them. "More!" The slave shouted after gulping the crystals, but Noah wasn't listening to him. His focus was on the body of the cultivator and on the breath contained inside the credits that he had just eaten. Obsidian credits generally had breath of various elements inside them. They weren't limited to just one. Yet, when that breath dispersed inside the hybrid, his body was slightly strengthened. The increase in power was minimal. Noah wouldn't have noticed it if his attention wasn't completely focused on the slave. "Wait a moment. I'll be right back." Noah spoke as he stood up and went to pick another fire wolf from where the magical beasts were caged. He killed the wolf before laying its corpse in front of the hybrid. At that point, he simply waited for the latter's reaction. The slave seemed to struggle at first. Noah guessed that his human part was still unsure about the capabilities of his new body. After all, cultivators didn't eat magical beasts. Only those with a rank 4 body could eat the low-level ones after the breath contained in their bodies was dispersed. Cultivators didn't have ways to absorb the breath inside those creatures. Specific techniques that needed it existed, but humans generally didn't have a use for it, leaving only the stiff and hard meat which wasn't that tasty. Then, the magical beast's instincts kicked in, and the slave grabbed the corpse in front of him and directly bit it. The fur on the corpse of the wolf didn't stop the slave from eating it. Pieces of skin were torn apart and munched by his teeth under Noah's attentive gaze. It took a while, but, eventually, only the bones of the fire wolf remained. The slave had tried to eat them, but he hadn't been able to break them while chained. The breath contained in the corpse of the magical beast was absorbed by the hybrid and boosted the power of his body by a little bit. The growth wasn't minimal like before, but it was still too little to matter. It seems that the body of a hybrid needs more breath, compared to that of a magical beast. Its power should also be greater though. Noah thought as he calculated the amount of breath that the slave would need to reach the next tier of the 3rd rank. He was only in the middle tier now. According to Noah's deduction, fusing a human and a magical beast would create something stronger than both of them, at least for what concerned the body. The consequence for that would be the need for higher quantities of breath to reach the breakthroughs, meaning that each hybrid would grow slower than other magical beasts. The results of the fusion are amazing for now. I can't wait to test the actual power of the hybrid and its limits. However, I need to be sure that it can feed on anything first. Noah thought. His cold gaze went on the area where the other slaves were kept. Noah completed testing the feeding capabilities of the hybrid. The results left him completely satisfied. The body of the hybrid acted as if it was a proper magical beast. It could eat anything and absorb the breath from any source without minding its element. Also, the dantian of a cultivator generally contained more breath than the body of a magical beast. The hybrid soon abandoned his hesitation when he discovered that humans could satisfy his hunger for longer periods. The body of the hybrid could become stronger by naturally absorbing breath from the environment and by feeding on other living beings. Noah had succeeded where the cultivators of the past had failed. He had managed to create a procedure that perfectly copied the training method of the magical beasts. Now it was time to test its power. Noah undid the bindings that tied the slave to the wall. Only the inscribed chains around his wrists and neck remained on his body. The hybrid trembled when Noah's gaze went on him. His instincts told him to run away and hide when Noah's consciousness enveloped his body. Yet the following orders forced him to act. "Attack me," Noah ordered. The inscriptions on the chains lit up when Noah's order resounded in the area. They were the inscribed item that made any slave follow the orders of its master, but, in that situation, it seemed as if the hybrid could somewhat resist their effects. However, even as a hybrid, he was only a rank 1 cultivator. He couldn't do anything against the power of the inscribed item restricting him. The hybrid pounced Noah. Flames came out of his mouth as he launched himself toward him. Also, he was growling. It seemed that his magical beast side was completely revealed when he attacked. To Noah, though, that charge and even those flames were nothing more than child's play. The slave tried to wave his hand to attack Noah. His fingers were stretched and resembled the claws of a beast as they tried to cut Noah. Yet, Noah's hand shot and grabbed the hybrid's wrist to stop him. Noah felt the power behind that attack. The physical strength of the slave had long surpassed that of a human and was in the realm of the magical beasts. Noah had a rank 4 body. He could easily stop the blow of a rank 3 beast with his bare hands, but the hybrid's strength seemed to surpass all the rank 3 creatures that he had met in his life. "He is indeed stronger than the magical beast that had been fused with him. My hypothesis was correct," Noah evaluated as he pressed a hand on the slave's mouth to stop him from spurting flames before ordering him to stop. He had confirmed his physical capabilities, but humans had 3 centers of power. He needed to be sure that the superior aspect of the cultivators wasn't affected by the fusion. The slave that he had turned into a hybrid, though, had never had access to any spell. He was a rank 1 mage, but his status before becoming a slave couldn't provide him those precious scrolls. Of course, requesting for a low-level spell of the fire element was just a small matter for Noah. It didn't take even an hour before 2 scrolls were sent from the archipelago to the encampment. "Memorize them." Noah handed the scrolls to the slave and went back to his personal area to deduce. He had to be sure that the hybrid kept his qualities as a human before continuing with his experiments. The scrolls contained a rank 0 and a rank 1 spell of the fire element. Noah had to wait a day before the hybrid was able to memorize them. Then, he retrieved the scrolls and ordered him to perform the spells. The hybrid executed the order. The rank 0 spell covered his hands with a layer of flames, while the rank 1 created a fireball that could fly for a few meters. Nothing seemed off if not for the fact that casting the spells consumed less mental energy and breath than what Noah had initially predicted. Also, their power was a bit stronger than usual. It seems that being a hybrid somewhat affects your spells. It's as if his aptitude has increased after merging with a magical beast. Noah quickly found the reason behind those differences. Magical beasts had innate abilities, and some of them concerned their elements. In that case, fire wolves were innately able to sprout fire from their maws. That ability increased the power of anything fire-related when matched with the centers of power of a cultivator. That discovery made Noah even happier about his creation. He had only intended to create a body-nourishing method at the beginning, but now it seemed that his experiments directly improved the natural status of a human. The body and the innate abilities of a magical beast fused with the sea of consciousness and the dantian of a human. It was as if Noah had found a way to remove the weaknesses of his species without any repercussion. Truth to be told, some negative effects had shown themselves while he tested the abilities of the hybrid. The slave showed signs of mental instability from time to time. It was as if his human side and his beast side were fighting inside his brain to take control of his actions. Noah had already thought a lot about that issue, and there wasn't a solution. 2 different existences had been fused. Some conflict was bound to remain, especially when considering the psychological side. The way he saw it, there were only 2 ways to avoid that problem. The first one was to have a strong mental sphere. Suppressing the beast's instincts wouldn't be a problem with that. The second one was to find a better match for the human personality. In the second case, the instincts of the beast would completely merge with the human's ones, forming a harmonized personality that could express the best of both worlds. This problem shouldn't affect me since I plan to respect both requirements. I already have the 5th Xianxia rune and I don't plan on choosing my magical beast lightly. Now I just need to test if I can further improve this creation before moving the testing phase to cultivators with a rank 4 body. Noah thought when he summarized all the information that he had discovered about his creation. The moment when he would finally perform the procedure on himself was nearing. The magical beasts that he had listed were sent from the Coral Archipelago and arrived in Inauthentication through the teleportation matrix inside Noah's mansion. Meanwhile, Noah had continued testing the limits of the hybrid and of the procedure itself. There were things that he had to be sure of before entering the last part of his experiments, when he would start fusing beings with a rank 4 body. First of all, he had to be sure that the hybrid created from a human and a magical beast was the best he could forge. He didn't know if he could add further enhancements to that already amazing being. Noah tried to fuse the hybrid with another magical beast of the same aptitude, a fire fox that, in his opinion, matched the new personality of the slave. The experiment, though, ended up in the death of the hybrid. Noah wasn't even able to fuse the skins of the two beings before uncontrollable mutations happened inside the slave's body, killing him in a few minutes. The loss of his first creation didn't demoralize him. He still had his batch of slaves and the newly arrived magical beasts that he had personally selected. Noah began to create other hybrids that he then tried to fuse with other magical beasts. There was still a chance that the procedure would fail, and Noah needed to remove that chance before approaching the last steps of his experiments. Also, he wanted to learn how to create the most perfect version of a hybrid before performing the procedure on himself. Bolts of lightning fell non-stop on the ground above Noah's facility. The other cultivators in his group watched with wary gazes at the shining lights that illuminated the depth of the mystical fog behind Noah's mansion. The encampment was going well. The cultivators of the hive were successfully recruiting the members of the nearby tribes and sending them back in the archipelago to increase its manpower. Their mission was going smoothly. It must be said that they were still on the borders of the Inauthentication. The powerful tribes had yet to notice their doings. Yet, even if they became aware of the presence of the hive, they wouldn't care that much. Inauthentication was already under the influence of two big nations. Adding another weak force to its environment won't affect the behavior of the tribes at all. However, rumors began to spread in the encampment due to Noah's actions. He was the demon prince after all. Anything he did would catch the attention of his fellow cultivators. The rumors concerned the ominous aura that surrounded his underground facility. The cultivators stationed there saw how slaves and magical beasts were sent there, but none of them ever came back. Also, the bolts of lightning that fell from the sky didn't improve the image of that area. Cultivators weren't stupid. They were aware that some sort of nefarious act was happening inside the structure that they had built, but all they could do was watch it from the distance. Noah's image didn't benefit by those events. The respect that had accompanied his title soon turned into wariness when the rumors reached the archipelago. Of course, Noah couldn't care less about his public image. His sole and only objective was to become stronger. He wouldn't mind being labeled as a monster if he managed to obtain the power that he desired. Noah came out of his underground structure almost a month after the teleportation matrix inside his mansion had been set. The reason why he left it was that all the slaves and the magical beasts inside had died during his experiments. Noah had never intended to let any of them survive. He needed to gather as much data as he could before moving to the final phase. The last experiments on the hybrids had given him a lot of insights on the procedure and made him completely used to it. He had managed to perfect the procedure. Noah was now able to create hybrids with a rank 3 body without any chance of failure. Also, he was certain that the hybrids kept the capabilities of both humans and magical beasts. Their centers of power didn't conflict in any way. There were some issues with particular beasts and some troublesome body parts like wings and tails. Noah wanted the hybrid to have a human body without any mutation of the sort, meaning that wings and similar didn't have a place on it. The issues were solved by simply merging those parts with the skin, muscles, and bones of the human. It was pointless to create something stronger than both humans and magical beast if then it kept some weak spots that hadn't been fused. As for why he wanted for the hybrids to maintain the shape of a human, it was due to both psychological and physical factors. The psychology of the hybrid would be heavily affected if its body was to change appearance all of a sudden, and it would be harder to have human thoughts if it saw itself as a monster. Also, the body of the hybrid would suffer from some sort of rejection since most of its body would be created by the fusion of a human and a magical beast, while its wings, or similar troublesome body parts, would just belong to the magical beast's world. Because of that, Noah had deduced that the procedure was only possible if the hybrids maintained a human's shape. Another discovery was that, no matter how he tried, a hybrid couldn't be fused anymore with other magical beasts. One human and one magical beast seemed the limit that a single body could contain. Wary gazes fell on Noah as he returned to his mansion to prepare for the next and last phase of the experimentations. The cultivators from the hive still bowed at his passage, but they immediately whispered between themselves after he was gone. Yet, Noah was a rank 4 mage, he could hear all the voices that filled the encampment. I guess I'm no different from the mad doctor now. It seems that I really can't walk on the orthodox path. Noah thought as he ignored the whispers of his fellow cultivators and entered his mansion. His inscribed notebook appeared in his hands and his consciousness went on the sky where Elder Ian was. What he needed now were slaves with a rank 4 body and rank 4 magical beasts. Those weren't resources that he could ask lightly. He needed to personally contact the Coral Archipelago. For the procedure to succeed, the human and the magical beast must have the same aptitude, gender, and cultivation level. Also, the personality of the human and the behavior of the species of the magical beast must match or rejections would appear while fusing the internal organs. Noah summarized all the data that he had gathered during his experimentations in his mind as he prepared his requests for the archipelago. The hybrid forged in this way can't have body parts originating only from one of the two species. Everything must be fused to obtain a harmonized body with the shape of a human. Also, one body can only contain one human and one magical beast. The hybrid can't be further empowered in any way. Those details were sorted inside his mind. The data came from the experiments that he had performed after the creation of his first hybrid. A hybrid would maintain the best capabilities of both worlds, meaning that it can have a body slightly more powerful than a magical beast while keeping a dantian and a mental sphere. Also, depending on the magical beast used in the elemental forging method, the aptitude of the hybrid can benefit from the fusion, meaning that attacks related to its element will obtain some benefits. The only downside is the conflicting mental state of the hybrid, something that should be avoidable with a strong mental sphere or a creature more fitting for the human. 150 slaves with a rank 3 body, almost 200 rank 3 magical beasts, and liquid breath of the 3rd rank of various elements. Those were the resources that Noah had expended to reach his current level of expertise in the procedure. All the slaves and the magical beasts had died during the experiments, but Noah could now claim to have the confidence in beginning the last part of the experimentation, fusing a rank 4 magical beast and a cultivator with a rank 4 body. Noah knew that the reason behind his fast progress in the creation of his body-nourishing method was mostly due to the divine deduction technique. His mind was extremely powerful now that he was a rank 4 mage, but the technique obtained by Divine Demon was able to further improve its capabilities. Noah didn't dare to imagine how long it would have taken to obtain the same results without that powerful technique. He guessed that he would have needed at least 3 times those resources to achieve the same. However, there was a problem that he didn't encounter while experimenting with cultivators with a rank 3 body, and that he knew he would find when he moved on those with a rank 4 body. The body of a cultivator would be almost entirely reconstructed by the breath during the pain tribulation, meaning that it would carry traces of heaven and earth's will. That will would surely oppose the fusion. The black clouds that had appeared in the sky every time a hybrid was created made Noah sure that the procedure won't be smooth with humans with such a body. Magical beasts were different. They underwent the pain tribulation during their breakthrough to the 4th rank, but the breath used to reconstruct the body had been previously stored through their training method. It could be said that, differently from humans, their body wasn't a type of reward. Also, the body of the magical beasts would be liquefied under the influence of Noah's breath, meaning that any trace of heaven and earth's will that still remained inside it would be suppressed and destroyed by Noah's will. The issue was then limited to the human side. I have a few ideas on how to deal with heaven and earth's will, but I need to test them before undergoing the procedure myself. Noah thought as he contacted the slave trader and set up a meeting after expressing his requirements. He knew that the purchase at that time won't be cheap. He was spending those days inside his mansion training with the 5th Xianxia rune and deducing with the divine deduction technique. It was normal for him to have already thought of some ways to solve the issue. The first one was to forcibly remove the parts of the rank 4 body that had been affected by heaven and earth's will. That approach would maim the cultivator and endanger its life, but it would prevent any conflict from happening during the fusion. Yet, it would also remove any capability that the body had, almost bringing its power back to the 3rd rank. Also, those missing parts would eventually lead to a weaker hybrid once the fusion was completed, which was something that Noah wanted to avoid. The other approach would see Noah forging the human body before attempting to fuse it with the magical beast. The procedure would then have 2 rounds of forging, meaning that there would be a higher failure rate and that the final power of the hybrid could be affected. Both approaches didn't seem ideal, but Noah had to actively test them before finding new inspirations. There was a limit to how much he could deduce without reliable data. The day of the meeting arrived and Noah negotiated with the same slave trader the purchase of cultivators with a rank 4 body at the peak of the lower tier. The value of those slaves was far higher than the others since they had a center of power in the heroic ranks. Noah saw 3 of his millions vanish to purchase only 20 cultivators. Yet, credits had never mattered to Noah. He was only interested in what they were able to buy. After returning to the encampment, Noah led the slaves to his underground structure and questioned them about their personality. When their profile was completed, Noah requested a series of rank 4 magical beasts that matched their personality. Rank 4 creatures weren't easy to capture alive. Even some rank 4 cultivator would find that task difficult. Luckily for Noah, though, he only needed beasts at the peak of the lower tier of the 4th rank. He was trying to reproduce conditions that were similar to his situation. The next step to his experiments would be his fusion after all. It was time to tune the procedure around his level. Also, Chasing Demon had captured a lot of magical beasts while he set the copying technique all over the archipelago, so the hive was quite experienced with that practice. It took almost 2 weeks, but, in the end, 20 caged magical beasts were teleported in the encampment in Inauthentic, together with the liquid breath requested by Noah. Problems appeared even before that Noah could start experimenting. Rank 4 magical beasts were powerful. Noah couldn't casually kill them as he did with those in the 3rd rank. It took a bit of thinking to find the method that would leave their bodies as intact as possible. The mental tremor spell was simply too strong now that Noah had a rank 4 sea of consciousness. His mind could affect the material world. The shockwave shot from his eyes would just reduce the beast's brain into a pulp. Noah had to find a subtler method to kill them, something that wouldn't waste that precious material. In the end, he decided to use the Death Area spell and the Ghostly Claws spell. Both spells had been empowered after Noah triumphed in the Earth Tribulation. Those that once worked as supportive attacks now were threatening tools in Noah's hands. The Death Area would weaken the body of a beast to its utmost, while the Ethereal Claws would attack the weak spots inside its body. All those small injuries would eventually cause the death of the creature due to its weakened state. That process was long but left the body of the beast virtually intact. Noah didn't mind that effort as long as he obtained what he needed. Then, there was an issue with the power of the magical beasts. Noah was experimenting with rank 4 creatures. Their bodies were far stronger than what he was used to, even if they were only at the peak of the lower tier. He had to become used to that stronger material before he could express his mastery in the procedure. A rank 4 mental sphere wasn't only a number, though. Noah wasted only 2 magical beasts before he felt confident in resuming forging hybrids. A request to refill those 2 missing spots was sent to the archipelago as soon as he decided to experiment again. At last, what he had expected to happen, happened. The fusion between a cultivator with a rank 4 body and a rank 4 magical beast failed since the very start. The skin of the slave rejected the external material as soon as it came in contact with it. Also, when Noah tried to force the fusion, the skin of the cultivator would directly explode or self-destruct rather than allow the combination with a magical beast. The will of heaven and earth was clearly against the birth of a hybrid. It would rather destroy the body in which it was contained than see it turn into an abomination. Noah had wisely chosen to take it slowly because he had predicted such an event. That approach allowed him to stop the fusion in time and to save the slave from certain death, leaving it only in an injured state. Yet, the problem remained and he could only keep testing to find a solution. The two methods that he had hypothesized were only raw theories that would produce weaker hybrids. They would still be at least as strong as magical beasts, but Noah didn't want to settle for that before he had tried everything. He was planning to create a nourishing method that would accompany him through the entirety of his cultivation journey after all. Also, those methods increased the failure rate of the fusion. They weren't reliable solutions. It's an issue created by a will. It's obvious that only a will can solve it. Yet, this will only make the procedure harder to perform. Noah sighed as he looked at the chained woman that was resting to heal her injuries. She was the first slave with a rank 4 body that Noah had chosen for his experiments. Her skin and muscles had suffered a heavy damage due to the self-destructive mechanism of heaven and earth's will. If I completely remove the will with my consciousness, the laws that make her body function will stop working, meaning that she won't survive unless the fusion is completed. Noah continued to think. His idea was to use a strong will to remove that inside the slave's body. However, since a rank 4 body was mostly composed of breath carrying heaven and earth's will, Noah would be actively affecting the laws inside the matter. Without the laws dictating how the matter should work, the body would just fall apart, meaning that the part affected by heaven and earth's will would simply stop working. All these problems only because I have a rank 4 body. I guess there is nothing I can do about it. Noah cursed in his mind. Fusing bodies in the 4th rank was simply too troublesome. There doesn't seem to be a way to make the procedure safe. Risking my life to become stronger. This doesn't seem to change no matter how my power grows. Ultimately, Noah gave up on searching for other solutions and focused on creating a will able to deal with heaven and earth. His mind reviewed the events of his earth tribulation. Earth's gaze full of contempt appeared when he closed his eyes. Then, Earth's face morphed. It transformed into reappearance, but the same gaze remained. Noah felt as if he was just an ant in their eyes. Everything had started because he was so worthless that heaven and earth couldn't even bother to dismantle his soul. Reese acted so freely because Noah wasn't even worthy of being considered. The feeling of being just a puppet moved by strings that he couldn't break enveloped him. Noah felt powerless. It was as if something stronger than him affected his fate. Yet, a bright fire burned inside him which allowed him to endure all those hardships. That fire represented his endless ambition which fueled many other emotions that ultimately made Noah's personality. One of those emotions was his hatred. Noah's hatred was a dark fire ready to burn everything that it touched. It was the sum of the emotions that he felt toward anyone that tried to control or manipulate him. Inside his mental sphere, a figure rose from the sea. The figure had Noah's aspect, but it was black and its surface undulated as if it was made of fiery flames. Also, a destructive aura was radiated by the figure. The mental energy that Noah had gathered for its creation carried only his most negative and destructive emotions. The figure expressed Noah's hatred, and it was his first will. Rank 4 mages had a mental energy that could affect the material world. Also, they were able to create wills that carried part of their thoughts. Eccentric thunder, divine demon. Noah had met the wills of those powerful cultivators, but he had never been able to create one of his own. Yet, after being in the 4th rank of the Sea of Consciousness for a few months, he had managed to do it. Noah's black figure was formed by the condensed thoughts that carried his hatred toward anyone and anything that tried to control and exploit him. Reese, the royals, heaven and earth, the hatred that targeted them was condensed in a form made of mental energy that Noah could use for his needs. Of course, Noah was still far away from creating a will that could think. He couldn't be compared to eccentric thunder or divine demon after all. This should be enough. Noah thought as he pressed a finger on his forehead and slowly detached it in a pulling motion. Noah's black figure was pulled by his finger and appeared in the material world. It was only the size of a man's fist, and it floated in the air, but its eyes quickly went on Noah's body. The figure analyzed Noah's body with a gaze full of hatred. It seemed ready to pounce him, but Noah's words stopped its tracks. "Not me, not yet." Noah spoke while pointing at the woman chained on the wall. His will turned its head to the slave and revealed a menacing smile before diving directly into her body. The slave shivered. She was awakened by the changes happening inside her body, but she couldn't understand what was going on. It was as if an external force was devouring something inside her without causing her any pain. Actually, she felt even lighter as time passed. Noah analyzed the work of his will. Part of it was consumed every time a piece of heaven and earth's will was destroyed. Yet, the breath inside her body that was left without a will soon stopped working properly. Noah could see how her tissues began to die after his will swept them. Almost 90% of the rank 4 body of a cultivator is reconstructed after the pain tribulation, but my will was only able to clean 70% of it. Well, I can still use her to practice. Noah thought after his will inside the slave's body was depleted. It didn't manage to complete its task since a bit of heaven and earth's will still remained inside the woman, but Noah didn't expect much from his first attempt. His hands quickly went on the woman and the magical beast's corpse next to her. He was going to perform the fusion even if he was sure that it would fail. He couldn't just waste her without gathering any experience. The remaining skin of the beast liquefied and fused with the wounded one of the slave. There was no rejection that time. The two beings were forged together as if they were beings in the third ranks. The laws contained in the body of the beast are enough to stabilize the forged body. Noah exclaimed in his mind when he saw that the skin of the woman stopped dying after it was fused with that of the beast. He was worried that, by removing heaven and earth's will from the body of the slave, he would need to create something in its place. Yet, the laws contained in the body of the beast would simply take its place after the fusion, making the dying tissues work again. The bits of heaven and earth's will inside the beast's body were removed while Noah liquefied it through his refined breath, making it the perfect glue that kept the slave's body working. Noah hurried the fusion as much as he could. He needed to fuse the dying tissues of the woman before they fell apart, something that would unavoidably lead to a failure in the procedure. Thanks to his training and mastery, Noah succeeded in fusing the dying tissues with the magical beast, even if he had to leave some unstable spots. However, he then met the parts of her body that his will wasn't able to clean, and the self-destruction happened again. The slave died at that point. There was nothing that Noah could have done to prevent it. Yet, he now knew that he had found the right method. He had just to master it. I need to create a stronger will, and I need to harmonize the capabilities of the rank 4 bodies so that the hybrid won't suffer from rejections. Once I've completed these steps, it would be my turn. Noah thought as he quickly cleaned the area and went to pick another slave. His gaze showed the eagerness that he felt as he approached the end of his experiments. Humans with a rank 4 body had special characteristics depending on their body nourishing method. Noah had a black membrane around his heart which contained liquid breath that he could inject in his circulatory system. That feature was specific for the body method in which he had trained. Some of the slaves had similar features. Rank 4 body nourishing methods increased in value if they added those special qualities to a cultivator. It was normal for the slaves to have chosen to train in them if they had the chance. Yet, they were a hindrance toward the creation of a harmonious hybrid. They were the opposite of the tails and wings of the magical beasts, something that belonged only to the human world. Noah didn't want to remove those abilities from the slaves before fusing them with a magical beast. He wanted for the hybrids to keep them. He was striving for perfection after all. The only way to succeed, though, was through his experiments. In less than a month, the other 19 slaves died and Noah was forced to purchase more of them, as well as requesting more magical beasts from the Coral Archipelago. Noah continued his experiments in his underground facility, which soon began to be sieged again by a barrage of bolts of lightning launched by the black clouds in the sky. Elder Ian continuously destroyed them, but more clouds gathered in less than half a day. Even he started to wonder about what kind of act was angering heaven so much. Yet, Noah spoke to him only when he needed more resources. He had bought almost 100 slaves with a rank 4 body and requested for the same number of rank 4 creatures by then. That high number of purchases eventually caught the attention of the stronger forces in the area. It didn't take much before the Empire discovered the encampment that the hive had set. Cultivators with a rank 4 body usually had a rank 2 dantian. It was normal for the big nations to keep track of those trades, especially when they happened in their area of influence. Once that information reached one big nation, it quickly spread through the entirety of the continent. However, none of the big nations acted. They had their own problems, and attacking an encampment in a neutral nation wouldn't give them any benefits. On the other hand, all the nations and cultivators looking for a way out of the control of the 3 big nations saw the encampment as a sign of hope. Some of them even started to make preparations to migrate there. Of course, The hive had set other encampments throughout the continent, but none of them was as eye-catching as the one in Nation. The reason behind such visibility was Noah and his purchases. One day, though, the black clouds didn't form again after Elder Ian destroyed them. Silence reigned in that area inside the mystical fog. It seemed as if everything happening inside the underground structure had suddenly stopped. Noah was sitting in the experimentation area. Some traces of the corrosive black smoke still lingered in the air before they dispersed in the air. He was alone. The entirety of his facility was empty. No traces of slaves or magical beasts could be found, and even the wall in front of him didn't have anyone chained on it. Normally, once emptied his resources, Noah would request more of them, but that didn't happen. He sat still with his eyes closed. It seemed that his mind was engrossed in something so important that he didn't care about planning his next move. How would I describe myself? Noah thought. No one could answer that question for him. No one had never become close to him enough to understand the depths of his personality. I'm ambitious, but that's a given. I need to focus on the small nuances that define myself. His ambition was something that defined his entire self, but that also gave birth to all his different traits. I'm cold and aloof, arrogant, selfish, cynical, overbearing, and ruthless. This should cover what can be considered as bad traits. Yet, many magical beasts behave in those ways. Noah knew himself deeply. The elemental forging method had forced him to understand what drove his life. It was normal for him to have a clear understanding of himself. I'm hardworking to the point of sacrificing myself without minding it too much. I'm focused and determined, and I'm strong. Those thoughts concerned what he considered his good sides, but Noah didn't stop his brainstorming there. I have been a lone cultivator, a prisoner, a criminal, a soldier. I'm a bastard that has managed to rise to power, but that it's still unable to exact its vengeance. I'm something that wasn't supposed to exist. His analysis even concerned his past. The events that had turned a 20-years-old transmigrator with no care for life into a cultivator ready to sacrifice everything to obtain more power. My personality definitely resembles a snake-type magical beast, but I don't want to settle for something that isn't the best. It seems that I need to do some research. Noah opened his eyes after his thoughts reached that point. He knew magical beasts very well. It was his field of specialization after all. That's why he knew that his personality wasn't fit for a dragon. Those creatures were prideful and shining. They didn't match Noah's uncaring and reserved attitude at all. Also, almost all the magical beasts would form packs to increase their power. Hierarchy was something deeply instilled in their nature. Noah, instead, was a loner, and he was one due to his choices. That aspect of him didn't seem to find a match in the world of the magical beasts. A message was sent to Elder Ian, who then redirected it to the Coral Archipelago. Noah's request that time concerned the archives of the hive and even specific researches that had to be purchased in other countries. For the first time after graduating from the academy, Noah felt the need to study magical beasts more deeply. A pile of books and scrolls were soon sent to Noah's underground structure. The topics listed on their pages focused on dragon types and snake types magical beasts, which were Noah's main target. He hoped to find a species that had the characteristics that he was interested in, no matter how rare it was. The amount of information that the hive could gain access to was immense. More and more books were sent to Noah's underground facility as he continued to be immersed in his studies. The world was vast, filled with strange and peculiar creatures. Noah learned names of magical beasts that existed only in legends, but which existence had never been confirmed. Then, he found something that seemed to perfectly fit him. Cursed dragon. A wingless species of dragon-type magical beasts of the darkness element. It is said that this particular species of dragons has been punished by the world because its flames surpassed the boundaries set by heaven and earth. The latter removed its wings and reduced its reproductive capacity, bringing balance among the strongest kind of magical beasts. Cursed dragons couldn't compete with other species of dragons after having lost the ability to fly, and were exiled in the depths of the granite abyss. It is unclear if this species is still alive since its specimens have not been seen for many years. Mutations, the passage of time, or even the simple evolution process filled the world with unusual and rare species of magical beasts. Nothing stood still. Magical beasts evolved and changed as time passed. Some species were extinct while others seemed to appear out of nowhere. Noah read that small piece of information about the cursed dragons and knew that he had found his target, but he still needed to learn more about it. Another request was sent to the archipelago. Noah demanded any sort of information about cursed dragons and specified that he was ready to purchase it with his credits if needed. The hive was put in a troublesome situation. Magical beasts weren't its area of specialization, and, even if it was a powerful organization, their archives couldn't compare to those of the three big nations. Yet, that hindrance didn't stop it from obtaining more information. The Coral Archipelago had sealed peaceful agreements with the three big nations. Negotiations could be set quite easily. Noah had to wait a few weeks and spend another million, but, in the end, another series of small books and old scrolls were sent to his underground structure. The Utra nation surely is far ahead in these fields compared to the Shandal Empire and the Papal nation. Noah thought as he began to study those reports. Those pieces of information all came from the Utra nation. The Elbas family had pushed the studies of anything related to the breath toward new horizons. The academy was its pride and most important accomplishment. In that safe environment, the best minds of the entire nation could research and create wonders, but, to do so, they needed a solid foundation that covered all the areas concerning the cultivation journey. That's why the royals held many forgotten data and unorthodox researches in their archives. They were needed to push the discoveries of the researchers of the academy. Cursed dragons were said to have the peculiar ability to divert part of the breath normally used for their growth toward the strengthening of their flames. Millennia ago, a species of dragons had flames so strong that heaven and earth were forced to act to restore balance among their kind. Such species was then maimed and its original name was forgotten. We simply call them cursed because of their history. The Granite Abyss is a pale brown canyon where many species of dragons live. The food chain is quite strict. The creatures near to its surface are the strongest while its depths hide the weaker ones. Yet, it is said that a particular kind of wingless dragons rules its darkest parts. Cursed dragons have developed an indifferent behavior once lost most of their reproductive capacity. Their instincts had probably told them that there was no point in forming packs when their reproduction was almost impossible. Noah read all those pieces of information and sorted them inside his mind. Many reports didn't strictly mention the cursed dragons, but only hinted about them. Also, many scrolls only contained hypotheses that hadn't been verified. Noah was searching for a species that had disappeared from the surface of the world for a long time after all. Dragons with a grudge with heaven and earth. They saw their incredible capabilities being suppressed by a stronger power. They don't form packs, they hide from the fauna on the surface. Defeated, exiled, maimed. I've made my mind. Noah stored all the scrolls and books in his space ring and stood up. He couldn't wait anymore. He had been able to contain his eagerness while he tuned the procedure, but now that everything was ready, he couldn't waste even a second. He had seen the power held by the hybrids with a rank 4 body. He had even feared that some of them would have been able to break free from their chains at some point. It must be said that the enslaving chains were a technology limited to the Empire. Those inscribed items were specifically created for each slave to increase their binding power. Rumors said that one of their core materials was the blood of the cultivator that they restricted. Breaking them wasn't an easy task at all. That discovery made Noah even more determined in pursuing that path. His resolution increased depending on the power that he was chasing. Now, where is this Granite Abyss? The Granite Abyss was a danger zone near the mountain chain that divided the areas of influence of the Utra nation and the Shandal Empire. It was located on the eastern side of the continent but not near the coastline. A thick forest filled its surface and hid the long cavity that was the entrance to the canyon. Many inattentive beasts or cultivators would just fall in it if they didn't pay attention to their steps. Noah stood at the edge of the canyon. The trees behind him hid the magical beasts that didn't dare to near that place while he gazed at the depths of the gorge. The gap on the ground was long but narrow. The sunlight could only illuminate a few hundred meters of the gorge, leaving its depths in constant darkness. Roars and occasional lights could be sensed coming from the profundities of the Granite Abyss. Noah's eyes weren't able to see their sources, but he could clearly hear them due to his sea of consciousness. A talisman was held tightly in Noah's hand. Its purple light was hidden inside Noah's grasp. Noah was alone as he made his mind one last time. It seems that the hive is really investing in me. Chasing Demon has personally created this inscribed item when he heard that I had to reach this place. Noah thought as he gazed the talisman in his hand before storing it inside his ring. Due to the peculiar location of the granite abyss, the hive was unable to send an elder to investigate the existence of the cursed dragons and to capture a specimen at the peak of the lower tier of the 4th rank. That place was inside the area of influence of the Empire after all. A heroic cultivator from another nation couldn't randomly appear there even if it was only a danger zone. Yet, Noah couldn't give up on his body-nourishing method just because of politics and decided to make the journey alone. The journey to arrive at the granite abyss had been quite troublesome. Immortality was in the opposite part of the continent. Noah had to use the teleportation matrix inside his mansion to return to the Coral Archipelago, and then use another matrix there to reach the closest encampment to his destination. The hive had set a total of 4 encampments throughout the continent. 3 of them were in the area of influence of the Empire, while 1 of them was in the Papal Nation. It had been impossible for the hive to pass unnoticed in the area of influence of the Utra Nation. The Elbas family was too afraid that the information about the royal inheritance would reach enemy forces now that Noah had a foothold, so the western coastline and the city of Slyfall had been put under strict surveillance. Then, Noah had to move on foot alongside the mountain chain that divided the 2 big nations to lower his chances of being discovered and leave its perimeter only when he neared the forest around the granite abyss. Noah's experiments had exposed the encampment in Immortality, but the other 3 were still hidden. The hive couldn't use its cultivators to escort him due to the risk of revealing itself. Also, he couldn't even bring his mansion with him. The priority of the hive was to recruit cultivators, and the encampment in Immortality would remain in place only for a short time since it had been exposed. The archipelago had sealed peaceful relations with the 3 big nations, but it couldn't steal their resources out in the open. Not for too long at least. Yet, leaving his mansion behind didn't mean that Noah had been left barehanded. Noah had the flags filled with protective runes with him. Elder Iris had personally filled them with her breath, so that he could simply lay them on the ground and they would activate. Also, there was the talisman created by Chasing Demon. He had met Chasing Demon again when he returned to the archipelago. He didn't explain the details behind his experiments, but he had said that the journey concerned the creation of his technique. Chasing Demon didn't hesitate to make the necessary preparations after he heard that, and he created the talisman while giving him unclear explanations to its functions. He only said to break it if I'm about to die. I wonder what it does. Noah thought as a pair of wings spread behind his back and he jumped off the cliff, flying toward the depths of the granite abyss. His consciousness enveloped his descending figure. The layers of mental energy had kept him hidden from the magical beasts during his voyage, allowing him to reach his destination without being attacked by those creatures. Noah intended to do the same as he explored the abyss, but he soon noticed that something was off about that place. It's strange. This darkness is unnatural. The sunlight could only illuminate the initial part of the canyon, but Noah had a rank 4 body and a rank 4 mental sphere. Seeing in the darkness wasn't a problem for someone with those centers of power. Yet, as he descended in the darkness, he realized that his sight was restricted to a distance of a few dozens of meters. It's as if any trace of light has been forcibly removed, Noah thought as he slowed his descent. Being unable to rely on his eyes wasn't really a problem. His mind was far better on that field. However, Noah couldn't help but wonder about the cause behind such a peculiar phenomenon. His thoughts were soon interrupted though, since a series of presences began to near and encircle him. It seems that, in this narrow environment, my mental energy isn't enough to hide my presence. Well, maybe they are simply too used to living in the darkness. Noah stopped his descent when he felt that those presences continued to near him. His mind could already identify their species and their rank. 5 rank 4 abyssal dragons, 4 in the lower tier and 1 in the middle tier. I guess it's time to see how strong I am right now. A cold aura surrounded Noah as his consciousness fixed itself on the 5 dragons that had encircled him. Then, part of his mental energy and breath was depleted and a barrage of ethereal claws appeared in the air around him. The ghostly claws spell began to show its real power now that Noah had become a rank 4 mage. More than 300 claws materialized around him and shot toward the 5 huge figures. The dragons couldn't even react. The ethereal claws crossed their scales and reached for their organs in less than a second. Their hearts directly exploded under the assault of Noah's spell. Dying cries filled the gorge as the wings of the abyssal dragons stopped their motions and their corpses fell lifelessly in the darkness below them. 5 magical beasts in the 4th rank couldn't even make Noah wield his sabers. His power was halfway toward that of a complete heroic cultivator by then. The spells that used mostly mental energy were his most powerful weapon. The granite abyss seemed to take life when the 5 corpses fell. Dragons came out of their nests to try to seize the falling magical beasts. Tongues of flames, roars, and battle cries filled the gorge as more and more dragons appeared and began to fight for the 5 dead creatures. Noah studied the scene for a short time before he decided to resume his descent. He didn't care about those dragons. His target was somewhere at the bottom of the canyon if the reports were right and if that species had managed to survive until that day. Also, there were more than 100 dragons in the 4th rank engaged in battle. Noah didn't want to go all out to clear the passage. He would rather sneak past them while they were busy fighting. Heilung's wings flapped behind his back as he crossed the crowd of powerful beasts fighting each other. Some dragons would notice and attack him as he descended, but Noah simply released another series of ethereal claws to take care of those foolish creatures. Just like that, Noah crossed the battlefield and flew deeper into the darkness. His mind was already able to find traces of the bottom of the granite abyss. Noah encountered more dragons as he dove deeper into the granite abyss. They were mostly rank 4 creatures, with a few beasts in the 3rd rank appearing after he reached a certain depth. Taking care of them wasn't a problem. Yet, Noah had a wary expression as he continued to descend. There was something completely off about that environment. It wasn't something that concerned the species of beasts in there: abyssal dragons, void dragons, black dragons. All those species were described in the reports about the granite abyss that he had studied before going there. What didn't make sense was the light. It wasn't just the illumination inside the gorge. The darkness that filled that place was unnatural. It was able to affect Noah's eyes, which was something extremely strange. Even the tongues of flames released by the dragons that Noah had met along his way seemed paler. It was as if they missed part of their color. Noah didn't think too much about that. The world he lived in was strange. The breath had given birth to creatures and environments with capabilities that defied logic. He couldn't find an explanation to everything. Also, he had a target. He didn't come there to explore the canyon. Yet, he couldn't help but pay more attention to his surroundings. His consciousness expanded till its limit to give Noah a clear understanding of what was around him. Eventually, he sensed that the bottom was right below him, and he didn't hesitate to land on it. Heilung's wings folded themselves behind his back but remained out in the open. Noah wanted to be ready for any situation in that strange place. The granite abyss was narrow but long. Its sides were filled with cavities of various width that were used by the many dragons as nests. Noah guessed that those cavities had been created by the same dragons that inhabited them. Yet, the rocky walls at the bottom were almost smooth. No dents or holes could be found on their surface. It was as if something had flattened them. Not even 50 meters large. I wonder if this species of dragons really lives in this narrow place. Noah thought as he investigated the area. The granite abyss stretched for many kilometers, but its width wasn't that great, especially at its bottom. I wonder why dragons would choose this place as their nest. Noah wondered as he began to walk forward. The path behind him continued only for a few hundred meters according to the cavity on the surface. He would just explore it later if he didn't find anything on the other side. The bottom of the canyon seemed deserted, but the peculiarity of that place was enhanced at its deepest point. Noah couldn't see anything at all. It was as if he had gone completely blind. He walked for a few hundred meters without encountering any changes. Everything around him was silent. The only thing that could be heard was the cries of the dragons in the cavities above him. Then, a sudden danger was sensed by his consciousness. Noah was a rank 4 mage. There were a few things that could make him fear for his life in a normal danger zone. However, his mental sphere wasn't lying to him. Noah knew that he had to avoid what was coming for him at all cost. The danger closed in at an incredible speed. Noah saw a white light on the road in front of him becoming closer and closer. The bottom of the canyon lit up. Noah was about to be engulfed by the white light when his figure became ethereal. A wave of pain filled his body when the light submerged him and filled the area where he had come from. Noah had used the ethereal form spell while being a rank 4 mage. There was almost nothing in that rank that could have hurt him through his spell. Rank 5. Noah immediately understood the power of the creature that had launched the attack. He quickly decided that the granite abyss was too dangerous and that he needed to escape. The wave of light vanished, the attack had stopped, and Noah returned material a few seconds after that. He spat a mouthful of blood as black veins covered his skin and Heilung's wings unfolded behind his back, ready to take him out of that place. Yet, right before he activated his martial art and shot in the air, the cries of the dragons above him resounded in unison. Noah was forced to stop his actions. The wave of light released by the rank 5 creature still lingered in the environment, giving him the ability to see what was happening above him. All the dragons in the upper parts of the canyon were peeking from their cavities and looking somewhere at the bottom of the gorge. Then, tongues of flames shot from them and landed somewhere at a few kilometers in front of Noah. The light radiated by the flames made Noah able to clearly see the scene. He saw how the attacks of the dragons landed on a huge figure in the distance. The figure was 15 meters long and stood still on its 4 huge legs. The barrage of flames didn't seem able to hurt it, but it was enough to keep it locked in its position. Black scales covered its body, which seemed to affect the light radiated by the flames that landed on them, softening their colors as they neared them. The huge reptilian head of the creature was lowered as it endured the attacks. Noah's eyes went on its back where he noticed the absence of wings. The rank 5 creature resembled a dragon in every aspect except for the absence of wings. White flames burned on the surface of the walls next to Noah. He realized in that moment of peace that the wave of light that had engulfed him was, in fact, fire. Also, Noah could sense that breath of the darkness element fueled those white flames. That was the last detail that he needed to confirm the idea that had formed in his mind when he saw the wingless reptile. Rank 5 Cursed Dragon. Noah seemed petrified as he stared at the mighty beast being suppressed by the barrage of flames of the dragons in the upper part of the granite abyss. The attacks of more than 100 rank 4 creatures kept the cursed dragon still, unable to move and react. Noah focused on the scene while the liquid breath in his circulatory system healed the internal injuries caused by the white flames of the dragon. He began to understand the situation as he analyzed what was happening in front of him. The cursed dragon is malnourished and old. It can't express its full power. Also, it can't fly. The other dragons can simply attack it from time to time until it ultimately dies. Noah could finally understand why that many powerful dragons had chosen to set their nests there. A rank 5 magical beast was a being that contained an unimaginable amount of breath. Even a dying specimen in that rank would be the most desired meal of any rank 4 creature. They are waiting for the moment when it dies. I bet this place will fall into chaos once that happens. Noah could clearly imagine the scenes following the rank 5 dragon's death. The creatures in the upper parts of the canyon would engage in a fierce battle for the chance to eat its corpse. The winner would see its power increase by many levels after all. The barrage of flames continued for a while, and it stopped only when the rank 5 dragon fell on the ground, exhausted by the incessant attacks. The cursed dragon seemed to fall in some sort of slumber when it fell. The other dragons stopped releasing flames only when the first snore resounded in the area. Then a peculiar thing happened. The light that still lingered in the area dimmed as if absorbed by something. It didn't happen immediately. Noah saw his vision grew darker every time the cursed dragon breathed. The record said that cursed dragons could use part of the absorbed breath to increase the power of their flames. I didn't expect it to be the breath contained in the light, Noah thought as his vision turned completely dark. A place where not even cultivators with a rank 4 body could see and white flames. It didn't take even an instant for Noah to make that connection. A creature of the darkness element that uses light to empower its flames. How amazing this species was when it had wings? Noah was amazed. Magical beasts could absorb breath of any element, but the ability of the cursed dragons surpassed anything that he could imagine. After all, light was everywhere in the world, which meant that the growth of their flames virtually had no limits. Damn it! Now I desire it even more. Noah cursed in his mind as he took a pill from his space ring and directly ate it. The injuries suffered while he was in the ethereal form began to heal at a faster speed due to the effects of the pill. Noah could stop using the liquid breath inside the membrane around his heart at that point. The ability of his body would have been enough to heal his injuries, but Noah wanted to be ready to go all out. He had confirmed the existence of the cursed dragons, and he had been amazed by their powers. Now he only needed to find a specimen that matched the rank of his body. I should confirm something first, Noah thought as Heilung's wings flapped softly and lifted him in the air. Noah flew slowly. He didn't want to make any unnecessary sound as he reached an area above the rank 5 creature. Then, he expanded his consciousness and analyzed the ground around it. The terrain in a 100 meters area around it is completely burned. It seems that the dragons above don't allow it to move even. Perfect. Noah had to analyze the ground before he could have any hope to find a rank 4 cursed dragon. According to the status of the ground around the rank 5 creature, the dragons in the upper parts of the granite abyss seemed to suppress it every time it moved. They had reacted before when the beast attacked Noah, and it seemed that they did the same whenever it moved. No other traces of burned terrain could be found outside that area, meaning that the dragon had been forced to stay in that position for a long time. The reason why Noah was so happy about that discovery was simple. If the dragon couldn't move, then it couldn't hunt. Since it couldn't hunt, there was the chance that weaker creatures of its same species were still around at the bottom of the canyon. Noah didn't waste time after that discovery. He didn't know when the rank 5 dragon would wake up and launch another wave of those threatening white flames. He didn't want to remain in that place for longer than necessary. He directly flew past the sleeping dragon while keeping his consciousness focused on the ground. He was almost certain that he wouldn't find another creature as powerful as that one, but he hoped that there would be at least some weaker than it. Soon, his eyes lit up when his consciousness sensed that other life forms were either sleeping or hiding in some cavities that had begun to appear. They were weak only in the 2nd or 3rd rank. Noah couldn't count more than 20 of them. Yet, they were all big wingless reptiles that seemed smaller versions of the rank 5 creature being kept still a few hundred meters behind. There must be at least one. I'd rather not feed a dragon in the 3rd rank until it reaches the heroic ranks. Noah continued in his search until, eventually, he found what he was looking for. 2 wingless dragons roared at each other as they came out of their cavities. It seemed that the events with the rank 5 creature had awakened them. Noah sensed their power. They were both in the 4th rank, one near the peak of the lower tier and one at the beginning of the middle tier. Their scales were filled with dents and scars. It seemed that it wasn't the first time that they fought. Why would it attack something stronger? Noah wondered before he understood the situation. The specimen near the peak of the lower tier was a male while the other was a female. The former was probably attacking it to force itself on the other. This place has driven you crazy enough, Noah thought as he dove toward the 2 dragons. 100 ethereal claws materialized around him and shot toward the middle-tier specimen, killing it in an instant. There were less than 30 specimens left of the cursed dragon species, and Noah had just killed one of them. Then, Noah landed in front of the other rank 4 dragon while storing the one that he had just killed. He couldn't help but wear a cold smile as he looked at his prey. Noah focused on the rank 4 dragon in the lower tier. His consciousness enveloped its body and thoroughly analyzed it. It's wounded, malnourished, and its mental state isn't exactly optimal. Also, its rank is a bit off from what I need. It seems that I need to adjust it a bit before killing it, Noah thought as the cursed dragon angrily roared toward him. It seemed really disappointed to have lost the chance to satisfy its sexual urges. Yet, Noah's focus was on the insides of his space ring where the spirit automaton was preparing a series of potions and pills under Noah's orders. First, let's fix those scales. Noah's eyes shone as the wings behind his back spread, and a shockwave was released under his feet. The dragon pounced at him only to discover that he had completely disappeared. Then, the dragon felt a burning sensation coming from its back. A dense substance was being spread on its body, which seemed to affect the state of its scales. The burning sensation came from the regenerative properties of its body, which had been momentarily enhanced by the dense substance. The scales and the scars all over the body of the dragon began to heal at a fast pace. It took only a few minutes for it to be completely fixed. Now, malnourishment and rank, Noah thought as he floated in the air above the unaware dragon and analyzed its body. He couldn't use the cursed dragon for the fusion just yet. He needed to bring it to an optimal state before it could become a material that reached his standards. Noah dove toward the dragon. A pill was in his hands as he fixed his focus on the mouth of the creature. The dragon was confused. It was used to live in the darkness, but even its sight was affected there. It could only understand Noah's position due to his smell and presence, which weren't that reliable. That allowed Noah to suddenly appear in front of it and throw the pill directly inside its mouth. The pill immediately melted when it touched the saliva of the dragon, releasing many nourishing substances that were absorbed by its body. The dragon felt a surge of strength starting from its mouth and filling its body. Its atrophied muscles began to swell under the effects of Noah's pill. The dragon was slowly returning to its peak form. Noah knew that it would have been impossible to find a specimen that matched his standards even before he decided to explore the granite abyss. He considered himself lucky enough that the cursed dragon species was still alive after all. That's why he had sorted the necessary resources for the task before reaching the canyon. The knowledge of the spirit automaton of his ring had been of incredible help when he selected the drugs that would have had the best effects on magical beasts. Of course, Noah was using rank 4 drugs. It took a while for the dragon to reach its peak state. Noah had returned in his position above it while the body of the beast absorbed the nutrients. After its state is fixed, its mind should resume working properly. Noah thought as he waited for the dragon's next move. The beast had its head lowered. Noah guessed that it was probably bathing in the feeling of returning to its peak after who knows how much time. Then, it abruptly raised its head and released a gray ray made of flames that aimed for Noah. Noah was a bit surprised by that sudden action, but he soon became relieved. Halung's wings swung right before Noah turned ethereal and was enveloped by the gray flames. He didn't feel any pain at that time, which allowed him to focus solely on the nature of the attack. It seems that its flames aren't at the same level as the rank 5 creature. There isn't enough light for both of them. Yet, it has recovered its mental state at least. Noah thought as the attack ended and he returned material, interrupting his falling motion. The cursed dragon had immediately attacked Noah as soon as its strength was restored. It seemed that its senses were now able to pinpoint his position. Yet, when it understood that its attack didn't have any effect, it began to retreat. It had realized that its enemy was too strong. Noah dove again in its direction as he heaved a sigh of relief. The beast had recovered its survival instincts after its body had been restored. One leg should be enough. Noah evaluated as the huge leg of a rank 4 dragon at the peak of the middle tier appeared in his hands. He then threw it on the escaping dragon's path before flying higher in the air. The cursed dragon stopped its tracks when that appealing food appeared in front of it. It quickly analyzed its surrounding before seizing the leg with its fangs and retreating in its cavity. Then Noah waited. His consciousness never left the insides of the cavity. He saw how the cursed dragon ate the body parts that came from his stash of dragon's corpses and absorbed the breath that it contained. As that breath was absorbed, the power of the dragon increased, reaching the peak of the lower tier. It was at that point that Noah landed on the bottom of the gorge and entered the cavity where his prey was eating. Part of the leg had yet to be eaten, but the dragon couldn't focus on it. Its gaze went on the small intruder that was slowly walking toward it. Who knows for how long it has lived in this place? Well, its species is done for anyway. Noah thought as he analyzed the cavity. It wasn't even 15 meters wide. The cursed dragon could barely fit inside it. The dragon was about to roar at him, but a sudden feeling of weakness enveloped its body as 4 black lines formed a rectangle around its figure. The cursed dragon felt as if it was about to faint due to the effects of Noah's spell, but it couldn't even move before a series of sharp claws stabbed specific spots inside its body. It had just recovered its strength and even reached the peak of the tier, but it couldn't do anything against the human that was walking toward it. It died quickly. Noah had become too used to kill rank 4 beasts with the ghostly claws spell during his experiments. Not even a drop of blood was spilled on the ground as he stored its corpse inside his space ring. The spirit automaton automatically moved the corpse of the cursed dragon inside the formation that stored magical beasts. Meanwhile, Noah exited the cavity and looked above him, toward the surface. His consciousness reached for the edges of the granite abyss and black flames enveloped him after he found a place where to teleport. He was back next to the forest 1 second later. My mental energy will refill shortly, but my dantian needs a bit of time. I can dissect the female cursed dragon in the meantime. Noah thought as he randomly chose a spot a bit away from the entrance of the canyon and ordered Heilung to dig a small cave. The blood companion didn't waste time. It came out in the open as soon as Noah undressed his upper clothes. His robe had 2 holes sewed on the back since it had been specifically made for Noah and his wings. The physical power of a rank 4 creature was incredible. A cave was quickly dug in the terrain and Noah retracted Heilung as he placed 8 small flags on the ground to cover the area where his cave was. The runes on the flags lit up and covered the terrain delimited by them. A shield formed in less than a second. Noah nodded in satisfaction when he saw that he could finally obtain the body-nourishing method that he had worked so hard to create. After almost half a year, I've finally reached this point. Noah thought as he crossed the shield and entered the cave. He had experimented on so many humans and magical beasts, consumed an unimaginable amount of mental energy, and constantly used the divine deduction technique only to reach that point. Yet there was one last thing that he had to do. The body of the middle-tier cursed dragon was laid on the terrain of the cave. Noah quickly wielded a white saber and opened its corpse in 2. He had to understand the most important parts of that almost extinct species of dragon. That part was vital to the success of the procedure. It didn't take much, though, for Noah to find what he was looking for. Dragons were similar between each other. All those species that could emit flames mainly relied on 2 organs. Their lungs. Cursed dragons were the same. The female specimen that Noah was analyzing had 2 shining gray lungs. Their color was similar to the flames of the lower-tier specimen. They only seemed to be a bit whiter. It seems that it has absorbed more light than my prey. Well, I'm ready now, Noah thought as he sat on the ground to cultivate and stored the open corpse of the creature. Breath was absorbed and refined by his mind as he filled his dantian. There was no better meaning than his ambition for the breath to utilize in the fusion. Noah only added a tinge of his hatred to improve the removal of heaven and earth's will from the beast. Also, the negative thoughts carrying his hatred were condensed. A black figure identical to Noah soon rose from the sea inside his mental sphere. Then, Noah continued to cultivate until his dantian was full. His sea of consciousness refilled autonomously during that process. When everything was ready, Noah completely undressed and took out the corpse of the cursed dragon at the peak of the lower tier of the 4th rank from his space ring. He took a deep breath before laying himself on top of the corpse. He needed to maintain physical contact with the beast during the fusion. His hands would surely lose their grip once the pain started. Noah pressed a finger on his forehead and took out the will carrying his hatred. It was as big as his chest. He had improved a lot in the creation of wills from his first time. It's finally my time, go ahead. Noah spoke to his will. The latter dove inside his body and began to destroy every trace of heaven and earth's will from his tissues. Noah felt himself becoming lighter as the process continued. Now the fusion. His will was consumed. Noah felt that his tissues were already beginning to die. There was no turning back at that point. The refined breath inside his sea of consciousness went on the corpse of the dragon below him and began to liquefy its scaled skin. Then, Noah controlled it to enter his body. A wave of pain filled the entirety of his body. Noah felt that external substance forcibly making its way inside his skin, modifying it and fusing with it. However, Noah was someone who had trained in the forging of the 7 Hells method and who had survived the pain tribulation. Also, differently from the cultivators on whom he had practiced the procedure, he was a rank 4 mage. His control and endurance had long surpassed what the word human could include. Noah fought against time as he endured the fusion. More and more of his tissues died as he tried to speed up the process. The skin finished fusing soon. Heilung's tattoo wasn't affected since it wasn't part of Noah's body to begin with. The muscles fused shortly after. Noah endured the pain as his figure fell inside the crumbling corpse of the dragon. The bones fused. Noah felt his skeletal system cracking and reforming every time part of the bones of the magical beast liquefied and mixed with his. Then it was time for the internal organs. The procedure had never been so smooth. Noah was using his body and his breath. He felt an innate sense of familiarity when handling materials of the darkness element. Almost all the organs fused. Only his heart and lungs remained untouched by the fusion. Thunders began to resound outside of his cave, but Noah couldn't hear them. His everything was focused on those last steps. Noah was laying on top of the heart and lungs of the dragons, but soon, the heart melted and entered his body. The substance carrying his breath reached for his heart and surrounded the black membrane around it. The membrane retracted due to the effects of the fusion. It mixed with Noah's heart, which then was modified by the substance coming from the beast, forming a sturdy and black heart. Then the lungs of the dragons melted. Noah's body touched the terrain as the last organs of the beasts entered his body and modified Noah's last untouched tissues. A pair of gray lungs were formed due to the procedure. Thunders continued to crack in the area outside his cave. Bolts of lightning continuously crashed on the shield created by the 8 flags but were unable to break through it. Noah's body began to stabilize. The will contained inside the body of the beast filled the empty spots left by Noah's will. Noah felt his mind becoming dark. The harmonization was completed, but his body was starting to shut down. Its functions slowed down until they completely stopped. Noah's heart stopped beating and he stopped breathing. The black clouds above Noah's cave halted their attack when Noah's body shut down. Their ominous aura, though, continued to remain fixed on the underground area where Noah seemed to have died. He laid lifelessly on the red ground. The blood of the magical beast had tainted the terrain as its body parts were being fused with Noah. Even his body had been covered by that scarlet liquid as he sunk inside the melting corpse of the beast. Everything remained still. The black clouds in the sky were waiting to see if Noah had really died. Noah had been extremely methodical as he perfected the procedure. The rank 4 bodies of the cultivators often had some peculiarities that distinguished them between each other. The same procedure couldn't be applied to everyone. As Noah continued with his experiments, Noah had become used to harmonizing the various qualities of those bodies. He had planned the way to keep the membrane around his heart even before researching the cursed dragons. Yet, there was one aspect that all the hybrids forged with rank 4 magical beasts had. They needed a reboot. Removing heaven and earth's will and filling those empty spots with the one contained in the body of the beasts was an invasive maneuver. It wasn't enough to just fuse them. The body needed to stabilize and shut down before it could live again. Thump thump, a heartbeat resounded in the silence of the cave. Sparks filled the surface of the black clouds as they prepared themselves to resume their attacks. The breath around Noah's body began to converge toward his figure. It seemed that some sort of natural force was attracting it. Thump thump, another heartbeat echoed in the underground area. The breath near Noah entered his body, filling it with life and completing the harmonization of its tissues. Thump thump, what followed the third heartbeat was a loud roar. Noah opened his eyes and roared. That cry came from the deepest parts of his mind. It was the instinctive act of a newborn being. Then, he inhaled. His lungs filled themselves with air, but breath was also absorbed during that simple gesture. Noah could clearly feel how the breath that entered his body was dismantled and reduced to its most basic form. It became a simple form of pure energy that didn't belong to any element. That energy was then absorbed by his body, nourishing and strengthening it. So that's how they do it. The bodies of the magical beasts naturally destroy the breath to absorb the purer form of energy that such destruction creates. They have never been able to feed on breath of a different element. Their nourishment is the pure energy contained in it. Noah understood the training process of the magical beasts only when he felt it happening inside his body. The more basic but purer energy that they absorbed was something that even mages in the heroic ranks couldn't see. Maybe only gods have the means to look for this type of energy. I know for sure that I couldn't have done it with my rank 4C of consciousness. Noah thought as he continued to bathe in the feeling of having his body growing stronger while breathing. It was something so amazing that he couldn't think of anything else. It's so strange though. Magical beasts have this innate ability since birth. Even those in the first rank can do it. It's as if they are the natural predators of the breath. Every living being of that world absorbed breath to become stronger. Noah wasn't sure about how magical plants worked, but he knew that cultivators were limited to the breath of their aptitude. Magical beasts, instead, could reach for the energy inside the breath of any element since their birth. He didn't think that heaven and earth would have left such troublesome beings alive if they had the chance. Maybe it's something that has to do with their fairness. They need a natural enemy to be nigh omniscient entities. It was only after Noah reached that point with his thoughts that he heard the lightning storm happening above his cave. The black clouds in the sky had resumed their assault when Noah released his cry. An immense hatred rose from the bottom of Noah's mind and filled the entirety of his body. Noah quickly stood up and was about to launch himself outside the protective shield when he abruptly stopped his tracks and closed his eyes. His focus went on the insides of his mental sphere where dark red water was spreading inside his crystalline sea. The dark red water represented the thoughts and instincts of the cursed dragon with which he had fused. His normal mental state seemed to be affected as more of his sea was being tainted by the spreading dark red water. However, the mind of a beast couldn't compare to that of a human, especially that of a rank 4 mage. Noah used his mental energy to surround the dark red water. The thoughts of the beast were soon contained in a small area. I need them. Noah knew that he wouldn't be able to properly use his new body without the instincts of the dragon. He needed them to become a perfect hybrid. That's why, instead of destroying that water, he slowly assimilated it inside his sea. The color of his sea slightly changed as it fused with the thoughts of the beast. Shades of red appeared on the azure water, which continued to be crystalline even after the two minds became one. Noah regained complete control even if he knew that some traits of the dragon's behavior now were part of his personality. He began to feel everything more clearly. His senses sharpened as both body and mind harmonized. The incredible hatred toward the presence of heaven and earth's will was surpassed only by the endless hunger that he felt. It was a sensation so strong that he understood why the hybrids that he had previously created seemed to go insane. However, his powerful mind was enough to make him maintain his calm. Noah opened his eyes again. The same cold aura was radiated by them, but his ice-blue irises were now cut in half by vertical pupils. His eyes were those of a dragon. I'll take care of my hunger later. I need to disperse those clouds first. Noah thought as he stepped toward the exit of his cave. A pair of black sabers appeared in his hands as a low growl was emitted by his throat. As soon as he stepped outside the shield created by the inscribed flags, a lightning bolt fell toward him. Noah didn't hesitate. He swung his sabers to perform the second form of the Ashura and destroy the incoming bolt of lightning. Yet, even though his execution was perfect and his breath was depleted, no effects followed his gesture. The saber simply slashed the air before the lightning bolt hit it. The demonic sword hit by the lightning bolt shattered. The power released by the black clouds was meant to stop peak rank 3 cultivators from reaching the heroic ranks. Noah's inscribed item couldn't resist that attack even if it was at the peak of the 3rd rank. Yet, the corrosive smoke contained in Noah's weapon was enough to deplete part of the lightning's power. Only a small portion of its strength remained when it reached Noah's body. Noah endured the scorching sensation that filled his right arm as he was flung back in the distance. He managed to stop himself only after he had clashed in a few trees. I'm an idiot. Noah smiled as his black heart pumped more blood inside his circulatory system. The black membrane of the Een body had become one with his organ. He could now utilize all the liquid breath inside his body to empower his regenerative capabilities. I didn't think that the body of a hybrid would become so strong that martial arts meant for humans would become unusable. The reason why he had been unable to use his martial art was simple. He couldn't use the physical strength needed to execute those forms. It wasn't that he lacked control. His body was simply so strong that he couldn't force it to return to human standards. During his experiments, Noah had tested that the hybrids were able to use their dantians and to perform spells. He was too engrossed in the procedure to consider other aspects. There weren't problems with the centers of power after all. The forms of a martial art were tuned on the physical strength of the humans. Magical beasts couldn't use them even if they had a humanoid shape. Simply speaking, Noah couldn't use the strength of a human even if he wanted to. Another lightning bolt shot from the sky in his direction. Noah saw the attack coming and closed his eyes to focus on his lungs. He took a deep breath. The colors in the area around him dimmed as breath converged inside his body. Then, right before the lightning could reach him, a wave of gray flames clashed with it. Noah felt his throat heating up as he released flames from his mouth. His instincts knew too well how to launch that attack. He was a hybrid after all. The lightning bolt slowed its advance. Its piercing power was slowly making its way among the gray flames, but black flames covered Noah's figure before it could reach him. Noah reappeared in the air. A pair of large wings were spread on his back. He kicked the air a couple of times before nodding in satisfaction. The black clouds above him released another lightning bolt, but a shockwave spread under Noah's feet before it could reach him, making him disappear from his position in less than an instant. The shadow sprint martial art was something that Noah had personally created. He could tune it quite freely and perform it even with his new body. Of course, his new physical power made the martial art stronger, which inevitably increased the consumption of refined breath. Inside his mind, his liquid breath was simply too weak compared to his new form. Noah zigzagged in the air, dodging all the lightning bolts coming for him as he closed with the black clouds. His cold reptilian eyes radiated the immense hatred that he felt when looking at them. Truth to be told, he could have just safely waited for the power contained in the clouds to be depleted inside his cave. Yet, he wanted to test his new power to quickly increase the familiarity with his new body, and he wanted to gather experience in that kind of battle. He was facing some sort of heaven tribulation after all. He needed to understand how threatening it was, since he would face it again before becoming a rank 4 cultivator. Also, the instincts of the cursed dragon species that were now part of him told him to defy that suppression and to destroy anything related to heaven and earth. Noah decided to let those feelings envelop him, since he had already decided to fight the black clouds. He had never felt so good while flying. He sensed that every part of his body cheered whenever he controlled Heilung's wings to fly higher. The cursed species was once again in the sky, wielding the power needed to defy the entities that had once removed its wings. Noah became closer to the black clouds every time he dodged a lightning bolt. It didn't take much before he was directly below them. He couldn't use any offensive martial art, and he knew only one spell able to target the area of 100 meters that the clouds covered. Noah felt the breath inside his dantian being rapidly depleted as his figure began to emit an ominous black smoke. It took only a matter of seconds before his human appearance turned into the one of a fiend. A long tail stretched from the bottom of his back, and 2 curved horns had appeared on the sides of his forehead. The black armor made of smoke made its appearance for the first time after Noah had become a rank 4 mage. Noah had always avoided using the complete demonic form due to its high consumption of breath and mental energy. That feature could only be worsened after Noah utilized it with his sea of consciousness in the heroic ranks. However, he needed his strongest attack at that moment. The light in the area around him dimmed as he took a deep breath. A crack appeared on the smoke over his mouth as he made that gesture. His lungs seemed to become whiter as the light in the environment was absorbed. Gray flames soon formed inside them and shot outside when those organs contracted. Noah released a wave of gray flames which were soon surrounded by the black smoke of the demonic form. Those flames were part of him, his spell only empowered them. The black clouds released another series of lightning bolts. Noah's flames had been unable to fend them off previously, but the corrosive smoke around them was now paving a way toward the clouds, destroying everything on their path. The bolts of lightning were consumed by Noah's spell. His attack soon reached the black clouds, where it released its destructive power. The pillar of gray light pierced the clouds while carrying the corrosive smoke with it. The power accu.mulat by heaven and earth began to disperse as the composition of the clouds was destroyed. Noah's flames pierced their form while his spell consumed them from the inside. Noah's full power offensive could match the attack of a heroic cultivator. Noah dispersed the black smoke around him as he saw the black clouds vanishing. He couldn't help but raise his head and roar when he understood that he had won. The clouds that had been formed by heaven and earth dispersed, releasing the breath that they contained in the air. Noah took a deep breath. The dense energy still lingering in the air converged in his position and entered his body to become its nourishment. The breath contained by the clouds was meant to deal with cultivators aiming to reach the 4th rank of the dantian. It held a power fit for that level of strength. When it entered his body, it was dismantled and turned into pure energy that Noah naturally absorbed. He felt the liquid breath inside his body being refilled before he underwent some changes. His skin thickened. It had absorbed the capabilities of the scales of the cursed dragon, becoming extremely hard. The lightning bolt form before had barely scratched it after all. His muscles bulged before compressing. Their density increased by a whole level when the process was over. His bones experienced the same procedure. They became sturdier and denser. It was as if their quality had reached a superior level. Even his internal organs underwent a similar enhancement, especially the lungs and heart, which also became slightly bigger. Noah had closed his eyes to analyze the changes of his body. That was a feeling that he hadn't experienced for a very long time. Rank 4 body in the middle tier, Noah exclaimed in his mind when the process was over. He had been at the peak of the lower tier for more than 10 years by then. Seeing his level raise again made him feel completely satisfied. That was because his body-nourishing method was working flawlessly, and he knew that it would accompany him for the entirety of his cultivation journey. Noah roared at the sky when the breakthrough was over. The power filling his body and his victory over heaven and earth made him reach new levels of happiness. His dragon part had waited for this moment for too long. The hatred that was rooted in its bloodline was finally appeased, part of it at least. An even stronger hunger followed the breakthrough, though. Noah turned his head in the direction of the granite abyss. His reptilian eyes seemed to make out the shapes of the many dragons inhabiting that danger zone. Yet, he forced himself to calm down as he gulped the saliva that his mouth was producing. "I've created a mess here. I can't remain any longer," Noah thought as he wore a tight robe and turned to fly in the direction of the hive's encampment. The main advantage of being a hybrid was the human mind ruling that powerful body. Obtaining the power of a magical beast would be useless if the cultivator then acted like one. Reasoning and planning had to come before instincts and hunger. Also, even though Noah had obtained an incredibly powerful body, he had lost one of his main fighting methods. The 3 forms of the Ashura was the martial art that had accompanied him since he had joined the academy, but now, he was simply unable to perform it. His body was too strong, it couldn't use the little physical energy needed for that martial art. Noah guessed that he would meet the same problem even with other martial arts meant for humans. "My list of stuff to create is increasing. There is the cultivation technique, an offensive martial art, and demonic swords fit for my new body. Also, I should start finding ways to create spells. I'm continuously losing fighting methods since my power is increasing too quickly," Noah thought as he flew at full speed in the direction of the encampment. There were 2 big issues in the cultivation journey. The first one was the absence of techniques and methods. Those in the 5th rank were already incredibly rare. It could be even said that those in the 6th rank were basically non-existent. The second one concerned martial arts and spells. One could be a mighty heroic cultivator, but its battle prowess wouldn't be able to express its power if it didn't have arts and spells that matched its rank. The same applied to Noah. He had become a rank 4 mage a short time ago. The spells up to the 3rd rank that he had learnt became almost useless at that point, leaving him with few offensive methods that could express his true power. Now, he had even lost his martial art, limiting his offense to the demonic form spell, the ghostly claw spell, the death area spell, and the mental tremor spell. That offense was still extremely good, especially considering his newly obtained flames. Yet, Noah didn't want to see his battle prowess lower as his level increased. Martial arts and spells suffered from a fate similar to methods and techniques. They would become rarer as their rank increased, especially those with offensive power. My expertise with the saber should allow me to quickly create a new martial art tuned around my body, but my priority must be the cultivation technique. I can't be always dragged down by my dantian, Noah thought as he ate a small pill that contained breath of the darkness element to refill his dantian. His last attack against the black clouds had almost depleted the entirety of the liquid breath inside his dantian, leaving that center of power basically empty. It couldn't be helped. He had used his strongest spell while setting its power in the heroic ranks. Simple rank 3 breath couldn't fuel such an attack for more than a few instants. Luckily for him, though, he now had something that other cultivators didn't have: a powerful body. Noah knew that his physical strength could be used as a deadly weapon, and his flames were an excellent offensive method, since the liquid breath inside his body was refilled autonomously. A small piece of the female cursed dragon's skin appeared in his hands before Noah directly threw it inside his mouth. His teeth easily munched the scaled skin. They had fused with the fangs of a dragon after all. Just like that, Noah continued to fly toward the encampment of the hive inside the area of influence of the Shandal Empire, eating the body parts of the magical beasts inside his space ring from time to time. Noah's worries weren't groundless. The 3 big nations weren't powerful just in name. They controlled almost the entirety of the continent and had the highest share of heroic cultivators. Also, their areas of influence featured spies or soldiers, especially in those dire times. After the Coral Archipelago obtained its independence, many other nations had begun to strive for the same goal. The only weakness of the big nations had been revealed after all. That forced the hand of the big nations. They redirected part of their power to suppress and manage the revolts happening everywhere in their domains. Of course, special attention was given to anything concerning the Hive. That organization was backed by a rank 6 existence and was formed by the joint power of forces that had freely ruled on the islands for many years. It could be said that the Hive was the strongest organization of the continent after the three big nations. Also, their peculiar geographical position and the copying technique made those islands virtually unbreachable. Having such solid defenses would surely lead to a stable growth. That's why the three big nations had silently decided to focus on their attempts to create footholds on the continent. The only weakness that the archipelago had was the need for connections with the mainland to secure a constant stream of cultivation resources. Their encampments in specific nations were somewhat expected. The big nations knew that it would have been impossible to send spies to the archipelago. Every recruit would be forced to swear an oath of some sort before being teleported there. Yet, that didn't prevent those spies from sending reports before officially joining the Hive. It was enough to mask them as cultivators who had barely managed to escape from an area of influence to make them the perfect target of the Hive, which desperately needed manpower. Just like that, by sacrificing weak cultivators, the three big nations managed to receive a decent stream of information concerning the encampments of the Hive. Of course, the Hive had expected that something like that would happen, but it wasn't too interested in it as long as it continued to increase its human assets. Even a spy was just another pawn in its grasp after it swore an oath. What it didn't expect was that such an approach would have ultimately put Noah in danger. In the Nation, inside a dark base that seemed to be used as a prison, a few hours after Noah had left the encampment near the mountain chain to reach the granite abyss, a middle-aged man sat on the floor. Runes shone over his skin. They affected the area around him with their brilliance and absorbed breath from the matter that surrounded his figure. The floor and the walls around him seemed to age as he cultivated. That process clearly showed that he was a cultivator in the heroic ranks. Then, footsteps resounded in the bs.m.nt. Thaddeus Elbas appeared from the stairs connected to the upper floors. He was wearing his usual smile, but traces of coldness could be seen in his eyes as he began to speak. Evan, are you enjoying the new horizons that the royal family has opened for you? Evan opened his eyes and interrupted his cultivation to kneel toward Thaddeus. His tone was polite as he replied to him. I will be eternally grateful for this chance, Your Majesty. Thaddeus nodded, seeing his reaction, and took a small sheet from his sleeve before unfolding it in front of the kneeling man. Do you know what this is? Evan raised his head when he heard those words. His sea of consciousness began to enlarge as soon as his eyes looked at the rune drawn on the sheet. The fourth Kezier rune. Your Maj dash, however, before he could finish his phrase, Thaddeus folded the sheet and put it back inside his sleeve. I have a mission for you. Complete it and the rune will be yours. You will be finally able to become a true heroic cultivator with it. Evan kneeled again at Thaddeus's words and replied to him while keeping his head lowered. Anything His Majesty asks. Thaddeus stared at him for some time at that point before taking a scroll from his space ring. The scroll depicted a young Noah and a series of information was written under it. This criminal can't be left alive one instant longer. Who knows how many problems will he cause if not? Even my disciple has suffered by his hands. Her resolve to cultivate seems to have crumbled after their meeting. Thaddeus spoke as he heaved a sigh. He seemed to really care about Ruth's mental state. This criminal has left Nation and is moving alongside the mountain chain that divides our area of influence with that of the Empire toward the eastern coastline. We don't know his destination, but he must return to the Nation if he wants to head back to the Coral Archipelago. Ambush him there. As he spoke those words, Thaddeus left the scroll containing Noah's information and left the bs.m.nt. Only then did Evan raise his head to study the scroll. His eyes radiated a dark light as he looked at Noah's face. Noah was unaware that the royal had prepared a trap for him while he was busy fusing with the cursed dragon. He was focusing on returning to the encampment in Nation so that he could begin to fix his battle prowess. His centers of power had returned to their peak form. His mind had quickly recovered after battling with the black clouds, and he had eaten pieces of the magical beasts inside his ring from time to time. His body was only growing stronger thanks to that. The only issue was with his dantian. Noah was cultivating as he flew, but part of the breath absorbed was being redirected to his mental sphere. He needed it to utilize the shadow sprint martial art, which was his best movement method in battle. He couldn't allow himself to be powerless after having caused such a mess. The journey back to the encampment seemed to be smooth, but when the borders of the Nation appeared in his field of view, a sudden dangerous feeling hit his consciousness. Hundreds of brown arrows were sensed by his consciousness. At once Noah knew that someone was attacking him. The arrows flew toward Noah from many directions. They tried to encircle him and to cut away any path of retreat. Yet Noah was in the air, he could move more freely than simple arrows. A shockwave spread under his feet as he shot higher in the sky, removing himself from the trajectory of the attack. However, right before the arrows were about to converge and crash in his previous position, they made a sharp change of direction, following Noah in his escaping route. This is a martial art mixed with a spell, Noah realized as the torrent of arrows reached from below him at a high speed. It took him only a few seconds to understand the nature of the attack. The arrows had been shot while performing a martial art, but their trajectory was controlled through a spell. Also, the fact that his sea of consciousness labeled them as a potential danger made him sure of another detail. Their power surpasses the human ranks. A sudden ambush and a mighty power. Noah's confusion mounted as he stared at the incoming arrows. Yet, some irritation rose inside him. His mind was calm, but his instincts were screaming. He was a dragon that had just reclaimed his rightful place in the sky and defeated the tribulation sent by heaven and earth. How could someone dare to attempt to take him down? Noah's consciousness spread as his body turned ethereal. The arrows pierced him before exploding inside his incorporeal figure. A series of explosions filled the sky. Hundreds of arrows reached for Noah and self-destructed when he entered in their range. Noah waited patiently inside the smoke created by the blast as he analyzed that attack. Their weight seems off. I can feel some pressure even when using the ethereal form spell, but they can't hurt me like this. Not with my new body. The rank 5 cursed dragon had been able to injure him through his ethereal form, but this attack was weaker and his body had simply improved too much since then. Meanwhile, his consciousness searched for traces of his attacker. His heavy mental waves swept the area around and below him as they tried to find the cultivator responsible for the ambush. Found you. Noah's reptilian eyes shone with a cold light when his consciousness found a cultivator hiding in the trees below him. The mental energy of the cultivator used to conceal his presence couldn't do anything against Noah's investigatory capabilities. His power was completely revealed to him: rank 4 body in the upper tier, rank 4 dantian in the gaseous stage, earth aptitude, and rank 3 mental sphere. He doesn't seem a lone cultivator. Noah's attention went on the runes that covered his body and that acted as a magnet for the breath around him. Such a cultivation technique seemed too complex to be the creation of a cultivator on that level. Also, the ambush had happened right before he reached the encampment in Nation. The timing was too perfect for it to be the act of an individual without any backing. I should be able to safely reach the encampment, but I don't really want to let go of this chance to fight a heroic cultivator. I'm even quite hungry. Noah thought as he waited to return material. Many possibilities were played in his mind in those seconds. The encampment of the hive had an elder guarding it. Noah would be safe once reached its perimeter. Yet, that would only delay the issue and not solve it. He wanted to deal a blow to the force that had sent that cultivator. Even his instincts were screaming to kill the offender and ravage his body. One shouldn't attack a dragon without being certain of killing it after all. Noah returned material inside the smoke released by the explosions of the arrows and focused on a position behind the ambusher before his body was covered in black flames. Evan had read the file that listed Noah's abilities. The scroll containing his information had been updated after the battles on the islands. Noah's profile was quite complete and detailed. That's why Evan directly turned as soon as he sensed a fluctuation on the breath behind him. His hands moved inhumanely fast as they knocked and released tens of brown arrows in the inscribed bow that he wielded toward the black flames that had appeared mid-air. He has been informed about my abilities. Noah realized that when he saw that the assassin had been able to exploit the weakness of the warp spell as soon as he had used it. A black sphere formed in front of Noah as he came out of the black flames. The breath and mental energy contained in the arrows were absorbed by the black hole spell, turning those powerful items in simple metal sticks. Also, the breath that had been redirected to Noah's body was dismantled and absorbed by him. Noah felt that the energy of a heroic cultivator nourished his body better than the magical beasts inside his space ring. The arrows then crashed on him as he came out of the black flames. Metal sounds resounded as the pointy tips of the arrows broke when they came in contact with Noah's skin. They were unable to even leave a mark on it. "Who sent you?" Noah asked as red veins spread over the sclera of his eyes. Evan had been momentarily surprised by the defensive power of his body. He knew the power and the constitution of his arrows and was left completely stunned when he saw that they broke without even denting Noah's skin. Yet, when he saw the red veins around Noah's vertical pupils, he awakened from his stupor and shot another arrow with his bow. The arrow exploded as soon as it left the bow. Dense breath and mental energy were released, affecting the trajectory of the mental tremor spell that Noah had launched. Evan retreated behind a tree to safely prepare more arrow, but a sudden sense of danger made him jump away from that spot. He turned his head only to see that Noah had chased behind him and kicked the tree, directly eradicating it from the ground and breaking its trunk in half. A strength that surpassed the realm of the magical beasts was contained in a small body. Noah's physical power was simply immense. Evan felt fear for the first time since the fight had begun. He was a mighty heroic cultivator while his target was only in the third rank and the liquid stage. Even the assassination should have been smooth and easy. Yet, Noah had sensed his attack far before it was able to reach him and had found his hiding position in an instant. Also, his reaction time was incredible. It didn't matter how many arrows Evan shot. Noah was always able to counter them and gain the initiative in the battle. Noah's abilities had been described in detail in the scroll that Thaddeus had given him. Evan knew that his target was a genius when the Sea of Consciousness was concerned. That's why, even though he was extremely stupefied and slightly doubtful, he understood the fact that Noah's mind had surpassed the human ranks. That discovery made him unable to realize the power held by Noah's body. He had the aspect of a human after all. His mental sphere was a center of power far more threatening. On the other hand, Noah felt troubled. He was using his full power to defend against the offensive of a heroic cultivator, holding back only on the abilities that would reveal his dragon side. The power held by the arrows shot by the assailant was simply too high. He was using a martial art fueled by rank for breath. After all, Noah had to use the power of his mental sphere to match it. Yet, doing that took a heavy toll on his dantian, which could only provide liquid breath. Noah felt his reserves depleting after the usage of a few spells. Martial arts were weaker than spells, but they also depleted less breath and mental energy. That was one of the reasons why Noah had continued to use them even if he had more powerful methods. "I need to rely on my body," Noah thought as his eyes sharpened. A shockwave expanded under his feet as he shot toward the escaping cultivator. Evan didn't hesitate to release more arrows when he saw that Noah was set on chasing him. His hands knocked and released them at an incredible speed. Noah soon found more than 30 threatening darts aiming at him. However, he was done testing his enemy's power. He needed to end the battle quickly and retreat in the safety of the encampment. Hei Lung came out of his body and clashed with the arrows. The weapons exploded when they came in contact with the blood companion, shattering its body in thousands of pieces. Even the defenses of a rank 4 middle-tier creature couldn't do anything against the attack of a rank 4 cultivator. Hei Lung's half-transparent figure inside Noah's mind was covered in cracks due to the attack that it had just endured. Noah suppressed the waves of pain released inside his mental sphere as he stomped the ground to sprint once again toward Evan. Noah managed to reach Evan less than an instant after the latter shot another arrow. Noah saw the sharp arrowhead aiming for his heart as he was at less than a meter of distance from the cultivator. It was at that point that Noah released a wave of gray flames. The flames weren't enough to stop the flight of the arrow, but they covered a wider area and their power depleted part of the arrow's strength. Evan was surprised by that sudden attack, but he quickly manipulated the terrain below him to create a thick and sturdy defensive wall. Yet, while he was busy defending from the flames, He felt a series of claws piercing his body and tearing his internal organs. At the same time, Noah dodged the incoming arrow and kicked the wall that had barely managed to stop his flames. Evan wasn't able to make the arrow detonate since the ghostly claws spell had broken his focus. The wall was a defensive spell cast by a rank 3 mage. It had been able to momentarily stop Noah's flames, but it couldn't endure the power behind Noah's body. Pieces of terrain shot in every direction as Noah destroyed the wall and swung his hand toward the cultivator hiding behind it. His stretched fingers resembled the claws of a beast as they reached for Evan's chest. Evan was unable to do anything. He could only place his inscribed bow in the trajectory of Noah's hand. However, the bow was only a peak rank 3 weapon. It immediately broke under Noah's physical power, unable to even slow down the threatening hand that aimed for him. Then Noah's blow hit Evan on his chest. Evan had a rank 4 body in the upper tier, but his rib cage was pierced as if it was butter. Noah's hand stabbed his chest and came out from the back of the incredulous cultivator. Noah then retracted his hand until he was able to squeeze Evan's heart with his grip. His cold reptilian eyes released a primordial pressure as he spoke to the man. "Who sent you?" Noah tightened his grip as he asked that question. Blood came out of Evan's mouth when his vital organ was being held hostage. Nevertheless, he didn't answer. He simply closed his eyes as he focused on his dantian. Noah felt that something was becoming unstable inside the low waist of the assailant. His free hand stabbed him in that place only to retract it immediately after while carrying something in its grasp. Evan continued to cough blood as his gaze went on Noah's hand. A minute but shining sphere stood in his bloodied palm among other pieces of internal organs. Noah revealed a smirk as he ate the shining sphere. A seemingly endless amount of breath filled him before his body automatically turned it into its nourishment. Noah felt the power of his body increase once again. All his tissues became stronger and denser as he solidified his power inside the middle tier. "You lost your dantian and I have your heart. Tell me who you serve with so much zeal to make you willing to self-destruct." Noah asked for the 3rd time, but Evan simply smiled before closing his eyes. It was clear that he had no intention to answer. Noah looked at that gesture and sighed internally before closing the hand inside the cultivator's chest. Evan's heart was reduced to a pulp, finally ending his life. Evan died without revealing anything. The only clues about his origin were the runes on his skin. Noah looked at the corpse below him. The 2 holes on his body soon stopped spurting blood. He couldn't help but feel satisfied as he analyzed them. "A mighty, heroic cultivator has died by my hand. I'm more than halfway into that realm," Noah thought as he reviewed the battle in his mind. The assassin had a rank 4 body in the upper tier. Noah guessed that its ability was connected to the fast movement of his hands. Yet, even if the rank of Evan's body was higher, it couldn't compare to Noah's one. Also, Evan was limited in his attack methods. His rank 4 dantian made his martial art extremely threatening, but his spells were lacking. They had only been able to repel Noah's flames while being unable to withstand his physical strength. However, it was mainly thanks to his body that Noah had been able to defeat him. The liquid breath inside his dantian simply didn't allow him to slowly destroy his defenses, which had been prepared according to his most dangerous attacks. The mental tremor spell and the ghostly claw spells are awesome, but they can be countered if a cultivator has made enough preparation. I was only able to hit him with the ethereal claws when I hid them inside my flames. Analyzing his battles had always made Noah able to see the weaknesses of his battle style and, right now, his most troublesome flaw was the lack of a powerful breath to fuel his abilities. While Noah was immersed in his thoughts, a powerful consciousness swept his position. Noah felt it and recognized it. He turned in its direction while performing a bow and speaking through his mind. "Greetings, Elder Amber. I'm sorry for this mess." Elder Amber was the heroic cultivator stationed by the hive in the encampment in Nation. Noah had already spoken with her when he had teleported from the archipelago. "I sensed a huge discharge of rank 4 breath, but I didn't know it was you the one battling with it. I would have come sooner otherwise." Elder Amber descended from the sky as she answered Noah. She wore a long blue robe with golden tentacles embroidered on its sleeves. That color matched her long golden hair that slowly fluttered in the wind. Noah simply shook his head as he accepted her explanation. Your main concern is to keep the encampment safe. There was no need to expose your presence for this small matter. Noah's words made Elder Amber's eyebrow arc. She stared at the reptilian eyes of the man in front of her, with an expressionless face for a while, before she gave voice to her thoughts. Defeating a heroic cultivator, even if not a complete one, definitely isn't a small matter. The power of your mind is stupefying as always, Prince, and it seems that the resources of the hive have finally managed to produce results. The Patriarch was right in trusting in your potential. Elder Amber analyzed Noah's body as she spoke. She felt some sort of primordial danger being radiated by him. Noah understood that the Elder had realized something when he felt her gaze all over his body, but he didn't do anything to hide it. He simply felt no reason to do so. Rather than hiding his power, Noah was mostly interested in finding out who had sent the assassin. Elder, do you recognize these runes? Noah spoke as he pointed at the skin of the maimed corpse next to him. These runes should belong to some cultivation technique created in the Royal Academy, but I'm not completely sure. Also, they might have been used on purpose to mask the origin of the cultivator. Prince, who would be willing to send a heroic cultivator to kill you? Elder Amber spoke, confirming part of Noah's suspects. The assassin had Noah's profile, he knew about the encampment, and had a rank 4 Danteon. Only a big nation could have the means to prepare such an ambush. Among the big nations, the only one that hated and feared Noah to the point of using someone in the heroic ranks was the Wuxia nation. Probably the Elbas family. They must be really scared about losing the royal inheritance. Noah spoke without restraints. The elders of the hive were aware of the royal inheritance after all. Elder Amber nodded. She had a similar opinion about the matter. Do you mind if I take the corpse? I might not be able to obtain anything, but I'm sure that the Patriarch can force them to pay us. Noah turned his head toward the corpse when he heard those words. He had already eaten the most nourishing part of the cultivator, and the runes on his body had stopped working when Evan died. Also, the body of a cultivator contained far less breath than a magical beast on its same rank. Noah decided that it was more important as a bargaining chip rather than as a quick meal. Noah's mental waves enveloped the finger of the assassin where his space ring was and lifted the storage device in the air, making it land directly in Noah's grasp. Then, he gestured to the Elder to take the corpse. Evan's body disappeared as soon as Elder Amber waved her hand. We can't isolate ourselves, but we can't even create a stable foothold on the continent. The encampments will remain operational for a few more months before we will be forced to retreat. Only time will tell if the Coral Archipelago can aim to become the fourth big nation. Elder Amber sighed as she spoke those words. She seemed to treat Noah as her equal as she rose in the air and waited for him to follow her. I'm currently unable to fly, Elder. The battle has injured my puppet. Elder Amber nodded when she heard Noah's words and simply flew above him as he moved on foot back to the encampment. Just before reaching the encampment, though, Elder Amber turned her head and pointed at Noah's face. Clean the blood from your face before meeting the human assets at least. Only then did Noah realize that traces of blood were still on his mouth from when he ate Evan's Danteon. The news that Noah had been able to defeat a cultivator with a rank 4 Danteon was kept a secret among the elders of the hive. They didn't want the forces of the continent to learn more about their power after all. Of course, the Elbas family was aware that their assassin had died, even though it didn't know the exact details behind his death. Evan was a soldier that had been nurtured till the heroic ranks. His value inside the ranks of the royals was high. He was meant to lead the army of criminals one day. Yet, he died in an insignificant nation, fighting a cultivator in the human ranks. Also, Chasing Demon began to contact them in secret, asking for explanations and, eventually, compensations. The Elbas family simply rejected any affiliation with the assassin and even offered to send an expert to examine the runes on Evan's body. There didn't seem to be hope in extorting a better deal with the Wuxia nation. However, the branch of the royal family that handled the creation of a secret army clearly understood one thing. Noah Bulvin could only be killed by complete heroic cultivators. The royals didn't believe that Noah had defeated the assassin by himself. He was only a rank 3 cultivator in the gaseous stage during the battle for the independence of the archipelago after all. Yet, the truth was that one of their promising heroic assets had died. implying that Noah was most likely heavily protected. That forced the Elbas family to completely give up on killing Noah for the time being. All the heroic cultivator in the Wuxia nation were either part of the royals or of the noble families. Deploying those forces would be a public breach in the treaty signed after the Hive won the war. The Elbas family simply couldn't do that. The first big nation that broke those treaties would create the excuse needed for the cooperation between the other two big nations, which would be further aided by the Hive. It was simply too dangerous to act in that way. Meanwhile, Noah had returned to the Coral Archipelago. The encampment in Inauthentic had been disbanded and his mansion had been brought back on Island 19 where he was currently resting. Noah knew that the force that had sent the assassin was now aware that he could fight cultivators with a rank for Danteon, or that he had some sort of protection that had allowed him to survive, meaning that the next assassin would probably be a complete heroic cultivator. He didn't have the power to fight a being with that power. He had been able to deal with a martial art fueled by rank for breath, but he would have had just died against a cultivator that could also match the power of his spells. That's why he had decided to temporarily return to the archipelago to focus on his battle prowess and to find a solution to his precarious situation. Evan's space ring didn't contain much, only a few drugs and a seemingly endless stash of arrows. Everything inside was useless to Noah. Heilung's half-transparent figure inside his mind was rapidly healing thanks to the nourishment of the dense mental energy below it. It wouldn't take long before it returned to its peak form. Noah finally had time to properly test the growth of his new body. He had reached the middle tier after absorbing the breath contained in the black clouds, but Evan's Danteon hadn't been able to make him reach another tier. It had only solidified his position in the middle tier. Also, even the small pieces of the magical beast's corpses inside his space ring didn't seem to increase his power that much. Noah soon began to evaluate the amount of nourishment that each resource gave him according to its rank. Magical beasts have a stronger body than cultivators, but they also need more breath to grow. It must be considered that I'm a hybrid, meaning that I would need an even higher amount of breath. Since my power surpasses both races, I'd say that only the Dantians of heroic cultivators and magical beasts of a higher tier can significantly make me improve. There is to consider the lifespan of the magical beasts too. Age is an important aspect in their world. Noah could randomly eat anything containing breath, like a magical beast, but he knew that such behavior would eventually put him in some trouble. That's why he decided that, unless he was completely sure that no one was watching, he would only eat what would give him a substantial nourishment. As for his hunger, he had a better use for it. Becoming a hybrid made him realize that he lacked something vital in the creation of an item through the elemental forging method. A proper will. His ambition had been enough to fuse him with a magical beast, but the forging of a rank for item required something more specific, something that truly expressed the purpose of his creation. Noah didn't consider his body as his first inscribed item in the 4th rank. Its level was the consequence of the material that he had used. That's why, in his mind, he still thought that he hadn't been able to cross the human ranks with his forging ability. The creation of his martial art could wait. It would be useless to create an offensive method that could be only fueled with liquid breath. After all, martial arts needed a balance between the physical strength and the breath used while performing the forms of the art. The consumption of the shadow sprint martial art had increased due to the power of his body. His Danteon was barely able to fuel a few spells and one martial art. Adding other offensive methods wouldn't solve the core of the issue. Noah needed to create a cultivation method and become a complete heroic cultivator. The breath blessings had continued to accumulate inside his space ring. Noah had had enough resources to experiment in that field again for a long time. What he had lacked was a meaning to imbue his creations with. His endless hunger gave him the idea that he needed. Magical beasts were always hungry. They would go crazy when starving or in front of an appealing resource. Such endless hunger, such desire to devour anything that contained breath, such implacable greed. There was no better meaning to add to an item meant to absorb breath. There was one aspect of his body on which Noah could focus while resuming the experiments for the creation of a cultivation technique. His flames. Cursed dragons could endlessly empower their flames by absorbing the breath contained in the light around them. That ability was now in Noah's hands, meaning that he had to take care of their growth. He soon discovered, though, that it took time to improve the state of his lungs. Their color remained gray even if he had begun absorbing the light in the room where he was experimenting. It would take a large amount of breath for his flames to reach the power that the rank 5 dragon in the granite abyss had. On the other hand, his experiments were managing to produce some results. His endless hunger was the perfect meaning to refine his breath. With the condensed breath blessings that he forged resembled a thick black vortex, able to continuously attract and absorb the breath of the darkness element from the environment, even though they still weren't able to cross the human ranks. Of course, solving an issue only created more problems for Noah. The forged breath blessings continuously absorbed breath. Their power rose as the process kept going since they could only contain it inside their composition. There was once a time when Noah had to forcibly destroy his creation because its power started to affect the breath inside the matter. It was threatening to become an uncontrollable rank for inscribed item. This won't do. I need something stable. I can't put inside my Danteon an actual black hole. Those were Noah's thoughts as he struggled with that issue. He knew that he would be able to create something in the heroic ranks soon since his expertise was increasing, but that would be useless if he didn't find a way to control it. After all, if his cultivation technique went out of control while being inside his Danteon, he would most likely lose that center of power forever. There was one aspect of his creations that left him happily surprised, though. The compressed breath blessings were created through the elemental forging method. His will dictated their functioning. That will naturally conflicted with that of heaven and earth. The latter was removed during the absorption process, leaving only non-refined breath inside the inscribed items. That discovery left Noah completely surprised. Perfecting his cultivation technique would give him access to an almost endless stash of non-refined breath, after all which he could use for his martial arts and spells. While Noah was secluded inside his mansion, busy with his experiments, a peculiar event attracted the attention of the high-level cultivators of the continent. At many kilometers from the southwestern coastline, a faint crack appeared in the sky. The crack was almost unnoticeable if not for the fact that an extremely pure breath came out of it. It seemed as if the crack was connected to a place where the breath was far more abundant. Before the crack could be thoroughly investigated, though, it expanded, becoming longer and splitting in many directions. The area covered by the fissure enlarged day by day. It didn't take much before the powerhouses of the concerned nations decided to act, ignoring the political situation of the continent. In the sky, in a spot above the clouds, 3 figures stared at the spreading cracks that had created something similar to a spider's web in the azure sky. They were the powerhouses of the Utra nation, of the Shandal Empire, and of the Hive. Chasing Demons stared at the other 2 powerful cultivators next to him. They were both rank 6 cultivators, but their power couldn't be compared to his. He had just reached the 6th rank after all. Seniors, I wonder if you've ever witnessed a similar event. Chasing Demon politely spoke to the other 2 cultivators. He was completely aware that he was inferior to them. The other 2 existences were a man and a woman. They didn't move their gazes away from the cracks as they sorted their thoughts. The woman wore a simple red robe with the large emblem of the Empire sewed on its back. Her brown hair and shining green eyes gave her a youthful appearance, but the depths contained in her gaze carried the experiences of thousands of years of struggles. The man had silver hair and golden eyes. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man, and traces of arrogance were radiated by his expression. A golden crown was on his head, and a large golden robe with large sleeves gave him a noble demeanor as he inspected the sky, looking for clues. Those 3 powerful existences had chosen to investigate the matter since the fissure threatened to reach the sky above the continent, where their nations and areas of influence were, which was the reason why the powerhouse of the Papal nation was absent. Then, the man wearing the crown moved his gaze away from the sky and turned toward the woman on his right before speaking in a plain tone. My Elba's family is relatively new. Our records don't concern events that have happened more than 3,000 years ago. I wonder if God's left hand can provide us with a detailed explanation. The woman's eyes sharpened when she heard her name. She gave a quick look to the smug face of the crowned man next to her before inspecting the sky again while speaking a few words. The Almighty is aware of this event, King Elbas. This matter concerns the immortal lands, and it's something that we can't affect that much. Our role is to prevent the cracks from reaching the continent. Chasing Demon listened to their dialogue in silence. Those cultivators were speaking about gods and affecting the sky. He didn't even know how to join that conversation. It was at that point that shards began to separate from the cracks and fall toward the sea below it. A rain of shining azure crystals soon filled the air in front of the three powerhouses. The sky was shattering. The azure crystals falling into the sea radiated dense breath that soon filled the area before they dispersed in the water below. The three powerhouses didn't have time to seize those crystals because an even more incredible event followed the shattering of the sky. The many fissures in the sky widened and connected, forming an uneven rectangular area where the shards kept falling. Then, the surface of the sky completely broke and an immense boulder fell from that huge hole. The three powerhouses saw the event but felt powerless to stop it. The boulder had a width slightly smaller than the continent. Even their mighty power wasn't enough to stop the descent of that huge landmass. Almighty! God's left hand shouted as she turned her gaze to look at a place somewhere at the center of the Shandal Empire. Meanwhile, Chasing Demon and King Elbaz simply retreated as they stared at the falling boulder in disbelief. It looked as if an immense mountain was falling from the sky. Its lower surface soon began to heat up as it gained speed. What once started as a simple fissure had now turned into a meteorite threatening to extinguish all the life forms of the continent. It was at that point that a blue light filled the surface of the sea below the falling mountain. Water rose in the air and turned into ice pillars that launched themselves toward the boulder. White columns formed and clashed against its burning surface. The size of the columns was incredible. They were as large as an entire nation and stabbed their sharp tips on the falling boulder, slowly affecting its speed. A reverent gaze appeared on God's left hand as she turned and kneeled toward the territories of the Empire while still being mid-air. She knew that her God had decided to help them. More and more ice pillars rose in the air. The level of the sea lowered as its water was used to fuel that divine spell. It was as if a white mountain had decided to fight the falling azure one to protect the life forms of the continent. The boulder began to slow down when the entirety of the ice mountain crashed on it. Ice shards and azure shards flew in every direction as the two immense objects fought each other. That event released shockwaves that reached the southwestern coastline of the continent and, of course, the Coral Archipelago. All the cultivators in the heroic ranks and even some in the human ranks felt that disturbance in the breath. Many powerful existences left their habitation and appeared in the open to witness that colossal event. Disbelief was written in their faces when their eyes landed on the white and azure mountains fighting each other. Noah wasn't an exception. His sea of consciousness and his beast's instincts had begun to scream as soon as the sky was pierced. He quickly left his mansion and flew high in the air to understand what was happening. Then he saw it. The azure sky had a hole in it from which a shining aura was released. It seemed as if an amazing world was hidden behind it. The boulder, almost as big as the continent, was continuing in its descent. An azure halo was radiated from its surface. It seemed completely made of a material similar to the breath blessings. In the end, he saw the white mountain from which pillars continued to rise to stop the advance of the falling continent. Its body was pierced as the motion of the ladder kept going. It was as if it was trying to envelop that unknown mountain. The cultivators of the continent held their breaths as they watched the white pillars slowing the fall of the azure mountain until they eventually stopped it completely. An azure continent stood motionlessly over a seemingly endless white plain. A new landmass had appeared where there once was only water. Yet, the shockwaves radiated by that clash affected the state of the sea below. Huge waves rose on its surface and spread in every direction around the new continent. Chasing Demon, King Elbaz, and God's left hand awakened from their stupor and disappeared from their position only to reappear on the coastline of their respective countries. Chasing Demon closed his eyes before many immense walls rose from the seabed next to the islands and faced the incoming tsunami. The power contained in the waves and their height was great, but Chasing Demon was a rank 6 existence and the last line of defense against that natural calamity. More and more walls rose from the sea, and even the tentacles of powerful beasts appeared to repel the huge waves. Similar scenes played themselves along the southwestern coastline. The powerhouses of the big nations appeared in the air and used their methods to defend the continent from the calamity. It took some time, but, in the end, the sea calmed down, returning to a peaceful state. The defensive spells used to defend the continent broke or dispersed in the air, revealing once again the changed scenery on the horizon. Only the powerhouses kept their eyes on the hole in the sky. They were worried that another continent or something scarier would fall from it. Yet, to their surprise, the sky simply began to reform. An azure brilliance shone on the edges of the hole, reforming the surface of the sky and quickly filling the vast cavity that connected the mortal lands to what seemed a higher plane. Noah's disbelief had long surpassed what he was able to contain, and his mouth hung open on his jaw as he stared at the new continent in the sea. His gaze then found Chasing Demon, who was staring with a serious expression in his same direction. Noah flew toward the patriarch of the hive, and many elders did the same. Chasing Demon was the only one in the Coral Archipelago who could know more about the event. There were less than 30 cultivators behind the patriarch of the hive as they waited for his explanation. Chasing Demon sighed before he turned toward the crowd and spoke a few soft words. It seems that a piece of the immortal lands has fallen in the mortal ones. Chasing Demon spoke, leaving everyone around him too amazed to answer. Noah wasn't an exception. He replayed the patriarch's words in his mind, trying to give them some sense. A piece of the immortal lands has fallen? That thing is almost as big as our continent. This is a damned world-level threat. Noah had never cared that much about the geography of the world, but he had inevitably learnt a few things as he lived there. The continent where the three big nations ruled was the largest landmass of the planet. Some groups of islands and smaller lands were sparsely situated on the surface of the sea, which covered most of the planet. All in all, Noah knew that this planet was bigger than his previous one, but there wasn't the same variety of places where to live. The biggest share of the human population lived in one of the areas of influence of the forces of continent. Also, since it had never been conquered in its entirety by a single force, the continent remained nameless. No organization could ever claim the right to name it. The continent, the other smaller landmasses, the islands, and the sea were labeled as mortal lands. They were mortal due to the beings that inhabited them and to the breath found there. It wasn't an environment fit for deities. As for the immortal lands, Noah only knew that they were somewhere above the sky, but the information about them was restricted to peak heroic cultivator who had started researching about their ascension. He simply didn't have the power needed to gain access to that intelligence. Patriarch, how can parts of the immortal lands fall? One of the elders around Chasing Demon asked, interrupting Noah's thoughts and raising the interest of the cultivators in the air. Their curiosity was understandable. The new continent had once been part of the immortal lands, a place that only deities could reach. That was supposedly the final destination of the cultivation journey. It was normal for those heroic cultivators to want to learn more about it. Of course, the only entity of the hive who could know something about it was Chasing Demon. A pensive expression appeared on Chasing Demon's sharp face. He turned his gaze back on the azure landmass placed over the stratum of ice and sorted his thoughts before explaining what he knew. I remember something that my master, Divine Demon, said about the immortal lands. A moment of silence followed those words. Chasing Demon's expression seemed to soften when he mentioned his master. The lands above the sky are richer of breath, capable of sustaining the cultivation process of many divine life forms. Yet, they aren't eternal. Even the dense breath contained in those places will eventually be depleted if too many deities affect it. Noah and the elders next to him listened to his words with utmost attention. That was probably the first real information about the immortal lands after all. When an area in the immortal lands loses too much breath, it will separate and fall into the mortal lands since it can't meet the required standards of that higher plane. This is all I know, and it's even a supposition. I can't be sure of the actual reason behind this event. Chasing Demon fell silent after he provided his explanation. His gaze probed the new land with interest and even some eagerness. Countless possibilities were evaluated in his mind in those short seconds. Does it mean that there might be divine beings there? At that time, it was Noah's turn to speak. He had been fascinated by Chasing Demon's explanation and stunned by the spell that had blocked the meteorite, but there was something that bothered him since he had discovered that the new continent had come from the immortal lands. The gazes of the elders went on him. Some of them realized the meaning behind his words and turned toward the patriarch as they waited for an answer. According to Noah's reasoning, the immortal lands were inhabited by divine beings. meaning that there could be a divine-level threat inside the new continent. It is very unlikely. Nothing ever comes back from the immortal lands unless its level isn't fit for them anymore. Heaven and earth closely handle them after all. I suggest we wait a few days just to be sure before planning our next move. Chasing Demon answered, reassuring the cultivators around him. There might not be an actual god there, but there might be resources of a similar level too. Magical beasts and cultivators will do anything in their power to seize them. It seems that the equilibrium of the continent will shift once again. Noah thought as he fixed his eyes on the horizon. The new continent gave him a strange sensation. His beast's instincts told him that danger was hidden in that azure environment. Yet, where there was danger, there were also potential gains. Patriarch, when you said next move, did you mean what I'm thinking? Another elder expressed his concerns, but traces of greed could be seen in its eyes. Its intentions could be clearly understood by the others. A new land coming from a higher plane, an environment probably at the peak of the heroic ranks. That meant the possibility of finding resources and life forms in the heroic ranks, secrets about the immortal lands, leftovers of the divine beings that had walked on that area. There could be literally anything there. Most importantly, if the new continent was found to be more valuable than the old one, the areas of influence of the three big nations would just lose importance, since a better goal would be placed in front of those three dominant forces. The goal would be the colonization of that better land. Chasing Demon nodded and revealed a smile as he turned toward that elder. Yes, we will leave the first exploration to the three big nations of the continent. They can face the dangers hidden there for us. Meanwhile, we will decide if it's better to join the colonization of the new land or if it's time to finally strike our continent. Chasing Demon's words resounded in the sky above the islands. Expectant gazes appeared on the faces of the elders when they realized the number of gains that this chance could bring. Heroic cultivators were constantly looking for techniques and spells that could increase their power and, maybe, enlighten them on the creation of methods to improve their cultivation level. Cultivation techniques and body-nourishing methods in the 6th rank were basically non-existent and carried limitations since they had been created by other cultivators. Even the 6th Xianxia rune was considered an extremely rare resource. Without methods to increase their ranks, the cultivation of those mighty cultivators would stagnate. Only a small percentage of them was somewhat skilled in inscription methods, and even those struggled to create techniques. Those old monsters viewed the new continent as the answer that they needed to advance in their cultivation journey. That land came directly from a place where deities lived after all. Of course, Noah had similar feelings, but he was rather conflicted about them. He knew that either colonizing the new land or creating a foothold in the old one would greatly benefit the hive as an organization and the cultivators in it. Yet, there was a problem that he couldn't avoid no matter which approaches the hive decided to take. The problem concerned his personal power. Both creating a foothold and colonizing the new continent required power in the heroic ranks. He was on his way toward that realm, but reaching it didn't mean being on the same level of the other heroic cultivators. He wasn't even 33 while the other heroic cultivators had lived for decades, even centuries. He knew that all his battle experience would be worthless in front of those entities. Even if I become a complete heroic cultivator, I can't match those that have ACCU.mulat experience and tuned their battle prowess for years. I would just be the weakest of the bunch. Noah thought as he analyzed the heated gazes of the elders around him. That situation seemed similar to when Divine Demon's inheritance was discovered, but, in reality, it was completely different. In the human ranks, Noah could fully exploit his constant training, his battle experience, and his aptitude to overwhelm his enemies. Most of them lacked fighting methods and had spent way too much time in seclusion anyway. Instead, the heroic ranks were filled by monsters who had lived for many lifespans and had ACCU, mulat fighting methods through their long lives. Noah would only be a talented kid in their eyes. How can I join this fight? How can I make my power match theirs in a short amount of time? Noah thought deeply on the matter while remaining in the air. The elders slowly began to fly back to their habitation, probably to prepare themselves for the imminent chaos. I can't. That conclusion hit Noah's mind as the group dispersed. The heroic ranks were on a completely different level. There wasn't a quick way to obtain a battle prowess that matched those old monsters, even with all the methods and advantages that Noah had. Don't afflict yourself too much. The speed of your growth is already something unheard of. Don't try to enter this world if you don't have the power to affect it. Chasing Demon spoke as he turned and patted Noah's shoulder before leaving that place too. He had clearly understood what Noah was thinking and had decided to warn him. The elders still there nodded toward Noah as they returned toward the islands. They already considered Noah as their equal, but the truth was stronger than feelings. He simply didn't have the power to affect the imminent clash. Only Noah remained in the air with his gaze still fixed on the new continent. His dense mental energy continuously fueled the divine deduction technique, as he tried to think of a way to sharply increase his power. Ideas rose and crumbled inside his mind. Noah was rich and talented, but there was a set limit to how much he could do at the moment. Anything that he could think of was simply reckless or too dangerous, and it mainly concerned his body since it was the only real advantage that he would have over other heroic cultivators. Then, an idea took form and, no matter how he analyzed it, it didn't crumble but only became denser and more concrete. Secret arts push one center of power to its limits to achieve a temporary but huge boost of power. The center of power in question, though, would end up heavily injured and could even be completely wasted. Noah reviewed the definition of the secret arts that he had studied after Sarah's events. He had always been interested in those offensive methods, but he had chosen not to learn them because they were too dangerous. Yet, there was one of his centers of power that had drastically changed. His body. I'm a hybrid now. What is considered as limits in the secret arts can't be applied to my body. I'm not bound by the same limitations. Magical beasts' bodies were far stronger than the humans' ones, and hybrids surpassed both species in that field. Secret arts that push a body to its limits shouldn't have any drawback on me since my body is simply on another level. Also, I could couple my new martial art with this temporary boost of power to obtain amazing results. Martial arts used body and breath as their foundation, meaning that their effect would be stronger if their foundation was more powerful. Yet, what if someone was to perform a martial art while using a secret art that empowered its body? Noah knew the answer to that question. Larger quantities of breath would be expended to match the improved power of the body, but more powerful effects would be produced too. This might actually push a martial art in the realm of the spells and even surpass them if the cultivator wields a powerful inscribed weapon. This can work. I just need to solve the issue with my Danteon first. Once he reached that conclusion, Noah turned and flew back to his mansion to complete his cultivation technique. Noah had initially decided to take the slow approach and to perfect his cultivation technique by forging an inscribed item in the 4th rank that he would then put inside his Danteon. Yet, there were too many problems to solve in that approach. The first of them was that Noah was still unable to forge a rank 4 item. Also, the items that he had managed to forge grew without restraint. Their form absorbed breath that further fueled the vortex that they generated, something that unstable couldn't be put inside a center of power. It was only after the new continent fell from the sky and he felt the urge to match the other heroic cultivators that he understood that the blueprint for the black hole cultivation technique was wrong and that he had to modify it. If I render the condensed breath blessing able to absorb breath, then it will even absorb that in my Danteon once I put it inside it. There is no fix to this issue. The black hole can't be a sphere, it must be a hole. Noah thought as he took out a huge chunk of the breath blessings inside his space ring and placed it inside the garden of his mansion. The chunk was more than 10 meters tall. None of his rooms would be able to contain it. The liquid breath inside his mind was immersed in the sea, only to come out as a black whirlpool that threatened to absorb anything in its reach. Noah's hunger had refined that breath to give it the meaning that he needed. The whole must have the Danteon as its center so that the absorbed breath can be gathered inside it. The suction force must also be strong enough or the walls of the Danteon would simply repel the energy. Noah pressed a hand on the big chunk of breath blessing and injected his refined breath inside it, altering its internal composition. Noah had experimented a lot in that procedure already, so he knew that the chunk of breath blessing would only become a peak rank 3 item when the forging was completed. Yet that was his goal. Creating an inscribed item that could make him cultivate both in the human and in the heroic ranks was something too ambitious. It was better to forge different items according to his cultivation level. That approach was more expensive since he would waste breath blessings only to cultivate till the peak of the human ranks, but Noah didn't care. He needed to improve as fast as he could if he wanted to hope to enter the oncoming battle and seize some benefits. A ring instead of a sphere, flexible instead of fixed. Noah repeated those words inside his mind as he modified the internal composition of the chunk of breath blessing. The uneven crystal began to compress under Noah's control. The more than 10 meters tall azure mineral became smaller and smaller as time passed. Noah stood still, all his focus was on the restricting mineral. The azure halo that had filled the garden quickly darkened. The condensing breath blessing began to lose its ability to attract breath of all the elements, and only made the one of the darkness element converge. That type of modification was something that Noah had learnt to do even before going in the Inauthentication. His experience with the elemental forging method and with the procedure allowed Noah to safely apply some modifications to the condensing process. Also, since the item was only in the human ranks, Noah had full confidence in completing the forging without making any mistake. The mineral became smaller. It soon reached the shape of a person only to further compress. Noah was forced to hold it in his hands at some point. In the end, the huge chunk of breath blessing became a minute black ring that forced breath of the darkness element to converge in its center. Noah analyzed the ring in his hands. He sensed how breath, with the purity of the third rank SCCU.mulat at its center without ever stopping. Then, Noah took a black saber from his space ring and cut the skin and muscles in the frontal part of his low waist. He was used to that practice since he had trained in the Dantian's opening in the past, yet he had no intention to hurt his Dantian at that time. It took almost all his strength to open a wound that reached his center of power, but, in the end, Noah managed to do it without hurting his other internal organs. Noah inserted the black ring inside his low waist and placed it around his Dantian. He put it away from its center so that it wouldn't hinder the enlargement of the Dantian. Then, Noah retracted his bloodied hand and the wound healed immediately after. His focus went on his Dantian as he analyzed the effect of his creation. Breath was attracted by the ring and redirected at its center where one side of his Dantian was. The breath passed the walls of his organ and began to ACCU.mulate on its own. It was as if Noah was cultivating at that moment. Of course, there were issues that Noah had already predicted. The item that he had just forged was at the peak of the third rank, meaning that it absorbed breath suitable for a cultivator at the peak of the solid stage. Meanwhile, Noah was only in the liquid stage. The dark liquid inside his Dantian ACCU.mulat at a fast pace, forcing the walls of his center of power to enlarge at a high speed. Also, he couldn't turn off the suction capabilities of the ring. Noah would have to manually remove it if he wanted to interrupt his cultivation. I will keep this prototype on until the breakthrough to the solid stage and until the peak of the third rank. My drugs should reduce the stress caused by the continuous enlargement of the Dantian. Now, I should start setting the blueprint for its heroic version, and I should also focus on my battle prowess. Noah thought as he cleaned the blood from his low waist and prepared to seclude himself again. However, it was at that point that a familiar threat was sensed by his consciousness, making him raise his gaze toward the sky. Thunders cracked as black clouds began to cover the azure sky. Noah was confused when he saw that a heaven tribulation was forming over Island 19. It's not aiming for me, Noah realized when he sensed the aura of the clouds. Their target was somewhere outside of his mansion. Heilung's wings unfolded behind his back and carried him high in the air. His blood companion had virtually recovered its peak form. It needed only a few more days under the nourishment of Noah's mental energy to be completely fixed. Noah's consciousness enveloped his small island and soon found the reason behind the black clouds. In a certain place next to the shore, a burly cultivator was sitting cross-legged on the sand, illuminated by the purple halo of the exoskeleton. Noah immediately recognized the cultivator. He was Bruce, the rank 3 cultivator that had once been the leader of the thieves faction of the Chasing Demon sect and that had been at the peak of the solid stage for many years. He is attempting to become a rank 4 cultivator. It wasn't hard for Noah to understand what was going on. Bruce had been at the peak of the third rank for many years. Only the lack of techniques and Sarah's injury had forced him to stop cultivating. It wasn't a surprise that he could approach the tribulation after those issues had been solved. He has probably saved merit points in those years to buy a cultivation technique in the 4th rank. He should have a fire aptitude so that purchase mustn't have been that expensive. I wonder if he has made enough preparations. Noah thought as he flew near Bruce. He wanted to see if he could absorb the breath released by the black clouds once they were destroyed. Of course, if the situation needed it, he would destroy the cloud himself. Prince, let him be. The tribulation would only switch target if you were to help him. Also, he needs to pass it by himself or his potential could be threatened. Elder Iris' voice resounded behind him while he was trying to near Bruce. Noah turned to perform a slight bow toward the elder that had appeared in the air before deciding to limit himself to watch the events. Potential? Noah asked. He had already experienced a similar event, but he didn't understand the meaning behind the elder's words. Elder Iris didn't move her gaze away from Bruce as she began to explain. You can overcome the heaven tribulation by destroying the black clouds or by waiting for their power to be depleted. However, in the second approach, your Dantian wouldn't receive any nourishment from them, coming out generally weaker than the Dantians of the cultivators who have defeated them. Noah listened to her words and inspected the black clouds again. They covered a larger area compared to what Noah had witnessed when he became a hybrid, but the power they contained seemed somewhat lower. They seemed tuned around peak rank 3 cultivators. These clouds are different from the ones that I've experienced. Those that have appeared against me only wanted to destroy, while these seem to carry a deeper meaning. During the breakthrough between ranks, the Dantian of a cultivator would be nourished by the impurities released by the boiling breath. Yet, apparently, the Dantian needed additional nourishment when reaching the heroic ranks. Such nourishment came from the black clouds sent by heaven. I wonder if the reason why the god of the empire is stuck here is that he has failed during the heaven tribulation for the 7th rank. Noah found the answer that he was looking for and let his mind wander. Meanwhile, the first lightning bolts began to be launched toward the shore where Bruce was sitting. A series of thick lightning bolts fell on the ground. A huge cloud of smoke and sand rose in the air as the attack crashed on Bruce. However, a wave of blue flames soon filled the area and engulfed the smoke around him. Bruce's figure reappeared in the open. His body was covered by a layer of blue flames that acted as a form of protection, and that could be used to fuel his spells. Noah couldn't help but find some similarities between that form and his demonic form spell. More lightning bolts fell toward Bruce. The latter wielded a huge hammer which took fire when it entered his grasp. Bruce swung the hammer toward the incoming bolts. His muscles bulged as he aimed his heavy inscribed weapon toward heaven's attack. The lightning bolts and the hammer clashed. Bruce was flung back due to the impact, but his protective layer of flames managed to prevent any injury, leaving him unharmed. On the other hand, blue flames spread over the bodies of the flashes of lightning, shattering them and reaching for the clouds where they were created. A blue fire took place in the sky. Part of the black cloud's power was consumed as the fire burned before it was extinguished under a series of sparks. Bruce had stood up in the meantime, and a huge ape made of blue flames had appeared next to him. Noah felt the power behind that spell. He was now certain that Bruce was at the peak of the 3rd rank with both mind and Dantian. The ape launched itself in the air and flew toward the black clouds. Bruce limited himself to create more apes since he couldn't fly and his martial art couldn't reach that place in the sky. Explosions resounded in the air as lightning bolts pierced the apes, which released flames in every direction as they were destroyed. Some of the bolts even reached for Bruce on the ground as they destroyed his spells. Bruce didn't seem surprised. He swung his hammer with incredible dexterity as he intercepted the lightning bolts that were aiming for him, leaving his defense to the layer of fire around him. More apes appeared next to him and flew in the air. Tongues of flames began to mulate in the air between him and the clouds. He is preparing his final attack. Noah could clearly understand Bruce's tactic since he was observing the battle from a safe distance, and since his mental sphere could sense that Bruce had still some connection with the flames that lingered in the air. Apes made of flames continued to be destroyed, and Bruce continued to fend off the lightning bolts that reached for him. The defensive layer around him thinned every time it endured one of heaven's attacks. Then, when the defensive spell was about to be broken, Bruce raised his hands toward the sky and controlled the many tongues of flames in the air to converge on the position of the black clouds. A loud explosion occurred, and the sky above Island 19 was swept by a blinding blue halo. The black clouds dispersed in many directions as the blue flames exploded in their position. A dense breath was left in their place, which condensed and reached for Bruce on the ground. Bruce closed his eyes while the breath of heaven and earth nourished his dantian. His pale complexion slowly recovered its color during the process. Then, he joined his hands over his low waist and a small blue flame formed between them. The flame still lingering on the ground and the sky started to tilt in Bruce's direction. Their form began to waver and crumble under the suction force of his cultivation technique. The flame between Bruce's hands became brighter as the breath that carried the laws of the flames was absorbed and, after a while, it entered his body in the spot where his dantian was. Bruce's skin blushed when the breath in the fourth rank entered his body. He opened his eyes and carefully placed a foot in the air while wearing an expectant expression. Bruce's foot seemed to have found some sort of foothold in the air. A smile appeared on his face as he pressed forward with his other leg. He soon found himself walking in the air. Bruce was flying. The reason why heroic cultivators could fly without the help of a spell was that their rank for breath was so dense that they could simply step on it. He will probably stabilize his condition and attempt in the Earth Tribulation. The Hive has gained another heroic cultivator. I bet that similar events will happen everywhere on the continent. I can't fall behind. Noah thought as he gave one last look at Bruce and turned back to his mansion. His cultivation technique was only in the third rank but was meant to directly absorb solid breath. He knew that his time inside the liquid stage will be short. Also, it absorbed breath of the darkness element without ever stopping. Noah would have to manually remove the ring around his dantian to stop cultivating. However, that wasn't his intention. I have been in the liquid stage for almost 2 years. It would take another 2 of them to reach the solid stage under normal circumstances, but nothing is normal about me. My other centers of power will boost the growth of my dantian, and my current cultivation technique is something that I've personally created. Its suction force should be superior to the rank for one that I was using previously. Also, it allows me to cultivate without break. This will put my dantian under enormous stress, but I can keep it healthy with divine demons drugs. I'll remove the device only if I see that my dantian can't keep up with its growing speed even with the drugs. Noah entered the largest training area inside his mansion. That area was meant for the practice of martial arts and had inscriptions on its walls to reinforce them. 1 year for the solid stage, 3 to 4 years for the peak of the third rank. In 4 years, I need to create a rank 4 cultivation technique, an offensive martial art that suits my level and skills, and find a secret art that can be used by hybrids. I would need to create that too otherwise. I need to also train with the 5th Xianxia rune, eat to nourish my body, and improve the power of my flames. It's time to stop playing around with human cultivators and join the world of the entities. As soon as he set his schedule, Noah began to start working on it. His eagerness to explore the new world forced him to begin another period of seclusion. While the Hive chose to remain temporarily passive to the fall of a piece of the Immortal lands, the other big nations didn't. They were the rulers of the continent after all. No other organization had the power to start the exploration of the new land. Preparations were quickly made. Small groups of cultivators were assembled and equipped with the necessary inscribed items needed for the quest. Even the Papal nation, which was the most distant big nation from the new land, began to form teams to send in the new continent. Suppressing the revolts on their areas of influence became a secondary goal. Exploring and colonizing the piece of Immortal lands became their priority. Sh.I.P.S sailed from the western coast of the continent. The Nation even employed some of their flying Sh.I.P.S to reach the new land faster. The cultivators sent were all elites in the third rank. The number of heroic cultivators sent by each powerful force was unclear, but their presence was obvious. The new continent came from a plane inhabited by deities. There was a high chance that rank 5 and 6 lifeforms had survived the fall to the mortal lands and were still walking on its terrain. The first nation to reach the new land was the Nation. The speed its RSH couldn't be matched by simple inscribed Ps. 50 soldiers at the peak of the third rank landed on the azure terrain that stood over the layer of ice. The environment there was filled with breath directly radiated by the ground. It was as if the terrain was made of a mineral similar to the obsidian crystals but had abilities akin to the breath blessings. The ground contained and released breath that was then confined in the area above it. It didn't disperse in the world outside the piece of Immortal lands. Also, such density of breath felt almost suffocating for those troops in the human ranks. They felt as if their bodies were weighed down by some sort of invisible pressure that affected their correct functioning. Their minds felt heavier and even breathing was harder there. It was clear that they were simply too weak to explore that place. The layer of ice under the ground had many magical beasts' corpses inside it. The god spell had used the water of the sea as fuel after all. Many life forms had died as the sea turned into pillars of ice that crashed on the meteorite. Yet, even in that unknown and hostile environment, the soldiers of the Nation began to work to set up the first encampment on the new continent. Rank 3 cultivators hadn't been sent to explore the new continent. Their role was to set up and protect the encampments from the forces of the other big nations. The environment of the piece of immortal lands was simply too hostile toward human cultivator. Only those in the heroic rank could hope to explore it. The soldiers of the Nation quickly set up a series of tents and a protective formation around their perimeter. They soon discovered that formations didn't need credits to fuel them because they could directly use the breath in the terrain to work. That discovery accelerated the plans of the Elbas family. Establishing formations without the need for credits would facilitate the creation of teleportation matrices which would greatly improve the stability of their camps. While the rank 3 soldiers were busy creating the needed formation and finishing their tasks, the heroic cultivators that had accompanied those troops began to explore the new land. The forces of the other big nations were still on their way in the sea. The Nation couldn't waste the advantage obtained thanks to their RSH.I.P. 3 cultivators flew in the air above the azure ground. Their gazes were on the horizon where mountains and plains were filled by strange and powerful plants. Those 3 cultivators were the heroic assets that the Elbas family had sent with the first batch of soldiers and were specialized in fields that would be useful for the exploration. Of course, all 3 of them were complete heroic cultivators. Every plant here is at least a rank 3 material. I won't be surprised if we were to find extinct species or even hostile magical plants. A tall, bald man wearing a loose golden robe spoke. His face didn't have any trace of hair. Even his eyebrows were missing. That man was Lord Delbert. He was one of the researchers of the Academy and was specialized in magical plants. I can't sense any magical beast here. It seems that the fall has killed most of the creatures that inhabited the coastline. What a pity! Such a waste. Another man spoke as he swept the area where their troops had landed with his consciousness. If Noah was there, he would recognize him. He was Professor Roy, the professor of the Magical Beasts course in the Academy. Professor Roy was a short man with curly black hair and a long white beard. His eyebrows were gray and so long that they were able to hide his dark eyes. Caution first. Gods have walked on this land. We can't expect it to be too simple. The other heroic cultivator spoke, trying to suppress the excitement of its companions. Her name was Lady Eth. She, just like Thaddeus, had studied the space runes of the Elbas family and had become quite skillful in using them. She had long golden hair and blue eyes. She also looked quite young and her role was pretty obvious. She had to create an escape route in case the exploration became too dangerous. Those 3 powerful entities were rank 4 cultivators after all. Losing even one of them would greatly affect the power of the royals and endanger their position as overlords of the southern side of the continent. Lady Eth, as the only one among us who has the Elbas bloodline, you should be the one to guide us. Lord Delbert spoke. His manners were polite as he gestured to Lady Eth to take the lead. Lady Eth turned toward Roy with a questioning gaze. She wanted to understand if he approved that decision. I'm fine with anything as long as we take the needed time to analyze the fauna of this land. Professor Roy answered without moving his gaze from the terrain. He seemed worried that some magical beasts would escape his search if he didn't pay attention. Let's move on then. Lady Eth nodded as she took the vanguard position and flew deeper into the continent. The other 2 heroic cultivators followed closely behind her. Their journey was quite uneventful. No flying creatures could be seen there. Professor Roy loudly guessed that they had flown away before the land fell into the mortal lands, managing to remain in the immortal ones. The breath radiated from the ground, though, became even thicker as they went deeper into the continent. It seemed that the azure ground created some sort of greenhouse effect that incremented the density of the breath toward the center of the new land. However, that density couldn't affect those heroic cultivators. They absorbed the breath inside the matter which contained the laws of heaven and earth. The breath in the air wasn't able to apply any pressure on those existences. This is a forest of rank 4 magical plants. They are silver yellow woods, which are a carnivorous species of trees. It seems that all the forest has died during the fall, though. Lord Delbert spoke as he pointed at a series of leafless trees on the ground. Their trunks were silver and their branches resembled sharp, shining fangs. They were supposed to have yellow leaves, but it seemed that the fall from the immortal lands had destroyed all of them, killing the trees in the process. "Are you sure there are dead?" Lady F asked. Lord Delbert put a pensive expression and nodded after sweeping the forest a few times with his consciousness before adding a few details. "Their trunks are dead, but their roots are still absorbing nourishment from the ground. This species is extinct on the continent, but some specimens can still be found in some small islands ruled by magical beasts. However, their vitality has never been tested in depth, especially when paired with such an extraordinary terrain. We can seize a few trunks and see what happens." Lady F nodded at his explanation and gestured to her 2 companions to follow her on the ground. The forest of silver yellow woods was made of more than 300 rank 4 magical plants. Their value was extremely high, and the heroic cultivator of the Utra nation would rather be the ones to seize them instead of leaving them to other nations. Lord Delbert wielded a sharp sickle that he carefully swung toward the base of each branch before moving to the trunk of the tree. Professor Roy and Lady F guarded him as he focused on the plants. He was the only one among them who knew how to precisely store that material without ruining it after all. However, just as Lord Delbert had predicted, the silver-yellow woods reacted in an unusual way. The azure terrain began to crack as the roots of the magical trees rose from the ground and tried to stab the 3 cultivators that were plundering the forest. More than 100 sharp roots converged in the position of the heroic cultivators. That was the attack of more than 30 magical plants in the 4th rank. Yet, a torrent of red flames scorched the terrain from where the roots were coming out, annihilating that attack with one spell. "Thank you, Professor Roy." Lady F spoke as she gazed at the short man who had waved his hand to cast the spell. The attack of those magical plants was fended off with a single spell. They didn't even have a chance to reach the 3 heroic cultivators. "Lord Delbert, it would be nice if you quickened your pace." Roy spoke toward the cultivator wielding the sickle. He didn't want to remain in the attack range of those plants. Plants aren't like beasts. They need precise motions to be handled and seized. "I won't risk ruining this precious material." However, Lord Delbert didn't change his pace and continued to slowly sever the branches and trunks of the silver-yellow wood. Roy snorted as he stood side to side with Lady F to protect him. He didn't care about magical plants at all, but he would have the same behavior if he was studying magical beasts. So he simply shut up and focused on the azure terrain. The silver-yellow woods were a carnivorous magical plant. They defended themselves when they saw their trunks being seized. More roots rose from the ground and tried to reach the cultivators, but another wave of flames incinerated the terrain from which they were coming out. There was nothing that those plants could do to defend themselves against those mighty entities. Lord Delbert continued to seize the materials and store them inside his space ring. More than 50 trees had already been severed from their roots by that time. It was at that point that an earthquake swept the area and created a fissure that divided the forest into 2. Lord Delbert stopped cutting the trees and focused on the depths of the fissure. A blinding silver radiance was radiated from the azure halo below him. It took him less than an instant to understand what was going on. He quickly warned his companions as that realization hit him. "Lady F, we must escape now." Delbert didn't use words to communicate, but he used his consciousness instead, which was a quicker method to transmit information. Lady F didn't hesitate and threw a series of runes toward the 2 cultivators before the golden runes on her white robe shone. The 3 of them disappeared from their position and reappeared somewhere high in the sky. Right after they teleported away, a thick root 30 meters wide rose at high speed from the fissure and cut the air where the cultivators once were. An ominous aura was radiated by the root, which continued to rise in the sky, becoming something similar to the silver trunks of the silver-yellow woods. "What is happening?" Lady F asked as she watched the scene. The aura radiated by that root made even her tremble. Lord Delbert sighed before he explained the matter to his companions. "I thought the trunks and branches of the trees had died due to the fall. I was wrong. The silver-yellow woods in this forest have gathered all their breath in their roots and joined it together to create a seed from which they could live again. We are witnessing the birth of a rank 5 silver-yellow wood. Silver branches came out of the thick root which seemed to have become the trunk of the newborn magical plant. The breath in the terrain was absorbed by the plant to fuel its growth. The branches continued to grow for hundreds of meters until sharp twigs came out of them and the first yellow leaves began to appear. It took about 20 minutes for the process to be completed. A giant tree stood where there once was the forest of silver-yellow woods. Its yellow leaves filled its upper body with a blinding radiance. The three heroic cultivators patiently watched the scene, and Lord Delbert even drew the event happening in front of him on a small notebook that he had taken from his space ring. It didn't happen often to see the birth of a rank 5 magical plants after all. It seems that this path is blocked. Should we explore the northern side? Lady Eth asked her two companions. Their power could allow them to surpass the rank 5 magical plant, but they could simply continue exploring the new land somewhere else. They were only the first batch of cultivators from the Wuxia nation. The other two cultivators nodded. Continuing in that direction wasn't worth the risk. There had to be other paths toward the deeper parts of the new continent. Also, their job was to secure as many resources as they could before the other forces of the continent arrived. Dealing with a rank 5 existence wasn't the best use of their time. As for why Lady Eth had chosen the northern side, it was because the other big nations would most likely land there, meaning that they would be negating them some resources if they were to explore those areas first. Unluckily for them, similar events happened whenever they went. The three heroic cultivators found a pack of silent hyenas. The pack was made by more than 40 specimens in the 4th rank. Professor Roy immediately went to analyze those magical beasts. He wanted to understand which kind of mutation that species had experienced after living on the immortal lands, but while he was dissecting one of their specimens, a shockwave filled the area where the heroic cultivators were. A rank 5 silent hyena shot toward them at high speed. It was only thanks to Lady Eth that they managed to escape the assault of that magical beast unharmed. Then they found a large swamp that spread for many kilometers. At that time, they didn't even have the chance to near the smelly area of the swamp before toxic fumes shot in their direction. The environment of the swamp seemed filled by so many poisonous beings that even the fumes released by the magical plants and beasts in the 4th rank were enough to make the three heroic cultivators hesitate. Also, it was clear that stronger beings hid in the depths of the swamp. Of course, they managed to seize some resources every time, but their gains didn't amount to much. Then, the forces of the Empire reached the new continent, followed by those of the Papal nation. The newly arrived forces didn't clash with those of the Wuxia nation. The other big nations had sent explorative parties too. Only a few heroic cultivators had accompanied the human assets. Also, since even cultivators at the peak of the 3rd rank were restricted by the environment of the new continent, the human assets could only manage the construction of the encampments and their formations. Only heroic cultivators had the power to survive the exploration. The piece of immortal lands was inhabited by extremely powerful beings. The heroic cultivators sent by the Elbas family had confirmed 2 rank 5 beings and hundreds of rank 4 in just a few days of exploration. The heroic cultivators of the Shandal Empire and Papal Nation experienced the same events. The new continent seemed a massive danger zone where rank 5 beings could be found everywhere. And that was only the external part of the continent. The breath released by the azure ground became denser the more one reached for the center of the new land. Those heroic cultivators were almost sure that rank 6 beings would be found once they ventured for its depths. Yet that was to be expected. The immortal lands were the place where gods lived. The almost complete absence of beings in the human ranks had been predicted even before forming the exploration parties. However, the simple resources obtainable from powerful beasts or plants wasn't enough to push the three big nations to deploy their strongest forces to colonize the new continent. Those materials could be found in any danger zone, even if in less quantity. After all, they needed far more than that. The environment of the new continent was amazing for heroic cultivators. Its foundation was sturdy and filled with breath, which made it the perfect place where they could absorb breath that carried laws concerning their elements. The matter of the new land wouldn't crumble as easily as that of the other territories of the mortal lands. Nevertheless, even that wasn't enough to start a colonization. Heroic cultivators could simply choose specific places in the piece of immortal lands where to set up caves or training areas, leaving the remaining parts of the continent untouched. What they were looking for was something connected to the divine realms. The exploration continued. The forces of the three big nations silently decided to divide the areas to explore. There was no need to fight over them since they had yet to find something worth fighting for. Only 10 cultivators had been sent by the three big nations. The Empire had sent 4 of them while both the Utra nation and the Papal nation limited themselves to 3. The higher number of heroic assets was a clear power move to show who really ruled over the mortal lands. Danger zones filled the surface of the new continent, the poisonous swamp, the rank 5 silver-yellow wood. The bushland ruled by the silent hyenas were only those discovered by the forces of the Utra nation. Similar areas were discovered as the exploration continued. There was a thick forest filled with rank 4 giant apes where the existence of 2 rank 5 beasts had been confirmed. There was a large area filled with small rivers where thousands of rank 4 swarming piranha lived. Their sheer number was enough to scare away most cultivators in the heroic ranks. There was a wasteland where rank 4 steeled tumbleweeds hunted for any living being that contained blood. A huge mountain where packs of rank 4 wolves of different species, each led by a rank 5 creature, continuously fought each other for more land. It was as if the new continent was a system of danger zones where rank 5 beings thrived. The exploration, though, didn't cause any victims. Heroic cultivators had the innate ability to fly, while the flying beings of the piece of immortal lands had remained in the higher plane when the continent fell. There was virtually no entity that could threaten the lives of the heroic assets of the three big nations. Yet, even though weeks passed, no signs of traces left by divine beings were found. Then, something peculiar happened. Void Hand was flying alone above the wasteland filled by steel tumbleweeds. That area seemed one of the few spots where rank 5 beings were absent. He was one of the heroic cultivators sent by the Empire. It was custom in that nation to give battle titles to their heroic cultivators according to their abilities. Void Hand was named after his weaponless martial art, which made him able to stop spells with his bare hands. He had an average stature, short black hair and thick eyebrows of the same shade. The absence of beard revealed his pointy chin. The truth was that his martial art was something that he had personally created after entering the heroic ranks. His water aptitude made him well-versed in defensive measures, and he had managed to fuse some of his old spells with the forms of the martial arts that he was studying. However, there was a problem that afflicted him. He had become a heroic cultivator when he was already quite old, and cultivating with a technique created by someone else didn't increase his power fast enough to compensate for the passage of time. Simply speaking, his lifespan was about to reach its end. Void Hand had chosen to explore the new continent hoping to find something that would increase his level or prolong his life, and he was the most eager of his group to find traces of divinities. That was the reason why he was flying alone while his 3 companions had decided to return to the encampment to rest. Finding anything useful for his cultivation was literally vital for him. He flew past the wasteland only to find a large lake next to a barren mountain. No magical beasts or plants inhabited that place. Void Hand took a mental note of that place since it seemed to be the perfect area where heroic cultivators could safely cultivate. Yet, it was at that point that he noticed a stele in the distance that radiated some kind of ancient aura. Void Hand neared it with caution, but his attention was soon captivated by the signs graven on the monument. The signs seemed a form of writing that he couldn't read. Yet, there seemed to be a profound meaning contained in them. Void Hand stared at the stele and slowly landed on the ground. He didn't blink his eyes even once as he sat cross-legged on the azure terrain and kept his gaze on the signs as if it was glued to them. Void Hand didn't return to the encampment of the Shandal Empire for many days. The other 3 heroic cultivators of his faction began to worry about his safety until they ultimately chose to look for him. They knew in which direction he had gone after all. It was normal to be equipped with tracking devices when exploring an unknown and dangerous land. 3 figures flew in the air above the wasteland in the direction of the barren mountain in the distance. They were aware that Void Hand was somewhere near the lake that they could see past that area. They found him sitting cross-legged on the ground in front of a tall stele which had signs orderly written on its surface. An ancient aura was radiated by the monument, but they couldn't sense anything else. However, when they saw Void Hand's face, they realized that something was wrong. Void Hand was utterly pale. His hair and eyebrows, which had once been black, had become of a gray shade. It seemed as if his lifespan was being consumed as he stared at the stele. Also, lines of blood fell from his bloodshot eyes. It was as if he was crying red tears. It was clear that whatever he was experiencing had gone out of his control. The others of his faction didn't hesitate. They used their joint consciousnesses to restrain Void Hand's mental energy to a small area and used their restrictive spells to immobilize him. A whip made of flames coiled around his body. 6 small snakes rose from the terrain and blocked his limbs. A large sphere made of compressed air surrounded his body and lifted him in the air. Void Hand found himself bound and transported away from the steel. However, he only realized what was happening after his eyes could no longer see the signs on the steel. Void Hand entered a frenzied state when he couldn't see the signs anymore. He tried to break free from his bindings with his physical strength, but his body couldn't oppose the power of those spells. Then, he redirected his anger toward the 3 cultivators that were carrying him away. He tried to cast spells, but his consciousness had been limited to a small area around him. He couldn't make his attack reach them. Void Hand, it's us, wake up! One of the heroic cultivators spoke, hoping that his companion would recover his mental state without the need for stronger measures. Void Hand gave the cultivator an angry look until, eventually, he seemed to recognize his companion and he slowly calmed down. Confusion was clearly shown in his gaze as he inspected his surroundings. It was as if he had no memories of the moments spent in front of the steel. What happened? The same cultivator spoke when he saw that his companion had returned to reality. He was the man who had created the sphere around Void Hand. His name was Spirit Stride due to his signature movement spell, and he was also the leader of the group of heroic cultivators that the Empire had sent. Water. Water can be anything, but it can't be void. Haha. I was wrong. So wrong. The path of the Void Hand leads to a dead end. Water must be something to grow stronger. Void Hand exclaimed after recognizing Spirit Stride. He looked ecstatic as he moved his gaze to his palms. The other 3 heroic cultivators remained silent as they watched the scene. They weren't sure if their companion had had some kind of breakthrough, or if he had just gone mad. His next words only increased their confusion. Spirit Stride, please, attack me with your wind blades. I must test something. Void Hand tried to perform a bow as he spoke, but he was still bound by the spells, so he could only make a goofy gesture. Another moment of silence followed his request. Spirit Stride didn't know what to do. Yet, he trusted his companion and he was a citizen of the Empire. He would never reject the request of a fellow cultivator, especially if it concerned his power. Also, attacking Void Hand was the perfect way to test his mental state. Spirit Stride nodded to his companions who dispersed their spells after he did the same. Void Hand was freed and he straightened his posture in the air as he waited for the leader to attack. Spirit Stride stretched his index and middle finger and swung his hand many times as if he was wielding a blade. Dozens of sharp blades were created in the air and shot at a high speed toward Void Hand, who still had an ecstatic expression. The latter raised his hand, which shone with a blue light before a dark glow sparkled at the center of his palm. That move was his Void Hand, the martial art from which his name had come from. The wind blades crashed on his hand, but their forms dissipated when they came in contact with the dark glow. Void Hand's defensive technique was indeed amazing. However, after all the wind blades had been absorbed by the palm, a series of identical blue slashes shot out of it, aiming for the amazed Spirit Stride. That attack was basically identical to his. The only difference was the breath of the water element that had been used to create the blades. Spirit Stride easily dodged the attack. He had used only a fraction of his power to attack his companion after all, and shot a confused gaze toward Void Hand before turning to look at the steel. Did you gain enlightenment from those signs? I can feel that they radiate an ancient aura, but I don't sense anything else. Spirit Stride asked and looked at the other 2 heroic cultivators to be sure that he wasn't the only one that could only sense that. Void Hand kept on smiling as he answered according to what he had understood about the monument. I think a powerful being of the water element has taken notes there a long time in the past. I felt part of his understanding of that element being passed down to me. I fear that the price to pay for such gains is your lifespan, though. It was after those words that the 4 cultivators from the Empire silently understood that they had finally found traces of divine beings. The matter about the steel was kept a secret by the forces of the Empire, but their behavior clearly showed that they had found something valuable. Another 2 heroic cultivators were sent by the Empire to the new continent. The forces of the Outcast and Papal Nation were immediately able to guess that something interesting was happening when they saw the reinforcements reach the enemy camp. Of course, all three forces were keeping an eye on each other. The arrival of two heroic cultivators wasn't something that could be missed. Yet, there was something that the forces of the Outcast and Papal Nation couldn't possibly discover at that time. The two new heroic cultivators that had reached the new nation both had a water aptitude. The Shandal Empire wanted to test if the steel could enlighten every cultivator with a water aptitude or if there were other conditions for that. The only thing that the heroic cultivators from the other forces could see though was that both cultivators had ventured somewhere after the wasteland containing steel tumbleweeds and came back visibly aged but with fervent gazes. Making a heroic cultivator age wasn't a simple matter, those entities could live for centuries after all. It was clear that what was happening beyond the wasteland definitely wasn't simple. The other two forces set up a secret meeting. The Outcast and the Papal Nation had to know what the Empire had found. They couldn't let it become stronger than it already was. However, the forces of the Papal Nation backed from the secret meeting just one day before it was meant to happen without providing any explanation to the heroic cultivators sent by the Elbas family. Elder Eve was one of the three heroic cultivators sent by the Council of the Papal Nation. She was exploring the areas past the huge mountain where the packs of wolves continuously fought each other a few days before the appointed meeting with the forces of the Outcast when she found something peculiar. The huge mountain was connected to a series of other smaller peaks, creating a mountain chain that expanded diagonally on the continent and that occupied part of its northern side. Elder Eve was simply exploring those mountain peaks as her two companions negotiated with the heroic cultivators sent by the Elbas family. Her dark eyes swept the area below her, trying to find a place where there weren't that many magical beasts. It was at that moment that she noticed a deep fissure on one of the shorter mountains. Her white hair fluttered in the wind as she neared the fissure. The form of the crack on the rocky side of the mountain was simply too even to be something that had formed naturally. An ancient aura was radiated from the fissure. Elder Eve felt as if thousands of sharp blades were piercing her consciousness as she continued to analyze it. It was only when her mental energy was almost depleted that she moved her gaze away from the mountain and contacted her companions. The other two elders from the council took less than a day to reach her and were equally amazed by her discovery. It seems as if a mighty expert was practicing its swordplay as it flew through these mountains. We might understand the true meaning behind its forms if we meditate here. Forget the meeting with the Outcast. We must inform the mainland of this discovery. Elder Lorna spoke. She was the leader of the heroic assets sent by the Papal Nation, and it was her role to decide regarding the matters of the new continent. The forces of the Outcast saw how, some weeks after the secret meeting was cancelled, reinforcements coming from the Papal Nation landed on the shores of the new continent, carrying three heroic cultivators with them. Both the Shandal Empire and the Papal Nation now had 6 rank 4 cultivators flying on the new land. Only the Outcast had still 3 of them who were trying to figure out the reason behind the behavior of the other 2 big nations. However, they soon discovered something too. Lord Delbert was exploring the lands on the southern side of the continent since the northern ones had been occupied by the forces of the other 2 big nations. Professor Roy was analyzing the silent hyenas, kidnapping a rank 4 specimen every time he dove in the bushland that they occupied, while Lady Eth was trying to set up meetings with the heroic cultivators of the other nations without any success. Lord Delbert simply decided to look for peculiar plants that didn't exist on the mortal lands. As he flew past the rank 5 silver yellow wood though, he found a dark gorge hidden under many rank 4 spiked roots. The gorge radiated an ancient aura, and the density of the breath in the area increased the deeper one went in the gorge. Yet soft growls could be heard coming from the darkness of the canyon. Lord Delbert felt a chill running down his spine every time one of those sounds reached his ears. It was clear that the canyon was inhabited by powerful beasts. Lord Delbert quickly notified his 2 companions who reached him in less than a day. Professor Roy had a heated gaze as he stared at the depths of the gorge. His hands trembled when he heard the growls of the beasts hidden in the darkness, but his excitement was clearly shown by his expression. "What do you think, Professor Roy?" Lady Eth asked after a while. She was more interested in the utility of that place rather than to the living beings that inhabited it. Roy scratched the side of his head as he sorted his thoughts. He soon formulated a hypothesis that he explained to his companions. This place is surely inhabited by rank 6 creatures, but I don't understand why they won't come out in the open. They can basically rule the coast after all. I think this is either a dungeon or a training area created by a divine being a long time ago, and it should be worth exploring it. Professor Roy finished his explanation and turned toward Lady Eth to see her reaction, but he was surprised to find her communicating through an inscribed item. The truth was that she had decided to contact the mainland when she understood that they had probably found traces of divine entities. All 3 big nations found traces of divine entities, which made one thing clear. It was worth investing resources to colonize the new continent. Yet, that matter was troublesome and had to be handled carefully. The new continent was filled with beings in the heroic ranks, while creating cities or even simple living areas required periodic cleaning operations to control the population of the threats around them. Also, the first operation would be the most difficult one, since it would require a complete cleanse of certain areas, meaning facing the magical plants or beasts inhabiting it when they were at their strongest. There were other matters to consider. The new continent had once been part of the Immortal lands. Even the experts exploring it didn't know if the reproduction of the powerful beings inhabiting it would follow normal patterns. There was the issue of the breath in the environment too. Cultivators at the peak of the human ranks were barely able to breathe there. It would be impossible to create footholds where the human assets of the nations of the continent could live unless something was done about it. However, none of those issues would be solved unless the 3 big nations started to send enough heroic cultivators for the task. The 3 big nations began to plan their next moves. Even rank 5 cultivators were sent to better explore the new land and to assess how valuable those traces of divine beings were. The gorge found by the Wuxia nation, the cut on the mountain chain found by the Papral nation, the steel found by the Shandal Empire, those 3 spots became the focus of the heroic assets of the rulers of the continent. Soon, more traces left by divine beings were found as the exploration continued. The Wuxia nation found a giant footprint on an area with muddy terrain. Soft tremors were released by it, which created some sort of defensive field around it. It was soon hypothesized that a divine magical beast had walked on that terrain and left traces of its innate understanding of the earth element in that footprint. Cultivators with the same aptitude were sent from the continent to meditate there and test if they could gain some enlightenment. The Shandal Empire found a forest where shining fruits grew. Their brilliance was able to momentarily improve the mental capabilities of the heroic cultivators that had found them. It was unclear how effective they would be once eaten. The Papral nation found a steel similar to that found by the Empire. The signs on it concerned the water element again, but it seemed that the divine being that had written them was focusing on a different aspect at that time. Of course, all these events happened over time and took even more heroic cultivators away from the continent. The nations that had started rebelling after the independence of the Coral Archipelago could finally feel the pressure applied on them being slightly lifted. That chance wasn't ignored by the Hive, which was constantly looking for more manpower. The encampments on the continent had all been disbanded long ago, but the matters concerning the new continent gave it the chance to gather troops again. After all, the only way that an organization had to increase the power of its heroic assets was to nurture promising human cultivators. The Hive had less than 40 complete heroic cultivators in total. Its power was extremely lacking in that aspect compared to the 3 big nations. Yet, they had some sort of advantage. Except for the Empire, which had a central power able to control the entirety of its cultivators, the Wuxia nation and the Papral nation could only gain access to a percentage of the entirety of their heroic assets. That was caused by their political system. The noble families held a large percentage of the heroic assets in the Wuxia nation, and the same went for the sects in the Papral nation. The royals and the council couldn't deploy powerful cultivators as easily as the Empire, not without giving away part of their profits at least. That inevitably led the council and the Elbas family to give up to part of their control over their areas of influence to match the Empire in its exploration of the new continent, opening many paths where the Hive could infiltrate. New encampments were created. The Hive decided to directly affect the nations under the control of the Wuxia nation and Papral nation that time without even trying to hide its operations that much. Of course, the Hive could move so freely on the old continent because it was completely forsaking any claim on the new land, at least for the time being. Like that, time passed. The Hive continued to recruit human cultivators from the nations that sought freedom, while the 3 big nations kept exploring and investing resources on the new land to find other leftovers of divine beings. and to make some areas livable by their human assets. Also, their heroic assets were making incredible gains there. Many cultivators were enlightened or found the resources that they needed to continue in their respective experiments. Simply speaking, the human assets of the hive became stronger while the three big nations increased the power of their heroic ones. The latter was obviously benefiting more, but there wasn't much that the hive could do. It could only wait until it was strong enough to claim a piece of the new land. Every organization seemed to have entered a frenzied state, and each one of them was managing to avoid useless battles. It was pointless to fight in front of such an abundance of resources. The war for the most resourceful territories would come after the entire continent had been explored. Signs of trouble, though, appeared on Island 19 of the Coral Archipelago. Almost 4 years had passed since the piece of immortal lands had fallen in the mortal ones. The exploration and colonization of the new continent were continuing, and its deepest parts had yet to be reached, but some information began to leak outside of the three factions studying it. The environment of the archipelago had also changed. More defenses had been built, and even the structures on its poorest islands had been completely improved. Also, its population had doubled since the war with the continent. Cultivators filled the streets of the cities on each island. Yet, a peculiar and scary event attracted the gazes of all the human and heroic cultivators of the archipelago. Black clouds gathered in the air above Island 19. Thick sparks filled their surface, which spanned for hundreds of meters. They obscured the entirety of the island with their shape. The island that had suffered from a heaven tribulation just a few years ago saw the same event happening again. The black clouds of the heaven tribulation loomed once again over Island 19. The target of their ominous aura was a big mansion placed at the center of the island. The human cultivators guarding the mansion felt the power contained in the clouds and trembled. Some of them were rank 3 cultivators, but even they didn't feel confident against that threat. I anticipated something dangerous, but this even surpasses my expectations. I wonder if the prince will need our help. Elder Iris spoke while flying under the layer of black clouds that had obscured the sun. 2 men stood in the air next to her. Their gazes continuously moved between the sky and Noah's mansion. This is completely above the human ranks. Their power seems tuned for cultivators that are only 1 step away from the heroic ranks, but they are still too large even in that case. Roy spoke to continue his mother's words. Thanks to his privileged position, Roy had quickly obtained a rank 4 cultivation technique and survived his heaven tribulation while Noah was in seclusion. Also, his mother had even provided him with many inscribed items at the peak of the 3rd rank to help him pass the trial. His battle prowess couldn't be compared to Bruce's one, since he had spent most of his time inside the chasing demon sect handling the human matters and avoiding the battlefield. However, he wasn't a complete heroic cultivator since his mind was still in the 3rd rank and he had yet to face the Earth tribulation. Elder Iris knew her son. She had advised him that it was better to slow down the growth of his sea of consciousness to improve its sturdiness. Roy would have surely failed the Earth tribulation as he was now. Humph! The prince has obtained divine demons recognition when he was only a rank 3 cultivator in the gaseous stage, and has been attacked by heaven and earth's clouds already when he was in Inauthentication. I bet we are in for a show. Bruce snorted as he replied to the words of the mother and son's pair next to him. The 3 of them had flown in the air as soon as the cloud began to form, and had no doubt that they were aiming for the demon prince who had been in seclusion since the piece of immortal lands had fallen. Tales about his achievements had spread long ago, especially among the ranks of the elders. They knew that Noah had caused heaven's reaction with his experiments and that he had defeated a cultivator with a rank 4 Danteon already. Yet, they couldn't help but worry when they saw the size of his heaven tribulation. It was simply too big even for someone who was a rank 4 mage while still being a human cultivator. Why isn't he coming out? Roy asked when he saw that Noah wasn't exiting his mansion to face the tribulation. He began to worry about Noah's state. He hadn't seen him for 4 years after all. Elder Iris' eyes sharpened too at that sight. Only Bruce remained completely confident in him. Bruce had seen him joining his faction when he was only a rank 2 cultivator and had witnessed his rise to power inside the sect. Even his lover had been healed thanks to him. There was nothing that could make his faith in him waver. The black clouds stopped forming. Only the purple light of the exoskeleton illuminated the environment of the island. The human cultivators had run away by then. The lights of the teleportation matrices on the island, had continuously lit the shores as they escaped from the imminent danger. Then, a thick lightning bolt fell from the clouds and aimed for Noah's mansion. The bolt, though, couldn't hit the mansion since a black line came out of its roof and cut through heaven's attack, reaching for the black clouds where it opened a long fissure in their gaseous bodies. The sunlight came out of the fissure and illuminated the mansion. Its roof was falling apart since the attack had been launched from inside it. A winged human figure could be seen flying in the air past the falling rubbles. Damn it! I totally forgot that I had my cultivation technique still active. Well, the forging was successful at least. Noah thought as he carefully held a minute ring inside the palm of his right hand. His peak rank 3 demonic sword was steadily wielded in his left one. His gaze went on the sky. The size of the black clouds didn't surprise him, but his consciousness analyzed them as if he was looking for something specific. They are mostly made of the same breath that has tried to kill me during my fusion, but there is the nourishing one that I must absorb after passing the tribulation too. Heaven and earth didn't play any trick, or maybe they simply couldn't. He was worried that heaven and earth would simply negate him access to the breath needed to nourish the Danteon after it entered the 4th rank, limiting the potential of Noah's center of power in that way. However, Noah could feel the same deep meaning that he had sensed during Bruce's tribulation, meaning that the breath that he needed to absorb was somewhere among the destructive one. It seems that even the omniscient heaven and earth must play by the rules. They can only bend them a little. They are almost pitiful. Noah laughed inside his mind when he realized that. The way he saw it, it was pointless to be as powerful as heaven and earth if then he couldn't directly take the life of an ant because of his own restrictions. His dragon's instinct screamed as he saw the sparks gathering inside the black clouds. An even stronger lightning bolt was about to be launched in his direction. Noah closed his eyes as he pointed the clouds with his saber. He slowly exhaled as he focused on his body. His circulatory system began to accelerate its working speed. His metabolism reached a monstrous speed as the nourishments contained inside his body were consumed. Even his muscles seemed affected by that process. Noah's skin caved in as his muscles condensed due to the pressure that they were under. The breath, absorbed by the ring around his Danteon, was directly redirected on his left arm. Black smoke began to come out of his saber as Noah gathered the energy needed for the execution of his martial art. Then, just when a massive lightning bolt was about to fall on him, Noah swung his arm and cracks appeared in the air where his weapon passed. Magical beasts had bodies that were leagues above those of the humans. Their only weakness was that their owners didn't know how to express their full potential. Noah had obtained an even stronger power by fusing himself with a beast. His martial arts would become far more powerful since they were performed with such a monstrous strength. The only drawback was the higher consumption of breath, since it had to be tuned around the physical strength of the body. However, using a martial art while wielding the strength of a beast wasn't the best that Noah could do. During his seclusion, Noah had thought deeply about his situation and evaluated the possibilities that his centers of power could offer. He was about to enter a world filled with monsters that had lived for centuries after all. He had to have something that could match such enormous experience. He found the answer he was looking for in the secret arts. Secret arts could push a center of power to its limits to give the cultivator performing it a temporary wave of power, allowing it to surpass what its rank made possible. Such power wasn't free though. The center of power would be heavily injured after withstanding that stressful procedure. The fairness of heaven and earth required that drawback. Yet Noah was different. The breath inside Noah's Danteon boiled as it tried to reach a higher stage. There was only so much of it that he could use during the tribulation. However, to fuel his martial art while using a secret art, Noah needed large amounts of breath. His calculations told him that his Danteon would be emptied if he was to use the energy that it contained. Completely emptying his Danteon while facing the heaven tribulation though would endanger his future prospects since his organ would lack part of the nourishments given by the impurities that were released. Noah simply couldn't use it. That's why he decided to rely on the ring around his Danteon that worked as a rank 3 cultivation technique. Breath of the darkness element was continuously gathered by his inscribed item and was redirected to his arm. Cracks began to appear on the ring around his Danteon as the process continued. Even a peak rank 3 item couldn't sustain the energy needed for that attack. Noah's left arm resembled an insatiable beast that continuously devoured breath to perform that simple gesture. Noah barely had the time to imbue part of his will in it before it was consumed. Noah made a basic slash with his saber, but the amount of energy contained inside it was so high that even his peak rank 3 weapon began to crack under such pressure. The air on the trail of the demonic sword shattered. Cracks spread like a spider web from the horizontal line that Noah had traced. Then, toward the end of the slash, the black saber completely shattered, leaving only a small shard inside Noah's palm. The fissure in the sky quickly closed itself, leaving a weaponless Noah flying in the air under the black clouds. It seemed as if his attack didn't have any effect. However, the eyes of the elders watching the scene had widened during the process, and their gazes immediately went on the clouds after the black saber broke. A massive lightning bolt was about to be released before Noah's attack, but its thick orange body seemed to have stopped moving after the slash was performed. Even the black clouds had stopped their motion. The sparks on their surface had frozen. It was as if time had stopped in the area of the sky that they occupied. Then, a chasm appeared along their bodies which divided the immense heaven tribulation in two. Also, black smoke began to corrode the dark clouds, further enlarging the fissure that Noah had created with his martial art. Breath was released by the clouds and was redirected toward Noah. He felt his dantian being nourished by an external force as the boiling rank 3 breath inside it slowly became a shining black gas. The ring around his organ couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and shattered. The minute black shards fell inside his body, which quickly absorbed them to turn them into nourishment. The Heaver tribulation had been defeated with only one attack. This rank for breath still contains heaven and earth's will. I don't need it, Noah thought as he analyzed his dantian. The breath in the 4th rank that had just formed after the entirety of his solid breath had boiled was cast out and dispersed in the air. Then, Noah opened his right hand. An even smaller black ring was in his palm which had a dense black whirlpool rotating in its center. Noah pointed the remaining shard of his demonic sword toward his low waist and pierced it, stopping only when the shard stabbed his dantian, creating a small hole in it. Noah retracted the shard and inserted the minute ring inside his body. He placed it inside the wound of his dantian, creating something similar to a tunnel that connected the outside world with the inside's his center of power. The whirlpool at the center of the ring immediately began to send rank for breath of the darkness element in the insides of his dantian. The area around him seemed to become brighter as the breath, carrying the laws of the darkness element contained inside the matter, was absorbed. The will of heaven and earth contained in that breath was destroyed as Noah's new cultivation technique absorbed it. The greed radiated by the inscribed item didn't leave any trace of it. Noah felt a wave of energy filling him. A power beyond anything that he had ever felt seemed contained in those few strands of shining gas that were slowly enlarging his dantian. Yet, as the pressure inside that organ increased, part of the gaseous breath was about to come out from the opening where his cultivation technique had been placed. It was at that point that a half-transparent Noah sat cross-legged in front of the opening. Noah had created a will to stop his breath from leaking out. The black clouds in the air dispersed under the amazed gaze of the elders. The tribulation had been passed, signing Noah's entrance in the heroic ranks. Those 4 years of seclusion had given Noah incredible gains. First of all, his sea of consciousness had continued to enlarge. The 5th Xianxia rune, the breath inside it, and the relentless activation of the divine deduction technique had pushed that center of power deeper inside the 4th rank. His body had also improved. Noah had often eaten pieces of rank 4 magical beasts during his seclusion to placate his hunger and raise his rank. His body had almost reached the peak of the middle tier by then. Yet, the biggest breakthroughs concerned his elemental forging method and his martial art. While his rank 3 cultivation technique autonomously raised the level of his dantian, Noah had focused on creating the cultivation technique that he would use once reached the 4th rank and the offensive martial art that he lacked since he had become a hybrid. The divine deduction technique and his expertise with the sabers made the task concerning the offensive martial art rather easy. It wasn't the first one that he created after all. The only issue that he had had during the testing phase was that his breath would be always depleted after only one execution of his forms. His liquid breath simply couldn't fuel a martial art performed with his powerful body. Things changed once he entered the solid stage though. Noah became able to test his forms more often. quickening the creation of his martial art. In the end, he created only one simple form, the most common of the attacks of the sword wielders, a slash. Of course, that form wasn't as simple as it looked. Noah had taken inspiration from the nails of the Kamaitachi and from the three forms of the Ashura to create his personal attack. Something simple but that suited every situation. The power of that slash could be found in his incredible physical strength and in the sharpness that the breath consumed during its execution carried. Noah was obviously using the breath that he refined inside his mind to activate it. Just like with his shadow sprint martial art. The real power of that attack, though, could only be seen when its execution was coupled with a secret art. Noah hadn't chosen that simple form casually. That slash was the result of countless tests performed while he activated his secret art. The secret art that Noah had chosen forcibly quickened his metabolism, consuming the nourishments that his body contained to surpass its limits for a few seconds. It was needless to say that such an increased physical strength had to be matched with a similar amount of breath when performing a martial art, which forced Noah to create a simple form rather than an intricate one. He knew that, once his expertise with his martial art increased, he would create new forms, but he was happy to have at least that for the time being. The creation of a rank 4 cultivation technique took longer instead. During his last weeks of seclusion, Noah had to stop all his other training and experiments to focus on forging his first rank 4 item and to finally bring his expertise in the elemental forging method in the heroic ranks. Noah had to dig deep inside his dragon's instincts to thoroughly understand the hunger of the magical beasts and create a meaning that suited his needs. What came out from the fusion between his ambition and the endless hunger of the beasts was an insatiable greed. There was something that he had neglected as he forged, though. He didn't remove the ring around his dantian even after he had reached the peak of the solid stage. As it turned out, the suction force of his rank 3 cultivation technique was so strong that the solid breath inside his dantian began to boil without the need for a reagent, suddenly causing the heaven tribulation. Noah had been ending his forging at that moment. He had even resolved himself to stop the first lightning bolts with his body if the situation needed it. Luckily for him, he had managed to finish his first rank 4 item before the first lightning bolt struck, allowing him to use his martial art to defend against it. Noah had closed his eyes after the tribulation ended. He immersed himself in the feeling of having all his centers of power in the heroic ranks as he checked that his rank 4 cultivation technique worked as intended. Breath of the darkness element continuously entered his dantian through the opening where the black ring was. The whirlpool at its center made the breath converge in the insides of his center of power. The process slightly enlarged his dantian as it continued. His half-transparent figure floated in front of the opening. His will had been specifically made to prevent any leaks and to quickly imbue a meaning that Noah needed in the breath. Noah could even stop storing breath inside his mental sphere now if he wanted. The black hole cultivation technique is working perfectly. I've even solved the issue about the limited usages of the shadow sprint martial art with it. All my centers of power don't have a slight trace of heaven and earth's will now. Noah thought as he opened his eyes and took a deep breath. The area around him darkened as he did that. I feel different. He felt lighter after all the traces of heaven and earth's will had left his body, but he also felt that something deeper about him had changed completely. I am my own entity now. Noah felt the need to roar at the sky after he thought that, but he restrained himself from doing so since he felt 3 presences nearing him. Noah turned only to see Elder Iris, Roy, and Bruce flying toward him. They were wearing concerned expressions as they analyzed his body. It will go back to normal in a few hours. This is just a temporary drawback. Noah explained when he understood that they were worried about the state in which his body was after the usage of his secret art. The truth was that he only needed to eat something for it to return to its peak. Noah didn't even consider it a drawback in his mind. This is good. I thought you had hurt yourself to improve your cultivation speed. Roy spoke as he breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that he had suffered some injury. It seems that even the matter concerning your cultivation technique is set. I believe the hive can stop providing you breath blessings. Elder Iris spoke as she moved her gaze on Noah's bloodied low waist. She was curious about Noah's creation, but she knew that every cultivator had its secrets. Some matters simply couldn't be probed. What was that attack? Did you learn a rank 5 martial art? What is it called? Bruce asked. He had mistakenly taken Noah's attack for a rank 5 martial art. Noah didn't correct him and thought for a few seconds about a name for his martial art before answering him. Dragon's Claw. The three elders didn't probe Noah's powers any further. They simply accepted the fact that he had safely entered the world of the heroic cultivators. The hive had gained another elder. Its heroic assets were slowly increasing in number as its foundation became sturdier. How is the situation in the piece of immortal lands? What about the continent? Noah asked. He had to completely focus on himself during his seclusion, which forced him to neglect any information concerning the outside world. Yet, now that he had reached the heroic ranks, he needed a detailed picture of the current political situation to decide his next move and which preparations he needed to make. Elder Iris had expected that question and quickly threw a small shining orb to Noah, who directly scanned it with his mental energy. Countless reports entered Noah's mind as he scanned the orb. He soon learnt how the situation on the continent and the new land had evolved while he was in seclusion. The Coral Archipelago has grown well. This was somewhat expected considering its geographical position. The areas of influence of the Utra Nation and Papal Nation have been successfully infiltrated in the past years. Most of our new manpower comes from there. Even the Empire has given up many territories to focus on the new land. We could directly build the fourth big nation if we had more heroic assets. Noah thought as he read through the information that concerned the continent. Since the hive had only focused on the old land, the details that concerned the forces of the three big nations were quite specific and, in some cases, they even listed the power behind the defensive measures of some richer areas. The Elbas family didn't let go of its claims over the Narare country. Even the limitless prospects on the piece of immortal lands aren't enough to make it lower its defenses around the royal inheritance. They are asking for the help of the noble families rather than letting go of the legacy of the previous royals. Of course, Noah immediately looked for the information concerning the royal inheritance only to remain disappointed by it. During those 4 years, the Elbas family had felt forced to ask for the help of the heroic assets of the noble families in its country to match the empire in its exploration of the new continent and to maintain control over their most richer areas at the same time. The council did the same. Heroic cultivators from the sects of the Papal Nation had been sent to the new land to help in its exploration. Only the Shandal Empire had complete control over its heroic assets. The other two nations had central powers with great authority, but they couldn't control the heroic cultivators of the organizations under them that freely. They needed to give up part of their gains if they wanted their help, but that was the only method at their disposal to match the empire. Noah would have rather had the Elbas family and the council withstanding the expenses of the exploration all by themselves so that some of their richer areas would have been left unprotected, but they had chosen to divide their gains rather than exposing their resources. After all, giving up part of their rebels had already greatly benefited the hive. Noah was just disappointed that he couldn't personally take something that could further benefit his situation. There is only the new continent then. Noah thought as he started reading the information concerning the new land. He knew that, now that he was a complete heroic cultivator, his cultivation journey would be harsher. Heroic cultivators directly affected the breath inside the matter. Their training was something that interfered with the world itself. It wasn't the simple absorption process happening in the human ranks. Noah could feel it. He felt the deeper meaning contained in the breath, absorbed by his rank for cultivation technique, entering his dantian, and dissolving as heaven and earth's will was removed. He knew that there was something else to that energy, but that feeling was still too vague for him to understand exactly what it was. He could only wait to go deeper into the fourth rank before he could have a clearer picture. The information about the new land is quite vague. The hive is aware that all three big nations have found traces of divine beings, but it doesn't know anything specific. The entirety of the eastern shore and a large part of the northern one are slowly being colonized, but it appears that the center of the continent is still unexplored. I wonder if my beast's instincts could help there. Noah realized how little the hive knew about the piece of immortal lands after scanning the orb. The hive had completely disregarded any claim on it to focus on the old continent after all. Noah knew that it was the right move considering its situation. We can prepare a training area soon if you want. There are dark areas at the bottom of the sea where you should find plenty of breath of your element. Roy spoke as he saw that Noah had finished reading the information inside the orb. However, Noah shook his head at his words and handed the orb back to Elder Iris as he asked something. When will the hive reach for the new continent? The three elders were silenced by his words, but Bruce soon released a laugh and Elder Iris' mouth curved into a smile. We have studied a safe route for the southwestern shore. We should be able to send a few elders without any of the three big nations noticing them. Also, the elders would be on the opposite side of the forces of the continent, meaning that they would land on completely unexplored areas. The only problem is that they might be stuck there due to the distance with that area. You would have to wait for the creation of a teleportation matrix to have an escape route. Elder Iris spoke as she continued to smile. Noah shrugged his shoulders as he spoke a few words before turning to fly back to the remains of his mansion. I want in. Noah returned to his ruined mansion to prepare for his next move. There were no paths that would make him gain any profit on the continent. Only the piece of immortal lands could bring benefits to his personal power. I need to stabilize my position inside the fourth rank. It should take a few weeks before my Danteon becomes ready for a battle. Noah thought as he sat in one of the intact training areas. He knew that Elder Iris would contact him once the hive decided that it was time to explore the new continent. He didn't know exactly when that would happen, but he guessed it wouldn't take more than half a year. The three big nations had freely explored the new continent for 4 years already. Their heroic assets had made incredible gains in that period. The hive could just settle for human cultivators while that happened. Noah's attention went on his will floating in front of his Danteon. Mental energy entered his half-transparent figure, giving it enough power to affect the black ring inside his wounded center of power. The rotation whirlpool inside the ring slowed down. Its absorption speed was lowered thanks to the will placed in front of it, before returning to a normal speed as soon as Noah willed it. All the tests have been made. The rank 4 black hole cultivation technique should function until the peak of the solid stage of the fourth rank. I just need to constantly refill the mental energy needed to fuel my will to control it. Now, I only lack a proper weapon. His last peak rank 3 demonic sword had broken to perform the dragon's claw while he was using the secret art. It was safe to assume that normal rank 3 inscribed items wouldn't be able to withstand its power either. I need to forge another item in the heroic ranks. I guess it's time I match Ivor's achievements. Noah had never forgotten the first time he had seen Ivor's knife, and he had always known that his ability in the elemental forging method was inferior to his. Ivor had been able to forge a rank 4 item while he was still in the human ranks, while Noah had needed to reach the absolute peak of the third rank and be a rank 4 mage to do the same. Their wills were simply on 2 different levels. Ivor was ready to sacrifice his life to complete the forging, while Noah couldn't want something like that. Their intentions couldn't carry the same power. Noah sighed as he stared at his right arm before requesting for a series of materials from the hive. There can only be one core material, Noah thought as he undressed his upper body and Heilung came out in the open. Then, he inserted his right arm inside his companion's mouth, and he ordered it to bite his limb off. Heilung's fangs weren't enough to sever his arm right away, and Noah didn't have any other weapon at his disposal. He could only pull back his shoulder with all his strength to help his blood companion. Took a while, but in the end, Noah managed to cut the entirety of his right arm away. Blood fell from his maimed shoulder, but Noah suppressed the pain as he sorted the drugs contained inside his space ring. A pill radiating a powerful energy quickly appeared in his remaining palm, which he didn't hesitate to eat. A surge of energy filled his body as the drug melted. The energy seemed alive as it searched for wounds inside Noah. Noah controlled the energy to stay away from his Danteon. He didn't want for the medicine to mistakenly close the opening needed for his cultivation technique, and redirected its focus on his right shoulder. Warmth filled his maimed shoulder. His severed limb slowly showed signs of growing back. I need more energy, Noah thought as he inspected the effects of the drug. He had used one of the best rank 4 curative pills that he had, but its effects were intended to work on humans. Drugs like that weren't created for hybrids. The corpse of a rank 4 dragon in the middle tier appeared in the open, and Noah began to take small bites out of it. The breath contained in the magical beast entered his body and was turned into nourishment that it freely absorbed. Part of that nourishment healed the after-effects of the secret art. Noah's muscles began to bulge and return to their normal state. Noah quickly returned to his normal aspect thanks to that meal. The rest of the nourishment was redirected to his right shoulder. The healing capabilities of his body and the powerful drug that he had just used would make his entire arm regrow in a day according to his calculation. The materials that I've requested should arrive soon, and my arm should be enough to create a pair of sabers. I should treat them better this time, though. I can't waste useful pills every time a demonic sword breaks. Noah thought as he closed his eyes to focus on his dantian and, specifically, to the breath that it was storing. He immersed himself in the study of that breath. His dragon's instinct saw it only as food, but he knew that it hid some kind of deeper meaning. Time passed in the Coral Archipelago. The news of Noah's breakthrough and his request to join the team meant to explore the piece of immortal lands quickly spread through the heroic ranks of the Hive. It must be said that there weren't many elders willing to embark in such a dangerous mission. Many of them would rather take the safe approach and try to openly create some sort of city on the continent. They didn't feel there was any reason to mess with the colonization of the three big nations. However, the Hive had never intended to interfere with the three factions on the new continent. Its plans concerned the opposite shore that they were exploring. The only problem with that approach was the distance with the archipelago, but that issue could be solved once a teleportation matrix was set. It would be only a matter of protecting such formation at that point. It took 4 months after Noah's tribulation to create an explorative team made of 5 elders. They were all complete heroic cultivators in the 4th rank, and, of course, Noah was one of them. 5 heroic cultivators set off from the Coral Archipelago and began to fly west. They flew high in the air, far away from the azure sea, and they didn't speak. They were doing their best to be as silent as possible. Even their mental waves were retracted. They only used their eyes to analyze their surroundings. They didn't want to risk being discovered by enemy forces as they tried to reach the new continent. Noah ran in the air. Dense layers of dark breath formed under his feet as he stepped on them. He didn't need to use Heilung's wings to fly anymore, and he was faster that way since his body was stronger than his blood companion. 3 elders ran next to him while a 4th one was in the lead. They were the team that the Hive had sent to explore the new land, and, of course, each one of them had different areas of specialization that suited the task. Elder Hope was the leader of the group and was the only rank 4 cultivator in the liquid stage among them. She had a wind aptitude, and most of her abilities were focused on movement and espionage. She was the scout of the team who was also tasked to create an escape route in dangerous situations. Elder Duke was an old rank 4 cultivator in the gaseous stage. He was bald, but a long white beard grew from his jaw. He had a water aptitude and was specialized in defensive measures, which even included some simple formations. Elder Laurel was the expert in magical plants and vegetation, even though she had a fire aptitude that generally conflicted with that field. She was also in possession of abilities with a large area of effect that could help the group when it was surrounded, making her presence quite important in the team. Elder Morgan was the expert in formation. Her role was to create the teleportation matrix that could allow them to safely return to the archipelago, but she also had good defensive measures due to her water aptitude. She and Elder Duke would take care of the defense of the team together once reached the new land. It was needless to say that the expert in the magical beasts field was Noah. They are all quite old. It seems that they are desperate to find something that makes their cultivation level improve. Noah thought as he gazed at his companions. They all had gray and white hair, either short or long. Their power was only reflected by their shining eyes as they focused on their surroundings. The lifespan of a cultivator would eventually be depleted unless they continuously raised their level, but that matter wasn't that simple once one reached the heroic ranks. Noah guessed that the elders that had volunteered for the task were cultivators that needed to find some kind of inspiration or guide that the old continent couldn't offer to continue cultivating in the heroic ranks. There weren't many cultivators who had been able to create their personal training methods like him. Actually, to be precise, it could be said that an existence like him was a first in that world. After all, Noah had become a complete heroic cultivator at the age of 37, and even by creating his personal techniques and methods. That feat was something that even his companions found hard to believe. 5 months in the 4th rank, and you are already at this level. The difference between our cultivation techniques is really vast. Elder Laurel whispered to Noah as she flew next to him. Those were the first words that had been spoken after the group had set off. They had been flying in a straight line for a month already. I was just lucky. Anyone would achieve the same if it was to obtain the inheritance of a god. Noah answered in a soft voice while shrugging his shoulders. He didn't really want to speak too much before they reached a safe area. No one becomes a heroic cultivator before turning 40 thanks to its luck. You should have more confidence in yourself. I heard that you have created your cultivation technique as soon as you entered the 4th rank. Did you gain some insights about the darkness element already? Elder Laurel spoke again, and her question made Noah interested in her words. Insights of the darkness element? Noah asked. He had realized that there was a deeper meaning hidden in the breath that he absorbed, but he had yet to figure out what it was and if it was useful to his cultivation. Hearing a cultivator that had been in the heroic ranks for far longer than him speaking about it claimed a large part of his attention. Elder Laurel slightly smiled at his question and released a short sigh before making a short explanation. Heroic cultivators pursue their individuality but through energies that don't belong to them. These energies carry general meanings depending on the element they belong, but a cultivator must understand the meanings that match its individuality if it doesn't want to see its improvements slowing down. You are already a step ahead of most cultivators since you shouldn't find any hindrances in the 4th rank thanks to your cultivation technique. Noah carefully memorized her words and replayed them in his head. The records concerning heroic cultivators were scarce, especially those concerning their insights before the creation of techniques and methods. I was right in guessing that the heroic ranks won't be just a matter of absorbing breath anymore. Yet, looking for the meaning carried by the darkness element seems a bit too philosophical for my tastes. Noah thought as he continued to fly. Only the clouds could be seen around him, but his reptilian eyes could clearly see the sea at some kilometers below him. Could you be more specific? In the end, Noah simply asked her for a more detailed explanation. Elder Laurel put a pensive expression before shaking her head, while revealing a helpless smile. If I knew something more specific, I would have already advanced to the liquid stage. Her eyes went on Elder Hope, who was in the lead. She winked at Noah as she gestured him to ask her. Elder Hope began to slow down after she felt the 2 pairs of gazes fixed on her. She then turned only to say one word before continuing to fly at full speed. Later, Elder Laurel wore an excited gaze when she understood that she was about to receive an explanation from their leader, and even the other 2 elders nodded at her while wearing smiles. Was this a plan of some sort? Noah asked when he realized that all the elders were paying attention to his conversation. He couldn't help but feel that he had been used in some way. Sorry, Prince. You are the most promising cultivator of the hive. No one in our organization will ever deny you an explanation that could benefit your power. We just thought that it would be better if such an explanation happened where we can listen. Elder Laurel spoke, and Noah understood that the 3 elders had planned to use him to obtain pointers from a heroic cultivator in the liquid stage. Well, that was unexpected. Noah thought as he put the matter in the back of his mind. He didn't really care how the others used him as long as he gained something out of it. He just forced himself to remember that the people around him weren't only more experienced but had also lived for far longer than him. His first life didn't give him any advantage over the wisdom of his companions. The group moved for a few more days until Elder Hope stopped again and did a quick inspection of their surroundings before speaking to the rest of them. We have surpassed the northern shore. We need to go south for another month before we can safely reach our destination. The hive's target was the southwestern shore, the territories on the opposite side of the 3 big nations' encampments. To put it simply, they were flying over the sea around the piece of immortal lands, moving around the new continent to avoid the territories already under the control of the forces of the continent. Now, I'll try to solve some of your doubts about the heroic ranks, but remember that I'm only 1 step ahead of you. It's more than likely that the prince will surpass me in no time since he has already created his cultivation technique. Elder Hope spoke again, and a series of heated gazes went on her after her words. The elders almost stopped breathing as they waited for her explanation. Noah wasn't an exception. His eyes focused on the leader of his group. He was interested in what she had to say. In the human ranks, a cultivator simply absorbs breath to elevate its power, ultimately reaching the heroic ranks when it is considered an independent entity, a sort of unique being. Elder Hope began her explanation from the beginning of the cultivation journey. Elder Laurel nodded at her words. She seemed the most interested of the group. Once becoming an entity, the cultivator must enhance its individuality. To put it simply, it has to pave its personal path toward the higher ranks, or it won't have the power to absorb the breath that carries the laws of heaven and earth. Noah nodded in his mind at those words. Chasing Demon had given him a similar explanation during their first encounter, and even Divine Demon had hinted that. This can be achieved in two different ways in the early stages of the heroic ranks, but, toward the more advanced ranks, succeeding in both of those ways will be required to improve. You can either understand the laws of your element that suit you or create a cultivation technique. So, I can't only improve the black hole cultivation technique, I will even need some sort of understanding of the darkness element as my rank grows. Noah quickly sorted that information in his mind and looked at his companions. Disappointed looks could be seen on their faces. Prince, I must say that you are exceptional. Elder Hope interrupted Noah's thoughts with her words and continued to speak. Most heroic cultivators rely on techniques created by others to improve, but cultivating in that way will eventually taint your individuality and endanger your future prospects. This is the main reason why many elders have chosen to remain in the gaseous stage rather than taking the easy path. Yet, you are already walking on your personal path. I believe you won't require any kind of insight about your element to reach the 5th rank. Of course, I advise you to start studying your element as soon as possible. Elder Hope then pointed at herself before revealing something about her cultivation. I have yet to create a cultivation technique, but my understanding of the wind element allowed me to reach the liquid stage rather quickly, even though I'm using a technique created by someone else. I can only say that my individuality matches the laws of the wind element that concern the sound. Silence fell on the group of cultivators standing in the air. Noah quickly analyzed the leader's words before asking his question. Your understanding of the element improves your cultivation speed, but your individuality will eventually be tainted if you keep using a technique created by someone else. I guess the same goes for the opposite approach. Am I right? Elder Hope smiled before nodding and asking a rhetorical question. How can you bend the laws to your will if you don't know their meaning? Mental energy entered the inscriptions on the walls of Noah's mental sphere and fueled the divine deduction technique. Noah was trying to ask the questions that would give him the best understanding of the matter. Then, he asked a question that had bothered him since he first spoke with a citizen of the Empire. What is a god? The elders around him were surprised by that question, but Elder Hope revealed a surprised expression as her gaze went to the sky above the clouds. I've pondered a lot about this too. A peak heroic cultivator should express its individuality through the laws that suit it and express their power through its cultivation technique, meaning that a god must be a being made of its own laws. Noah raised his eyes at the sky too after her words. The reflection of the stars that he had seen in the academy reappeared in his eyes as his mind wandered. What is there after godhood? Noah asked again. Even the other elders raised their gazes on the sky above the clouds at that moment. Elder Hope thought for a while before expressing her opinion. I guess heaven and earth. Noah and the elders stared at the sky above the clouds in silence for a while before returning to reality and lowering their faces. Their minds had wandered enough. They were only halfway through their journey after all. There isn't much that can be taught at this point. Every cultivator is different, and the path toward the higher ranks can only be paved by yourself. This is the miraculous yet solitary life that every being looking for power must walk. Let's resume our journey now. Elder Hope spoke those last words before flying south. Noah and the elders quickly followed behind her. No one spoke after that. Another month passed. The group sent by the hive continuously flew through the clouds as it reached for the southwestern coast of the piece of immortal lands. The endless sea was below them for the whole time. They were making sure to never go too close to the new land, even though they had long crossed the areas where the encampments of the 3 big nations were. Then, at some point, Elder Hope stopped herself and signaled to the elders behind her to do the same. Noah and the others waited for their leader to use her methods to scan the surroundings. Elder Hope made a hand gesture next to her ears and closed her eyes as her consciousness expanded. It didn't take much before Elder Hope nodded and retracted her consciousness before pointing toward the east and flying in that direction. Noah and the others followed. The group flew for a few more days before it could finally spot land. Noah saw the endless layer of ice that held the azure land in its embrace. His consciousness sensed the density of the breath in the environment above the land and was amazed by it. He now knew that the reports were right when they said that the piece of immortal lands could be barely inhabited by human cultivators. How do they even plan on fixing this issue? The three big nations are strong, but even they can't modify this environment that much. Noah thought as he neared the new continent with his group. His eyes and mind analyzed everything that entered in their range. A wide desert expanded over the azure land in the area that they were nearing. The azure halo of the continent was almost completely blocked by the thickness of the yellow sand that filled the surface. The area seemed deserted. No trace of life could be seen or sensed by the cultivators of the hive. Yet, Noah's instincts told him that something had noticed their arrival and was keeping its attention on them. "What do you think?" Elder Hope asked as she turned toward Noah and Elder Laurel. They were the experts in the magical beasts and plants fields of the group after all. "The temperature and this environment aren't suitable for most magical plants, but the sand is too thick and the breath released by the land below it interferes with my mental waves." Elder Laurel spoke while keeping her gaze on the ground. She couldn't find any trace of life, but that didn't mean that there weren't any threats. There is something beneath the surface. Noah warned his companions, and their gazes went on the yellow sand where he was watching. However, they couldn't see anything at all. They even started to doubt Noah since nothing happened as time passed. On the other hand, Noah was 100% sure that something was lying in wait for them. "You leave me no choice." Noah snorted in his mind as he flew downward, toward the ground. A low growl was released from his mouth. Noah was using his dragon's side to challenge whatever was hiding under the surface. The others in his team didn't understand what was happening, nor why the demon prince was making such lifelike beasts' cries, but they still followed him. Faint tremors began to fill the desert and screeching noises started to come out of the yellow sand. It seemed that Noah had managed to cause some sort of reaction with his growl. "They are coming." Noah warned in a soft voice and kicked the air to fly higher in the sky and retreat. The elders quickly followed his example and retreated. Holes formed in the sand as soon as Noah escaped. 30 meters long yellow worms came out them and tried to pounce the air where the heroic cultivators were previously. Armored sandworms, all in the 4th rank. "They have thick skins, but they can't do much except for jumping at us. We can slowly kill them and seize their corpses. They are somewhat valuable." Noah explained as he pointed at the more than 20 rank for magical beasts that had come out of the sand. Respectful gazes were shot in his direction before the elders focused on the creatures. The elders had initially doubted his abilities, when they saw that nothing was happening but the recent event had completely confirmed Noah's capabilities. "I wasn't aware that a cultivator could imitate the cries of a magical beast to incite a reaction in them." Elder Duke spoke from his safe position in the air. They weren't in a hurry to take care of the sandworms after all. "It's just an unorthodox technique that I've learnt in the Royal Academy. It's not that reliable though." Noah lied to the elder as he wielded a pair of white sabers. Those weren't his new demonic swords but only a pair of peak rank 3 inscribed weapons that had enhanced sturdiness and sharpness. Noah wouldn't dare to reveal his full strength right away. He was in an unexplored continent filled with threats. It was better to keep most of his abilities hidden. Also, he didn't really need to use most of his power to handle those beasts. "The Academy sure seems an amazing place," Elder Duke commented as he wielded a whip. That answer was enough for him. Even the other elders wielded their weapons and prepared to fight against the pack of sandworms before Elder Hope gave the order and they dove again toward the ground. The armored sandworms weren't a strong species of magical beasts. They surely were one of the strongest kinds of worm-type creatures, but their enemies were heroic cultivators. There was nothing they could do against them. Noah casually swung his sabers as he flew between the pouncing sandworms. Sharp black lines appeared in the air whenever he performed a slash. His attacks seemed able to cut through anything that stood on their trajectory. Elder Hope swung a small knife that had holes on its surface. A threatening aura was radiated by that weapon. Noah immediately noticed that it was a rank 4 inscribed item. The knife released strange sharp sounds as it moved through the air. Small wind blades took form every time one of those sounds echoed and reached for the weakest parts of the sandworms. Elder Duke controlled an azure sphere that floated in front of his chest, and that fueled most of his attacks. Water bullets and torrents shot from his spell toward the creatures next to him. Elder Laurel nimbly avoided the beasts and circled them until enough of them had gathered in one spot before creating a huge fireball above her figure and launching it toward the sandworms. A huge explosion occurred every time she cast her spell. Elder Morgan wielded an inscribed spear that tainted the creatures with the lines of a formation every time she stabbed their skin. That weapon also was an inscribed item in the 4th rank, and the shining lines that infected the sandworms spread on their bodies as if fueled by their vitality. Her martial art is so interesting. Noah couldn't help but feel interested in Elder Morgan attacks. Inflicting one wound seemed the only requirement to infect the beasts with those spreading inscriptions which continuously weakened their bodies. It was as if the inscribed spear carried a poison of some sort. The pack of armored sandworms had no chance against the power of 5 heroic cultivators. Most of those beasts were only in the lower tier of the 4th rank and could barely survive a few attacks before falling lifelessly on the yellow sand. Seize the corpses quickly. The rulers of this area will come soon. Noah warned his companions as he stored the corpses next to him inside his space ring. The spirit automaton autonomously put them inside the formation with the other dragon's corpses. He knew that, in such an amazing environment, finding only 20 or so rank for magical beasts was impossible. There had to be more creatures in the surrounding areas. Also, the sandworms had to be at the bottom of the food chain there since their power mostly was in the lower tier, meaning that the rulers of the desert wouldn't be happy to discover that someone was stealing their food. Part of that knowledge came from his studies, but Noah was aware that the fusion had enlarged his point of view. He could now think like a magical beast and even communicate with them in a sort of primal way. He simply understood them far better now. That was the reason why he was sure that more powerful creatures would arrive in their position. The confirmation to his hypothesis came almost immediately. Dunes formed in the sand below them as if something was crawling under the surface and searching for something. The heads of huge sandworms came out in the open but stood still. They didn't pounce the cultivators from the hive. They limited themselves to spread their circular mouths where a series of sharp fangs could be seen coming out of their internal skin. Then, they released a sharp cry that echoed through the vast desert. "We must go." Noah spoke as he flew high in the air. He didn't even pick the corpses that were at some distance from his position as he retreated in the sky. The elders in his group were a bit surprised by his actions, but they decided to follow him anyway. The demon prince of the hive had yet to be wrong about something that concerned magical beasts. Noah didn't stop flying even after he had reached a height of a few hundred meters. His feet continuously kicked the air as he went higher. He stopped only when he was at more than a kilometer from the ground. His companions quickly reached him and began to stare at the ground with curious gazes. "I think we could have picked the remaining corpses. The new sandworms are only in the middle tier after all." Elder Morgan complained a bit, but her expression suddenly froze when she saw that an immense dune was growing at the center of the desert. The dune continued to rise in the air, slowly reaching a height of 200 meters until the sand began to fall back on the ground, and the mighty being under it was revealed. It was another worm-type magical beast. It was yellow, and a series of small pores could be seen on its skin. The beast was immense. It was more than 300 meters long and almost 50 meters large. Its size was simply incredible. Rank 5 giant sandworm. Its hiding skills are amazing. I wouldn't have sensed it if it wasn't for the weaker beasts. This specimen seems to be in the upper tier, but I can't be too sure about it. Noah explained to his companions as he stared at the huge sandworm. The cries that the rank 4 giant sandworms had released after the armored ones had been killed were some sort of call for their leader. Noah had understood the meaning behind the cries thanks to his beast's part and had immediately decided to escape because of that. "I guess this isn't a good area where to set the teleportation matrix." Noah spoke in a casual tone as he turned toward the elders next to him. Their eyes had widened after the rank 5 beast appeared, and Elder Morgan repeatedly nodded after she heard his words. She couldn't help but imagine what would have happened if she had stayed for only a bit longer on the ground. The images that her mind played sent shivers down her spine. "We will rely on your expertise to find the right location, Prince." Elder Hope spoke while performing a slight bow. The recent events had increased the amount of respect that she felt for Noah so much that she didn't mind bowing to him, even though she was the leader of the group. The heroic cultivators of the hive resumed the exploration of the piece of immortal lands after the presence of the rank 5 giant sandworms made the desert impossible to inhabit. The group needed to find a safe place where to set the teleportation matrix. They didn't have any way to return to the Coral Archipelago at the moment. Creating that connection was their priority. They went north along the coastline. The desert expanded for a few kilometers before being replaced with small rivers that favored the birth of some vegetation. The group soon discovered, though, that the rivers were inhabited by packs of rank 4 poisonous frogs that had tainted that environment with their toxic saliva, altering many of the magical plants there. Elder Laurel's eagerness to study those plants was clearly shown by her expression, but Elder Hope didn't stop flying. There would be plenty of time to study the life forms living there after the teleportation matrix was set. A thick forest followed the area with rivers. Small trees with large crowns occupied the environment. Their white leaves gave an eerie atmosphere to the area. These are white woods. They are magical plants that release toxins in the air to kill any living beings that enter their range. They then let the corpses nourish the terrain from which they take their nourishment. This place can work. Elder Laurel spoke, but a series of confused gazes were shot in her direction. Even Noah felt confused. She had just said that the air around them was toxic. How could that area be suitable for the creation of a foothold? Yet, he didn't feel any threat coming from those trees. Even his dragon's instincts didn't sense anything. The toxins of the white woods become more powerful when the trees are starving or when they are attacked. The air is virtually clean now since the terrain is rich of nourishments. This area is perfect as long as we don't affect the vegetation. Elder Laurel explained. The terrain of the piece of immortal lands was filled with breath. The amount of nourishment that it provided was more than enough for those white woods. They simply didn't need to hunt thanks to that. This will do then. Elder Duke, Elder Morgan, begin the preparations for the teleportation matrix. Elder Laurel will assist you to be sure that your work doesn't affect the magical plants here. I and the prince will explore the surrounding areas. Elder Hope ordered and flew higher in the sky. Noah followed her while the other 3 elders went on the ground, immersing themselves in the white forest. Pick a direction. Elder Hope spoke to Noah when he reached her. His consciousness spread in the surrounding area, and his reptilian eyes analyzed the environment far in the distance, but he couldn't find anything peculiar. In the end, Noah simply chose the direction that would bring him deeper into the continent. Good. I'll go back on the desert and explore the southern coast. Let's meet here in 5 days. Elder Hope ordered and began to fly south to return to the desert where they had met the rank 5 giant sandworm. Noah sighed internally when he saw that the leader trusted his abilities to the point of leaving him exploring alone. His knowledge about the magical beasts field earned him that recognition. Feels good to be finally alone. Noah took a deep breath and the air around him darkened after that gesture. His gaze went toward the depths of the continent. He knew that the 3 big nations had most likely found traces of divine beings on that land. The Hive couldn't confirm it, but the behavior of those forces made it almost a certainty. Also, now that he was alone, he could use his full strength. Noah kicked the air under his feet and a shockwave resounded in the area. His figure disappeared in an instant only to reappear in the sky after the forest of white woods. A plain expanded after the forest. Azure bushes grew from the terrain. The bushes seemed to contain an incredible amount of breath, so Noah did a quick inspection of the area before diving in the plain. Roars resounded in the plain as soon as his presence was noticed. A pack of rank 4 saber-toothed tigers exited its lair and charged toward his descending figure. Noah felt his dragon's part rejoice when he saw that magical beasts dared to fight him while he was in the air. A smile appeared on his face and a challenging roar came out of his mouth as he continued to descend toward the azure bushes. Noah's roar scared most of the tigers, which slowed down their charge. Their legs trembled when they felt the might of the creature behind that cry. Yet, another roar resounded in the plain and a rank 4 saber-toothed tiger in the upper tier appeared in the open and fixed its gaze on Noah, who had just landed on the azure ground. Noah heard the tiger's cry and knew that his challenge had been accepted. The upper part of his robe was stored inside his space ring as Noah walked on the plain. Nearing what seemed the leader of the pack, the creature walked past the weaker tigers of its pack as it prepared itself to charge at Noah. I'm near the peak of the middle tier while this tiger is in the upper tier. I don't feel threatened at all. Noah thought as he continued to walk toward the leader. He felt completely confident in fighting that beast alone. However, Noah had no intention of using his human centers of power. He wanted to face the beast with his body alone. The tiger charged Noah. The ground trembled every time the leader increased its speed, but, to Noah, it seemed simply too slow. He patiently waited for the tiger to reach him. The beast jumped just before arriving in his position and spread its maws as it fell toward him. It was at that point that Noah's arms shot upward and reached for the two curved canines of the beast. His hands squeezed the fangs as he tried to stop the charge of the beast with his sheer strength. Of course, being in the upper tier put that creature at the peak of the 4th rank. Its physical strength wasn't something that could be stopped easily. Noah held still as he felt the overwhelming power pushing him back. The terrain under his legs crumbled, creating holes in the ground as he tried to stop the charge. Noah was pushed back for dozens of meters, but his hands never left the fangs. 2 large trails were dug on the ground by his legs as he tried to stop himself. It took almost 100 meters for the power behind the charge of the beast to be depleted. Noah could finally raise his head after his foothold became stable. He revealed a smile at the angry tiger that had its fangs still stuck in his hands. The rank 4 saber-toothed tiger in the upper tier released angry roars as it struggled to free itself from Noah's clutches. On the other hand, Noah tried his best to break those sharp fangs, but to no avail. He wasn't able to crack them even with his full strength. The other weaker tigers neared the battle when they saw that Noah and their leader had reached a stalemate. Noah knew that he had to act soon or he would be forced to retreat in the air. His skin caved in as the nourishments inside his body were consumed at a high speed. His muscles condensed as the secret art was activated. Noah felt a surge of power filling his body. His fingers finally managed to stab the fangs after the activation of the secret art. Countless cracks spread over curved fangs of the beast as the strength behind Noah's grip increased. Then, the fangs fell apart and the tiger released a shriek. The leader was furious. Its fangs had just been broken. It turned its head to stare at the invader only to be swept by a wave of pale gray flames. The power behind Noah's flames had increased since his fusion. They had yet to reach the power of those of the rank 5 cursed dragon in the granite abyss, but they were a powerful attack nonetheless. The leader of the pack endured the flames. Almost all its fur was burnt along with part of its outer skin, but its muscles and internal organs remained unharmed. The tiger tried to roar in anger, but a punch fell on its nose and broke part of the skull behind it. Noah had directly charged and punched the beast. Noah jumped and landed on the back of the creature. The beast felt dizzy after the last blow and couldn't react. Noah could safely reach its back and cross his arms around its neck. The tiger began to struggle as soon as Noah tightened his grip around his neck. Cracking sounds resounded as its bones broke under the power of Noah's body. Then, one last crack resounded and the tiger died, falling lifelessly on the ground. A skeletal figure jumped off the huge beast. Noah felt a bit weak as the effects of the secret art dispersed, and his metabolism returned to a normal speed. I can defeat it with my secret art, but I would probably need to reach the peak of the middle tier before challenging a beast in the upper tier without it. Noah evaluated in his mind as he tore part of the leader's skin and put it in his mouth. Munching sounds resounded in the area as Noah began to eat the defeated beast. The stares of the weaker tigers moved between Noah and the corpse of their leader. Noah could feel the greed behind those intense gazes. However, that was his prey. Noah turned to look at the other tigers. He knew what they were thinking. They were trying to understand if they could defeat Noah now that he had been weakened by the fight. A low growl came out of his mouth. Noah sat on the corpse of the tiger and tore another piece of his skin as he continued to stare at the pack. The tigers hesitated. They had lost their leader and returned to a disorganized state. None of them wanted to be the first to charge at the human. Noah continued to eat the tiger under him. His body slowly returned to its normal state as the corpse was consumed. Its power even rose slightly after eating that powerful creature. Saliva fell from the fangs of the tigers. Anyone would be able to understand how hungry they were. Yet, they didn't move. They simply watched as only bones remained of the corpse of their leader. Then, Noah stood up and walked toward the azure bushes, leaving the remains of the tiger behind him. The tigers waited for Noah to be enough far away before charging toward the bones of their leader. A battle occurred behind Noah, but he couldn't care less. His eyes were fixed on the azure bushes. The upper-tier tiger has appeared only after I went after these plants. They must have been its personal food. Noah inspected those shining plants. He crouched next to them and even smelled them while his consciousness searched for any threat. He didn't sense any danger coming from them, so he simply put one leaf inside his mouth to try it. The leaf was disgusting. Noah was almost about to spit it when the breath contained inside it entered his body, and he could clearly feel its quantity. I wondered why something that radiates so much energy has remained untouched among so many beasts. Noah thought as he guessed why the azure bushes hadn't already been eaten by the pack of saber-toothed tigers. I bet that this awful taste is the defensive mechanism of this magical plant. The leader of the tigers could only force itself to eat a bit of it from time to time. Well, I need to wait for Elder Laurel's opinion to be completely sure. Noah stood up and tore many bushes before storing them inside his space ring. He would bring samples to his group and eat the rest of them if Elder Laurel confirmed their harmlessness. This area can be colonized with the help of a few heroic cultivators. There doesn't seem to be any rank 5 creature here. Noah flew in the air as he noted that place in his mind. He knew that the hive would ultimately choose to create a stable foothold there, just as the other 3 big nations were doing. There were simply too many resources, and the archipelago was already 4 years late in the exploration. The hive needed to act quickly if it wanted to seize as many benefits as possible. Noah's eyes and consciousness swept the areas surrounding the azure plain. A mountain range became visible far away toward the east, part of the poisonous rivers and traces of the desert could be seen south, and nothing changed to north. The plain seemed to extend far away in that direction. I'll travel till the mountain range before reuniting with the others. I should find a few powerful creatures that can raise the rank of my body. As he thought of that, Noah flew east toward the mountains in the distance. Noah flew across the azure plain and picked more of those azure bushes before reaching the mountain chain in the distance. However, his consciousness and instincts detected an immense danger hiding inside those mountains. Noah felt forced to retreat before even entering the air above that environment. The danger he felt surpassed that radiated by the rank 5 giant sandworm. He didn't identify the cause of that threat, but he knew that it had to be something of a higher rank. That realization dispersed the satisfaction that he had felt after defeating a rank 4 magical beast in the upper tier with his bare hands. The wild and unruly aura that had accompanied him since he became a hybrid vanished, only to be replaced by his usual sharp coldness. It's only when you reach a certain height that you realize how high the sky really is. Noah thought as he released a loud sigh. The mountains were still in front of him, but he didn't dare to fly over them. All his struggles and accumulated power were nothing when they were put against something so strong. The path is long and my ambition is limitless. I will reach those ranks as long as I don't die. Noah closed his eyes as he said those words in his mind. He had never thought that he was better than those around him. He had always believed that he had achieved his current power through his dedication and hard work, something that anyone could have. Yet, as time passed, he had surpassed all the cultivators that had been a match for him or that had been far stronger than him. William, Daniel, Kevin, June, Nina, the Black Robes in Audionation, Roy, they had all been surpassed by Noah's growing speed for one reason or another. That slowly gave Noah some sort of confidence. He knew that he would continue to grow stronger as long as he remained alive. The sky is filled with monsters and I've just entered their world. I don't know how the elders managed to live for so long without improving their ranks. Noah opened his eyes and turned as he thought about that. Elder Laurel and the others had remained in the gaseous stage of the 4th rank for decades, maybe even centuries. Their situation was something that a workaholic person like Noah hoped to never understand. The meaning of the darkness element. The meaning of the darkness element. Noah repeated those words in his mind as he flew over the azure plain. He could only think about increasing his power after sensing the threat hidden in the mountain range. His attention was on the shining black gas that entered his dantian through the black ring. His mental energy continuously fueled the divine deduction technique as he studied the laws that the absorbed breath carried. Meanwhile, a white saber was in his hand. Noah casually slashed toward the ground, aiming for the rank 4 saber-toothed tigers that ran on the plain. His mind would improve with the 5th Xianxia rune and his dantian was continuously enlarging. He could only ponder on the laws of the darkness element and eat to increase his power. Noah dove on the ground every time a tiger died and calmly ate it before returning in the air and swinging his saber again. He felt his body slowly becoming stronger as he devoured those powerful beasts. 5 days passed quickly. Noah and Elder Hope reunited in the air over the forest of white woods. "What happened to you?" Elder Hope asked when she saw the state Noah was in. His long black hair was disheveled and dirty. The upper part of his robe was missing and its lower part was torn in many spots, and traces of blood could be seen everywhere from his hands to his face. Also, a cold aura surrounded him. Noah resembled a wild beast that had just come out of a harsh battle, and that was ready to jump straight into another one. The mountain range toward the east is too dangerous for us, but the Azure Plain can be colonized. We can begin clearing the area immediately if the others are done with the teleportation matrix. Noah didn't answer her question as he summarized the last 5 days. He directly flew on the ground toward his 3 companions after speaking those words. Elder Hope watched his back for a few seconds before following him. She had the faint feeling that his power had increased in that short period. Also, his mindset seemed to have changed. There was some sort of determination that had been absent during the journey through the sea. The 3 elders tasked with the creation of the teleportation matrix were completely focused on the terrain as they traced shining lines on the ground. Elder Morgan had her eyes closed as her fingers dug the terrain, and Elder Duke oversaw her work. Only Elder Laurel glanced at the trees around her from time to time. "How was your trip?" Elder Laurel asked when she saw the 2 figures carefully flying across the white crowns of the magical plants. Noah took a few branches of the azure bushes from his space ring and threw them at her as he landed on the ground. Elder Laurel's eyes lit up when she saw the plant. She immediately began to analyze it and murmur in a soft voice as if she was speaking to herself. "These are azure credits, in their raw form at least. They are called after the obsidian credits since their capabilities are similar. They are basically containers of breath. The continent doesn't have many of these. A complete bush could be worth tens if not hundreds of credits depending on how many leaves it has." Noah pointed toward the azure plain after hearing Elder Laurel's words and wore an expressionless face as he spoke to her. "The plain after this forest has a large number of these plants growing on its surface. I guess we found something similar to a mine of obsidian credits then." Elder Laurel nodded and gave the branches back to Noah. Her gaze went of Elder Hope as she silently waited for her report. Elder Hope waited a few seconds before speaking words that left the group speechless. "I think I've found traces left by divine beings." Elder Hope, Noah, and Elder Duke immediately set off after the former revealed that information. Elder Morgan and Elder Laurel were enough to take care of the teleportation matrix. The 3 heroic cultivators flew at a high speed toward the southern coast as Elder Hope led the way toward her discovery. They crossed the area inhabited by poisonous frogs and flew around the domain of the rank 5 giant sandworm. A large area filled with lava appeared in front of their eyes as soon as the desert was crossed. Red rivers dug canals across a rocky wasteland. They stretched themselves till the southern coast where the lava fell into the sea. Even its heat, though, couldn't melt the ice formed by the spell of the god of the empire. Elder Hope led her 2 companions toward what she said was the source of that lava. The group flew over the rivers, reaching a red lake that radiated an unbearable heat. Noah found hard looking at the lake for too long. Even his hybrid body couldn't withstand the hot waves that were radiated by the lava inside it. It was needless to say that the state of his 2 companions was worse than his as they floated over the lake. "Do you have any suggestions?" Elder Hope asked as she looked at Noah. She had reason to believe that such heat could only be caused by magical beasts in the divine ranks. As he looked at lava, Noah knew that she was right. An irrepressible hunger filled Noah as he forced his eyes to analyze the lake. His mouth autonomously produced saliva as his dragon sighed, gave him the confirmation that something extremely nourishing was hidden under the lake. It took a while for Noah to calm himself down. He felt as the saber-toothed tigers did when they watched the corpse of their leader being eaten by him. He knew that the corpse of a powerful magical beast was there, but he didn't have the power to reach it. "There's definitely something strong down there. I can't be sure about its rank, but I know that it's dead. It's probably the corpse of some body parts of a mighty creature, and I'd say that there is a high chance that it's something near the divine rank, seeing how it's affecting the environment." Noah gave voice to his thoughts as he evaluated the area. The lake was just one of the repercussions that the presence of such a powerful being had caused. "We need heroic cultivators of the fire element and chasing demon. He might be the only one able to explore the depths of the lake." Elder Duke spoke as he retreated higher in the sky. He couldn't endure the heat in the air above the lake anymore. Elder Hope and Noah followed him. Even they were reaching their limits. They would have had to use the breath inside their dantians to remain there. Elder Hope and Elder Duke began to discuss the matter. Most of their plans couldn't be carried out before the connection with the Coral Archipelago was created, but they still evaluated as many approaches as they could. Noah, however, was completely silent. His mind was still on the lake below him. I wonder how much my body would improve if I could take even a small bite from that corpse. That was his constant thought. Eating magical beasts of a lower rank didn't increase his power by much, and even those on a higher level only slightly boosted his strength. A hybrid needed more breath to advance compared to normal magical beasts, and even time took part in that process. Noah could only fulfill his hunger and wait for his body to completely assimilate those nutrients to improve. Yet, things would surely be different if a divine beast was to be his meal. Noah was almost sure that he wouldn't need to wait if he had such a nourishing flesh. He knew that his body would most likely immediately reach the 5th rank with just one bite. What do you think about that, Prince? Elder Hope's voice brought Noah back to reality. He found the stares of his 2 companions on him as they waited for some sort of answer. We should secure the Azure Plain. That area is the best place to colonize and create a foothold. As for the lake, Noah took one last look at the lava below him before releasing a loud sigh and continuing his phrase. We can't affect this zone with our power. There is no point in wasting time over something that we can't touch. Noah's words were harsh but also true. Elder Hope nodded and gestured to the group to return to the forest of White Woods. There was nothing that they could do about that place for now. As they returned to the forest, Elder Duke went back on the ground to help the other 2 elders while Elder Hope and Noah flew toward the Azure Plain. They began killing the saber-toothed tigers. The remaining specimens were in the middle tier at best. The 2 of them could easily kill dozens of them each in one day. Days went by in that way. The group was doing its best to be efficient with its time there. They had to make up for the 4 years of advantage that the 3 big nations had on the hive. The population of saber-toothed tigers diminished as time passed. Noah made sure to always store the corpses inside his space ring. His storage device was the best of the group after all. The value of the magical beasts could be easily preserved thanks to that. Of course, the sudden decrease in the number of tigers opened up the way to other magical beasts that had been cast out in the past. Weak poisonous frogs tried to expand their territory, and bear-type magical beasts began to descend from the mountain range and invade the Azure Plain. The fauna in the plain seemed to be refilled each day, almost undoing Noah and Elder Hope's efforts. Yet, after a few weeks went by like that, the teleportation matrix was completed and the connection with the Coral Archipelago was created. The hive barely had 40 heroic cultivators in the entirety of their ranks. There was a limit to how much support the Coral Archipelago could give to the group exploring the new continent. Its situation wasn't as stable as that of 3 big nations. Defending its territory and trying to create footholds in the old continent was already requiring most of its assets. It couldn't just expose itself and risk to lose the stability that it had finally gained. After all, even the Papal Nation and Utra Nation had been forced to ask for the help of the sects and noble families to preserve their richest territories while continuing the exploration of the new land. The hive simply couldn't match them. Also, colonizing the new continent was a real challenge. The atmosphere there prevented any human cultivator from inhabiting that land, and the 3 big nations were extremely secretive about the methods that they were using for that task. Due to all those reasons, the hive was only able to send 3 heroic cultivators through the teleportation matrix in the forest of White Woods. Elder Laurel carefully inspected the area under the white crows of the magical plants as the lights of the teleportation illuminated the forest. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the White Woods didn't feel threatened by those waves of energy. 3 figures became visible at the center of the formation when its lights faded. 2 men, a woman appeared and revealed surprised expressions when they felt the density of the breath in the air. Elder Austin, I wasn't aware the Patriarch was going to send you. Elder Hope bowed toward the cultivator with the aspect of a middle-aged man. Noah and the others had gathered there to greet the reinforcements sent by the hive, but they were all surprised when they saw the 3 newcomers. 2 of them looked old just like Noah's companions and were both in the gaseous stage of the 4th rank. However, Elder Austin was different. He had scarlet hair, no beard, and a pair of shining green eyes, but, most importantly, he was a heroic cultivator in the 5th rank. I've decided to come as soon as you discovered traces of divine beings linked to the fire element. Elder Jason and Elder Pansy have decided to follow me for the same reason. Elder Austin spoke as he explained the reason behind his presence there. He was one of the few rank 5 cultivators of the hive after all. His status was lower only to that of chasing demon. They all have a fire aptitude. I wonder how much they will improve thanks to the Red Lake. Noah thought as he kept his eyes on the rank 5 elder. He clearly felt that the latter was stronger than him, but he wasn't able to discern his exact power. He felt that his mental waves melted as soon as they reached for Elder Austin. Even his sea of consciousness was inferior to such a mighty cultivator. Elder Austin noticed Noah's attempts to probe his power and turned his gaze toward him while revealing a smile. Noah simply retracted his consciousness and bowed at that gesture. He knew that trying to probe him had been impolite, but he hadn't been able to hold himself back when he had understood that the elder was a rank 5 cultivator. Laurel, Jason, Pansy, you 3 will come with me and cultivate next to the lava lake. The rest of you will focus on protecting the teleportation matrix and exploring more territories. The hive has yet to discover how the 3 big nations are attempting to colonize this land, so it's pointless to waste time in it. It's better to use your power to search for more traces of divine beings. Elder Austin ordered before flying in the sky, followed by 3 elders. He had obviously become the leader of the group as soon as he stepped in the new continent and decided for the heroic cultivators with a fire aptitude to focus on the lava lake. They were the only ones who could gain some benefits from it. I can remain here and protect the formation. Elder Laurel has taught me how to handle the White Woods. There shouldn't be any problem. Elder Morgan spoke to the remaining 3 cultivators on the ground. I will come back often and remain in the areas nearby. You can take care of the territories more in the distance. Elder Duke said as he nodded to Elder Morgan. His eyes often went on the formation on the ground. He seemed extremely interested in it. Elder Hope turned to look at Noah. It was clear that she was waiting for his words before deciding what to do. I think I'll explore the west coast now. It's impossible to colonize the plain without the support of the hive, and the center of the continent seems too dangerous for my current level. I could still gather resources from the plain while you take care of the southern coast though, unless you have a better plan. Noah spoke, explaining the approach that he wanted to pursue. Elder Hope thought for a while before nodding and adding a few words. The center of the continent is indeed too dangerous to us. It's better to remain on the coastline. Well, good luck. Everyone is on its own now. Elder Hope flew away after those words, and Noah did the same after nodding to the 2 elders that had decided to supervise the teleportation matrix. 8 heroic cultivators, 1 in the 5th rank, 1 in the liquid stage of the 4th rank, and 6 in the gaseous stage. Our forces here are shallow, but it's the best that the hive can do at the moment. 4 elders are busy with the lava lake since it matches their element, while 2 cultivators will oversee the formation, leaving only me and Elder Hope to the exploration. I should use this chance to reach the upper tier. Noah thought as he turned toward north and flew past the forest of white woods. His consciousness eagerly searched for powerful magical beasts as he analyzed the environment below him. The period after the reinforcements from the Coral Archipelago came was quite messy for Noah. He flew north, along the western coastline and past the forest of white woods in his solitary exploration of the new continent. The fact that the lava lake didn't suit his element and that the corpse hidden under its surface was out of his reach didn't discourage him. He actually felt quite calm at that moment. The reason behind that sensation was that he was alone. Noah had always preferred to be alone, even before transmigrating. There was some sort of silent freedom when he was left on his own. That feeling had only increased through his second life. He felt as if he could truly be himself only when he was alone after all the escapes and pretenses that he had been forced to perform as he pursued his goal. His fusion with the cursed dragon further accentuated that preference. The egoism of the magical beasts was part of him now, and he knew that the procedure had forever altered his mental state. His mind wandered as he flew over a seemingly empty lake that had appeared after the forest of white woods. His mental energy continuously fueled the divine deduction technique as he pondered about himself. He had gained some insights after he attempted to probe Elder Austin. The mental waves of the rank 5 cultivator resembled a scorching defensive layer that melted any energy that tried to pass it. It was as if Elder Austin's mind was made of fire itself. That realization made Noah understand something. The entirety of a cultivator would change after it began to understand the laws of its element. Of course, that was mostly a hypothesis in Noah's mind. He couldn't be certain of that after just a brief interaction with Elder Austin. Yet, he had to start somewhere, and that was the only clue that he had managed to pick up about the understanding of the laws of one element. Before searching for an external meaning, I should thoroughly understand the depths of my individuality. I don't have to understand all the laws of the darkness element, but only those that suit myself and that I can make mine. Everything must start with me. Noah thought as he slowly descended toward the surface of the lake. The water in the lake was murky. Only the azure radiance released from the ground made him able to see part of its depths. That radiance, though, seemed to diminish every time Noah breathed. His lungs continuously absorbed the breath contained in the light around him, creating a dark halo that followed him everywhere he went. A being that feeds on light to empower its darkness. Those words entered Noah's mind before he analyzed the depths of the lake with his consciousness. The way Noah saw it, he needed to reach a deeper enlightenment about himself before he could understand the laws of the darkness element that matched his individuality. He had already done something similar when he had chosen the magical beast to fuse with his body, but he had become something completely different after the fusion. Also, he was now a complete heroic cultivator. The standards of the human ranks weren't enough to define him anymore. A tentacle came out from the surface of the lake and tried to pierce Noah with its sharp tip, but his hand shot toward the slippery limb of the beast and stopped its attach before it could reach his skin. Noah's hand squeezed the large purple tentacle and held it still. Its tip resembled a sharp hook that was as large as Noah's chest. I don't know this species of octopus-type magical beasts. It can hide its presence due to its ink, but it also has a powerful body which doesn't really suit its former capability. Well, it's only in the middle tier anyway. Noah increased the strength behind his squeeze until the skin of the beast was torn into pieces. A hole appeared on the tentacle where there once was Noah's hand. The water of the lake became darker. Noah knew that the octopus hiding in the lake was trying to hide its presence with its ink before attempting in a surprise attack. A being that uses darkness as a cover for its lethal attacks. Noah thought as he stared at the scene. His mental energy was continuously depleted to keep the divine deduction technique active. Noah felt as if he had entered a peculiar mental state that allowed him to see part of himself in the environment that surrounded him. 10 tentacles shot from the dark lake and converged in Noah's position. He didn't even look at them as a pair of white sabers appeared in his hands and slashed toward them. Black lines appeared in the trajectory of the tentacles and directly severed them from the main body. Noah casually picked one of the severed limbs of the beast and bit it. His eyes never left the dark water of the lake during that gesture. A being that feeds on others to grow stronger, the hated union between two species. His mind continued to play his deepest thoughts. He sensed that he was understanding something about himself when his status as a hybrid was mentioned. Countless bubbles appeared on the surface of the lake, filling Noah's mind with a dangerous feeling. Black flames covered his figure, making him disappear from his position just before a massive hook pierced the air there, creating a shockwave that made the water of the lake fall into chaos. Noah reappeared far away in the air. His eyes stared at what seemed the tentacle of a rank 5 magical beast before going back on the lake where the tall waves were dispersing the ink that had previously tainted the water. A being that heaven and earth wanted to destroy, a being that heaven and earth couldn't be bothered to dismantle. More than half of his mental energy had been depleted since he had activated the divine deduction technique. It seemed that the peculiar mental state that he had reached required more fuel to be maintained. Yet, he felt that he had obtained some sort of realization, something that he believed could be his starting point. I am a mistake. Noah repeated the word mistake in his mind as he tried to link that realization to his element and his cultivation. A mistake that strives for power. The sole fact that I'm alive is an act of defiance against heaven and earth, but my defiance is not what drives my life. It's just a consequence of my pursuit for power. Noah didn't choose to defy the rules of heaven and earth and to train in unorthodox methods because he preferred that path. He had been forced by the many dire situations of his life to walk on that road. His status as bastard had forced him to train in the forging of the 7 hells to obtain a rank 3 body. His family would have never given him an orthodox body-nourishing method due to his father's obstruction. He had learnt the elemental forging method because that was the only inscription method that he could train in. He needed to learn it, or he would have had to rely on techniques created by others to raise his level. He had fused himself with a magical beast because that was the only inspiration that he had obtained regarding body-nourishing methods. He had to wait to pass his earth tribulation to reach that enlightenment. The reason behind all those choices had been his pursuit of power. He had always had the chance to stop training or to slow down his growth after all. Yet, his ambition led him to his current path, making him become a being ready to do anything to increase his strength. The mistake was starting cultivating. Heaven and earth wanted me to remain as a commoner and live inside the family. They didn't predict my ambition. Earth itself had given that information to Noah. He was sure that his reasoning was on point. Yet, how do I link these qualities to my element? His understanding of the darkness element was still poor. He had just started studying the laws contained in the breath that he absorbed after all. However, his peculiar mental state and his knowledge about himself made him understand a few things. Darkness is everywhere, just like light. It fills the world. It can envelop everything and devour it. Nothing can stop it, and everyone feels it at some point. I felt it many times in my near-death experiences. Noah remembered the darkness that was about to invade his mind every time he was about to die, and even that when he had actually died. Darkness isn't simply the absence of light. It exists and thrives, just like me. Noah reviewed the scenes that he had seen in the Granite Abyss. The environment there had been deeply affected by the rank 5 cursed dragon. Even his rank 4 body wasn't able to see anything there. A darkness that feeds on light to become void. A cultivator that shouldn't exist but that continues its pursuit of power. Void that exists. Noah came out of his peculiar mental state after he thought that his mental energy stopped fueling the divine deduction technique as soon as he realized that something had changed about his dantian. It wasn't something that concerned his black hole cultivation technique. The whirlpool continued absorbing breath, as usual, and his will in front of it didn't affect it in the slightest. Yet, Noah felt as if his dantian was enlarging a bit faster. It was as if it didn't oppose its enlargement as strongly as before. Also, part of the laws that the breath carried weren't destroyed anymore by his cultivation technique but were instead nourishing his dantian. That nourishment was minimal. Noah was barely able to notice it. Yet, he felt as if something deeper about him had changed again, as if he was slowly beginning to tune with laws of the darkness element that suited him. These laws, I don't know what they represent, but they don't have a connection with heaven and earth anymore after they nourish my dantian. I guess they are feeding my individuality. Noah thought as he analyzed the process. The fact that his center of power was improving faster without the help of his cultivation technique felt amazing. He didn't even know that something like that was possible. It seems that I've taken the first real step on my personal path. This might be the reason behind the tribulations. Heroic cultivators steal heaven and earth's laws to improve after all. The deeper understanding of his status as a heroic cultivator made Noah realize why heaven and earth didn't want to see the birth of such powerful beings. Everything made more sense now in his mind. A plain filled with thick vegetation followed the lake inhabited by the species of octopuses. Noah slowly flew back on the ground as he prepared himself to explore it. Remaining in the new continent was a must in his opinion. Its environment was simply too perfect for his rank. He knew that he would require the hive's help to create a training area that matched that place. Also, there was the slight chance that he could find traces left by divine beings that matched his element. Noah couldn't let go of that opportunity, no matter how slim it was. After all, cultivators of the light and darkness element were extremely rare, and, even when one of them managed to enter the cultivation journey, it would be forced to bear the incredible costs that the techniques and methods of its element carried. Most of them didn't even go after the 4th rank. The hindrances that afflicted all heroic cultivators were even harsher for those with a rare aptitude, leaving the creation of techniques and spells as the only alternative available. However, only a small percentage of the cultivators could learn inscription methods, and even fewer of them could succeed in that task. Noah knew that the chances of finding something left by a divine cultivator of the darkness element were nearly zero. Yet, he could still find remains of magical beasts of the same element and even simple corpses of powerful beings that he could eat. The only thing that he could hope for was that his power would be enough to seize those benefits. Noah walked on the ground as he continued his solitary exploration. A dark halo followed him as the light around him kept on being absorbed by his body. Noah's centers of power steadily improved as his exploration continued. He trained with the Xianxia rune often. He would stare at the sheet containing it for hours when he decided that it was time to take a break. His Dantian benefited from the environment and his recent enlightenment concerning the laws of the darkness element. Noah actually had to slow down the absorption speed of his cultivation technique from time to time to give to his center of power a period of rest. He couldn't use his drugs to keep it healthy, he simply had too few potions and pills that could be used on a rank 4 Dantian. He knew that it was better to keep them for unexpected and dangerous situations. The center of power that benefited the most from the new environment, though, was his body. The high density of breath in the air gave it a constant stream of nourishments, and Noah had never stopped killing and eating the magical beasts that he found along the way. That type of regimen wasn't something that he could afford in the old continent. There simply weren't that many rank 4 magical beasts in one place. The plain that followed the lake inhabited by the octopus-type magical beasts was filled by rank 4 lightning rabbits. Noah was often forced to escape in the air since the rabbits were simply too many. They threatened to encircle him every time he killed a few of them. Lightning rabbits didn't have powerful bodies, but they could launch lightning bolts to attack and could momentarily boost their speed by gathering sparks on their legs. Those qualities made them quite annoying to fight, especially due to their numerous population. Noah could easily endure a few lightning bolts, but even he would die if he was hit by hundreds of them. The plain, though, didn't have anything interesting. Noah spent many days there only to improve his body as fast as he could. Feeding on so many rank 4 creatures pushed him toward the limits of the middle tier, even though he had yet to completely absorb all those nourishments. However, he eventually went past the plain to continue his exploration of the western coastline. His main targets were the traces left by divine beings and the corpses of powerful beasts after all. A grassland filled with short hills appeared in his sight as he walked in the sky. A yellowish moss covered the entirety of the grassland, giving it an eerie aspect. This moss should be a magical plant of some sort. It seems that the entirety of this area is occupied by this species. Noah thought as he descended on the ground. He wanted to inspect that life form and even pick a few samples for Elder Laurel to analyze. Yet, just when he was only at 1 meter away from the terrain, the moss moved, creating something similar to a claw that stretched toward Noah and tried to surround him. Noah kicked the air and a shockwave expanded from under his feet. The quick activation of the shadow sprint martial art brought him high in the sky in less than an instant. Countless rank 4 magical plants working together under the lead of few in the 5th rank. I bet that the entire grassland can work as a single organism. Noah thought as he watched the moss returning to the ground. He was amazed to discover that even his dragon's instincts hadn't been able to make him sense that threat. Another uninhabitable area, the Immortal lands are really on another level. We can explore this continent so safely only due to the absence of flying beings. Escaping in the air was the safest choice most of the time due to the peculiar fauna of the new land. Exploring it would be a far harsher challenge if flying magical beasts were present. Also, most of these creatures can hide their presence even from my instincts. All these life forms are simply too dangerous, and this is only the coastline. The density of breath increased as one went deeper into the continent, almost confirming the presence of stronger creatures there. I wonder what wonders can be found up there. Noah sighed as he looked at the sky. The Immortal lands seemed dangerous to explore even to rank 5 cultivators. Only peak heroic cultivators or divine beings could have the confidence to brazenly uncover its secrets. Mountains began to appear after the grassland. Noah chose to fly past that area since the moss didn't allow the presence of any other living being. It was simply pointless to spend more time there. The environment on the mountains seemed somewhat dangerous. Many snake-type magical beasts lived under the trees on their surface, and Noah was almost certain that a few rank 5 creatures were hidden near their bases. Noah approached the new area slowly. He first killed as many magical beasts as he could and stored the bodies of those that he wasn't eating, clearing a small area in the process. Then, he dug a cave on the side of a mountain so that he could train in peace. He needed a safe environment where he could stare at the 5th Xianxia rune until most of his mental energy was depleted. He decided to remain in those mountains for a while. The snake-type magical beasts were powerful but also extremely nourishing. They were the best food for his body. Also, there were many hidden areas between the mountains. Exploring all of them would take time since he had to be careful of the rank 5 creatures that he knew were hidden somewhere. However, something that he didn't expect happened. Noah had spent a few weeks between those mountains by then. He was casually exploring an area where 2 packs of snakes were fighting over the corpse of a strong specimen when his consciousness sensed that another consciousness had entered its range. Noah raised his eyes to the sky where he saw that a woman wearing a yellow robe was staring at him wearing a surprised expression. She looked at him for a while before her consciousness conveyed a mental message to Noah. "Who are you?" The forces of the 3 big nations had explored the new continent for more than 4 years by then, and had also kept most of the reports concerning the new land for themselves. That was the main reason why the Hive had chosen to fly directly to the southwestern coast, which was the farthest area from the old continent and the zone that the 3 big nations had yet to reach. However, 4 years was a long period, and the 3 big nations had deployed an incredible number of heroic assets on the piece of immortal lands. Also, the 3 factions were temporarily avoiding battles between each other, focusing solely on the exploration of that rich land and on seizing as many resources as they could. It was needless to say that the pace at which the new continent was explored only increased through the years, especially on the areas near the coastlines since they were safer than those at the center of the land. Is she exploring this area alone? Noah questioned inside his mind as he inspected the woman that had appeared in the sky. The mountains where Noah had lived for a while were still at some distance from the northern coastline. It was unlikely that one of the 3 big nations had created a settlement near there. Noah knew that there was a high chance that the heroic cultivator that had appeared was alone, searching for anything that could benefit her cultivation just like him. "I'm not going to ask again." The woman spoke again and revealed part of her aura. Noah remained silent as he stared at her with a cold gaze and analyzed her centers of power. Rank 4 body in the upper tier, rank 4 sea of consciousness that matches mine, rank 4 dantian at the peak of the gaseous stage. Also, she doesn't recognize me, Noah thought as he remained silent. He knew that his name had spread through the old continent, but many heroic cultivators were still unaware of him. After all, he had been only a human cultivator back then, and only the Elbas family could have some interest in someone so weak. There was no reason for the heroic cultivators of the other big nation to investigate him. "So you've Dash. I'm Lord Cody of the Voidall family. I wasn't aware that the Papal nation had already claimed this territory. I will take my leave now." Noah interrupted the woman's phrase with a lie and turned to leave in the direction of the grassland. He didn't even wait for the reaction of the cultivator above him as flew away from those mountains. According to the small pieces of information that the Hive had managed to gather through the years, Noah knew that the woman probably came from the areas occupied by the Papal nation. He also knew that the Elbas family had requested for the help of the noble families. The other factions couldn't possibly know all the heroic cultivators from the Utra nation that were on the new continent. They were mostly avoiding each other after all. Noah's guess seemed on point since the woman didn't chase after him. She simply floated in the air as she stared at Noah's back. Yet, just as he was about to reach the grassland, a pair of fiery wings appeared on the woman's back who began to fly at high speed toward him. Damn it! Noah cursed in his mind as he continued to escape. An inscribed notebook appeared in his hand, which he used to send a mental message to his companions. "I've been found." Noah was simply warning the other heroic cultivators of the Hive. He knew that they couldn't reach him anytime soon, and that they would probably hesitate in sending reinforcements. After all, the fact that the Hive was exploring the new continent was a secret. The other 3 big nations would probably use that information to inflict a harsh blow to the archipelago if they knew that it had divided its forces. The pact signed 2 years ago leaves 70% of the western coast to the Council, which means that you are either a criminal or someone from a different organization. The woman shortened her distance with Noah as she shouted those words. The spell that she was using made her far faster than him. Noah kept his attention behind him. His consciousness carefully analyzed the area behind the woman, as if he was waiting for someone else to appear. However, no one appeared. It seemed that the woman was really on her own in that area. I wasn't aware that the 3 big nations had formally divided the territories of the new continent. This is a huge problem. The coastlines aren't as safe as we believe. Noah continued to fly as he stored his inscribed notebook back in his space ring. He didn't have time to listen to his companion's answers. I might be able to defeat her if she is alone. Traces of battle intent began to grow inside Noah's mind, but he forcibly suppressed them. He didn't want to reveal any clue about his next move to the woman behind him. The heroic cultivator on his back continued to chase him. She was soon close enough to target him with her spells. 7 fireballs appeared around her figure. They began to launch fire bullets toward the escaping Noah, but they didn't seem to aim to his vital organs. Noah kicked the air and a shockwave spread under his feet. His figure seemed to disappear due to his sudden acceleration. The activation of the shadow sprint martial art made him dodge all the incoming bullets. The woman's eyes sharpened. Her opponent was doing his best to hide his abilities as he escaped. She didn't manage to discover anything with that simple spell. Countless fireballs appeared around her figure. They quickly became spears that shot through the air and reached for the escaping Noah. Noah felt hundreds of fire spears reaching for him and kicked the air again. The shadow sprint martial art brought him far away in the distance, but the enemy's spell seemed locked onto him and continued to chase him at a high speed. Noah waited as he focused. The spears reached for him once again and hid his figure from the woman's line of sight. It was at that moment that black flames covered him. Right before the woman's spell crashed in his position and released a shockwave that made even the ground below tremble. Noah didn't want to fight. He was in an unknown territory that the 3 big nations had explored for more than 4 years. There were simply too many variables that he couldn't possibly be aware of. Yet, the woman from the Papal Nation didn't want to let him go. She chased and attacked him through the western coastline. Noah's companions were far away. It would take them at least 1 day of full-speed flight to reach him, and that was only in Elder Duke and Elder Morgan's case. The others were over the lava lake on the southern coast, and there was no way that Elder Austin and the others with a fire aptitude could come in his aid anytime soon. Noah was left with 2 options. Either use all his abilities to escape the pursuit or fight. The issue with the first option was that he would most likely reveal his identity and, consequently, the involvement of the Hive in the exploration of the new continent. He didn't believe that the 3 big nations would attack the Coral Archipelago because of its actions. Still, the Hive would inevitably be forced to abandon the piece of immortal lands, which was something that Noah wanted to avoid at all costs. That and the fact that the woman seemed to be alone pushed Noah toward his second option. Go all out and fight. The fire spears converged and exploded in Noah's position right after his figure was enveloped in black flames. The shockwave released by that spell made the whole area tremble. Black flames appeared in the sky above the woman. Noah had decided to teleport at a few hundred meters from his enemy to launch his attack. His skin caved in as he swung his left arm. A black saber shattered the air in its path while radiating an ominous aura that sent chills down the heroic cultivator's spine. The rank 4 demonic sword made its first appearance in battle. The woman was a heroic cultivator that had reached the peak of the gaseous stage of the 4th rank. She was one of the many old cultivators that had chosen to explore the new continent looking for ways to improve her rank, and she had an incredible amount of battle experience. She immediately knew that Noah's attack couldn't be blocked easily. She would need to use most of her defensive methods to stop it. Hundreds of fire spears appeared between her and Noah and formed a thick wall. A giant eagle made of flames appeared at the center of the wall and covered that spot with its folded wings. A pale sheet came out from her space ring and created a circular protective layer around her figure. She had even chosen to use disposable inscribed items to protect herself. The air reformed as soon as Noah completed his slash, and a wide fissure appeared on the defensive methods of the woman. The fire eagle was severed in 2, and even the wall of spears was split in half. A corrosive black smoke appeared on the borders of the fissure and continued to consume the spells as it spread through their surfaces. The circular defensive layer managed to endure the remaining power carried by Noah's attack. Only some faint traces of his black smoke had reached the layer, but the woman's breath quickly dispersed them. Noah's attack wasn't even able to touch her. Noah quickly stuffed a piece of one of the magical beasts stored inside his space ring in his mouth. He needed to maintain his body in a healthy state, since he knew that he would need to use the secret art many other times. She perfectly evaluated the power behind my attack and activated the suitable countermeasures. This will be hard, Noah thought as he stuffed another piece of a magical beast inside his mouth. His mind tried to find the best way to deal with such a powerful enemy. Of course, The woman didn't wait for Noah to find a solution. "Who are you? Which organization has managed to keep a heroic cultivator of the darkness element hidden?" she asked as she raised her hands on the sky. She had understood Noah's aptitude, but it seemed that she didn't manage to link him to the demon prince of the Coral Archipelago. Noah was only 37 after all. No one would think that someone that young had been able to cross the human ranks in that short period. The barrage of flame spears appeared again, and an inscribed item in the 4th rank appeared in her hands. The item seemed a simple piece of wood, but a blue flame burned on its tip. It resembled some sort of inscribed torch. The torch began to affect the spears around her. Blue flames covered the tips of the spears, which increased the dangerous aura that they radiated. Amazing! That was the only word that Noah could use to describe the scene. He was fighting a heroic cultivator that had trained herself for decades, if not centuries. Her spells, her weapons, her instincts had reached a harmony that Noah couldn't possibly achieve since had been forced to bend his fighting style to the techniques and spells in his possession. The spears shot in his direction, and he waited until all of them were about to converge in his position before performing the shadow sprint martial art while activating the secret art. Noah reached an insane speed when his martial art was matched with his secret art. The woman was able to find his figure only after his burst of speed ended. Noah had neared her with his last sprint. He was wielding 2 black sabers at that time. He had decided to wield even his 2nd rank 4 demonic sword. 2 slashes shattered the air in front of him as he attacked the woman. She didn't have the time to be surprised by the appearance of a 2nd rank 4 inscribed weapon in the hands of her opponent, since she felt once again that a threatening attack was reaching for her. She focused. A large amount of mental energy and breath were injected inside her torch as she called upon the connection between her weapon and the flame spears in the distance. Noah had dodged the spears with his martial art, but they hadn't exploded that time. Only a few of them had broken when they converged in his position. Yet, when the energies fueled the torch, the flames that made the hundreds of spears in the distance disappeared, only to reappear in the form of an expanding blue sphere that had the woman at its center. 2 fissures appeared on the expanding sphere made of blue flames. They pierced its surface and released a corrosive black smoke that threatened to fill its insides. However, the blue sphere detonated at that moment, releasing a shockwave that expanded outward and that flung Noah away from the woman. An intense heat enveloped Noah as he was thrown in the distance. He felt that even his skin couldn't oppose the power behind the woman's spell. "I need to enter in melee range," Noah thought as he created dense layers of breath under his feet to stop his momentum. He managed to stop himself only when he was at more than 100 meters away from his enemy. He was in a pitiful state. Most of his robe had been burned, and his skin was charred in many spots. Even the lightning bolt that had hit him near the granite abyss hadn't been able to inflict so much damage. The woman didn't wait for Noah to recover. She created hundreds of fire spears again, which she empowered with her inscribed torch before launching them toward him. Noah saw how the barrage of spears was reaching for him once again. His mind became incredibly calm once he accepted that he had to sacrifice something if he wanted to win that battle. Noah threw many pieces of magical beasts in his mouth before kicking the air to activate his shadow sprint martial art. The healing capabilities of his body were momentarily weakened due to the activation of the secret art. The burned skin didn't heal while he dodged the incoming spears. The woman seemed to have understood Noah's goal. It was clear that Noah wanted to get close to her to unleash one of those threatening slashes when her defenses were at their lowest. That's why she summoned the giant fire eagle once again and manipulated it to aid the spears in Noah's chase. Noah felt surrounded. The fire spears chased behind him, and the eagle defended the area around his enemy. There didn't seem to be a way to near the woman. Also, Noah was wary of the defensive blue sphere that had already defeated his offense once. He didn't know if the woman was able to use that ability again. "I just need to touch her." Noah steeled his determination as he shot toward the eagle. Blue flames filled its body when the woman understood that Noah was aiming for it. Noah performed 2 vertical slashes with his weapons. 2 fissures appeared on the body of the eagle, severing it in 3 parts. Also, Noah's attacks continued to fly toward the woman. 2 black lines became visible after part of their power was dispersed to pierce the fire eagle. The woman saw the black lines and focused on her inscribed torch. The dispersing flames that made her eagle were absorbed by her weapon and created the same expanding blue sphere from before. The fire spears remained intact since she had used the flames that made the eagle to create the defensive sphere. They were still flying toward Noah from behind his back. The blue color filled the air around Noah. He found himself between the expanding sphere and the hundreds of spears. Only the warp spell could make him escape that situation. However, Noah had no intention to escape. The two black lines crashed on the sphere, releasing a black smoke that managed to pierce its surface, creating small holes in that powerful spell. Noah's mental energy was depleted as hundreds of ethereal claws formed around him and shot toward those holes, reaching for the insides of the body of the woman and tearing everything in their path. The woman seemed to have realized something after the ghostly claws spell hit her, but she was forced to put a stop to her thoughts since Noah kicked the air again and reappeared in front of one of the holes in her defensive spell. His eyes released a mental shockwave. A mental beam reached for the woman and threatened to crack her sea of consciousness with its might. However, the woman knew the nature of that attack and immediately acted to counter it. Her consciousness focused in the area in front of her mental sphere, and dense layers made of flames appeared in the trajectory of Noah's mental beam. Noah could feel how those defenses depleted a large quantity of the power carried by his spell before it managed to hit the heroic cultivator. The mental tremor spell hit the woman's sea of consciousness. The walls of her mental sphere shook as they endured Noah's attack. Noah saw that the holes on the surface, the blue sphere, enlarged when the woman's focus wavered. Heilung came out in the open and enveloped Noah as he launched himself through the blue flames. Noah felt Heilung cries of pain, and cracks appeared on its ethereal figure inside his mind as he used his blood companion to cross the defensive sphere of his enemy. Yet, the woman managed to make the sphere detonate while she endured the tremors that filled the walls of her mind. Noah saw the detonation of the defensive spell and turned ethereal. Part of Heilung's body was destroyed before it could hide inside his skin, but most of it managed to escape the deadly heat released by that attack. The ethereal form spell allowed Noah to remain in his enemy's range. He calmly waited for his body to return material before kicking the air and appearing right in front of her. The fire spears were still aiming at him from behind his back, but Noah had been too fast in the execution of his spells before sprinting again with his martial art. They didn't have any chance to reach him. Noah performed a downward vertical slash with his left arm. The air cracked right above the woman's head before the saber's trajectory reached for her head. It was at that point that red lines shone on the yellow robe of the heroic cultivator from the Papal Nation. A seemingly impenetrable layer covered the woman's skin, blocking Noah's attack before falling apart. The defensive capabilities of her robe gave her the time needed to stabilize her sea of consciousness and envelop her body with the blue flames contained in her inscribed torch. The heat that had previously burned Noah's skin enveloped his body once again. It was at that moment that Noah activated his most powerful spell. Black smoke rose from his skin and morphed him into a fiendish figure. Noah had always known that the demonic form spell was his strongest asset. However, there were many ways to counter the incredible power that his spell carried, especially when he was against experienced heroic cultivators. His enemies could just stall for time and wait for his breath or mental energy to be depleted. Its excessive consumption of energies balanced the higher power of the complete demonic form. Noah would always end up exhausted before his enemies if he weren't able to defeat them quickly. Also, the demonic form spell was his signature move. His identity would be easily discovered if he was to activate the armor made of corrosive black smoke. Once an experienced heroic cultivator learnt his identity, it would activate the necessary countermeasures, leaving his powerful body as his only hidden ability. That was the reason why Noah hadn't activated his most powerful spell before being right in front of the woman from the Papal Nation. He needed for his enemy to understand his identity only when it was too late for her to exploit the weaknesses of his spell. Truth to be told, the woman had suspected Noah's identity since he had used the ghostly claws spell, but the fiendish form that had appeared in front of her gave her the last confirmation that she needed. Noah Bulvin, the report said that you were a promising human cultivator. I know now that they had underestimated you. The woman's voice resounded from behind the blue flames. Her spell and Noah's black smoke fought each other in the air as they tried to overwhelm each other. Noah saw how his black smoke was pushed back by the combination of the woman's spell with her inscribed torch. She seemed to be able to drain all the fire still lingering in the sky to fuel her attack. The spears behind Noah vanished as their flames were being drained to fight the demonic form. The blue fire slowly burned the black cloud around Noah. I can't beat her. Noah realized when he saw that even his most powerful attack wasn't enough to defeat that heroic cultivator. Yet, I don't have to directly kill her to win, Noah thought as he raised his right arm in the sky. The pressure radiated by the blue flames hindered his movements. Noah knew that he wouldn't be able to perform his martial art in that situation. However, he had already decided to leave the killing to something else. Noah stored his weapons as he lowered his right arm. His hand closed into a fist as it ran through the sea of flames to reach the woman. The black smoke around his arm was burned as Noah punched through her defensive spell. That punch carried all the physical strength that his body was capable of. A hybrid's body near the peak of the middle tier of the 4th rank, a secret art that brought the capabilities of such a body to its limits, and the demonic form spell that further increased Noah's strength. There were very few beings in the 4th rank that could match such sheer power. Noah felt the skin around his knuckles burn. The protection of the black armor had dispersed in that point, and the blue flames were consuming more of it as his fist continued to descend. Then, Noah's fist connected with the woman's shoulder. He had initially aimed for her head, but the obstruction of the blue flames had altered the trajectory of his attack, making it land on her left shoulder. The heroic cultivator from the Papal Nation had been initially confident against that attack. She believed that her defensive spell would deplete most of its power. Yet, that confidence fell apart when she felt the power that assaulted her body. Her shoulder directly exploded due to the impact, and the left side of her chest was torn apart by the might of Noah's physical strength. Only part of her waist kept her linked to her lower body. Other than that, she felt an immense force pushing her downward. Her fiery figure was thrown toward the grassland where she crashed, creating a deep hole in the terrain under the yellowish moss. She was still alive even when half of her torso had been reduced into bits. Her survival instincts made her reach for the drugs inside her space ring to stabilize her injuries, but she didn't expect the moss on the grassland to move and cover the remains of her body. The moss engulfed her in its embrace, and she struggled as she felt her body being slowly eaten by those numerous magical plants. Traces of flames began to reappear around her body, but, at that moment, she felt a stabbing pain coming from the remains of her low waist. The connection with her dantian was severed after her low waist had been ravaged. She didn't have any method to escape that dangerous situation without her rank for breath. She could only use her fading consciousness to see what was happening above her. She saw the moss in the area around her quickly converging in the pit and a human figure staring the scene at a few meters in the air above her. Before darkness enveloped her mind, she understood that she had fallen for Noah's trap. Noah watched the yellowish moss devouring the remains of the woman's body and left only after he sensed her death. Blood stained the corners of his mouth as he flew toward the forest of white woods. He had dived toward the grassland as soon as the woman crashed into it to retrieve her dantian before retreating at full speed and eating it. He couldn't let go of her center of power. It's a pity that I couldn't retrieve her space ring. Well, I should be happy to be alive, Noah thought as he flew back to the teleportation matrix of his organization. His consciousness analyzed his body to assess the damages that he had suffered during the battle. 40% of my skin is burned, and the muscles on my right arm are mostly gone. Also, I need some time to completely recover from the continuous usage of my secret art. I've never felt so weak after becoming a hybrid. I've reached the peak of the middle tier at least. The dantian of the heroic cultivator had pushed his body toward the peak of the middle tier, but the other nourishments were focusing the wounds that filled both his muscles and skin. Noah took a large piece of one of the magical beasts inside his space ring and began to eat it. He needed to recover as fast as possible and break through the upper tier, since there was a high chance that more battles on that level were waiting for him. Noah's body had reached the peak of the middle tier after he ate the woman's dantian. He only needed to accumulate enough nourishments now to reach the upper tier. Yet, he needed to heal it before he could start accumulating breath. His injuries weren't that severe, but they still needed some care. His mind went through the battle that he had just fought as he flew back to the teleportation matrix. His analysis of that fight left him utterly disappointed in his battle prowess. I would be dead if she understood my identity faster, Noah thought as he reviewed the woman's abilities. He knew that he wouldn't have had a chance if the heroic cultivator had been prepared for him. The woman could have just used her spears and eagle to keep him away. She only had to focus on her defense to win the battle harmlessly. I can't rely on the surprise effect every time. My secret art allows me to make up for my lack of spells, but it doesn't give me a win condition. I can only match experienced heroic cultivators with it. Noah only had 3 offensive spells, and 2 of them were mental attacks. He was extremely lacking in that field. Heilung is too weak for my current level, and I need to find a way to create spells with the elemental forging method. Other than that, I can only wait for my centers of power to improve. Heilung was just a magical beast in the lower tier that had been empowered by Noah's meaning. It couldn't match the attacks of heroic cultivators. It would be nice if I had a pair of peak rank 4 blood companions. My mind can surely handle them, and I can further boost their power with the elemental forging method. I might actually cover part of my weaknesses with them. Noah quickly found a solution to his first problem. I don't really need blood companions to fly anymore. I can choose magical beasts for their best traits and empower them so that they can be useful in battles against heroic cultivators. His dragon's side didn't like the idea of losing its wings again, but Noah didn't care much. He couldn't be bothered to keep an ability useless to him. As for the spells, I don't even know where to start. Noah sighed as he thought that before putting the issue in the back of his mind. He couldn't force his inspiration. Using the divine deduction technique often was the best that he could do now that he had no ideas. Noah continued to fly for a few days before a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. What the hell happened? Elder Hope asked when she saw Noah's pitiful state. He was extremely skinny, and his skin was still burned in some spots, especially on his right arm. Also, only a few strands of what once was his robe covered his body. Even part of his hair had been burned during the battle. The 3 big nations have sealed pacts to divide the coastlines between themselves. I believe that the southern coast might belong to the Wuxia nation. Noah spoke, uncaring of the elder's gaze on his body. There were problems more immediate than his aspect. Elder Hope was stunned by his words and quickly contacted Elder Austin and the other elders with a fire aptitude. The lava lake wasn't as safe as they believed. Did someone chase you? You said that you had been found. Elder Hope asked. Her inscribed notebook was still in her hands. The cultivator that found me is dead, and no one else was with her. Elder Hope's eyes widened when she heard his words. The demon prince of the hive, who had just reached the 4th rank, was already able to battle against other heroic cultivators. Are you sure? Did you really kill her? Noah shrugged his shoulders at that question. The taste of the woman's dantian still lingered in his mouth. He didn't need any other proof about her death. Did she send a distress call? Did she contact anyone during the fight? Where did you hide her corpse? What about her belongings? Elder Hope stormed Noah with questions, but he simply shook his head as he continued to fly toward the forest of white woods. Her corpse is well hidden, and her space ring is there too. I can't be sure about anything else. Noah briefly described the environment in the grassland to reassure Elder Hope. She heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the specifics about the woman's death. No one is coming for us, so I don't think she managed to warn anyone. Yet, I'm sure that the situation will become tense. Even the 3 big nations can't take the loss of a heroic cultivator lightly. Elder Hope concluded as she increased her flying speed. Noah followed her as he continuously ate pieces of magical beasts to recover. The duo returned in the forest of white woods, where Elder Morgan and Elder Duke were waiting for them. We must accelerate the creation of defensive measures. There is a high chance that a battle is looming upon us. Abandoning this formation must be treated as the last resort. Elder Hope ordered the 2 elders who were protecting the teleportation matrix. She knew the value of the new continent. She didn't want to retreat so quickly. I've already contacted Elder Laurel. She is on her way back here. Link the defensive measures with the White Woods. I want to take at least a few heroic cultivators down in case we are forced to leave this place. Elder Morgan and Elder Duke repeatedly nodded at her words and began to prepare the materials needed for the creation of a defensive formation. What about Elder Austin? Noah asked when he saw that Elder Hope didn't mention him. Elder Hope revealed a complicated expression before answering Noah. He said that his understanding of the fire element is improving at an incredible speed and that he is nearing a breakthrough. He asks for reinforcements, but he has specified that the teleportation matrix is the top priority. Noah understood the meaning behind her words and nodded before shooting in the air in the direction of the southern coast. Elder Hope was specialized in the gathering of information, and she was the perfect person to guard the teleportation matrix. Elder Duke and Elder Morgan were the experts in the formations field, and they were the only ones who could deploy defensive measures around the connection with the Coral Archipelago. Elder Laurel was an expert in the magical plants field, and she was the only one that could give insights on how to use the capabilities of the White Woods to the group's advantage. Elder Austin, Elder Jason, and Elder Pansy were busy cultivating next to the lava lake, and they were unwilling to abandon that area. They requested reinforcements as a consequence of that unwillingness. The only heroic cultivator available for that role was Noah. I understand their eagerness to cultivate there, but the situation isn't that favorable. The safest option would be to temporarily retreat next to the teleportation matrix and slowly enlarge the area under our control. Noah thought as he flew toward the southern coast. His mouth continuously chewed pieces of magical beasts to nourish his body. A few weeks had passed since he left the forest of White Woods. Noah didn't hurry toward the lava lake. His priority was to heal his body. His complexion had mostly recovered after he continuously fed himself. Only some bruises were left on his right hand, but they would take less than a day to heal. After that, he could finally begin to accumulate the breath necessary for the breakthrough in the upper tier. Noah knew that his body would improve by a large margin after it stepped inside the last tier of the 4th rank. He hadn't needed to accumulate breath for the breakthrough in the middle tier. His body had been at the peak of the lower tier for many years after all. It had already gathered enough nourishments. Noah increased his flying speed after even his right hand healed. He had no reason to hesitate anymore, and he didn't want to risk enraging the leader of his group. He wore a simple black robe as he reached for the lava lake. The embroidery on the clothes of the hive could reveal his identity. He would rather avoid that possibility. Noah flew past the desert inhabited by the rank 5 giant sandworm and reached the rocky wasteland filled with red rivers. He soon found 3 familiar figures floating cross-legged above the red lake. You took your time. Elder Austin spoke as he opened his eyes and straightened his position before turning toward Noah. Noah simply performed a slight bow before turning his gaze toward the east. He was almost sure that the forces of the Utra Nation were exploring the areas in that direction. The news has already spread. Elder Cheryl of the Fiery will sect died due to the attack of a dangerous magical plant. The forces of the Council have been able to recover only her space ring. Everything else about her has vanished. Elder Austin spoke in a calm tone as he continued to stare him. Noah felt the scorching gaze of the leader of his group fixed on him. Did they discover us? Noah asked, turning himself to face the leader. Elder Austin sighed before revealing a smile and retracting the heat radiated by his gaze. No, but the situation is still quite messy. The Council doesn't believe that Elder Cheryl has died due to her inattention and puts the blame on the other 2 big nations. On the other hand, the Elbas family denies any involvement in the matter, and the Empire simply doesn't answer to the Papal Nation. It seems that you have ruined the peace that lasted for more than 4 years. Elder Austin spoke while keeping his smile. He seemed quite amused by that turn of events. How is the hive aware of these details? Noah asked when he understood that something was off about Elder Austin's statement. The 3 big nations had always been quite secretive about the matters concerning the new continent. It didn't make sense for the hive to suddenly own all those reports. Elder Austin released a loud laugh when he heard those words before complimenting Noah. You indeed deserve the title of Demon Prince. It's not even a year since you became a heroic cultivator, but you are already going around killing old monsters who have lived for centuries. Good, good. Elder Austin threw a small shining orb at Noah when he finished speaking. Noah's mental waves scanned the item as soon as he caught it. Noah couldn't help but wear a surprised expression when he read the contents of the orb. He raised his gaze toward the leader, as if asking if what he was reading was true. The information contained in the orb explained in detail the events that followed the fall of the piece of Immortal lands from the Council's point of view. Anything regarding the traces left by divine beings had been omitted, but Noah could clearly understand how the territories of the new continent had been divided through the years with those reports. How did we obtain something like this? Noah directly asked. The source of that information had to be trustworthy for Elder Austin to be so sure about the contents of the orb. Why do you ask? Only the Papal Nation can have such detailed information. Noah was surprised once again after he heard the leader's words. There was no reason for the council to hand those reports. Then, an absurd possibility formed in his mind. Don't tell me. They want to cooperate. Elder Austin nodded when he saw that Noah had understood the situation and began to explain the matter in detail. Yes, well, not exactly cooperation. The political situation on the new continent is tense. One misstep might cause a war, and the defeated would be forced to leave these lands. The council doesn't know which faction killed Elder Cheryl, but it doesn't want to be the only big nation to suffer casualties. To put it simply, they want to hire us to attack the other factions. Many nations had tried to rebel against the influence of the three big nations, but the Hive was the only organization that had managed to claim real independence. The borders of the Coral Archipelago were protected by the copying technique retrieved in Divine Demon's separate dimension, and a rank 6 existence ruled those islands. The three big nations couldn't affect that domain without suffering losses. The Hive could develop away from the clutches of those forces, improving and solidifying its foundation, becoming something similar to a fourth influent power in the old continent. Yet, the road to becoming the fourth big nation was still long, especially since the Hive was lacking in heroic assets. The only way to improve in that field was to nurture large numbers of human cultivators after all. Heroic cultivators were so crucial in an organization that the Papal Nation was ready to hire the Hive to make the other factions suffer some losses. The Council didn't want to be the only power weakened by the exploration of the new land. We can't become the disposable weapon of the Papal Nation, Noah said after Elder Austin explained the situation. The Council's offer was extremely appealing, and he was sure that the reports about the new continent weren't the only rewards that the Hive could obtain from it. However, messing with the big nations wasn't something that could be done easily. The Hive simply didn't have the power to endure possible aftermaths. True, but we can't continue exploring this land in secret either. All the coasts will eventually fall under the control of the three big nations, which will force us to return to the archipelago. We need the support of the Papal Nation to remain here openly. Elder Austin spoke, and Noah couldn't help but think that his words made sense. The Hive had found only 3 areas from which it could gain some profits: the forest of white woods, the azure plain, and the wasteland filled with rivers of lava. The desert with the sandworms and the grassland with the yellowish moss were quite barren and could only offer a stream of magical beasts and plants, and there wasn't much that could be gained from them. The lake inhabited by the particular species of octopuses and the rivers occupied by the poisonous frogs could hide something interesting, but exploring those areas was a difficult task. Those missions would require a team of fully prepared heroic cultivators to be completed. The mountainous landscape seemed interesting, but Noah had been forced to interrupt his exploration due to the appearance of Elder Cheryl. It would be impossible to return there after the forces of the Council had been alerted. Those were the areas that the Hive had been able to explore in that short period and with that little manpower. The main issue, though, was that the Hive needed time to obtain benefits from those zones. The azure plain needed to be freed from the magical beasts so that the azure bushes growing there could be plundered and transformed into a stable source of income. The forest of white woods needed to be deeply studied before those magical plants could be used as a defensive measure. Elder Laurel alone wasn't enough for the task since she could barely affect the strongest trees. The lava lake had to be transformed into a proper cultivation area for elders with a fire aptitude, and even the source of its heat had to be seized, which was something that only Chasing Demon could be able to do. All in all, the Hive needed time and the permission to remain in the new continent, things that only one of the 3 big nations could provide. I understand your concerns, but the archipelago can't let go of this chance. Our home is safe and the possible gains outclass the possible losses. We just have to pay attention. Elder Austin spoke again when he saw that Noah was lost in his thoughts. Paying attention isn't really enough, but he should have some sort of plan since he looked so confident. Noah returned to reality when he heard the leader's words and temporarily suppressed his doubts about that task to question him. What do you have in mind? Elder Austin revealed a smile when he saw that Noah had agreed to the mission and walked next to him as he pointed toward the eastern coast. We will form a small team led by a rank 5 elder specialized in ambushes. The team will continue exploring the southern coast until it finds traces of the heroic cultivators of the Wuxia nation, only to take them by surprise and retreat. Elder Austin's index traced red lines on the air. A small version of the continent was soon drawn in front of Noah. Anonymity is key. The Elbas family must think that the assassins come from one of the other two factions to force it to act against them. We will decide the next move after we understand how the Wuxia nation answers to our provocation. Noah nodded at those words. The presence of a rank 5 heroic cultivator specialized in ambushes would facilitate the task, especially if their targets were in the 4th rank. The threat of assassins running freely on the continent will force the 3 factions to slow down their exploration, giving us more time to stabilize our gains. I believe the Hive has already prepared an alibi in case its implication is questioned. Noah continued the leader's speech, and the task became more doable the more he analyzed it in his mind. Elder Austin nodded before explaining as he dispersed the flames still lingering in the air. Of course, the Hive will openly invade one of the nations in the area of influence of the Empire. We will use that war to train the new human assets and to pretend to be too busy to mine the new continent. It is a win-win situation. Noah couldn't help but think about Nation when he heard that the Hive wanted to train human cultivators through a war. But his mind quickly went back on the main topic as it gave voice to a request. I want the corpses of the cultivators that we kill. In the forest of white woods, on the terrain under the white crowns of the trees, the light of the teleportation matrix shone, revealing a short figure that wore a simple white robe. Elder Hope kowtowed when the figure was revealed. Her forehead touched the ground as respectful words came out of her mouth. Welcome to the new continent, Master. Noah and the other cultivators of Hive were all there. They were welcoming the new rank 5 cultivator that had come in their aid from the archipelago. Welcome to the immortal lands, Julia. With you here, only a handful of us remains in the Coral Archipelago. Elder Austin exclaimed as he greeted the middle-aged woman that came out of the teleportation matrix. Noah's gaze was on her. She had long gray hair and gray eyes. Her gaze didn't shine like that of most cultivators, something that Noah found quite peculiar. It's so strange. It's as if she isn't here at all, Noah thought as he inspected Elder Julia. He could clearly make out her appearance, but his consciousness found it hard to analyze her. His mental waves just went through her as if she was made of air. Elder Julia shot an expressionless look at Noah before focusing on the kneeling Elder Hope, and warmth appeared on her face when she looked at her disciple. Don't worry about the prince. He did the same with me. Elder Austin spoke as he flew in the air. Elder Julia followed him, and together they disappeared in the sky over the white crowns of the magical plants. Only then did the others breathe a sigh of relief. Being next to 2 rank 5 existences had made them quite tense. You should be more respectful toward your seniors. Elder Hope stood up and spoke to Noah. It was clear that she didn't appreciate the probing of her master. Sorry, it's a bad habit of mine, Noah plainly answered as he sat on the ground and began to stare the 5th Xianxia rune. The truth was that Noah didn't really care about seniority or similar. He simply knew that those powerful beings wouldn't punish him due to his privileged position. Heroic cultivators in the 5th rank had a superior understanding of the laws carried by their element compared to Noah, and he couldn't let go of the possibility to gain some inspiration from them. Elder Julia resembles thin air. My consciousness was completely unable to sense her. Amazing, Noah thought as he continued to train with the Xianxia rune. Every existence in the 5th rank was always able to leave a deep impression on him. The Hive should only have 7 or 8 cultivators in the 5th rank in total, and now 2 of them are here. The forces of each relevant organization on the old continent are slowly being drawn here, attracted by opportunities that the mortal lands can't offer. Mental energy was expended to fuel the divine deduction technique. It was needless to say that Noah's sea of consciousness emptied itself at high speed, since he was also staring at the rune at that moment. I'm the mistake that keeps on living, the void that exists, but where am I going? Noah would often ponder about himself and then about the laws of the darkness element with the help of the divine deduction technique. He knew that he would need that kind of understanding sooner or later. Power is my purpose and goal because power stands above everything. Power to rise in the sky so that I can obtain an even stronger power, an endless journey, just like a saber that uses the hindrances on its path to reach higher levels of sharpness. Noah felt as if his understanding increasing slightly, but he didn't notice any improvement in his absorption of breath. It seems that I need to link the understanding about myself with that of the laws of the darkness element for my dantian to obtain some benefits. He felt no disappointment in that realization. He knew that it would take time to advance in that field, even with the help of the technique created by Divine Demon. Noah was different from the other rank 4 cultivators. He already had his personal cultivation technique, meaning that he wouldn't encounter any hindrance in the path to the 5th rank. Elder Julia and Elder Austin descended from the sky and landed on the ground a few minutes later. It seemed that their conversation had ended and that they were ready to inform the rest of the group about it. Elder Julia will cover some of you with her abilities, allowing you to take by surprise the explorers that you find won the road. Yet, she refuses to attack anyone who isn't on her level. Elder Austin spoke. He seemed quite disappointed in that outcome. Humph, juniors should fight juniors. They won't reach our level if we solve all their problems. Elder Julia snorted as she replied to Elder Austin's words. Her expression showed how determined she was in her decision. That's actually perfect, Noah thought when he understood that he could benefit from that situation. Personally joining the battles not only would allow him to gather dantians more quickly, but it would also give him insights on how to improve his battle prowess. His experience in battles in the heroic ranks was lacking after all. He knew that he needed to improve his battle style, but he wasn't sure about what he needed to prioritize. Also, he agreed with Elder Julia's reasoning. There was no point in having your centers of power in the 4th rank if you didn't know how to use them properly. The team tasked for the ambushes was quickly created. Noah, Hope, Jason, and Pansy would fly along the southern coastline looking for cultivators coming from the Nation. Elder Julia would be with them, hiding their presence and ready to intervene in case a powerful existence appeared. Laurel, Morgan, and Duke would remain in the forest of White Woods and work on building defensive measures, while Elder Austin would resume his cultivation above the lava lake. In less than a day, 6 figures shot in the air and flew toward the southern coast, ready to perform their roles. For figures flew past the rocky wasteland filled with rivers of lava. They flew east, along the southern coastline. Vegetation began to appear as the group from the hive crossed the explored areas. Their gazes, though, didn't linger too much on the environment. Their consciousnesses were searching for other targets. They can't sense us. Elder Julia's methods are amazing. Well, she is a rank 5 cultivator after all. Noah thought as he flew alongside his companions. Packs of ape-types magical beasts had appeared on the terrain below them, but they didn't seem to notice the presence of the cultivators in the sky. Even a rank 5 specimen that had appeared seemed completely unable to sense them. Elder Julia was escorting them during that mission and was using her methods to hide their presence. Noah knew that she was somewhere near them, but he couldn't even sense a faint trace of her aura. They would still be spotted if they entered the field of view of one of those creatures, but their auras were wholly concealed. Sneaking on them wouldn't be a problem at all. Of course, their mission didn't concern the magical beasts, but the heroic cultivators of the Nation. Ambushing the latter would obviously be a bit harder. Small trees and magical beasts filled the area after the rocky wasteland. Life forms began to appear often as the group put some distance from the lava lake. They flew slowly and took many breaks. Elder Hope was tasked to inspect their surroundings, and her investigative methods took time. Yet, no one complained. Their priority was to maintain their anonymity. They couldn't risk being spotted by an enemy before they had completed their preparations. Days passed. The group continued to fly along the southern coast without encountering any sign of the forces of the Nation. It seemed that those areas had yet to be explored by humans. However, after 3 weeks of careful exploration, Elder Hope finally found a trace. Someone is flying at 1 day of travel ahead of us. I don't hear anyone else. We should have found another lone explorer. Elder Hope spoke as she removed her hands from her ears. She had used the same investigative method from when they were traveling above the sea around the new continent. Noah and the others nodded at her words before descending on the terrain. Elder Julia's methods hid their presence but not their bodies. They still needed to hide to ambush the explorer. The group carefully walked across the land, avoiding any pack of magical beasts that appeared on their path. They didn't want to reveal their position by battling with those creatures. It took a bit more than a day for the cultivators of the hive to locate the position of the explorer. But, in the end, they saw the lonely figure flying in the air and analyzing the environment below it. The cultivator was an old man with a long white beard and no hair. He was at the peak of the gaseous stage of the 4th rank, but it seemed that time had negatively affected his power. He radiated a soft aura, but his consciousness seemed fragile. His mental waves could analyze the ground below him only for a few seconds before they dispersed. He is going to die in a few years anyway. This kill barely counts as an achievement. Elder Pansy spoke when she saw the state of the cultivator. Her evaluation was on point. The explorer would only be able to live for a few years unless he increased his power. Of course, Noah didn't care about how honorable his actions were. He completely ignored Elder Pansy's words as his gaze went on the emblem on the robe worn by Explorer. He recognized that symbol. Shasti family. Noah murmured when he recognized the origin of the Explorer. His companions could clearly hear his words and shot questioning gazes in his direction. Large-sized noble family of the Utra country. Noah explained in a few words, and his companions nodded when they understood that they had found a suitable target. Each one of them quickly prepared for the ambush. Noah wielded his demonic swords. Elder Hope took out her peculiar knife. Elder Pansy laid a long iron stick on her shoulders, and Elder Jason tightened his grip on his sword. They were ready to attack. The heroic cultivator from the Shasti family continued to fly. He was unaware that 4 assassins were hiding under the trees below him, waiting for him to reach a specific spot in the sky. Then, all of a sudden, 4 black lines appeared around him and formed a shining rectangle that encircled him. He felt weak when the light of the spell hit him. It took a good amount of his concentration to repel the weakening effects that were assaulting his body. A blue light shone from his body, which seemed to improve his complexion temporarily. He quickly moved to escape the area of the rectangle when a sharp sound reached his ears and destabilized his concentration. The heroic cultivator from the Shasti family lost the foothold under his left leg when his concentration was broken. He was about to cast another spell when more than 30 fireballs shot from the terrain and crashed on him. A loud explosion occurred, and a gray cloud formed in the sky. A fuming figure came out of the smoke and loudly coughed as it tried to straighten its position. The heroic cultivator had survived, but most of his robe had been burned, and even his beard didn't survive the attack. Anger could be clearly seen on his expression as he shouted to the ground below. "Who dares?" His question, though, wasn't answered by words, but by the appearance of black flames from behind his back. The cultivator from the Shasti family sensed that threat and turned to block the attack. A small blue shield appeared in his right hand, and a harpoon was wielded in his left one. He raised his shield to defend from the assault, but his eyes widened when he saw the face of his assassin. Long black hair, shining icy blue eyes, and soft edges. He knew that youthful aspect too well to be mistaken. Noah Bulvin. How? Noah's sabers clashed with the shield as he spoke those words. He wasn't able to pierce it without the activation of his secret art. But cracks still appeared on its surface due to the immense strength behind Noah's slash. The noble was about to speak again, but a sharp pain on his back forced him to suppress his surprise and use all his focus to try to survive that situation. Desperation began to fill his mind when he saw that a stick and a sword were aiming for his head. The cultivator from the Shasti family released his most powerful defensive spell when he saw those 2 dangerous attacks. A torrent of water engulfed his figure and stopped the advance of both stick and sword. Noah didn't wait for the torrent to disperse. His eyes released a mental beam, and 100 ethereal claws shot toward his enemy. He used his mental attacks to pierce the cultivator's defense. His death area spell was still active, and the heroic cultivator was already injured. He didn't manage to keep the torrent of water active when Noah's mental attacks landed on his mind and internal organs. The water dispersed and fell on the ground below, The cultivator wasn't even able to make it detonate to repel his assailants, leaving him defenseless between the three assassins. Jason and Patsy attacked once again with their weapons. Flames covered the surface of both stick and sword as they reached for the old cultivator's body. The man from the Shasti family was about to raise his harpoon and shield to block the attacks, but a series of wind blades stabbed his back again, stopping his attempt to defend. The fiery stick landed on the cultivator's shoulder, releasing a shockwave that cracked the bones in that area and spread flames that burned his skin and muscles. The sword stabbed his abdomen, burning a large part of his internal organs. The noble was about to die. Life was abandoning his body. It would be just a matter of seconds before the flames burned the entirety of its figure. Yet, at that point, a black saber slashed his low waist horizontally, severing his lower body from the rest of his abdomen. Noah quickly stored the lower body of the cultivator and sent precise orders to the spirit automaton of his space ring. He relied on his rank 6 inscribed item to preserve the dantian of the noble. A surprised expression never left the face of the noble. He remained shocked even in his death. Elder Hope appeared from his hiding spot when the noble died. She wanted to enjoy that victory with her companions. However, the voice of her master resounded in the area and suppressed her excitement. "You are lucky that I'm here." Elder Julia appeared next to the group and raised her hand, where a dense sphere of mental energy was restrained. The sphere played the images of the noble's battle and showed the faces of Noah, Jason, and Pansy in detail. "You have been too slow and have given too much space to your enemy, allowing him to send a distress call to his allies. Luckily for the hive, I've intercepted it." Elder Julia explained the situation as she shattered the sphere with her grip. The noble's mental energy dispersed in the air, vanishing in the world. "You three." Elder Julia pointed at Jason, Pansy, and Hope as she continued to speak. "You have spent too much time in seclusion. Your techniques are good, but you have forgotten how powerful heroic cultivators are. You must use your consciousnesses to restrain your enemies and your strongest attacks to end the battles quickly. Don't rely on your martial arts if they aren't as effective as the prince's." Elder Julia gave pointers about the battle. Her status as a rank 5 cultivator allowed her to see any flaws in the three elders' combat style. "As for you, Prince," Elder Julia turned to Noah as the focus of the conversation went on him. "You must also learn to use your consciousness better, but your biggest flaw is the simplicity of your attacks. There is no point in having a powerful offensive if it can be countered easily. Well, you have been in the 4th rank for less than a year. Your battle prowess is already amazing considering that short period. Just remember my words when you are about to create or purchase a technique or spell." Noah performed a simple bow when he heard those words. He knew that Elder Julia was right. He had reached a similar conclusion some time ago. The problem with his consciousness was that his enemies either matched or surpassed its level, making his mental energy unable to affect his enemies without the usage of his mental spells. As for his offensive, his martial art needed to be simple so that he could perform it while activating the secret art. He could add more complex forms only after his expertise increased. It was pointless to speak about his spells. He had yet to learn how to create them. "The fastest way to improve my battle prowess is through blood companions." Noah thought once again about that solution. His mind began to explore the best pair of magical beasts that could help him improve his combat style. Elder Julia waved her hand after she finished giving pointers. The upper part of the noble's corpse was in Jason's hands, but it was soon cut in countless pieces by the elder's spell. The pieces fell in the ground below. Jason didn't even go after the falling space ring when he saw that Elder Julia shook her head toward him. "Leave it here. We need for the forces of the Nation to find the remains of its corpse." Also, his assassination would resemble Elder Cheryl's, which might push the Elbas family to attack the Empire. "We should return to the teleportation matrix now and wait for the reaction of the royals and noble families," Elder Julia explained once again before disappearing from the group's sight. Noah directly began to fly toward the western coast. He had decided to use this waiting period to create the blood companions that he needed, and, to do so, he needed to return to the old continent. The environment of the new continent was richer of rank for magical beasts, but he needed specific creatures, beings that he wasn't sure could be found on the new land. The rest of the group quickly followed him. Their minds were still playing Elder Julia's advice while they chased behind him. They were so immersed in their thoughts that they didn't notice that a bloodied shining sphere appeared in Noah's hands and was quickly eaten by him. Noah knew his weaknesses better than anyone else. He was the only one that knew the full extent of his power after all. His body was accumulating breath for the breakthrough in the upper tier. That process required an incredible amount of energy. Even the noble's Dantian wasn't able to start the transformation. It had to be said, though, that even his body couldn't absorb all the breath contained in what he ate. Part of it was lost when it became nourishment. Magical beasts were powerful and had a simple cultivation journey, but even they weren't perfect. They would have already conquered the mortal lands if they could just absorb all the breath that their prey contained. Yet, Noah was sure that his breakthrough would arrive soon, since he was accumulating an insane amount of nourishments in the new continent. His Dantian and mind were improving quite fast too. His sea of consciousness had always been his most significant advantage, and his Dantian greatly benefited from the black hole cultivation technique and his understanding of the laws of the darkness element. The only problem was his battle prowess. His offense was simply lacking. He had grown so fast that most of the scrolls obtained in Divine Demon's inheritance had already become unusable. He was able to fight toe-to-toe with other heroic cultivators only thanks to his body. But that approach had too many flaws. He couldn't rely on it for too long. Once its power was discovered, the heroic cultivators fighting Noah would do anything in their power to stop him from entering melee combat, leaving him with no methods to defeat his opponents. However, his martial arts couldn't be improved at the moment, and he had yet to invent a method to create spells. He could only use blood companions to enhance his battle prowess. Noah used the teleportation matrix in the forest of White Woods to return to the old continent. The formation brought him back directly in the Coral Archipelago. He didn't have much time, since the Utra nation would soon discover the death of the noble from the Shasti family and react. He needed to be there to benefit from that situation. Of course, Noah had already decided which magical beasts he needed. His expertise in the magical beasts field continued to grow as he kept exploring new areas, and his dragon's instincts allowed him to evaluate his candidates better. Noah didn't stop on the archipelago and directly took another teleportation matrix. The hive had set up many footholds throughout the continent. It was easy to find a formation that could bring him near the danger zones where his targets lived. He first went near the territories of the Shandal Empire, in a grassland filled with rabbit-type magical beasts. He didn't have a various offensive, so he needed a sneaky and fast blood companion that could fill the openings left by his martial art, something that could be deadly if one overlooked it. What Noah believed was the perfect creature for that role was the night falcon. Noah knew that the wings of a night falcon wouldn't improve his flying speed. Falcons rarely surpassed 1 meter of height in that world. Yet, he needed it for its speed and aerial maneuverability. Its sharp beak and claws were deadly weapons when matched with its incredible speed. Also, night falcons could merge with the darkness to increase their speed. Noah was almost sure that they could use the blackness of the demonic form to their advantage. Noah found baiting a peak rank 4 night falcon out quite problematic. He had to gather a high number of rabbits' corpses to make one of them descend from the sky. At that point, a well-aimed slash, empowered by his secret art and while the falcon was stunned by his ethereal claws, was enough to take it down. Noah quickly performed the procedure needed for the creation of a blood companion and left the area, reaching for the teleportation matrix that would take him back to the archipelago. The will of a peak rank 4 creature weighed on his mind, but he could easily withstand that pressure. Only another beast on that level could make his mental sphere feel something. Of course, Noah wouldn't stop at one blood companion since he had more room inside his sea of consciousness. Considering that I have to remove Heilung, I have more than enough space for another peak rank 4 creature. Noah thought as he went for another teleportation matrix as soon as he returned to the archipelago. His destination at that time was a waterfall in the territories in the area of influence of the Papal nation. The environment near the waterfall was a danger zone inhabited by a peculiar species of turtle-type magical beasts. This species was called dark turtles due to the color of their shells, and the specimens could add defensive layers over their already sturdy shells. Now that Noah had decided to remove Heilung from his mind, he needed another defensive method that didn't deplete much energy. something reliable that he could use even hundreds of times in battle without becoming exhausted. Finding a peak rank 4 dark turtle was easier than baiting out the falcon, but its killing took far more time. Noah found himself having to deal with a numerous pack of dark turtles, which had many specimens in the 4th rank. His mental attacks were deflected by the defensive layers that appeared over the shells of the creatures, forcing him to rely on his secret art to kill those beasts. In the end, he killed the entire pack and performed the procedure described by the body inscription spell with the peak rank 4 specimen after making some room inside his mind. He Lung's ethereal figure inside his mind shattered and fell on the sea below. The blood that made the tattoo on Noah's skin left his body as he killed his companion. In a bit more than a week, Noah had successfully killed 2 peak rank 4 magical beasts of the darkness element and transformed them into his blood companions, empowering their abilities with the elemental forging method. After the tattoo of the dark turtle began to move on his chest, Noah knew that it was time to return to the new continent. The situation in the new continent had evolved in the short period in which Noah had left. The forces of the Nation noticed the disappearance of the heroic cultivator from the Shasti family and managed to trace his space ring, confirming the death of the noble. The news further shook the foundations of the peaceful behavior of the 3 big nations in the new land. It seemed evident to them that one of those forces had begun attacking the others. Yet, it must be said that each one of those powers had different ideas on the identity of the assailants. The Papal Nation believed that either the Empire or the Nation had struck first. It was aware that the Hive had carried the latest assassination, but it didn't know for sure who killed Elder Cheryl. The Elbas family believed that the Empire was behind those attacks since it was the only nation that had yet to suffer any loss. Also, the Empire was the only nation that had the power to fight both the Nation and Papal Nation for the control of the new continent. The Shandal Empire, instead, was clueless about the recent events. Its heroic cultivators tried to set up meetings with the other 2 forces, but they were rejected every time. It was clear that it was the main suspect. All in all, the political situation became tense. It seemed that even the slightest spark could ignite a war for the control of those territories. There were even internal problems in the ranks of the Papal Nation and the Nation. The council and the Elbas family had been forced to request for the help of the sex and noble families to match the exploration speed of the forces of the Empire. Their forces were fragmented, they didn't follow the orders of the central powers that strictly, leading to the creation of small alliances that explored different areas on their own. That behavior could be seen more often after the assassinations. Distrust toward the council and Elbas family was in the minds of the heroic cultivators coming from the sex and noble families. The power of those 2 big nations became even more fragmented because of that, forcing the council and the royals to create a common enemy that could unite their ranks once again. The only available enemy in the new continent was, of course, the Shandal Empire. Meanwhile, the cultivators of the Hive waited for the right moment to act again. They safely remained in the territories that they had discovered, either cultivating next to the lava lake or improving the defenses around the teleportation matrix. The 3 big nations weren't aware of their presence there. Not even the Papal Nation could guess that they had already created a reasonably stable encampment. Reports continuously arrived in Elder Austin's hands. The Papal Nation respected its side of the deal by keeping the Hive informed about the political and geographical situation of the piece of immortal lands. They are going to tear each other apart. It should be a nice show. Elder Jason spoke when Elder Austin informed the rest of the group about the current situation. They were next to the lava lake, only Elder Duke, Elder Morgan, and Elder Laurel were absent. They had remained in the forest of White Woods to handle the defenses around the formation. The issue is, can we benefit from this situation? I know that we might manage to take a share of these lands, but I wonder if we could just inflict more damage to the 3 big nations. Elder Hope spoke when she heard Jason's words. Her thoughts matched Noah's for what concerned that situation. Noah was there too. He had been tasked to patrol the areas around the lava lake as soon as he returned to the new continent, and had gathered with his companions since Elder Austin was going to share the information obtained from the Papal Nation. He had gladly accepted his new task. That role allowed him to hunt freely and to keep ACCU, mulating the nourishments needed for the breakthrough. He was sure that it wouldn't take much for his transformation to occur. I wonder who will strike first. They should all envy some of the resources belonging to the others by now. for years of peace are too much for them. Noah thought as he prepared himself to return in the wild. There was nothing left to do there anyway. "Prince, wait a moment." Elder Austin called him before he could leave the lava lake. Noah turned only to see that Elder Austin was handing him a simple space ring. Elder Austin's laugh answered his questioning gaze before he added a few words to explain that gesture. "The death of the noble has put the Elbas family in a difficult position. Between the cause growing stronger in the old continent and the distrust on this one, the royals desperately need allies. The Patriarch has managed to exploit this situation to end the matter about your attempted assassination near Nation. He said that you would like it." Noah's eyes lit up when he heard those words. He quickly took the ring and inspected its insides with his mental energy. The ring contained only an old scroll, but Noah's eagerness to read its contents increased when he saw it. Noah descended on the ground at some distance from the lava lake and found a safe spot where he could inspect the scroll. The contents of the ring were emptied as soon as he found it. "To think that the Elbas family would actually help in solving the issue with my battle prowess," Noah thought when he realized that the scroll contained a rank 4 spell of the darkness element. Dark Blast. It's a spell that accumulates a large amount of breath and mental energy into a black form before launching it to destroy a wide area. The amount of energies accumulate will affect the power of the spell, meaning that I can even empty my centers of power to make it as destructive as possible. It should be useful. Noah read the spell before taking a look at its diagram. He was going to memorize it immediately. Weeks passed on the piece of immortal lands, and the political situation between the 3 big nations only became tenser in that period. Meanwhile, the cultivators from the hive kept observing the situation as they continued to solidify their position in the new lands. The defenses around the teleportation matrix kept accumulating. Elder Laurel even began to use the White Woods as a form of protection. Those that weren't busy with the formation, instead, kept doing their best to increase their power and to accumulate resources in the explored areas. Elder Hope took care of pillaging the Azure Plain. A consistent stream of Azure credits reached the Coral Archipelago and improved the financial situation of the hive. The lava lake benefited the cultivators with a fire aptitude. Their understanding of the laws carried by the breath of the fire element improved daily. Elder Julia was nowhere to be seen. She only appeared when Elder Austin shared the information sent by the Papal Nation. Noah continued to hunt magical beasts. He needed to become accustomed to his new blood companions and spell, but he mostly kept fighting to accumulate the necessary nourishments for the breakthrough. At some point, though, he felt that his hunger had disappeared, only to be replaced by a faint drowsiness. Finally, Noah thought as he dug a cave in the terrain. His instincts knew exactly what was happening. The hunger of the magical beasts disappeared only when their form reached the maximum amount of breath that they could store. That feeling would reappear once their body evolved. Noah sat cross-legged inside his cave as he immersed himself in his drowsiness. He felt a warm sensation enveloping his body as he entered in some sort of trance. His tissues became denser, and his bones sturdier. Even his internal organs were empowered in that process so that they could fuel the higher power that his body was reaching. The transformation that time took longer. Noah felt that the changes inside his body stabilized only after half a day. Yet, when he opened his eyes, he was greeted by an incredible confidence in his physical strength, as well as an even stronger hunger. The aggression of the magical beasts increases with their rank. It seems that their hunger causes their behavior. Noah thought as he stood up and prepared himself to resume his hunt. He needed to stabilize his condition and tune his martial arts to his new strength. He had yet to discover what his body was capable of now. It had taken him about 5 years to reach the upper tier. That achievement was something often seen in the human world, but it was rare than ever in the magical beasts environment. Magical beasts rarely had the chance to eat creatures on their same or higher level, and it was almost impossible for them to have access to the dantions of rank 4 cultivators. They usually took decades to accumulate the nourishments needed to evolve. Their main food was the weaker magical beasts in their packs after all. However, Noah was a cultivator. His battle prowess allowed him to feed on creatures that surpassed the power of his body. The harsher requirements of his body were easily satisfied with his hunts and assassinations, allowing him to reach the upper tier of the 4th rank in just 5 years. I wonder how much it will take to reach the 5th rank. I will probably have to hibernate at that point. Noah smirked when thought about that. His breakthrough to the middle tier had been quite human, while that to the upper tier already matched the evolution process of the magical beasts. His existence was slowly attuning with his hybrid status. Noah enjoyed the feeling of having all 3 of his centers of power improve steadily. He hadn't grown this fast since his period in the Royal Academy. The lack of a rank 5 body-nourishing method had stopped his progress in that field for a long time. Noah had to become a heroic cultivator before he could see all his centers of power improve together. Noah spent the next days becoming used to his new body. It didn't take much to tune his martial arts to his new strength, but he still felt amazed by the new power that he could express. He was a hybrid in the upper tier now, the last stage of the 4th rank. He could tear magical beasts in the middle tier apart with his bare hands. It was needless to say how much his power increased when he used the secret art. That peaceful situation, though, changed when the next update from the Papal Nation arrived. 6 figures gathered in the air above the lava lake. They encircled Elder Austin as they waited for him to share the reports that he had just received. Astonished gazes were shot in Noah's direction. His companions immediately noticed his breakthrough. Also, some kind of cold, savage aura surrounded him. His time spent in the wilderness affected his mental state and, consequently, the aura that he radiated. Yet, before anyone could compliment him or ask questions, Elder Austin spoke, claiming the attention of the group. The Council and Elba's family have reached an agreement. They will attack the territories controlled by the Shandal Empire to unite the forces under them and appease their disappointment. Our time has come. Elder Austin wore a smile as he spoke. The situation that the Hive was waiting for had finally arrived. That was their chance to attack the areas controlled by the 3 big nations. Who is our target? Elder Jason asked. He seemed the most eager of the group. The answer to his question didn't come from Elder Austin but Noah. We will attack the Elba's family, of course. Elder Austin nodded as he looked at him. The demon prince of the Hive matched all the standards that the most promising cultivator of an organization must have. Prepare yourselves, we will attack as soon as the 3 big nations are locked in a battle. Elder Austin spoke before dismissing the group. Battle intent shone in his eyes as he disappeared from his position to make his preparations. The Wuxia nation was the only force that the Hive could target. The Papal Nation knew about the existence of a 4th force on the new continent, and the Shandal Empire was about to be attacked by 2 big countries. Targeting the Elba's family was the only option that the cultivators from the Hive had. Also, the southern coast was connected with the territories under the control of the royals. The Hive had to weaken them if it wanted to maintain control over the lava lake. The lava lake was the most crucial territory discovered by the Hive. It was a place that contained traces left by divine beings after all. Nothing could match the value of that place. 2 weeks passed after Elder Austin shared the information concerning the attack on the Empire. The Papal Nation didn't contact the Hive in that period. Then, on the morning of the 14th day, the inscribed notebooks of the rank 4 cultivators of the Hive notified them that they had to gather in the area where the noble of the Shasti family had died. 7 heroic cultivators gathered over the land inhabited by species of ape-types magical beasts, with the 5 rank 4 cultivators standing behind the 2 elders in the 5th rank. Only Elder Duke and Elder Morgan were absent. They had to defend the teleportation matrix while the rest of the group tried to benefit from the battle between the 3 big nations. We kill everyone on our path and explore the territories on the other side of the southern coast. They will probably notice that someone else is scheming behind their back. But we won't be the first suspects if we leave no survivors. You will take care of the cultivators in the 4th rank. Leave the stronger ones to us. Good luck. Elder Austin spoke a few words before disappearing right in front of the other elders. Elder Julia waved her hand before doing the same. A peculiar gale swept the 5 cultivators. The wind seemed to affect their consciousnesses. Elder Julia was covering their presences once again. A series of nods were exchanged between the 5 of them before they began to fly east. They moved carefully, wary of any possible threat that could appear in front of them. The environment below them changed as they advanced along the southern coast. Even the temperature diminished as a tall snowy mountain appeared in their fields of view. The mountain radiated a dangerous aura. It seemed that something powerful ruled that territory. It's a magical beast. We can fly past it. Noah spoke to his companions through his consciousness. His instincts clearly told him that the powerful creature inhabiting the snowy mountain was a magical beast. He had felt some sort of primordial fear when he entered its range. Yet, it was pointless to explore it now since it didn't seem to contain something that belonged to the divine ranks. The group could just investigate it on its way back to the lava lake. The cultivators from the hive flew around the mountain, avoiding becoming too close to its sides. Snow fell on that area. The coldness radiated by those snowflakes seemed able to affect even rank 4 cultivators since Noah's companions shivered from time to time. Only Noah was unaffected by that environment. His body burned more breath to fend off that coldness, but it didn't suffer any damage. I might be able to block some of the weakest attacks of a heroic cultivator with my body alone now. I should have more confidence in my status as a hybrid. Noah thought when he saw that his body didn't suffer the slightest damage in that place. Not even a month had passed since his breakthrough in the upper tier. Noah hadn't been able to test the limits of his new strength in that short amount of time. He didn't find the chance to engage in a fierce battle against some powerful creature due to the tuning of his martial arts, the learning of his new spell, and his 2 new blood companions. Also, he knew that a battle was coming. He couldn't risk ruining his form due to his testing. Yet, he knew the power of peak rank for magical beasts quite well, and he knew that he was supposedly stronger than them since he was a hybrid, which gave him a general grasp of his limits. The group crossed the mountain only to see that the snow didn't stop falling even as they reached the eastern coast. A vast white plain expanded in their view and connected the 2 coastlines with the layer of ice under the azure ground. It was at that point, though, that Elder Hope signaled to the group to stop and performed her investigative methods. Cold winds blew on the faces of the heroic cultivator of the hive. Noah could vaguely understand their power from the number of tremors that swept their bodies. There are 2 cultivators at some distance from here. One of them seems to be in the liquid stage. Elder Hope spoke as she turned to see the reaction of her companions. She saw how some of them showed signs of uncertainty. How strong are you compared to other rank 4 cultivators in the liquid stage? Noah asked when he saw that no one wanted to formulate a battle plan. Elder Hope thought for a while before answering with a simple word. Average. Noah nodded at her answer and turned to look at Elder Jason. Noah had observed each one of them as they flew past the cold environment. Jason had been the one who had shivered less during the flight. Jason and I will take care of the cultivator in the gaseous stage. You 3 can focus the other. Whoever wins first will help the others. Noah's plan was simple. He was going to team up with the strongest of his group and quickly end the life of the weaker enemy. Elder Hope was in the liquid stage, so she was needed against the stronger one. We attack from the sky then. Elder Hope spoke after she agreed with Noah. The group flew higher in the sky as they used the clouds above them to hide their bodies. The Nation had been forced to allow the heroic cultivators from the noble families in the new continent to match the exploration speed of the Shandal Empire. Of course, that permission didn't extend to all the noble families. With the cause threatening to start a civil war, the Elbas family tried to appease the strongest families that wanted to dethrone it, while also giving benefits to those loyal to the royals. It was needless to say that only large-sized noble families had been allowed on the piece of immortal lands. It wasn't only a matter of benefits and loyalty. Medium and small-sized noble families simply didn't have the power to send heroic cultivators away from their territories. Also, large-sized families were more influential. Having the loyalty on one of them meant having control over all the weaker families under it. I understand that this land is full of riches, but I've lost my son. Nothing can replace him. A middle-aged man with long golden hair spoke as he flew over the snowy plain. Lord Mullows, your son died by the hands of criminals. There is nothing that links the Vonder's incident with my family. A woman flew next to him and replied to his assumption. Humph. The Elbas family has many branches. You might be guilty without even knowing it. Lord Mullows answered the woman's words. The 2 heroic cultivators flying over the white plain were Fred Mullows and Lois Elbas, with the noble being in the liquid stage and the royal in the gaseous one. Fred. We have been friends for over 3 decades. The Elbas family has already given your family free access to the Academy for the next century, and you are here exploring part of the immortal lands. Today's attack will even bring us many goods. Just let go of this grudge. Samuel carried your blood, but he was only a human cultivator. Lois spoke, and Fred heaved a helpless sigh when he heard those words. Almost 20 years have passed, but I still can't forget him. I guess it might be time to make another heir. Any chances that our families can become one? Fred asked, shooting a warm gaze toward Lois. She understood the meaning behind his words. A marriage between the two of them would unite the Mullos family with the royals, increasing the power of the rulers of the Utra nation. Lois placed a hand over Fred's forearm and slightly pulled his robe before answering in a soft voice. We must wait for my father's approval. He is still mad at you for collaborating with the Uti family. Fred revealed a smile and took Lois in his embrace before lowering his head to kiss her. It was at that point, though, that a shadow crashed on Lois' head, activating the defensive layer of her robe that was soon shattered by the power behind that attack. Fred immediately understood that something was wrong. That attack was completely hidden. He hadn't been able to sense it at all. Also, the blow that shattered the defenses of Lois' robe had released a small cloud made by a threatening black smoke, which was slowly consuming Lois' head. Fred acted quickly. His hands took fire and neared the black cloud, burning the corrosive smoke while leaving Lois unharmed. The cloud was soon destroyed, and an injured Lois was revealed. The attack had taken her by surprise, but her robe had prevented the worst outcome. The skin on her head had been torn apart in some spots, but she was okay. Who? Fred released an angry cry as he raised his gaze to the sky, looking for the assailants. What he saw, though, were hundreds of wind blades falling toward him at high speed. Fred didn't hesitate. He pushed Lois away and covered his body in flames to protect himself from the attack. Meanwhile, a black trail fell from the clouds in the sky and reached for Lois, but she was ready at that time. She raised her arm toward the black trail, and a lightning bolt shot out of her hand, aiming for the tip of the trail. The lightning bolt was extremely fast, but apparently the being creating the black mark in the sky was even faster. The trail curved and dodged Lois' spell. Its speed increased even more as it reached for her. Lois didn't have time to cast another spell and could only take an item from her space ring and place it in the trajectory of the attack coming for her. A large inscribed shield appeared in the air above her, and cracks formed on its surface when the trail crashed on it. Lois was about to prepare another attack when she saw that a fiery blade was reaching for her from under her. Black smoke spread above her from where the trail had been blocked, and a sword was under her. She felt entirely trapped by those two attacks. Another item came out from her space ring. It was a talisman that immediately created a defensive sphere around her figure, and that repelled Jason's sword, pushing him back for a dozen meters. A notebook appeared in Lois' hands, but she immediately stored it when she saw that her mental message was stopped and destroyed by the joint work of two consciousness. It was clear that her assailants were trying to isolate her. I wonder who is the fool that dares to attack the royal family. Lois shouted as sparks gathered on the surface of her body before gathering at the center of her chest. Her veins bulged, and white smoke came out of her skin when that technique was activated. Elder Jason saw the figure of the fuming woman slowly walking toward him. Her steps released threatening sparks in the air under her feet, and the defensive sphere was still around her. Jason couldn't help but feel fear when he looked at her, but his mood improved when he saw that a dark figure appeared behind the royal. Noah appeared behind Lois' elbows. His cold reptilian eyes were fixed on her neck as he slashed with both his demonic swords. His skin caved in as his sabers shattered the air in their trajectory. A dense, dangerous feeling filled Lois when she felt the power behind that attack. At once, she knew that not even her most potent defensive spell would be able to block Noah's slashes. 7 talismans appeared in the air in front of her. They created defensive spheres that surrounded her figure and fused with that already around her. Then, a small orange orb came out of her chest and fused with the defenses around her. Sparks appeared on the surface of the spheres right before the air cracked by Noah's weapons reformed. What followed that clash was a loud explosion. Lois had emptied her reserves of defensive talismans to block Noah's attack and even empowered them with her technique. But the sphere around her still shattered under the incredible power behind Noah's martial art. The shards of the sphere released sparks in the air, creating loud explosions as the breath and mental energy that they contained dispersed in the sky. Noah saw the sparks nearing him and stretched his arm in front of him. A giant tortoise shell appeared in front of him, and a series of black layers formed in front of it. The layers broke when they crashed with the sparks, but more of them immediately took their place. The shards of the defensive sphere weren't even able to touch the shell. Lois' pale figure was revealed when the explosions ended. She seemed exhausted. It took all her concentration to activate so many talismans at the same time. Also, there was a wound at the center of her chest. She had forcefully expelled the orange orb from her body after all. That act had left some injuries. "I am Lois Elbaz. Name a price, and I'll be sure to pay it if you let me go." Lois spoke as she turned toward Noah. She felt more threatened by him, which made her think that he was the leader of the assailants. She is a royal. That explains why she has so many protective items. Noah thought when he heard her words, but he didn't stop his offensive. The turtle returned inside his body, and he deactivated his martial art before waving his hand toward her. Lois didn't understand what was happening, but then she felt a piercing pain on her chest. Blood came out of her mouth as she lowered her head to stare at that spot. She saw how a hole as large as 2 fists had appeared where her heart was. Her eyes widened while she used her remaining forces to raise her gaze once again to stare at the man donning a black robe. She saw the black trail once again. It reached Noah's forearm before halting the release of black smoke from its tip. She was only able to see a winged form entering Noah's robe before her vision went dark. Lois Elbaz died. The hive had just killed a member of the royal family. Noah quickly reached for Lois' corpse and stored it after cutting away the finger wearing the space ring. It would be up to Elder Austin and Elder Julia to decide what to do with that storage item. "Did we really kill a royal?" Elder Jason asked as he neared Noah with a worried expression. Noah stared at Jason for a brief moment before he understood what he was feeling. Jason was a heroic cultivator who had lived in the Coral Archipelago for most of his life. As a member of a dominant organization, he had never had to fear stronger powers. He could act freely without caring about the consequences of his actions. Instead, Noah had lived an opposite life. He had always been a mere ant in a world filled by monsters that tried to control and exploit him. He didn't hesitate for even a second before inflicting the final blow to Lois. He was so used to have stronger powers after him that he didn't even consider the possibility of letting her live. A tinge of admiration appeared inside Jason when he saw how calm Noah was. He couldn't help but accept the fact that he had earned the title of Demon Prince. "Lois!" A rough cry sounded in the area a few instants after the royal died. Jason and Noah turned in its direction only to see Fred Mullows staring at them. Fred's condition was poor, most of his robe had been burned, and many deep wounds filled his body. It seemed that Elder Hope's ambush was going well. Fred briefly looked at Jason before fixing his gaze on Noah. His eyes widened, and he released another loud cry when he understood who he was. "Noah Bulvin!" Fred shouted, and large flames enveloped his body, pushing the 3 elders around him back for a few meters. Then, he shot in Noah's direction at an incredible speed. Noah was sure that he wouldn't be able to match that acceleration even while using his shadow sprint. Noah's eyes sharpened when he saw the figure reaching for him. The threatening flames around the noble's figure surpassed the power of the liquid stage and entered that of the solid stage. He used a secret art. Noah immediately realized that when he felt the power behind Fred's flames, it seemed that the noble was so desperate that he had decided to waste his dantian, only to launch an incredible offensive against him. Noah kicked the air as he activated his secret art once again. His figure disappeared right before Fred could reach him. Yet, to Noah's surprise, Fred's eyes were able to follow his movements even when he used the shadow sprint coupled with the secret art. Fred gathered the flames around his body on his right palm before throwing them toward Noah. A shining red orb flew at high speed toward him. "I can't escape," Noah thought when he saw that the orb was even faster than Fred. His martial art wouldn't be able to shake it off, and he didn't have enough time to use the warp spell. He could only defend. A black turtle appeared out in the open and enveloped Noah with its vast body. Its shell pointed toward the incoming orb as countless defensive layers appeared over it. A black sphere formed in front of the layers. Noah activated the black hole spell to deplete part of the power contained in Fred's attack. At last, Noah became ethereal. Even his ethereal form spell was activated as he tried to survive that powerful spell. Then, the orb clashed with Noah's defensive methods, and the sky became red in that area. An explosion filled the air where Noah had deployed his defenses with flames, making the sky become red due to the width of the blast. Noah felt a surge of power filling his body before he started to be affected by the heat radiated by Fred's attack. The black hole spell absorbed part of the breath contained in the attack before being overwhelmed by the heat. The defensive layers in front of the tortoise shell broke as the flames advanced. More layers were created under Noah's control, but they weren't able to keep up with the advance of the heat. The flames soon reached the black shell and filled its surface with cracks. Noah's blood companion screamed in pain as its shell was broken. The flames burned its body, and cracks appeared over its half-transparent figure in Noah's sea of consciousness as the creature endured the attack. Then, Fred's attack reached Noah's ethereal form hidden inside the blood companion. Noah felt a burning sensation filling his body and injuring him through his ethereal form spell. The power behind Fred's attack even surpassed that of the flames of the rank 5 cursed dragon in the granite abyss. Noah felt his internal organs boil under the incredible heat radiated by that attack. Yet, after a few seconds, the flames dispersed, the sky returned to its natural azure color, and Noah's figure appeared out in the open. White smoke came out of Noah's body. Burned patches of skin could be seen everywhere under his tattered robe, and smoke even came out from his mouth as he breathed. It was as if something inside him was still burning. That bastard! Noah cursed in his mind as he directed the energy absorbed by the black hole spell toward his injuries. He also ate a piece of a magical beast's corpse from his space ring to increase the healing speed. The power behind Fred's attack was similar to a spell cast by a solid-stage cultivator. It was far more potent than the casual attack of a weakened rank 5 magical beasts. Yet, Noah had improved too much since his trip to the granite abyss, especially for what concerned his body. Zack absorbed a lot of damage and my spells did a lot of work too. Yet, my body endured a lot of power and survived with just these injuries. Great, Noah happily thought when he evaluated his injuries. His condition wasn't optimal, but only the wounds on his internal organs would take a few weeks to heal. The charred skin would be completely fixed in a matter of hours. What left him satisfied was that his spells, together with Zack and his powerful body, made him able to endure the attack of a solid-stage cultivator. As for Zack, that was the name that he had given to the peak rank 4 dark turtle that he had transformed in his blood companion. How? Fred spoke in a soft voice when he realized that Noah had survived. His mood was further worsened by the fact that Noah seemed mostly fine. The attack that had cost him his dantian wasn't even able to leave a lasting injury. A sharp pain spread from his back. Fred lowered his head only to see that a wind blade had created a large fissure on his chest. He felt his mind growing dark as he raised his gaze once again toward Noah. He could only have one last thought before life abandoned his body. He was just a bit stronger than Samuel back then. Then, his lifeless body began to fall from the sky, but Elder Laurel quickly grabbed it. She knew that Noah stored the corpses of the heroic cultivators that they killed. "Are you okay?" Elder Hope appeared in the air next to Noah and asked. She seemed really concerned about his condition. "Yes. Let me see his corpse," Noah plainly answered as he neared Elder Laurel. A disappointed expression appeared on his face when his consciousness analyzed Fred's low waist. "His dantian is wasted. There is nothing left in there, and even its tissues have been drained. Damned nobles." Noah cursed in his mind as he gestured to Laurel to keep the corpse. He had no use for it. "How did you survive that attack?" "I'm quite sure that its power had reached the solid stage," Elder Jason asked as he flew toward him. The rest of the group gathered around Noah too. Their expressions showed how amazed they were after witnessing that accomplishment. "My defense is good," Noah casually answered before adding something else. "And my element is darkness." Noah's words reminded the other cultivators of his aptitude. He was supposedly the weaker of the group due to his inexperience, but he still had one of the rarest aptitudes. His spells and attacks would naturally be more powerful compared to those of the other elements. Of course, that answer alone didn't solve the doubts of the cultivators, not all of them at least. They were experienced heroic cultivators who had lived for far longer than Noah and had ACCU.mulat way more experience. They knew that aptitude alone couldn't fill the gaps between the gaseous and solid stage. They were sure that Noah hid some sort of secret, but they decided not to probe further. Every cultivator had its secrets after all. It wasn't polite to investigate them. "Can you continue the mission?" Elder Hope asked when she saw that everyone had given up on probing Noah's power. "Yes, but it would be better if I rested for a bit." Hope's nodded to reply to Noah's answer. She gestured to the group to surveil the area while she accompanied Noah to the snowy ground. "I'll contact the elders and make them handle the space rings of the cultivators. They should have been sentries placed at the borders of the territories controlled by the Utra Nation. Recover as much as you can while I reorganize the group." Elder Hope spoke those words before flying back in the sky. Noah stared at her figure for a while before taking Lois Dantion and quickly eating it. "Zach's defense is good. It will take a bit to heal completely, but I should be already able to use it in a day or so." Noah analyzed the previous battle as he rested on the snowy ground. The Dark Turtle's ethereal figure had been gravely injured to defend against Fred's attack, but since it was a blood companion, Noah's mental energy could quickly heal it. Havoc was useful too. Its speed is incredible, and it's lethal when it attacks unprotected areas. It can also merge with my robe since it's black, and hide inside the partial demonic form as it flies. Noah's attention went on the other half-transparent figure inside his sea of consciousness as he thought that. Havoc lazily floated over the sea inside his sphere. It was the peak rank 4 Night Falcon that Noah had turned into a blood companion. Havoc was also the cause behind the Black Trail. Noah needed to use the partial demonic form to make it fly freely outside his body, but that only made its attacks incredibly dangerous. Night Falcons could merge with the darkness to increase their speed. The black smoke radiated by its body, when Noah activated his spell, was the perfect conduit for that ability. Also, due to the peculiar capabilities of that species, Havoc could directly merge with his robe since he always wore black. It didn't need to tear it to appear in the open. The same went for Zach. Noah could just make it come out from his hands if he wasn't in a hurry. He had to keep his sleeves folded up to his elbow to keep his robe intact though. Yet, reaching the upper tier just before approaching this mission has been crucial. I would be in a far worse shape right now otherwise. Noah thought as the nourishments coming from Lois Dantion reached his internal organs and mended them. Noah knew that he would have been forced to abandon the mission if his body was still in the middle tier. He would have simply suffered too many injuries in that situation. This endurance, this resilience, I can almost fight at my full power if I stop the healing process. I should refrain from using the secret art though. The injuries on my internal organs might worsen otherwise. Noah couldn't express how satisfied he was about his hybrid body. There were simply too many advantages to his status, and he only had to endure the dragon's instincts as a drawback. It must be said though that, as his body improved, those instincts became more intense. It wasn't only his hunger that increased. Even his aggression and pride became stronger as his body grew. Noah was able to act in his usual way because his mental sphere continued to improve alongside his body. He managed to control himself and remain calm under any situation because of that. Yet, those instincts were part of him. He was partially a dragon after all. He had just to make sure that his human side was always stronger. In time, everything about him would harmonize. Noah strongly believed that the process would continue as he chased after his individuality inside the heroic ranks. I wonder what I'll become. Noah let his mind wander as his mental energy healed Zach's half-transparent figure, and the breath inside his body stabilized the injuries on his internal organs and skin. Almost a day passed. Noah didn't move from his position for the entirety of that period. Snow sccu.mulat on his body, but the coldness radiated by the snowflakes wasn't able to affect it. Instead, it seemed that coldness somewhat weakened the heat that still scorched his insides. Noah felt as if his injuries healed at a faster pace in that environment. "Prince, it's time." At some point, a voice resounded next to him. Noah opened his eyes and saw that Elder Hope was standing in the air right above him. He sighed as he stood up and followed her where the rest of the group was. "You are quite lucky. This type of snow is called primordial ice. It is a material rarely found in the old continent, and it is useful for the training of certain body-nourishing methods of the water element. I believe it is also beneficial for your injuries since they come from a fire attack. Elder Hope explained as they flew. Noah slightly nodded as he changed into another black robe, throwing his burned one inside his space ring. What do the elders say? Noah asked when he reached the rest of the group. The Elbas family has yet to realize Lois' death. It would immediately interrupt the attack on the Shandal Empire otherwise. We can advance freely for now. Noah nodded when he heard Elder Hope's answer before continuing with his questions. What about their space rings? Lois Elba's space ring can't be touched. It seems to be protected by a power that neither Elder Austin nor Elder Julia can affect. The Noble's one is in their hands though. They already said that we would be rewarded according to the wealth inside it. Elder Hope said as she pointed toward the north. They had reached the end of the southern coast. The only path forward was alongside the eastern coastline. From that point onward, they would actively travel across the lands conquered by the Elbas family. There were bound to be encampments and similar on their way. There was a high chance, though, that they wouldn't meet other heroic cultivators too soon. The Elbas family was attacking the Empire after all. It could only leave so many sentinels on their borders. Considering that 2 of them had already been killed, it was likely that they would only meet human cultivators for a while. Oh right, why did the noble resort to a secret art just to attempt to kill you? He had a chance to escape with that burst of power. Elder Jason asked. He had clearly seen that Fred had decided to give his everything to kill Noah. Fred's face appeared inside Noah's mind, but he wasn't able to recognize him. Even his robe had been burned, so he couldn't understand from which family he came from. I guess I have too many enemies in the Nation. I don't know. Noah plainly answered as he thought that. The group began to fly, and a land filled with spiked roots appeared in the distance after the snowy plain. The group flew past the snowy plain and entered a land filled with rank 4 spiked roots. Elder Laurel seemed fascinated by those magical plants, but she forced herself to remain focused on the mission. That wasn't the time to study the flora of the piece of immortal lands. The spiked roots, though, began to diminish as they advanced. Large patches of burned terrain could be seen from time to time as they went deeper into the eastern coast. Then a tall obelisk appeared in their field of view. The group stopped when it saw the colossal structure. That sharp change in the environment surprised the cultivators, who immediately halted their flight to analyze the area. The obelisk seemed to absorb the breath in the air. Noah and the others were immediately able to notice that particular feature due to the lower density of breath around them. Their consciousnesses expanded to inspect the environment at the bottom of the structure. Some gasps resounded in the group of elders when they saw that a small city had been built around the base of the huge pillar. They found a way to colonize these territories in less than 5 years. The hive pales in comparison to the 3 big nations. Elder Hope couldn't help but give voice to those words when she saw the city. What was even more surprising was that its inhabitants were human cultivators. There are even cultivators in the 2nd rank. The Elbas family has created the perfect cultivation ground for its human assets. Noah thought while his consciousness probed the city. The obelisk reduced the density of breath, making the area around its base an ideal environment where human cultivators could train. The traces left by divine beings for the heroic assets and the cities for the human ones. Elder Hope is right, the hive is still far behind. Noah agreed with Hope's evaluation, but he had always known that the 3 big nations were simply too powerful. He couldn't be sure about the Papal Nation and the Empire, but he had gained a clear understanding of the heroic assets of the Nation. The Elbas family alone is stronger than the entirety of the hive. Then, there are all the heroic cultivators of each noble family. I would say that there are around 200 heroic cultivators in the ranks of the Nation. I wonder how many of them are on chasing demons level. Noah knew that the real power of every organization could be found in its strongest members. The number of ants at your disposal didn't matter if the enemy had a dragon. The cultivation world gave more importance to single but unmatched entities rather than to many pawns. Of course, rank 4 cultivators weren't ants, but the power held by a single rank 6 existence was too great, which was one of the reasons why the Coral Archipelago managed to become independent as soon as it obtained a chance. What do we do? Elder Pansy asked when she saw that the group continued to remain still. She didn't like to remain out in the open for such a long period. Can't we just destroy the city? Losing these humans won't affect the Nation too much, but this obelisk seems expensive. It should be a harsh blow to endure even for a big nation. Elder Jason suggested, but the others hesitated to pursue that approach. Destroying the obelisk will force to a stop the attack of the Elbas family on the Empire. We want to inflict as many losses as possible while also exploring their territories and remaining anonymous. These humans might become a threat only in the distant future, but our focus must stay on the present now. Noah expressed his opinion on the situation. Taking down the structure would be the right approach if the Hive wanted to conquer that area, but that wasn't possible with its current strength. On the contrary, reducing the heroic assets of the Nation would give more room to the forces of the archipelago, allowing them to maintain control over the lands on the other side of the southern coast and the western coast. We don't even know if there are defenses around it. I don't think the Elbas family expected an attack, but building something so important without protections, it's simply reckless. Elder Hope added, expressing her agreement with Noah's vision. Silence enveloped the group for a while before everyone agreed to avoid the city and keep ambushing the heroic cultivators on their path. Noah and the others flew around the area occupied by the obelisk, and spiked roots reappeared as soon as they left the range of the city. It seemed that the royals had decided to clean only that zone. They lowered their flying speed since they had officially entered the territories controlled by a big nation. It wouldn't be surprising to meet heroic cultivators plundering and studying the materials there. Then, Noah felt his instincts tremble when a dark gorge appeared on the ground at a few kilometers in front of him. The gorge didn't escape the eyes of his companions. The terrain around it had been cleaned after Lord Delbert discovered that place. The spiked roots hiding the canyon had been eradicated in the years that had passed. Such an ancient aura. Elder Jason gave voice to his thoughts as he stared at the gorge. His companions thought something similar when their eyes fell on that place. Only Noah had something different in mind. Low growls resounded from the bottom of the gorge. Their roars carried anger, pain, and even some helplessness. They are trapped. Mighty beings trapped in the darkness by the hands of a higher power. His mind began to wander as he used his dragon side to understand the meaning behind those growls. A hunger that has lasted for centuries, and only the screams echoed in the darkness as their companion. A yearning for the light that knows no limits, a desire for freedom that will never be suppressed. The growls of the magical beasts inside the gorge made Noah experience their feelings. He stopped his flight as he immersed himself in those sensations. He knew them too well. The yearning for freedom, something that he had fought so much to obtain, but that was still threatened by the many enemies that he had made along his path. He knew what it meant to be the best of your kind, but still unable to escape the grasp of beings far stronger than you. He had felt that helplessness often in his life. To put it simply, he empathized with the beasts trapped inside that place. Yet, I don't yearn for the light. My path can only lead me deeper in the darkness. Noah thought as he closed his eyes. The only thing that his mind could perceive were the growls of the beasts. You were just following your nature. Someone or something else has forced you to suffer because of its needs. A tinge of anger formed inside Noah. Both his human and dragon side could sympathize with that situation. The cursed dragon species had been deprived of its reproductive capacity and wings, confined in a cage that it couldn't escape, forced to see its heritage dwindle over time. Noah had been treated as a prisoner for most of his life. His efforts had always been seen as a feature to exploit rather than as something to nourish. They made a mistake too. Noah realized when his reasoning reached that point. The Bulvin family, the Elbas family, Daniel, the soldiers of the Empire, even the Orthodox organizations in the Coral Archipelago, they all made the mistake of underestimating him. They all thought to be in control of the small human cultivator that was Noah Bulvin. It's as if my essence spreads to whatever comes in contact with me, a mistake that generates mistakes wherever it goes. The others in Noah's group managed to notice that something was wrong with him when they raised their gazes from the gorge. Some of them were about to speak, but Elder Hope promptly stopped them with a gesture. When something that shouldn't exist affects the world, chaos is born. Traces of a smile appeared on Noah's face. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction when he reviewed the positive influence that he had through his life. The guard without a future found a worthy disciple to nurture. The solitary girl who had lost faith in her family was entrusted of a power that even middle-sized noble families didn't have. The ruined cultivator who spent his days fighting his endless pain obtained an heir that could fulfill his dreams. A nation on the verge of collapse left a grain of hope in his hands. An organization that hid under the surface was finally able to rise to power and claim its independence. An almost extinct species flew once again in the sky and shouted its anger toward heaven and earth. I am the first one, the human destined to be a commoner, but that ended up as a monster to defy his fate. Why would I despair if darkness surrounds me? His aptitude had caused most of Noah's problems. His element was his curse, but also the reason why he managed to shine so brightly among his peers. If darkness surrounds me, I will just turn it into my darkness. My essence is devoid of heaven and earth's will. I don't have to abide by their laws. Noah's aura changed slightly right under his companion's gazes. The coldness and savagery that he exuded diminished in intensity. It was as if a dark veil began to cover his existence. Chaos spreads whenever I take a step. What I touch leaves the predetermined fate chosen by heaven and earth. My darkness won't bind nor hide. It will create paths where there is only void instead. Because a mistake can live and void can exist, and it will affect the world around it. Something inside Noah changed when he reached that point in his thoughts. Spending so much time taking lives makes you forget about those that you give. In the same way, focusing too much on destruction makes you forget that you can create, even if you have been creating things all along. Noah opened his eyes after those thoughts. He felt the eyes of the elders fixed on him. But he didn't care. He had to give another look at the dark gorge. Growls resounded unceasingly from the depths of the canyon. Noah could almost see himself being forever trapped in a similar place by the hands of a power that he couldn't match. He knew that he could have ended in the same way and that such a chance still existed, but that was the very reason why he had managed to gain some understanding from their situation. I'll trail the paths that have been taken from you. If darkness has been made to blind and destroy, I'll be a darkness that illuminates and creates. Your desperation won't be wasted. Noah felt a bit of gratitude toward those beasts even if he knew that they were just following their instincts. Their growls were never meant for the enlightenment of a cultivator. Yet, Noah wasn't a simple cultivator, he was a hybrid who could relate with their situation. The understanding that he had just obtained didn't only concern the laws of the darkness element. It even explored the depths of his individuality. He had always thought to be only a destroyer, someone that kept on severing what appeared in front of him to advance. He had always neglected what remained intact after his passage. He had never managed to see what he created, the paths that he forged. Prince. Elder Hope probed when she saw that Noah heaved a sigh and moved his gaze away from the gorge. What is it? Noah asked. His voice was calm as his eyes crossed Hope's. It was as if he was unaware that he had just stopped flying in the enemy territory for a while. She felt as if she was staring at an abyss. His mental energy concealed the proprieties of his aura, but everything about him was visible. Darkness that doesn't act like darkness. Elder Hope thought before shaking her head and resuming her flight. The other elders shot a quick look at Noah before following her. Noah didn't have anything else to do in that place and followed her too. His mind, though, wasn't on the environment under him, but it studied the basis behind the creation of spells instead. Spells needed mental energy and breath as their fuel. The breath was the power source, while the mental energy had to trace the diagrams needed for the activation of a spell. A complex system of lines made a diagram. Each line carried a specific meaning that produced the desired effect once they were linked together. To put it simply, a spell was a set of lines that carried different meanings, and that was fueled by mental energy and breath. Noah had been able to understand those meanings in the past and reproduce those that interested him through his body, creating a martial art which produced similar effects. Yet, he had never been able to create a spell. He didn't know where to start on that field. His elemental forging methods needed materials and wills, while the diagrams needed to copy the natural language of the breath in the world, something that he couldn't hear nor read. He had always thought that he couldn't create spells since he didn't know how to forge a diagram, but the new enlightenment proved him wrong. Diagrams are just conduits that force the breath to work in specific ways. They act as laws, they just set a meaning. Noah thought as he followed his group past the dark gorge. Their slow flight gave him all the time that he needed to ponder about that issue. Of course, they aren't just one meaning but a set of them that can create amazing effects once combined. They are even more complex than the will that handles my cultivation technique. Noah's attention briefly went on his low waist, where his small half-transparent figure floated in front of Danteon. Noah had to continually refill the reserves of mental energy of his will to keep it active. Still, its role was relatively simple, it just regulated the absorption speed of his rank 4 cultivation technique. The new enlightenment had improved his growth once again. More laws of the darkness element fused with his Danteon, favoring the absorption of breath. That forced Noah to slow down his cultivation through his will. His Danteon enlarged continuously. Noah had to limit his cultivation technique if he wanted to preserve the health of its center of power. Yet, even if he forcefully slowed down the absorption of breath, the speed at which his Danteon enlarged continued to grow. It couldn't be helped. The nourishment of the laws of the darkness element improved the status of his center of power, increasing what it was able to endure. Because of that, Noah's cultivation speed continued to increase even though he restricted his cultivation technique. I need to create a complex will if I want to create a spell. Such a will should express the effects that I wish for once I fill it with my breath. It is doable. Noah had finally understood why he couldn't forge a spell through his inscription method. Because it was the wrong approach. The elemental forging method imbued meanings in items, transforming them in the process. Instead, spells needed understanding. Cultivators could either copy the work of heaven and earth or invent something equally complicated. Of course, that wasn't something that Noah could do right now. He needed time and a safe environment where to test those ideas, and the enemy territory didn't meet those requirements at all. Days passed without encountering any heroic cultivator. Even the elders would take weeks to cross those territories at that speed. Then, 2 huge shapes took form on the horizon. The first one was another obelisk identical to the one in the middle of the plain filled with spiked roots. A city had been built at its base too. It seemed that the royals had invested a lot in the colonization of the piece of immortal lands. The other one was a giant tree with a thick silver trunk and a vast yellow crown. The tree stood at some distance from the obelisk, and a forest made of smaller trees of its same species expanded from its base. The site was quite peculiar. Humans and magical plants had created 2 similar environments so close to each other. These are silver yellow woods, and that one is a rank 5 specimen. Careful, they are a carnivorous species of magical plants. Elder Laurel spoke as soon as she recognized those trees. The obelisk must scare the rank 5 plant. I don't see why it didn't expand the forest otherwise. Noah thought while he analyzed the scenery. The city and the forest were quite close, but there wasn't any sign of battle on the terrain between them. What should we do? This is already the 2nd city, and the assault on the Empire must be almost over by now. I think we should just destroy an obelisk and retreat. Elder Jason expressed the same idea as before. The group was deep in the enemy territory, and weeks had passed since the mission started. Something was bound to happen at that point. Yet, Elder Austin didn't contact them. It seemed that even the Papal Nation wasn't sending information to him. Killing human cultivators feels so useless, but advancing even more can only cut our path to retreat. We must be halfway through the eastern coast after all. Noah analyzed in his mind. He felt conflicted about the current situation. The lack of reports from the Papal Nation didn't make the situation clear. He couldn't decide which one was the best approach. Then, as if answering their doubts, a blue light shone in the distant north, far away from their position. The light was so bright that the group from the hive could clearly see it. It was as if a pillar of light had enveloped the territories in the distance. The sound of an explosion followed, and a shockwave chased after the sound. The ground trembled, and the air shattered. Even the robes of the cultivators in Noah's group fluttered when the shockwave reached the air around them. The pillar of light released so much power that even Noah and the others could feel part of its effects. Don't tell me. The light comes from the territories of the Empire. Elder Hope shouted as her mouth opened in surprise. She couldn't imagine how a shockwave could travel for almost half of the eastern coast. The group was so shocked that it didn't notice that runes lit up on top of the obelisk. The shockwave continued to spread through the sky of the eastern coast. Noah's group could only feel its weakened effects. Yet, that made them able to imagine the insanely powerful force that had caused that phenomenon. "What is happening?" Elder Pansy asked in a loud voice. Her words struggled to reach her companions through the trembling air. No one answered her question. The rest of the group was in the same situation after all. The only clue they had was the blue pillar that still shone in the distance. Elder Hope picked her inscribed notebook and tried to contact Elder Austin and Elder Julia. Yet, the obelisk in front of them began to shine at that point. Runes spread from its tip and created a brilliant halo that attracted the gazes of her group. It was evident to everyone that the halo resembled that of a teleportation matrix. "Run!" Noah shouted through his consciousness. His dragon instincts sensed the imminent danger before his mind could. He was sure that something powerful was coming. Yet, just as he turned to escape, a barrage of brown runes appeared in front of him and spread to surround even his companions. "Fuck!" Noah cursed in his mind as a pair of black sabers appeared in his hands, and his skin began to cave in. The injuries on his internal organs had healed during his flight. There was no danger in activating the secret art. The air shattered as he slashed with his sabers. Two fuming black lines appeared on the barrage of runes and tried to force the blockade. However, the runes simply endured the attack. Not even a crack appeared on their surface. A series of wind blades crashed on the area attacked by Noah. Elder Hope followed Noah's example and tried to force the blockade with her attacks. The rest of the group did the same. A huge fireball, a fiery slash, and a torrent of flames focused the spot already attacked by Noah. Nevertheless, even the joint attacks of 4 heroic cultivators were unable to pierce the encirclement of the brown runes. "Who would you be?" A female voice resounded above them. The halo radiated by the obelisk dispersed, revealing a dozen figures that were staring at them. "Rank 5 cultivator." Noah realized when he sensed the power of the woman in the lead. She had golden hair and green eyes, and she wore a charred golden robe that was barely able to cover her body. The torn parts of her robe revealed patches of burned skin and a series of deep wounds. It seemed that she had just come out of a battle. The rest of her group was in a similar situation. Wounds filled the bodies of the cultivators. Some of them even missed a limb or two. They must have teleported back here after the blue pillar appeared. This obelisk was their escape route. Noah quickly understood what was happening. The cultivators above him were the forces sent by the Utran nation to attack the Empire who had just returned from the battlefield. "This is bad. There is nothing we can do against her runes." Noah evaluated as he searched for an item inside his space ring. He had 2 methods to destroy the blockade of a rank 5 cultivator. The first one was the detonation of his rank 6 storage item, but the blast would surely kill him, so he could only use its power as a threat. The second one was the talisman that Chasing Demon had given him before his journey to the Granite Abyss. The brown runes affected his consciousness. Noah couldn't use the warp spell. The talisman was his only way out of that situation unless the elders intervened. "You must be Lady Edna. The reports don't do justice to your beauty." Elder Austin's voice resounded in the area, and a series of fireballs descended from the sky and fell on the barrage of brown runes. The fireballs seemed to have liquid capabilities since they clashed with the runes and began to drip over the surface of the blockade. The runes quickly melted under those flames. Noah and the rest of his group were soon freed from the encirclement. However, they didn't immediately escape. They waited for Elder Austin's instructions before deciding their next move. After all, they couldn't escape from a rank 5 cultivator even if they wanted. "I've never heard of you, though. It seems that the Elbas family must improve its investigations on the rats that plunder empty homes." Lady Edna answered as she raised her gaze to the sky. Her eyes sharpened when she realized that she couldn't pinpoint the elder's location. Meanwhile, the cultivators behind her began to shot stares at Noah's group. Whispers resounded between them when their eyes fell on Noah. Then, one of them neared Lady Edna and politely whispered something in her ear. Lady Edna's brows knitted together when she heard those words. Her gaze went on Noah for an instant before returning to the sky. What is the Hive doing here? Are you working together with the Council? Lady Edna asked. She had immediately linked the presence of the Hive with the betrayal of the Papal Nation. The latter was the only force that could have leaked the information about the attack on the Empire after all. Questions. Why don't we test each other for a bit? I've always wanted to see for myself what a royal can really do. Elder Austin's voice sounded again, and his figure appeared from the clouds in the sky. Tongues of flames floated around his figure. They resembled red rivers ready to explode outward. His shining green eyes radiated pure confidence. The morale of Noah's group rose as soon as they sensed his aura. Hold on as much as you can. Elder Julia is preparing a way back to the southern coast. Elder Austin's voice resounded in the mental spheres of the cultivators of the Hive. He sent a mental message through his methods before shooting toward Lady Edna. Lady Edna snorted when she saw his figure reaching for her. Countless runes appeared in the air next to her as she prepared herself for the imminent clash. 2 rank 5 cultivators were about to fight. The tongues of flames surrounding Elder Austin shot forward, clashing with the flying brown runes that Lady Edna used as her protection. The impact between the 2 attacks created a shockwave that flung away the cultivators of both nations. Rank 4 entities couldn't even remain near that battle. Noah was flung back too, but he managed to keep his eyes on the fight as he tried to stop himself. He saw how the runes melted as soon as they came in contact with the Elder's flames. They resemble rivers of lava. Noah couldn't help but think that when he saw Elder Austin's attack, he was almost sure that part of that battle prowess came from the enlightenment obtained next to the lava lake. More clashes happened mid-air. The 2 rank 5 cultivators exchanged attacks at an incredible speed, creating shockwaves with their every move. The sky around them shattered. Large cracks formed in the air only to close shortly after. It seemed that the breath in that area struggled to keep up with the destructive force behind those 2 beings. Even the obelisk in the distance began to tremble. The buildings in the city at its base started to crumble when the shockwaves swept them, and panic spread among the human cultivators living there. It was pure chaos. The battle between such powerful cultivators had instantly altered the environment. It was as if a danger zone had appeared out of nowhere. Only the heroic cultivators on the scene could somewhat endure the sight of the battle, but those of the Wuxia nation saw their injuries worsening under that pressure. Go after them, Lady Edna shouted while she redirected her complete focus on her battle. More runes formed around her and the ethereal image of a tall tree appeared behind her back. The ethereal tree resembled the rank 5 silver-yellow wood. Its sharp, half-transparent branches linked themselves to the runes, which began to shine with a brighter light. That spell was effective since Lady Edna's runes stopped melting under Elder Austin's flames and began to push him back in the sky. It seemed that she wanted to drag him away from the obelisk. Meanwhile, the remaining 11 cultivators of the Wuxia nation shot after the elders of the Hive. There were 2 rank 4 cultivators in the liquid stage and 9 in the gaseous stage in the group of the Wuxia nation. However, they were all wounded, some of them even badly. The cultivators of the Hive saw multiple figures approaching them. It didn't take much before each one of them was surrounded. Elder Hope found the 2 liquid stage cultivators at her sides, and even the other elders found themselves with 2 opponents on their level. Yet, Noah discovered that a special treatment had been reserved for him. So this is how they want to play it. Noah thought as his consciousness retracted and focused on the enemies around him. 3 cultivators in the gaseous stage had encircled him. It seemed that he was some kind of important target in their mind. I remember you as a young kid with a deep interest in magical beasts. I can barely believe my eyes when I see you flying on my same level. One of the cultivators around him spoke. He was a short man with curly hair and a long beard. Noah recognized him. He was Professor Roy, the man who held the magical beasts course in the academy. Noah didn't answer him. His reptilian eyes analyzed his 3 opponents, and his consciousness entirely focused on the imminent battle. He knew that words were useless at that point. They have yet to mend their injuries. They can't express their full power in their condition. Noah thought as he took note of the wounds of his enemies. He saw a glimpse of hope when he realized that their conditions were quite poor. Professor Roy was missing an arm and blood flowed from his right leg. It seemed that a grave injury was still healing on that spot. The old man on Noah's side had more than half of his body burned, and crusts fell from his body as new skin formed to replace the damaged one. The woman on his other side was covered in cuts. Her robe had long since turned red due to all the blood that had flowed out of her wounds. I might win if I go all out. I won't be able to hide any of my abilities, though. Noah thought as he stopped limiting his cultivation technique and lifted a hand to his side. A torrent of breath entered his dantian as soon as his will stopped hindering its absorption. But part of that energy was immediately depleted to fuel the activation of a spell. Mental energy was also depleted as a diagram formed over the sea inside his mind. An uneven black sphere formed at the center of his palm and enlarged as more energies were poured inside it. Noah directly used the Dark Blast spell at the beginning of the fight. You won't even speak to your professor. Maybe you are the demon described in the reports spread throughout the nation. Professor Roy sighed and nodded to his companions before waving his remaining arm. The two cultivators next to Noah did the same as they prepared their attacks. Flames, ice spears, and columns of water shot toward Noah from 3 different sides. The cultivators encircling him had cast their spells without hesitation. Zack came out in the open and surrounded Noah with its huge body. Defensive layers appeared over its shell right before the spells crashed on it. Why would I even hide them, though? Noah pondered as he felt the spells of the cultivators from the Nation destroying the defensive layers and crashing on Zack's shell. Noah had obviously improved the natural capabilities of his blood companions with the elemental forging method. Zack's defense and havoc speed had been enhanced past their limits. Those 2 peak rank 4 magical beasts had turned into beings that were almost as strong as quasi-rank 5 specimens, at least for what concerned those abilities. Zack's shell endured the attacks and gave Noah time to answer his question. Then, a roar resounded from inside the companion's body. Noah had hidden for all his life. It didn't matter where he went. There was always something stronger than him that he had to fear and escape. He had only been able to reveal himself inside the safety of the chasing demon sect, and he had nothing to fear after the Coral Archipelago claimed its independence. The copying spell simply defended him from any possible threat. Yet, he couldn't remain inside the borders of the archipelago forever. He needed to gather experiences to improve. Also, relying on the hive for protection wasn't much different from hiding. However, as his journey through the peace of immortal lands continued, Noah began to explore the depths of his individuality and find pride in his exceptional achievements. He was the youngest rank 4 mage in the history of that world. No one could even come closer to his record. He had reached the 4th rank of the Dantian with a cultivation technique that he had personally created. Only the most nourished and talented cultivators could attempt in something like that, and almost all of them would still fail. He had fused with a magical beast, solving one of the most significant weaknesses of the cultivators and succeeding in discovering the secrets behind that race. That achievement alone was incredible. Why would I even hide? Noah screamed inside his mind, but only a roar came out of his mouth. He wasn't a lone human cultivator without backing anymore. He was a heroic existence that strived for the realms high in the sky. Who cares if they find out that I reached the heroic ranks? Who cares if they discover that I can launch flames from my mouth? Black smoke began to come out of Zack's body. Its defensive capabilities immediately increased when the demonic form spell was activated. The 3 cultivators from the Nation took a step back when they saw the smoke. The power behind their spells had partially depleted to pierce Zack's defense, but the arrival of the black smoke further stalled their advance. The roar didn't scare them. They were aware that Noah used magical beasts as puppets, but Professor Roy felt that something was off with that cry. It seemed completely different but also extremely similar to that of a dragon-type magical beast. Who cares if they hear me roar? Noah shouted in his mind before activating his secret art and kicking the air under his feet. Zack's body broke to let Noah's out. The blood companion was soon reabsorbed in his body, and the spells of his enemies flew in the distance now that their target was gone. What came out of the dark turtle, though, wasn't a human. It was a fiendish figure with a pair of horns and a tail. Noah didn't hesitate to enter the complete demonic form against 3 heroic cultivators. He wielded 2 black sabers, and an uneven sphere floated next to him. The Dark Blast spell had never stopped gathering energies, while Noah was inside his blood companion. Noah directly threw his spell toward the 3 cultivators. The sphere had reached a radius of 2 meters by then. That width was enough for his purposes. The cultivators from the Outcast retreated once again when they saw the uneven sphere coming for them. A dangerous sensation was radiated by its shape, and a threatening black smoke surrounded its surface as it reached for them. The cultivators didn't remain passive in front of Noah's offensive. 3 walls made of ice, water, and flames surrounded the dark blast spell and tried to contain its might. Meanwhile, they also targeted Noah with their attacks. 2 huge fiery snakes and 100 starfishes made of water appeared in the sky and shot toward Noah. Also, countless ice shards joined the charge of the starfishes and aimed for the fuming fiend above them. Noah found himself surrounded by 3 different attacks once again. Noah didn't seem to care about the incoming spells. He quickly detonated the uneven sphere before diving directly toward the 3 cultivators. An explosion resounded in the area, and cracks appeared on the surfaces of the 3 walls when the blast and the black smoke reached them. Yet, the joint power of 3 defensive spells managed to stop Noah's attack completely. It was at that point, though, that the cultivators from the Outcast noticed that something was wrong. Their vision and consciousness had flickered for an instant when the spell exploded, but when they focused again on the battlefield, Noah had completely disappeared. Then all 3 of them felt claws tearing through their internal organs. Blood came out of the mouths of the cultivators. They quickly understood that Noah had smuggled hundreds of those ethereal claws inside the dark blast spell to catch them by surprise. Professor Roy didn't even have the time to curse since a shockwave hit his mental sphere. His mind went blank while he tried to stabilize the tremors that filled the walls of his sea of consciousness. Noah was over him. He had used the detonation of his spell to activate the full power of the shadow sprint martial art and make his enemies lose track of him. Then, he had targeted the cultivator that knew him better. He had decided not to hide anymore, but giving a chance to your enemies to learn all your abilities was simply stupid. The one who could pick some clues about his status as a hybrid was Professor Roy, so he had to be taken care of first. Noah performed 2 slashes as he descended toward Professor Roy's head. The air shattered as 2 fuming lines vertically cut the sky. Roy was clueless about the imminent threat. His mind was still trembling under the effects of the mental tremor spell. His complete focus was on the walls of his mental sphere. Yet, a barrage of ice shards and starfishes appeared in his protection. The other 2 cultivators had promptly redirected their spells to defend their powerless companion. 2 fuming fissures appeared on the defensive barrage. Countless starfishes were destroyed, and ice fell in every direction as the spells tried to block Noah's attack. In the end, Noah's slashes didn't reach Roy. Their power was depleted at a few meters from his head. Only some traces of the corrosive smoke remained in the air between them. Roy's companions heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that he was safe. They were about to launch themselves toward Noah when they saw that a black trail dove at high speed toward the professor. The cultivators of the Outcast were all injured. They couldn't express their full power. At the same time, Noah had never been more powerful. The Enlightenments had slightly improved all the abilities that used the darkness element, and his whole essence brimmed with confidence. He knew exactly how strong he was. Havoc flew at an incredible speed through the fissures created by his slashes. The corrosive smoke still lingering in the air further improved its speed when it dove through it. Roy's companion couldn't do anything. Havoc was too fast, and their spells had already been pierced. They could only watch as the black trail engulfed Roy's head and brought his lifeless body back to Noah. Noah quickly cut away the parts of Roy's body that were being eroded by the black smoke and stored the rest. There would be time to eat his dantian after the battle was over. Noah's dantian didn't lack breath. His cultivation technique refilled it at full speed. He could battle for a while without caring about it. Only his mental energy diminished at a fast pace. Using so many spells at the same time placed a heavy toll on his mind. However, Noah had been a rank 4 mage for almost 5 years by then. He could easily keep using his full power for a while. For the first time in his life, he could take part in extended battles. "What have you done?" the man at his side shouted as he charged toward Noah. They had just survived the siege on the Shandal Empire only to find themselves in another battle. They outnumbered their enemies, but their injuries were quite severe, and their centers of power didn't have many reserves. Their situation wasn't good. Yet, they would have never expected that one of them could die so soon. Noah saw the man coming for him, and his sabers traced a cross in the air when he slashed them. The man was prepared for his attack, and countless starfishes appeared the trajectory of the slashes as he flew toward the fiendish figure. A fissure with the shape of a cross appeared in the barrage of starfishes, and black smoke lingered on its borders. Still, the spell successfully blocked Noah's attack once again, giving an opportunity to the cultivator. The man stretched his hand as he flew toward Noah. The water that made the starfishes gathered on his arm and transformed it into a threatening reptilian claw. Zack came out to intercept the man's spell. The azure claw pierced its defensive layers and shell, but part of its power had been expended in the process, allowing Noah to block it with his sabers. The demonic swords were rank for items created with his flesh, and his body wielded the might of a hybrid that used a secret technique. His weapons managed to remain intact after the clash, and his physical strength allowed him to stay still. The man couldn't help but think that he had clashed with an immovable mountain. The black smoke surrounding Noah began to affect the azure claw. The armor of water was slowly being pierced by the corrosive capabilities of Noah's spell. Yet, at that moment, Noah sensed a threat coming from behind him. His consciousness saw the woman wielding two icy swords diving toward him. A layer of ice covered the surface of her skin. Still, its snowy color was tainted by the blood flowing out of her many injuries. It seemed that utilizing that spell further worsened her wounds. Noah couldn't move his sabers. They had to remain in their position to block the man's spell. So he simply turned his head toward the woman, and a crack appeared on the armor of smoke. Noah's head turned in an inhuman way. His neck seemed incredibly flexible. But the woman didn't have time to be surprised about that feature. The crack in the armor of smoke revealed Noah's open mouth. The woman was only able to see a pale gray light before flames engulfed her entire body. The man next to him gasped in surprise. His companion had attacked from his blind spot, but Noah had still been able to counterattack. Then, he felt an incredible force pushing him backward. Noah's head resumed its normal position and turned toward the man as he launched another wave of flames. The man promptly used the water still lingering in the battlefield to protect himself. An azure shield appeared between him and the flames, but the black smoke surrounding them threatened to pierce his defensive measure. Since he knew that he couldn't defend, he simply let Noah's physical strength flung him back in the distance. Noah finally had a moment of peace after that exchange. The remaining cultivators were attacking uncaring of their injuries. He couldn't exploit any opening like he did with Professor Roy. After all, they were still 2 rank 4 cultivators with deep battle experience. It was impossible to quickly kill one of them without the element of surprise. Also, he was continually using his demonic form. He didn't know how much mental energy and breath his enemies had left, but his mind continued to be emptied as he kept fighting. I can't disperse the demonic form, but my Dantian is doing well without the restrictions on my cultivation technique. I should only pay attention to my mind and body. Noah thought in that brief moment of peace. His mind was still somewhat okay, but he had used the secret art since the beginning of the battle. He felt hungry beyond reason at that moment. Noah knew that he could just eat Roy's Dantian to fill his body with nourishments. But the Dantians of the cultivators were the meal that made his body improve the most. He didn't want to waste it just to keep fighting. Of course, he wouldn't hesitate to do so if the situation required it, but he could still hold on. Noah gave a few orders to the spirit automaton inside his space ring while he kept his attention on the 2 enemies in the distance. The man was relatively fine. The battle had stopped the regeneration of his burned skin, but he didn't suffer any other injury during the clashes. On the other hand, the woman's face was ashen. Noah's flames had destroyed her weakened layer of ice, and the cuts on her body enlarged in the impact. She seemed on the verge of collapsing due to her exhaustion. Meanwhile, the spirit automaton sent pieces of the corpses of the strongest creatures stored inside Noah's ring. Noah quickly stuffed them inside his mouth before the smoke around him could affect them. They are communicating. Noah realized that when he saw that his 2 enemies were using part of their consciousnesses for other matters. He guessed that they were preparing a plan of some sort. He turned toward the woman and was about to charge at her to interrupt their preparations. But a loud explosion filled the clouds above them with flames, illuminating the area with a vivid red color. Then, a flaming figure fell from the sky. Noah turned his gaze toward the falling burning figure. Even the other cultivators of both nations interrupted their battles after the explosion resounded the area. The flames that surrounded the falling figure were thick. It wasn't clear who was enduring that scorching attack. Yet, everyone in the area knew that it had fallen from the battlefield of the two rank 5 cultivators. Seconds of silence passed as if they were years. The outcome of the battle between the two powerhouses would make their fights pointless. Not even all of them together could rival a rank 5 existence. No one dared to near the falling figure. The flames around it were too powerful, and they were concerned about its identity. They would rather avoid attempting to save the wrong cultivator. The figure continued to fall until it crashed on the ground. There were still a few rank 4 spiked roots on that spot, but the flames instantly burned them. The flames lasted for a few minutes before they dispersed on the terrain, revealing a fainted woman covered in half-transparent runes. The outcome of the battle became clear to everyone. Lady Edna had been defeated by Elder Austin. She is alive. Noah's eyes sharpened when he thought that. The runes around her body seemed some natural form of protection that had prevented the flames from affecting her skin. But their power had largely depleted during the fall. The dantian of a rank 5 cultivator. If I managed to eat it. Noah's hunger began to fill his mind when he realized that he had a chance to seize Lady Edna's center of power. His fuming foot slowly turned in her direction. Power began to accumulate on his legs, while he prepared to sprint toward the ground. His focus rose as he inspected his surroundings. Everyone's attention was on the fainted Lady Edna. No one was watching him. Yet, it was at that point that Elder Julia appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Everyone's attention went on her, and the cultivators of the Nation began to take steps back when they saw that another rank 5 entity had appeared. However, her next words surprised both groups. "Let's go, we are done here." Elder Julia's words resounded in the area and stupefied both groups. Elder Austin had just defeated Lady Edna, and now even Julia had appeared. They clearly had the upper hand. Why would they retreat? The higher-ups are having a meeting. They called a truce until an agreement is reached. Elder Julia explained before slowly flying toward the southern coast. A few hours before, while the siege on the territories colonized by the Empire was still happening, a large table made of marble floated high in the sky over the sea between the new and old continent. For seats floated next to the sides of the table, and a middle-aged man sat on one of them, calmly sipping what seemed tea from a cup. The man had short black hair, dark eyes, and a short beard, and his expression was incredibly calm as he waited for the other 3 guests to join him. Minutes passed in which he didn't move from his position. He simply took short sips from his cup from time to time. Then, a man appeared and neared the table without taking a seat. "I must warn you, if this is some kind of trap, I'm more than willing to make the entire archipelago detonate. I reckon half of the Empire will be destroyed in the shockwave." The man who had just appeared and spoken was Chasing Demon, the patriarch of the hive. "Do not fear, young one. The Almighty just wants to find an agreement." The man answered without raising his gaze from his cup. Chasing Demon inspected him for a while before sighing a sitting in his opposite direction. Caution lingered on his eyes as he watched his surroundings. More time passed, and another figure appeared. It was a man who wore a golden crown and a golden robe. Surprise mixed with arrogance were exuded by his expression when he saw the 2 men sitting next to the floating table. "Why is the closest man to God summoning me? Is the Empire so scared about the attack on its territories?" The newly arrived cultivator was King Elbaz, the ruler of the Nation. "King Elbaz, please, just call me God's right hand and sit. We are just missing a guest for the meeting to being." God's right hand spoke while pointing to the seat to his left. King Elbaz didn't move and simply turned his gaze toward Chasing Demon before speaking once again. "Why is he here? Our 3 nations are enough to colonize the piece of immortal lands. Because greed has won over one of you, we need a 4th power to secure the coasts peacefully, or we will never make it to the center of the new lands." A female voice resounded in the air which answered King Elbaz's question. A beautiful middle-aged woman appeared immediately after and sat on the remaining seat. "Thank you for joining this meeting, Great Elder Diana." God's right hand spoke and turned toward King Elbaz. The other rank 6 existences on the table did the same and waited for the ruler of the Utra nation to sit on the table. King Elbaz hesitated for a while before heaving a sigh and sitting in front of Grand Elder Diana. Her shining blue eyes watched him through the whole process before turning toward the envoy of the empire. First of all, I'd like to ask for a truce for the duration of this meeting. No killings on the new lands while we are here. God's right hand spoke, and his words made both King Elbaz and Grand Elder Diana complain. You can't ask for something like that when your territories are under siege. I agree with King Elbaz. The Empire has no right to stop the attack. We can have the meeting after the battle ends. God's right hand revealed a calm smile before answering those complaints. Very well, we'll talk after the battle ends. It was at that point that an explosion resounded from below them, and a blue pillar appeared in the new land. The cultivators around the table were quite surprised by the power behind the blast. But they were rank 6 existences. Such an explosion couldn't affect them. King Elbaz and Grand Elder Diana immediately picked their inscribed notebooks and remained in silence as they listened to the reports of the troops on that battlefield. Took a while, but, in the end, both of them sent one last message through their items before turning toward God's right hand and speaking a single word at the same time. Truce. The 3 rank 6 cultivators then turned toward Chasing Demon, who simply shrugged his shoulders before repeating that word. Truce. The rank 6 cultivators of the 4 nations were aware of the events that had disturbed the peace in the Peace of Immortal lands in the last period. A heroic cultivator of the Papal nation had been killed, and her death kindled the battle intent of the 3 big countries, ultimately leading to the attack on the territories of the Empire. The specifics about Elder Cheryl's death were still unclear though. A culprit had yet to be found, which forced the interested nation to consider everyone else as their enemy. Of course, there was someone among the 4 powerhouses that knew everything about that messy situation. Chasing Demon did his best to appear clueless about the political situation of the new continent. The fact that God's right hand had contacted him meant that the Hive could gain something from that meeting. He couldn't waste that chance. First of all, I would like to say that every faction has lost something, so we can skip the part where we ask for compensation. Do we all agree on this point? God's right hand's calm voice resounded in the air. The clouds above him seemed to stop when his words traveled through the sky. Yet, the power carried by his voice wasn't able to affect the existences in front of him. And King Elbaz immediately snorted before pointing at Chasing Demon to deny his statement. Every faction except for the Coral Archipelago. Actually, I would really like to know why the Hive was in my territories. Chasing Demon listened to King Elbaz's words and shrugged his shoulders once again before answering with an expressionless face. An external force has just hired my men. My organization can't sustain the expenses of 2 different wars. We just wanted to make some quick gains while also weakening you all. King Elbaz's eyes sharpened when he heard those words. Chasing Demon's lie had been flawless, and he had also avoided hiding the real intentions behind the attack. It must be said that they were all aware that the Hive was attacking the old continent. Thousands of cultivators had landed on the shores of a weak territory in the area of influence of the Empire and had begun to submit its inhabitant. Chasing Demon's alibi was perfect, but he felt like adding something to his statement. We are not greedy. We will just wait for the inevitable war between your 3 factions before claiming the southwestern coast. The Hive has experience in stealing nations after all. Chasing Demon opened a flask full of wine as soon as he finished speaking and began to drink in silence. His performance was over. Now he only had to listen to the real rulers of the mortal lands before deciding how to exploit the meeting to his advantage. King Elbaz wanted to retort, but he knew that Chasing Demon was right. Even one of the 3 big nations didn't have the power to stop a 4th organization from taking over part of a completely new continent. Of course, he and the other 3 rank 6 entities would be furious to know that the Hive had explored the Peace of Immortal lands for months by then, but they were far from suspecting something like that. I agree, just go straight to the point. In the end, King Elbaz spoke those words while turning toward God's right hand. Same here, just reveal the reason behind this meeting. Grand Elder Diana agreed and turned toward the envoy of the Empire too. Chasing Demon simply nodded when he saw that God's right hand was waiting for his answer. Very well. God's right hand revealed a smile after those words and waved his hand over the table. An image appeared over its surface, The other three cultivators quickly realized that the picture illustrated the known territories of the new continent. Chasing Demon's eyes immediately went on the southwestern coast and sighed internally when he saw that those areas were dark. Only the vague shape of its borders was drawn. The same went for the northwestern and southeastern coasts. Those areas were dark. Only the coastlines had been depicted. However, the territories on the northeastern coast were depicted in detail. God's right hand had revealed the layout of those territories, leaving apart only the traces left by divine beings that the Empire had discovered. What does this mean? Great Elder Diana asked while she memorized the information revealed by the picture. Even the other two powerhouses wondered about the meaning behind that action. We all know that there are traces left by divine beings on the new continent, and that the density of breath in the environment increases as we explore its depths. Yet, we have all limited our explorations to the coastlines because we are aware that only rank 6 existences can explore the center of the continent. God's right hand spoke, revealing an essential piece of information that Chasing Demon promptly noted in his mind. Silence fell on the meeting. Both King Elbaz and Great Elder Diana were aware of that truth, but they didn't speak about it. The inland territories were simply too dangerous, and too many powerful beings inhabited them. Even rank 6 cultivators couldn't explore them that easily, not alone at least. After all, the new continent had once been an environment that only divine beings could explore. It wasn't a surprise that it hid dangers that even peak heroic cultivators feared. "What are you suggesting?" King Elbaz asked. His tone was far more polite compared to before. It seemed that the topic deeply interested him. "I say that we can stop caring about the coastlines and make an alliance to explore the most dangerous areas. We can resume killing each other after the entirety of the continent is mapped." God's right hand answered and pointed at the map before adding something. "There is no point in wasting assets with so many resources at hand, and we can't continue to hold ourselves back just because we belong to different factions. Let the weaklings fight over the coastlines while we explore the rank 6 danger zones together. We are all aiming to the immortal lands after all." God's right hand explained further. The rulers of the 3 big nations had to remain in their domains as a last line of defense. Even Chasing Demon needed to stay in the archipelago to operate the copying technique. Yet, the envoy of the Empire was suggesting to drop those enmities to finally explore those dangerous areas. "And whose word can we trust to form this alliance?" Chasing Demon spoke at that time. As the weakest organization, the Hive would be the first to be attacked if its strongest power was to suddenly disappear. God's right hand took a shining token from his storage device and answered while wearing a reverent gaze. "The Almighties, of course." The token shone with a soft light but radiated an ancient aura. King Elbaz, Great Elder Diana, and Chasing Demon could immediately realize that the power contained in the inscribed item surpassed their realm. "A pact?" Great Elder Diana asked. That kind of item was often seen in the cultivator world. Many pacts and agreements were sealed through tokens or sigils. Of course, a token able to force 4 rank 6 existences to follow an agreement had to be in the divine ranks. "Yes, reveal the details of the territories that you've conquered, and you will join God's left hand and me in the exploration of the depths of the new continent. There must be a reason why these territories have fallen from the immortal lands. The cause is either on the other side of the sky or at the center of the new continent." God's right hand ended his explanation with those words. The Shandal Empire was basically offering the help of 2 rank 6 cultivators to explore the depths of the new continent. It was needless to say that such an offer was incredibly enticing for the 3 guests. The chance to explore areas that could benefit them despite their high rank was something that they would rather not miss. King Elbaz was the first to act. He touched the shining token and browsed the conditions of the agreement in his mind before waving his hand toward the map. Names and lines of demarcation began to appear on the southeastern coast. The dark areas were replaced by detailed drawings that depicted the environment on those territories. Then, he touched the token again, and a shining rune appeared on the back of his hand. The ruler of the Wuxia nation had immediately agreed to the alliance. Great Elder Diana did the same. She checked the terms of the agreement and waved her hand before sealing the alliance. The territories on the northwestern coast of the map obtained names and details. Only the traces left by divine beings weren't mentioned on the map. The three of them then turned toward Chasing Demon, who wore a solemn expression. He knew that he was the weakest of them and that his organization paled compared to those of the forces sealing the agreement. Yet, obtaining something that could benefit him despite his rank couldn't be missed. It was possible that nothing else in the entirety of the mortal lands could offer him such a chance. His hesitation was soon replaced by determination, and he reached for the token, accepting the terms of the alliance that the item contained. The four major forces of the mortal lands had sealed the contract created by the god of the empire. Each of those powerful entities had a nation that relied on them for protection and guidance, but they were still cultivators. The weight of their organizations couldn't hinder their path to power. Families, sects, soldiers, and nations were notions that belonged to the human world. There was no place for them in the solitary life of those that strived for the stars. Of course, Chasing Demon didn't add the information that he knew about the southwestern coast to the map. Those areas remained dark. The light of the token flickered when the alliance was sealed, and the item rose in the air before shooting in the distance, toward the territories of the empire. No one asked about its destination. It was clear that the token was returning to the only being that could control it. Now, we just have a few matters to settle. God's right hand stood up as he resumed to speak. The alliance divides the four corners of the new continent between our countries, but there are many territories that have yet to be claimed under a banner, especially for what concerns the southwestern coast. Chasing Demon's expression didn't flicker when he heard those words. He knew that the time to obtain official claims over the new lands had arrived. It's not fair to divide the coastlines into four equal parts. The hive didn't bear the expenses of the colonization in these last 5 years, so it can't gain such rich and vast territory for free. Our nations need a chance to conquer some of them without too much bloodshed. The alliance aimed to preserve the current strength of those four nations to focus on the complete colonization of the new continent. It would be pointless to start a war right after sealing the pact. I might have an idea that should satisfy all the interested parts. God's right hand said before revealing his thoughts to those that were now his companions. Back on the piece of immortal lands on the eastern coast, Elder Julia flew at high speed toward the southern coast, followed by the rank 4 cultivators of the hive. They had left the territories controlled by the Wuxia nation in a hurry after the truce had been called, and, until then, they had been unable to learn more about that matter from Elder Julia. At some point, though, a figure descended from the clouds and joined Elder Julia in her flight. The figure was Elder Austin. The rank 4 cultivators behind him were immediately able to recognize him. Also, they were able to notice that his complexion was quite pale and that brown runes seemed glued to specific spots of his body. Damned Edna. She was able to retaliate even in her injured state. Her status as inscription master can't be underestimated. Elder Austin cursed loudly, and his words resounded in the space behind him. Noah and his companions could clearly hear them. Then, right when the snowy plain became somewhat visible in the distance, the inscribed notebooks of all the members of the group received a mental message at the same time. The message seemed extremely important since dense mental waves were contained in it, and there was only one being in the entirety of the hive whose mind could produce that energy. The cultivators quickly listened to the message. Chasing Demon's voice resounded in their seas of consciousness and summarized the events that concerned the meeting between the rank 6 existences. The last phrase of his message, though, made them so surprised that they all halted their flight to watch the expressions of their companions. Only Noah's head remained lowered on the inscribed notebook. Chasing Demon's last phrase echoed in his mind and filled him with eagerness. The 3 big nations won't leave the southwestern coast to the hive for free, but bloodsheds must be avoided per the terms of the alliance. So 1 versus 1 battles have been issued to decide the owners of those territories. 1 versus 1 battles to claim the ownership of a territory. That was the condition placed over the conquest of the southwestern coast. Specifics about the battles and the agreements were sent alongside Chasing Demon's message. Elder Austin was particularly annoyed when he read that the hive would only obtain the desert without fighting since it was situated at the exact corner of their coast. Powerful sandworms inhabited the desert, and 1 rank 5 specimen had even been confirmed. It was virtually useless as an asset. Another aspect of the agreement was that the territories on the coastlines could only feature battles between rank 4 cultivators, while rank 5 cultivators had to fight for the areas more inland. Simply speaking, Elder Austin couldn't fight for the ownership of the lava lake. He could only join the battle for the Azure Plain or similar territories that had yet to be explored. The lava lake and the forest of white woods must be maintained, but it wouldn't be bad to win all the battles. Noah thought as he reviewed the outline of the new continent in his mind. The lava lake contained traces left by divine beings. It was the most valuable territory explored by them and had to belong to the hive. The Coral Archipelago had more than doubled its human assets in the last years, but it lacked methods to nourish its heroic cultivators. The lava lake could provide that service, for what concerned those with a fire aptitude at least. As for the forest of white woods, the hive had already set a teleportation matrix and many defenses there. It had to keep ownership over that land, or its efforts would be wasted. Also, the fact that it had already infiltrated the new continent would be revealed if the forest passed on the enemy's hands. Something like that had to be prevented at all costs. Elder Austin turned toward the rank 4 cultivators behind him. His eyes moved between the elders with a fire aptitude. It was clear that he was choosing who would fight for the lava lake. The group obviously noticed his actions. Elder Jason, Elder Pansy, and Elder Laurel wore a solemn expression when they understood that they were being evaluated. Elder Austin's expression became resolute, and he was about to speak, but a voice interrupted him and claimed the attention of the group. "I'll fight for the lava lake. My endurance surpasses the benefits obtained by the fire element," Noah said as he fixed his gaze on Elder Austin. The battles for the territories had to be fought in the sky above them, meaning that the fight for the lava lake would happen above it. Noah didn't think that he could last more than a rank 5 cultivator in that environment, but he was more than sure that he surpassed all rank 4 cultivators in that field. After all, he was a rank 4 hybrid in the upper tier. No human on his same level could match his endurance. The 3 elders of the fire element were about to complain, but a heat wave swept them and interrupted their actions. The heat engulfed Noah too. Flames had appeared around Elder Austin, which were slowly nearing the 4 of them. The elder had simply decided to test them. The 3 cultivators with a fire aptitude revealed a determined expression as they closed their eyes to focus. Being chosen for that battle was a great honor, and Elder Austin would probably reward anyone that managed to keep his training area. Having the favor of a rank 5 cultivator was something quite valuable. On the other hand, Noah simply stared at the incoming flames. He had continuously eaten during the flight, and he had even managed to eat Professor Roy's Danteon as the group left the territories of the Nation. His body was at its peak form and had also improved slightly. The sight of the flames didn't force him to turn his gaze away. His icy reptilian eyes weren't bothered by their brilliance. After all, his were the eyes of a dragon. Flames were part of his bloodline now. Elder Austin's flames neared the 4 cultivators, increasing the heat that surrounded them. The 4 of them began to sweat, and traces of struggle could be seen on the 3 elders with the fire aptitude. It wasn't only a matter of enlightenment. The power behind the flames was too strong. They felt as if all the liquids inside their bodies were boiling due to the high temperature. Noah was sweating and experiencing their same sensations, but they didn't have such a harsh impact on him. His body expended nourishments at a fast pace to oppose the heat, but their depletion was far lower than the breath contained in the bodies of the 3 elders. His body was simply too strong. It needed less energy to do the same work. Also, Noah absorbed part of the breath contained in the radiance of the flames with every breath. He felt his lungs improving when that energy nourished those organs. One by one, the elders began to crouch and retreat, unable to sustain the heat of the flames anymore. The first one to give up was Elder Laurel, quickly followed by Elder Pansy. Only Elder Jason struggled to remain in his position, but his determination was broken when he opened his eyes to stare at the contender next to him. He saw Noah coldly staring at the flames while his long black hair fluttered due to the heat waves that they released. He recognized the emotion hid by his reptilian eyes. There was eagerness, battle intent, and ambition. Elder Jason tried to look at the flames to see the emotions that their sight would bring to him. He felt awe, respect, and a deep reverence for the being able to create such a wonder. In that short exchange of gazes that Noah didn't notice, he understood what he lacked as a cultivator, and something deep inside him changed. Elder Jason closed his eyes once again and spread his arms while opposing the pressure radiated by the flames. His body was immediately pushed back, and the heat burned part of his skin, but a smile soon appeared on his face. Elder Austin dispersed his flames at that moment. Noah had won the competition by a large margin. He was clearly the perfect cultivator for the battle in the harsh environment above the lava lake. He and Elder Julia turned without saying a word and resumed their flight toward the southern coast. The rest of the group quickly followed them in silence. Noah ignored the gazes that went on him and was about to resume his flight when Elder Jason arrived next to him and bowed before following the group. Noah guessed that he was just being respectful and put the matter in the back of his mind as he chased after his companions. He didn't notice that Elder Jason's eyes were now carrying an ambition quite similar to his. The news of the alliance sealed between the powerhouses of the four nations quickly spread in the old continent. Peace had been reached once again on the new continent. That period would last until the rank 6 existences of the countries returned from the depths of the peace of immortal lands, and the entirety of its surface was mapped. The details concerning the battles for the ownership of the territories of the southwestern coast were also leaked. Many cultivators were excited about that opportunity, and the organizations behind them didn't hesitate to organize fitting events. The 1-versus-1 battles were an excellent opportunity to select promising heroic cultivator to nurture. The Wuxia Nation and the Papal Nation quickly organized tournaments to choose the contenders that would fight the elders of the hive. Also, powerful envoys reached the southwestern coast to analyze the territories. Both nations had to know the battlefields to select the best candidates. As for the Shandal Empire, the pact prevented it from joining the battles on the southwestern coast, which was one of the reasons why the other rank 6 cultivators accepted to seal it so quickly. The Wuxia Nation would attempt to claim the territories on the southern coast while the Papal Nation had to fight for those on the northern coast. That division had only geographical reasons. It would be hard to control a land on the other side of the continent after all. Another piece of information though spread as quickly as those concerning the alliance. Noah Bulvin had killed Professor Roy of the Academy. Through the years, Noah's name had become quite renowned. He was a criminal of the Wuxia Nation who had escaped both his family and the royals, gaining whatever he could from both of them. He was the hooded devil of the Odria Nation. His explosive inscribed items had been a pain to deal with even after he left that country. The losses suffered by the Empire because of him were uncountable. He led the human assets of the Chasing Demon sect in the war for the independence of the Coral Archipelago, helping in making it become a country that aimed for the title of 4th big nation. Also, many believed that he had been the one to obtain the inheritance in the separate dimension under the Great Whirlpool. His status as Demon Prince of the Hive was taken as a proof of that achievement. Yet, the fact that he had killed a heroic cultivator could only mean that he was a heroic cultivator himself, and a complete one too. That news shook many cultivators forced to halt their growth due to their status. Noah had fulfilled their secret dream to escape the shackles of servitude and to rise to the realm of the heroic cultivators. What was even more surprising was that Noah wasn't even 40. We lost the youngest heroic cultivator in history over a mortal woman, Thomas Bulvin said after reading the report in his hands. He was inside the main hall of the Bulvin mansion, and his sons had their heads lowered as they stood around him. The main hall of the mansion seemed far more luxurious compared to the past. Many ornaments filled its walls, and even the concentration of breath inside it was considerably higher. Thomas Bulvin looked at his youngest son before sighing in disappointment and reading the report again. Reading that his bastard grandson had reached the heroic ranks so soon made him feel incredibly old. His over 200 years of life began to weigh on his mind when he realized how much his family has lost. Truth to be told, the Elbas family had granted countless benefits to the members of the Bulvin family after Noah's identity was exposed. What should have been a slow decline became instead a stable growth thanks to the help of the royals. New heirs were nurtured with the first-rate techniques of the academy. The future of the Bulvin family was bound to be great with the support of the rulers of the nation. Yet, nothing could compare to the value of the youngest heroic cultivator in history who also had one of the rarest aptitudes. "Father, I'll go to the new continent." Adrian Bulvin, the oldest son, spoke as he raised his head. He had taken care of the new generations of the family and acted as the patriarch since Thomas spent most of its time in seclusion. Also, He was the only other heroic cultivator in the entirety of the family. Thomas stared at his firstborn for a while before asking something. "Do you want to fight him?" Adrian nodded and lowered his head again as a form of respect. "Go, but return alive at all costs. The royals won't cover for the losses caused by Noah this time." Thomas accepted Adrian's request while adding a warning. "Do you think he can beat me?" Adrian asked. He was nearing 100 years of age. He didn't feel good when his father hinted that he could die when meeting someone 60 years younger. "I don't know, that guy keeps on breaking records. Heck, I wasn't even able to fly properly after I entered the heroic ranks. But he is already fighting against old monsters. I don't know what to expect." Thomas dismissed his sons with those last words. His mind was too messy to be bothered with those political matters. Similar scenes could be seen in the mansions of the noble families whose heirs had encountered Noah or suffered by his hands. And the same was applied for the branch of the royal family that handled the creation of a secret army of criminals. A young-looking woman with long and wild silver hair sat on the roof of a mansion situated near the capital of the Nation. A golden spear was laid next to her as she read a report in her hands. Her fingers trembled slightly when she understood the contents of those words. Max Baller was behind her. His expression was solemn, but traces of concern appeared in his eyes when he looked at his daughter. He was incredibly proud of her. June had single-handedly raised the status of the Baller family to a medium-sized noble family and had provided it the support of the Elbas family. The family had to relocate to fulfill the role assigned by the royals, but the benefits obtained through that job vastly outclassed the expenses. Yet, June had long stopped seeing him as a father, and she was even colder with the rest of the family. She only used them as tools to obtain materials and techniques that she needed. "Father," June spoke after she read the report a few times. "You are only a human cultivator. You can't affect his life." Max gave voice to those words. He knew exactly what his daughter was thinking at that moment. However, June completely ignored his statement and gave him an order. "The colonized areas on the new continent are the best training ground for human cultivators. Contact the royal family. I want to go there." Noah was obviously unaware of the events happening in the old continent, but he could imagine most of them. It wasn't hard to guess that the two big nations would bring their most talented heroic cultivators to the southwestern coast to join the battles, and that everyone now knew his status. Yet, there was very little that he could do about that. He had decided to stop hiding after all. He was a heroic cultivator chasing after his individuality now. He couldn't walk that path afraid of being seen. Defensive inscribed items aren't allowed, and a cultivator can only have inscribed weapons at its same rank or lower. Also, both contenders can surrender and give the territory to the opponent's faction. I guess they really want to preserve the heroic assets of each nation. Noah reviewed the conditions of the 1-versus-1 battles in his mind as the group returned to the forest of White Woods. He felt satisfied with most of them. The ability to use defensive items would just favor the more prosperous nations, for example. However, he didn't really like that his opponents could just walk away. It didn't happen so often to have the chance to decrease the enemy power while also obtaining dantions for his body. The group quickly landed on the ground under the white crowns of the magical plants. More than a month had passed since the pact had been sealed. Elder Laurel assured them that the envoys from the old continent wouldn't be able to sense the teleportation matrix, but Elder Julia still wanted to add a few covers through her methods. It wasn't clear when the battles would occur. The rank 6 existences didn't set a specific date. It was up to the 3 interested nations to come up with a time. How can I improve in this period? Noah asked himself when he saw his companions starting their preparations. Elder Austin disappeared after a quick exchange of words with Elder Julia, while the others sat on separate areas of the forest to cultivate. I've just discovered a way to create spells, but I would need countless tests to find the right method. I need to create something as complex as the laws set by heaven and earth after all. Noah had found a way to create spells after he was enlightened by the beasts trapped inside the dark gorge, but that method required time and a lot of mental energy to fuel the divine deduction technique. It wouldn't be wise to focus on it with the impending battles. Experiments were for moments of peace. There would be time to create wills after the hive acquired an official position in the new continent. Noah stood still next to the teleportation matrix as he pondered about the matter. Improving my body is obvious, but I wish there were something more that I could do. Noah analyzed any possibility inside his mind, but he had reached the point where he could become stronger only through methods that required a lot of time. His dantian and mind were far away from a breakthrough. There was no point in stressing his centers of power more than that, only to improve slightly faster. The creations of spells and the understanding of the laws of the darkness element would take even longer, and he had no control over those matters. He could only test and meditate until he obtained some results. Body and martial art then. I guess I can spare some time to begin testing with the wills. Since there was nothing that he could do to increase his battle prowess abruptly, he would just continue training in his usual way. Noah flew in the air and went for the Azure Plane. That area featured many rank 4 magical beasts and had countless Azure credits growing there. It was the place where his body would grow the most. The contenders were forbidden from intentionally destroying the territories below them during the battles. But the agreement didn't consider the fact that the hive was already there. Noah could feed on the magical beasts and plants of the Azure Plane freely. He only had to pay attention to the envoys sent by the continent to inspect the southwestern coast. Also, there was something that he wanted to try. The cries of the creatures trapped in the dark gorge had enlightened him, which meant that his dragon side could be one of the sources from which gaining understanding of the laws of the darkness element. Noah wanted to immerse himself in the wild life of the peace of immortal lands. He wished to attune his peculiar existence with his mindset, further exploring his individuality in that way. His demonic swords appeared in his hands, and he undressed the upper part of his robe. He had become so used to fight with his torso uncovered that he felt more comfortable in that outfit. Days had to pass for the blue plane to appear in his view. Noah directly landed next to a pack of rank 4 tiger-type magical beasts when he reached it. His mind was calm, and mental energy fueled the divine deduction technique as he slowly walked toward the tigers. The beasts began to roar as soon as they noticed his closing figure. They felt as if another creature was challenging them for their territory. With every step, chaos spreads. Noah repeated those words in his mind while the pack quickly surrounded him. Only part of his focus was on the imminent battle. Most of it was reviewing the emotions felt when he heard the growls of the creatures trapped in the gorge. Heaven and earth lose control over the things that I touch. My existence carries their mistake, and I spread it to the world. The tigers began to pounce at him, but Noah slashed with his sabers and kicked away those that his weapons couldn't reach. The entirety of the body of a magical beast was a weapon. Noah had yet to adapt that asset to his fighting style completely. What I destroy becomes mine. I add it to the foundation of my power. I steal the raw materials from heaven and earth to build my own world. The tigers either died or were heavily injured in the clash. Those mere rank 4 magical beasts in the lower and middle tier couldn't compete with a hybrid in the upper one. Yet, stealing isn't the last step. My apex must be creating those same raw materials from nothing. Noah's mind wandered as he fought the pack of rank 4 tigers. His existence affected the world, and he could transform the energies around him in part of his power, but that was only a form of theft. Cultivators absorbed the breath in the world, but most of them didn't remove heaven and earth's will from it. Even heroic cultivators still kept the laws of their element created by the world. Yet, creating something from raw materials that already existed in the environment wasn't enough. His path had to bring him to a status similar to heaven and earth. To put it simply, Noah felt that he needed to reach a state where his existence could create something similar to the breath. After all, he knew that heaven and earth were intelligent beings. He couldn't possibly imagine the power that they held, but it was evident to everyone that they could create the marvelous energy that filled the world. Of course, Noah was only dreaming for now. His path was clearer than before, but he didn't have the power to imagine its end. He could only keep on gaining insights that would eventually lead him to the absorption of other laws of the darkness element. Understanding the laws that suited your individuality and growing until you become your own law, that was what Noah knew about the path to godhood. All starts by yourself. Noah closed his eyes to better experience the sensations running through his body. The bodies of the magical beasts that made the pack of tigers were lying lifelessly around him. He had killed all of them while his mind wandered. He could clearly feel the destructive power contained in his body, its hunger, its pride. Everything about his beast side seemed made to destroy the world created by heaven and earth. He felt as he was some sort of enemy of the breath. However, there was also creation. He created black lines every time he waved his sabers, and his lungs were able to turn pure energy into flames. Noah used the energy stolen from heaven and earth to fuel his attacks, and his body and mind to control them. The breath is the fuel, but the mind sets the blueprint that will eventually determine the final effect. My body is just an organic blueprint with very specific behaviors. Noah thought as he stored the corpses of the beasts and let the spirit automaton of his ring handle them. He needed to store as many rank 4 creatures as he could to be prepared for any eventuality. They were his main food and also the most common nourishment for his body. He didn't expect to obtain many Dantians in the imminent future. The more I attune myself with my dragon side, the more I find ways to improve my combat style. I still think too much as a human when I fight. I need to use my legs and even my teeth if necessary. Noah knew his weaknesses better than anyone else because he was the only one who knew the full extent of his power. I guess I can spend this period to fix this issue and gather enough resources. I should also plunder as many as those azure bushes as I can. After he thought that, Noah went deeper into the plain, searching for another pack to fight. Time passed in the new continent. Ships continuously landed on its shores, carrying many ambitious human cultivators. The alliance between the 4 nations had delineated the borders of the dominions of the 3 big countries and brought peace once again. Only the manpower needed for the complete colonization was lacking. Even the envoys tasked to analyze the territories of the southwestern coast arrived. Elder Julia politely escorted them through those areas while pointing out the details that the hive had discovered in that period. Of course, her actions were only another performance meant to solidify the lie about their arrival. Her methods were more than enough to cover the traces left by her group during the past months. It was needless to say that the envoys ignored most of the territories after they reached the lava lake. The Elbas family felt fortunate when it learnt that traces left by divine beings were situated in a land that they could obtain. Noah had been forced to stop his wild lifestyle while the envoys analyzed those lands. He couldn't show them that he was plundering anything that contained breath in the azure plain. The last weeks harmed his aspect, but he felt more confident than ever in his abilities after the prolonged period spent exploring the depths of his dragon side. Experiencing the simple life of a magical beast had been quite refreshing. He did nothing but battle, eat, and train all day, without anything else bothering him. His body improved steadily, but his other centers of power benefited from that lifestyle too. His mind was always under pressure due to the constant battles and the threats that the areas around the plain hid, and his Dantian was nourished by the laws of the darkness element whenever he gained some insights about his path. He had even resumed forging weapons in his spare time. He had way more rank 4 materials that he needed, and he didn't want his ability in the elemental forging method to become rusty. That led him to accumulate a few disposable weapons again. He couldn't create stable items with materials of different elements, but he had succeeded in making them reach the 4th rank nonetheless. He didn't think that he could use them to win a battle against a heroic cultivator, but they could be useful if another situation like that next to the obelisk happened again. In the end, the envoys returned to their respective nations, and he could resume his wild lifestyle. I must say that I enjoy battles more since I became a hybrid. I even feel more in general. Noah thought as he laid on the ground of the azure plain. He had decided to rest that day. The stars in the sky were particularly shining at night, so he had chosen to let his mind wander as he stared at them. To think that I would become more human by fusing myself with a magical beast, or maybe it's just this freedom that makes me express my true self. He analyzed himself as the light of the stars was reflected in his reptilian eyes. Only rank 4 beasts inhabited the plain. Noah was basically the strongest creature in that area. He was experiencing what being at the peak of an environment meant. It was as if he had reached his lifelong goal in that zone. Yet, monsters that I can't even approach live right next to me, and the stars still shine over me. Noah didn't know how much time he had spent in the plain. He had long lost track of it, but he knew that he was only living in an illusion of his dream. Then, a voice resounded in the air. "Prince, it's time. The Utra nation and the Papral nation were ready." The tournaments on the old continent had ended, and the contenders for the territories of the southwestern coast had been chosen. It was time for the 1-versus-1 battles. The Hive couldn't know it, but the three big nations had issued events even in the settlements in the new continent. Friendly fights would happen between the promising cultivators inhabiting the cities built in those lands. Of course, those battles were just an appetizer for the main event. Large crystals had been placed throughout the cities on the piece of immortal lands. They reflected images featuring the territories where the fights between heroic cultivators would happen. Crowds of human cultivators filled the streets next to the crystals and to the stages that would feature the battles between human cultivators. The three big nations treated that even as a festivity. The atmosphere was completely different in the group from the Coral Archipelago. Noah had reunited with the rest of his group only to be greeted by the tense air that surrounded his companions. Elder Jason had notified and accompanied him in the area above the desert inhabited by the sandworms where the rest of the group was waiting. They couldn't use the forest of white woods with so many eyes on them after all. Noah saw some new faces when he reached them. The Hive had made its selections too, bringing a few elders in the new continent to fight the battles. It's finally time, Noah thought when he sensed the anxiety in the air. Even those mighty existences would become nervous when the future of the Hive was at stake. Also, their performance in the battles would influence their reputation and possibly affect the future behavior of the Hive toward them. "Prince, you can't fight with those clothes." Elder Austin spoke to him as soon as he noticed his arrival. Noah had lived as a magical beast for months before that event. He would be mistaken for a beggar if a powerful aura didn't surround his figure. He was about to change into one of the robes that he kept inside his space ring when Elder Austin threw some clothes to him and added a few words as soon as he caught them. "Wear this, you will be fighting as the demon prince of the Hive today." His words were simple, but they carried a deeper meaning. The incoming battle would put the future of the Hive at stake. But it wasn't only a matter that concerned the conquest of resources that were beneficial to heroic cultivators. The elders knew that the battles would be seen in the cities of the new continent, and possibly even in those of the old continent. Performing well could inspire many exploited and restricted human cultivators, making them migrate in the Coral Archipelago. "My battles don't really inspire though," Noah said as he undressed and wore the new clothes. The Hive had prepared for him a luxurious robe that matched his preferences. It was tight and could be easily opened to reveal his upper body. Blue tentacles were embroidered on his sleeves, and a series of purple dots decorated his back. The tentacles were the symbol of the independence of the Coral Archipelago, and the purple dots represented the islands where the Hive thrived. Everyone would understand his origin when he wore that robe. It was clear that the elders wanted their prince to appear majestic, but Noah's fighting style was far away from that description, especially after his period of isolation in the wilderness. "Don't worry, the Utra nation is going all out to conquest the lava lake anyway. We are confident only in keeping the forest of white woods." Elder Austin heaved a helpless sigh after he spoke those words, and he handed a report to Noah before flying toward the Azure Plain. The report contained the information discovered by the Hive in the last period, such as the contenders that they would have to face and some of their abilities. Noah's eyes sharpened when he read that a rank 4 cultivator in the solid stage would be fighting for the lava lake. They are going all out for the traces left by divine beings. Well, I couldn't have expected anything less, Noah thought before reading the rest of the report. Elder Laurel would handle the battle for the Forest of White Woods. She had studied that environment so much that she was now able to cause the increase of toxicity in the air with her abilities. That fight wouldn't be a problem. Elder Austin would be fighting for the Azure Plain and face a certain Elder Doyle from the Papral Nation. Noah felt gazes fixing on him for a short time before going away, and he felt the concern that those stares carried. It was clear that his companions were worried about his well-being. "Solid stage. I can endure a few attacks, but I can't beat it, not under normal circumstances at least." He knew that he had improved, but that didn't allow him to fight against cultivators on higher stages. He barely had the confidence to face a rank 4 cultivator in the gaseous stage after all. Yet, he didn't really have to beat his opponent. He only needed to endure the heat radiated by the lava lake for more time than the contender. This solid-stage cultivator should be in the early phases of the stage, or it would need a rank 5 body to contain its center of power. I can totally use the environment to my advantage or just escape until it is exhausted. I can do this. Noah's battle intent rose as he thought that. He had already endured an attack fueled by a power similar to the solid stage of the 4th rank, and he had improved since that time. He had never been more confident in his abilities. Elder Julia neared Noah at that point and lowered her head to speak a few soft words. The Utra Nation wants the battle for the lava lake to be the first. It's your turn. Noah nodded at those words and simply turned toward the east before flying in that direction. His focus reached its limits as he approached the fight. Noah didn't meet anyone during his flight. His senses perceived the presence of the sandworms in the desert under him, but no cultivators appeared on his road. Then, when the environment began to change and the temperature began to rise, he saw a figure in the distance. The figure was at many kilometers away from his position. Noah was only able to see a dark dot in the sky, but he knew that it was his opponent. The rocky wasteland spread in front of him. He had reached the area of the battle, but he stood still, just as his opponent was doing. Noah felt the hunger inside him increase as soon as he sensed the aura of the lava lake. Part of him wanted to dive through the threatening red rivers just to have a chance to eat the source of that power. Yet he was also incredibly calm. His periods spent in the wilderness made him attune entirely with his body. There were no more human and dragon side. There was just him. It's not even charging at me. It doesn't know that its chances to win decrease with every second. Noah smiled inside his mind when he saw that the figure remained at the opposite border of the wasteland. However, he kept a stern expression. He wanted to give the impression that he was putting his life on the line. Power brings confidence and delusions. Only the light of the stars can keep us in check. Noah thought as he took a step forward. The temperature around him immediately increased as he neared the areas with lava. His thoughts concerned the period spent in the Azure Plane when he was at the peak of the food chain. He remembered that confidence, the feeling of being unrivaled in his kingdom. I bet it feels in the same way. The figure in the distance noticed his movement and began to walk too. Noah was slowly able to recognize the outline of what appeared to be a 40-years-old man. He looks young. Noah noted in his mind when he was able to see the facial features of his opponent. A cultivator would stop aging as long as its power continued to grow. It was clear that the man in front of him had found very few hindrances in his cultivation journey. Noah and his opponent continued to walk toward one another slowly. It took hours before they could reach a distance where their words could be heard. Then they both stopped at the same time. He clearly has a fire aptitude. The breath around him can merge with the heat in the air, blocking most of the negative effect on his body. Yet, something still reaches him. Noah analyzed his opponent and the latter did the same. He saw how Noah wasn't countering the heat as well as him. The breath around his body was fighting the environment instead of blending with it. It was evident that the second method consumed more breath, but it managed to leave the body virtually unaffected. Junior, I don't want to bully you. I'm Amos Lockster, and I respect you. Amos greeted Noah with polite words, but his behavior just made him smile even more in his mind. He is not a member of the Elbas family. Noah understood when he heard his name. A royal would have just pounced at him due to all the ACCU.mulat grudges. But the man in front of him was a noble who had said that he respected him. I don't really like to resort to tricks now, but he is in the solid stage. There isn't much that I can do. Noah saw a chance to exploit the situation after he heard those words. The fact that he was using breath to fend off the heat was just an act. He could just rely on his body and on the energy that it contained to survive in that environment. The tales of your journey have filled the country in the last months. I must say that I'm impressed by your determination. Amos continued to speak after a short moment of silence. You are talented, maybe more than me. Don't waste your life over a territory that doesn't even match your aptitude, and don't force me to attack someone far weaker than me. Just give up. Your time to shine will eventually come. I'm sure of it. Amos resembled a caring senior as he advised Noah. It almost looked as he cared about him. Noah stared at him in silence. His expression didn't waver at all during his speech. Amos could clearly feel those reptilian pupils fixed on him. Yet, the pressure that they radiated wasn't enough to make him tremble. He only felt as if a magical beast was looking at him. Then Noah turned his gaze toward the ground, in the direction of the lava lake. Amos followed his line of sight and stared at the lake too. Some eagerness could be seen in his eyes when the light radiated by the lava filled them. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Amos asked, but it seemed that he was speaking to himself. However, Noah answered at that time, "Yes, let's take a closer look." His words surprised Amos, but he didn't have time to reply since Noah had already begun to descend toward the red lake. He was confused by that gesture at first, but he soon descended together with Noah. He thought that Noah wanted to take one last look to a trace left by divine beings, or that he wanted to admire such spectacle with a senior. He couldn't possibly imagine that everything was just a plan to weaken his body. Noah stopped when he was at a few kilometers from the surface. The heat at that altitude threatened to burn his clothes, but he didn't really care. He was just glad that Amos was following him. "Better?" Amos asked when he reached him. They stood side by side, watching the dense lava that filled the huge basin under them. "Talk to me about the fire element," Noah said after a few minutes of silence. Amos turned to look at Noah. He saw how the protection of the breath around him was slowly thinning. It wouldn't take much before Noah's body was exposed to the heat. Meanwhile, his body was enduring a small part of those temperatures, but he depleted far less breath, and he was in the solid stage. His reserves were virtually infinite compared to Noah's. Well, fire can be an explosive force but also a gradual destroyer. It can affect the matter, but it can also mend it. "My flame burns inside me, and it will keep burning as long as I remain true to myself." Noah nodded, but his eyes never left the lake under him. His focus, though, was on the body of his opponent. He noted how even a rank 4 cultivator in the solid stage was starting to being affected at that altitude. "I don't really understand. Let's go deeper," Noah said before descending even more under Amos' astonishment. Noah descended through the heat waves radiated from the lava lake. The breath around him was consumed at high speed to protect his body, but all of that was just an act to bait Amos. Noah knew that he had no chance to win against a rank 4 cultivator in the solid stage. He had just begun battling those in the gaseous stage after all. Yet, he had an advantage that many couldn't even begin to suspect. His body. "Junior, I understand your eagerness, but there is no point in your actions. Fire can't enlighten darkness, no matter how brightly it burns." Amos sighed after speaking those words. He felt that Noah was simply acting like an excited junior. "Flames burn inside me too. They might be fueled by the darkness element, but they are still flames," Noah replied to his comment. His answer was honest. He had often seen his ambition as a bright fire that drove him through his life. Amos' eyebrow arched when he heard those words. He immediately understood that Noah had already gained some insights about the laws of his element, and his admiration for him couldn't help but increase at that moment. "Haha! You are really amazing. How much has it been since you entered the heroic ranks?" Amos became excited and quickly neared Noah to descend with him. He felt as if he could gain some insights from that conversation. All the elements are similar and also extremely different. They can't be found on their own. They are always combined. The world is just the result of that union. Noah revealed part of the insights obtained in his period of isolation in the Azure Plane. He couldn't lie to a heroic cultivator that had reached the solid stage while keeping a youthful aspect. He had to give voice to his real thoughts if he wanted to obtain his attention. "Look at this lake. Isn't it made by liquid flames? Fire can flow like water. It can be subtle like wind. It can be sturdy like earth. It can pierce like lightning. It can shine like light. And it can engulf like darkness. Why shouldn't I be able to understand darkness through it then?" Amos was stupefied when he heard those words. He didn't create his own cultivation technique. His breakthroughs had come only from his understanding of his individuality. That led him to be extremely confident in his path. He had already defined himself after all. He only had to dive through the laws of the fire element now. Yet Noah appeared incredibly vast in his eyes. His existence seemed to encompass many fields while still being limited to one person. The depths that he reached seemed unfathomable. The truth was that Noah's mentality was simply broader than that of a human since he belonged to a completely different species. He was able to have those thoughts because his body could absorb every type of breath and transform it in its power. What Amos didn't realize, though, was that, as they descended, even his protection began to waver. However, he was too engrossed in that conversation that he didn't bother too much about it. Also, he knew that Noah's breath would be depleted before his. There was no reason to worry about the outcome of that battle in his mind. The world is a silent teacher. It gives you all the answers, but you can read them only when your mind is ready to accept them. Junio-No Noah Bulvin. I thank you for broadening my eyes. Amos honestly thanked Noah, but the latter ignored him and continued to descend. The edges of his new robe began to burn due to the temperatures around him. Then, when Noah noticed the first drop of sweat running down Amos' forehead, he stopped. I'm amazed you can last so much. You must be nearing the peak of the gaseous stage to have such deep reserves. Amos commented, but he couldn't know that Noah was refilling part of the depleted breath through his cultivation technique at that moment. He had even removed his limitation to increase the absorption speed. Do you mind going deeper? I am enjoying this conversation, and I want to memorize the feeling of being near a divinity. Noah lied as he turned toward Amos. His words were polite, and even a bit of eagerness was reflected in his gaze. Amos couldn't find any reason to deny to such a talented cultivator the chance to admire the lake one last time. Sure, let's exchange insights until you are exhausted. I feel that this experience can benefit both of us. Amos agreed to his request, and they both resumed their descent. They soon reached a distance of a few hundred meters from the lava lake. The temperature at that point became almost unbearable, and, no matter how much breath both of them used to protect their bodies, the heat still affected them. Noah's robe began to burn, and even Amos' clothes took fire. It was as if the lake forced everything over it to become ash. Noah was sweating profusely, but so did Amos. It seemed that both of them couldn't last much in that area. This is the limit for those with a rank 4 body. Even our clothes can't survive in this air. Amos commented as the last bit of his robe became ash. His gaze went on Noah, who was equally naked. What do you think about heaven and earth? Noah asked. His aspect didn't give him the slightest concern. Amos sighed when he saw that Noah still wanted to converse. He decided to answer only when he saw that the breath around him had vanished entirely. They are everything, they are balance, they are fairness. They encompass every existence and are part of everything in this world. Only gods can somewhat imitate their status by separating themselves from their laws. Yet, I think they are innately good since they give their energy to every living being. Noah fell silent when he heard those words. He had never been able to understand the mindset of someone that trusted heaven and earth. He had been their enemy since he started cultivating after all. However, he felt that he could finally understand what the privileged cultivators thought about them. That realization made him laugh. Noah managed to hold himself back for several minutes. But, in the end, he couldn't help but explode in a loud laugh. Amos' body was nearing its limits. His breath wasn't able to stop the heat at all at that altitude. Yet, when he heard the man next to him laughing, he noticed that something was wrong. Noah had long stopped using breath to protect his body. Burned patches of skin could be seen everywhere on his figure. Nevertheless, when he laughed, he seemed still full of energy. It was as if those burns didn't affect his complexion at all. Then, Noah decided to stop pretending and reveal what he knew about heaven and earth to keep him a bit more at that height. You are a fool. Balance? Fairness? Innately good? Noah shouted to the confused Amos. Noah had only been able to hold his laugh back because he needed to weaken Amos' body further. Yet, when he saw that his skin had begun to burn too, he simply stopped pretending. Heaven and earth are just powerful entities bound by their same rules. They would wipe out any cultivator, magical plant, and magical beast if they could. Why do you think there are tribulations? Why do you think magical beasts can absorb any type of breath? Heaven and earth have set a balance that they can't escape. Noah revealed what he had understood after living as a hybrid for many years. Of course, that was only a hypothesis, but Noah felt that it was quite close to the truth. Why magical beasts could absorb any type of breath? Why did he feel like an enemy of that marvelous energy? Why did heaven fear the union between a human and a beast so much? Noah believed that the fairness of heaven and earth caused all of that. They do not bless us. We are their natural enemy. Our only role is to bring balance to their omnipotence. Noah revealed everything that he thought about the world. Amos was stunned. He had never considered similar ideas. He had always believed that the breath was a gift, and that the tribulations were some sort of a test. Took a while before he felt like speaking. He wanted to hear more about those ideas. After all, Noah was an existence that viewed most living beings as enemies of the world. He had never seen such a peculiar individuality. How can you be sure of that? Noah shrugged his shoulders when he heard those words, and he revealed a simple smile as he answered him. I'm not. Only gods can have a clear idea of the nature of heaven and earth. Amos came back to reality after Noah's answer. He had noticed that something was wrong, but the latter's revelation had made him ignore that aspect. Yet, now that he focused again, he saw that something strange was happening on Noah's body. The patches of burned skin quickly healed, and breath began to circulate again around it. He had only pretended that his dantian was empty. The truth was that he had simply stopped using it to defend his body. The same went for his injuries. Noah had allowed his skin to be burned, but he was far away from reaching his physical limits. He was a hybrid in the upper tier after all. His natural defenses against those heat waves were on a whole different level compared to a human body. Also, the air around him was darker. Noah had continuously absorbed the light radiated by the lava lake to lower its power. What is happening? How can your body be fine after all this time and without protection? Amos asked. He didn't retreat when Noah dropped the act. He didn't feel any fear for his life even when he revealed his wild aura. However, he was still stupefied by his healthy complexion. Amos was using solid breath to protect his body, but the heat still managed to affect him. Noah, instead, had stopped relying on his gaseous breath for protection for some time already. But it seemed that he didn't suffer any injury. That outcome should have been impossible since both of them had a rank 4 body in the upper tier. Amos simply couldn't understand what was going on. Yet Noah was done talking. His attacks couldn't hurt Amos, but he was confident in prolonging the battle until the latter's body reached its limits. Noah's skin caved in, and a pair of sabers appeared in his hands as he slashed toward him. The air in the trajectory of his weapons shattered, but Amos promptly raised his hand to block the attack. 2 black lines appeared right next to the noble, but thin flames prevented them from nearing him. A simple wave of his hand had been able to block Noah's martial art empowered by the secret art. He really is on another level, Noah thought before kicking the air under his feet and shooting in the sky. The previous attack was just a distraction. Noah needed that short instant to retreat from that area. Do you really want me to kill you? Amos asked before he realized that Noah had left a trail of spike spheres and needles in his retreat. Noah had created those rank 4 disposable weapons for unforeseen situations. He had never expected to use them so soon. A series of blasts filled the area right over the lava lake. The power contained in those weapons made the rocky wasteland below tremble, but not even a ripple appeared on the surface of the lake. Noah reappeared high in the sky. His reptilian eyes analyzed the gray clouds formed after the explosions, but a layer of black smoke soon covered them. He didn't hesitate to activate the complete demonic form when battling a solid-stage cultivator. Then, he sensed a danger that surpassed even that felt when he faced Fred's last attack. A black sphere appeared in front of him, and Zack covered his body while his figure became ethereal. Right after Noah deployed his defensive measures, a torrent of flames engulfed Zack's fuming figure. Noah felt the black hole spell shattering after it absorbed a huge amount of energies. He felt the flames destroying the defensive layers in front of Zack's shell, and he endured the pain of his blood companion when the attack pierced its body to reach him. The torrent of flames continued for a few seconds before dispersing and revealing Noah's charred figure. Most of his skin had been burned to withstand the attack, but his internal organs had been unaffected at that time. His body had clearly improved since his battle with Fred. Also, the demonic form spell had provided another layer of protection, further weakening the attack of a true solid-stage cultivator. The torrent of flames had dispersed the gray clouds, revealing an equally burned Amos that couldn't hide his surprise when he saw that Noah was alive. He was about to launch another attack when he saw that Noah was once again creating his defenses. The latter felt confident in surviving at least 3 of those spells. However, Amos didn't have all that time. His skin was completely burned. The heat had begun to affect his muscles, and his internal organs would quickly follow them. Wasting time to launch another attack would injure him, and launching a third one would inflict him lasting wounds. Noah had perfectly calculated how much Amos' body could endure. Also, the damage had spread so much that even retreating high in the sky won't solve the issue. Amos had to retreat and heal if he wanted to prevent further injuries. Amos simply had to choose how far he was willing to go to win. Those seconds of hesitation further sealed the outcome of the match. In the silence of the rocky wasteland, a phrase resounded in the air. "I surrender." The human cultivators watching from the cities on the new continent couldn't hear the conversation between Noah and Amos. They only saw them slowly diving toward the lava lake, exchanging words for many minutes, and ultimately clashing. They clearly saw Noah being overwhelmed by Amos' attack, but they also saw both of them halting the battle after the first clash. The crowds held their breath when they realized that both heroic cultivators were leaving the sky over the rocky wasteland. Those human cultivators were unable to understand the outcome of the battle from those few exchanges. Yet, an aged voice soon resounded in the cities, carrying a message that made those cultivators explode in loud shouts. "The hive has claimed the territory containing the lava lake." The masses soon understood the meaning behind that message. Noah Bulvin had won against a rank 4 cultivator in the solid stage. Of course, those cultivators weren't stupid. They had watched the battle after all. They saw that Noah couldn't even hurt Amos. It was impossible for someone in the gaseous stage to hurt him. It was clear that the demon prince of the hive had outsmarted his opponent. However, that was an incredible achievement already. Noah had triumphed in a hopeless battle. No one cared that Amos was stronger. What mattered was the loss of a territory containing traces left by divine beings. "Miss, I don't know how you did that, but I'm a man of my word. Your wins are here." An old man handed a space ring to a young-looking girl that was quietly staring at the images radiated by the crystals. June took the ring and continued to stare at the now empty lava lake. Countless thoughts and emotions filled her while she reviewed the match in her mind. "Miss, tomorrow's battle will see 2 rank 5 cultivators. I was wondering if you wanted to place another bet," the old man asked, but June shook her head before adding a few words. "I'll pass. I was only confident in this one." Then, she turned to leave. She wanted to return to her habitation to calm herself down. She didn't lie to the man. She was sure that Noah would have won. Her confidence came from what she had understood about Noah in their short cohabitation. She knew that Noah did everything for a reason. He was the most focused and driven man that she had ever met in her life. The sole fact that he had joined the battle meant that he was confident of winning. The Noah she knew would never waste time in a hopeless fight. He would rather train than lose precious hours. He has changed. June couldn't help but have that thought. She couldn't see that aloof attitude anymore when she watched his battle. She only saw a man brimming with cold confidence, an entity able to make a plan to beat someone far stronger than him. "I guess you have finally obtained the power to reveal yourself." Her mind reviewed her life inside Noah's habitation in the academy. She saw a young man continually avoiding the crowds even when he had the power to lead them. She saw a man hiding so much that even his breath had become part of his lies. Then, she compared those images to the man reflected in the crystals. "At least, your core is still the same, your ambition didn't change. You have just stopped hiding." Traces of a smile appeared on her face when she thought that. She felt somewhat glad to have learnt more about him. June had only been able to see his true face when he threatened her after she received Eccentric Thunder's inheritance, and she felt happy to learn more about his real character. "I expected you to reach for the sky before all of us. But that happened too soon. I spent a lot of time solidifying the position of my family inside the Nation and studying master's formations. But now I'm ready. I can aim for the peak of the 3rd rank and prepare for the tribulations." Those thoughts filled June's mind while she made her way through the crowd. She felt finally ready to approach the last step of the human ranks. Meanwhile, Noah had quickly returned to the desert inhabited by sandworms. His skin had almost completely healed since he didn't hesitate to eat pieces of magical beasts during his flight, and his clash with Amos didn't injure him gravely. He would be fine in a matter of hours. The atmosphere in the group of the hive was completely different from before. Noah saw broad smiles shooting in his direction as soon as he neared his companions. He could sense how happy the other elders were about the outcome of his battle. "How did you even pull that off?" Elder Jason shouted as he neared him with the other rank 4 cultivators. He held another luxurious robe in his hands that he quickly handed to Noah. The latter had just changed into one of his old ones during his flight. Elder Austin had already given up on the lava lake. "You must know that the hive only has a cultivator in the liquid stage with a fire aptitude. All the others are either in the gaseous stage or have a rank 5 body. Luckily for us, the Demon Prince has taken care of it." Elder Jason couldn't contain his excitement, and the other fire cultivators were in a similar state. Noah had saved the best training area available for the elders with a fire aptitude. Their gratitude was somewhat expected. That's why he didn't contact me when he discovered that my opponent would have been in the solid stage. There was simply no point in replacing me. Noah thought when he heard Elder Jason's words. Rank 4 cultivators in the solid stage would need a rank 5 body to contain all that power. Amos was an exception that the Wuxia nation had managed to find in its numerous assets. The hive though had around 50 heroic cultivators, and none of them could match Amos' power and also respect the terms of the pact. "I've already notified Austin about your victory. He said that he will go all out to claim the Azure Plane since you are so attached to it." Elder Julia spoke after appearing above Noah. A proud smile was on her usually stern face. "When is he fighting?" Noah asked Elder Julia. He didn't want to miss the chance to witness a battle between 2 rank 5 cultivators, which was one of the reasons why he hurried on his way back. "In a few hours. We have prepared suitable stages to watch it. Elder Jason will escort you there when you want. Anyway, I wanted to say that the hive won't forget your service." Elder Julia answered before disappearing again in the air. She had to prepare for her battle too. Elder Austin's battle against Elder Doyle of the Papal Nation for the ownership of the Azure Plane began a few hours after Noah returned to the desert. Both rank 5 cultivators didn't hesitate to launch attacks as soon as they entered the battlefield. Elder Austin shot toward his enemy with flames surrounding his figures. His opponent used a similar tactic and covered his body with an armor made of water before pouncing the incoming elder. The result of that clash was an explosion that dispersed the clouds in the sky above them. Both cultivators were flung away in the distance after the impact only to resume their offensive with long-range attacks. Elder Austin created tens of flaming snakes that flew toward the contender while Elder Doyle summoned hundreds of blue carps which shot water bullets. The fire snakes' bodies were pierced by the bullets and exploded before they could reach the barrage of carps. The blast destroyed part of Elder Doyle's spell, but many carps managed to remain intact and pressed on with their offensive. Elder Austin cast more flames that fused with those still lingering in the air to form a massive burning figure. A 9-headed hydra appeared in front of the elder from the Coral Archipelago and blocked the incoming bullets. The reptilian heads then spread their mouths and aimed for Elder Doyle's figure hidden behind the barrage of carps. They launched 9 flaming pillars that pierced his spell and crashed on the seemingly defenseless elder. At that point, a blinding light dispersed the smoke created by the pillars of flames, only to reveal a blue sphere that surrounded an unharmed Elder Doyle. Then, the elder from the Papal Nation flew toward the remaining carps and absorbed the water that made them in his defensive sphere. The sphere began to grow as more carps were absorbed, and its shape also morphed until it became a colossal dragon whose size matched the flaming hydra. The 2 creatures began to fight. They released shockwaves that made the azure ground under them tremble after every clash. The spells were equally matched. They continued to fight until they depleted all the energies that fueled them without managing to win over their opponent. As the spell dispersed, Elder Austin and Elder Doyle resumed their offensive through other methods. Spears, columns, arrows, bullets, and magical beasts of both elements appeared and clashed between each other. The elders seemed equally matched both in raw power and in the proficiency in their spells. Yet, the battle couldn't continue endlessly. Elder Doyle decided to use one of his strongest spells when he felt that the time was right. A massive whirlpool appeared in front of him and began to rotate, pulling everything toward its center. The spell affected even the environment of the plane. Magical beasts and plants rose in the air, unable to counter the suction force of the massive blue whirlpool. Even Elder Austin felt himself being pulled by the spell. The flames that made his attacks and those around him escaped his control and reached for the center of the whirlpool as he tried to retreat. However, nothing seemed able to escape such suction force. Elder Austin felt forced to use the same attack that had defeated Lady Edna to destroy the enemy's spell, and he raised his hands to the sky to cast his trump card. The sky turned red after his mental energy and breath fused with it, and red clouds gathered under Elder Austin's command. Then, flames began to rain down from the clouds. Countless drops made of flames fell on the battlefield. The whirlpool was initially able to absorb them, but its surface started to shatter after a while. Also, Elder Austin controlled those flaming drops and turned them into some of his attacks. The whirlpool was soon assaulted by a series of flaming snakes and fire spears, and it ultimately broke under Elder Austin's endless offensive. Elder Doyle showed a surprised expression as he raised his gaze to the sky. The red clouds were still releasing flames that fueled his opponent's attacks. It was as if Elder Austin had created an unending source of fire for his spells. "I surrender." Only Elder Austin heard those words, but everyone spectating the battle understood the outcome of the fight when the red clouds vanished, and the sky returned to its natural color. Elder Austin had dispersed his spell, meaning that he had no reason to keep it active anymore. The Hive had claimed another territory. Noah had watched the entirety of the battle from a crystal that the Hive had bought explicitly in the Old Continent. The other elders were there too. Their amazement could be clearly understood by their expressions. Noah felt astonished too. The battle between those two rank 5 cultivators was simply on another level. Rank 4 cultivators could die if even one of those shockwaves hit them after all. They didn't use martial arts. It seems that cultivators tend to abandon attacks that rely on their bodies as they grow. That was Noah's first thoughts when the fight ended. Martial arts relied on body and dantian to activate their effects, and the body of a human simply couldn't express that much power. The main role of the body as a center of power was to contain the dantian and the sea of consciousness. That was true for cultivators at least. Spells would have a far superior effect since they relied on the dantian and the mental sphere. Their power would just leave martial arts far behind as a cultivator grew stronger. I guess I will be an exception in this aspect. My martial art can match spells when I use the secret art. My body can match my other centers of power when I push it to its limits. Noah thought as he reviewed the rest of the battle in his mind. Cheers resounded in the sky over the desert inhabited by sandworms. The elders of the Hive felt as if they had won already. After all, the richest areas had already fallen in their hands. The rest of the territories of the southwestern coast required a lot of work and resources to be fully explored and turned in sources of income. A day passed by, and another battle followed. The Wuxia nation fought for the area with the snowy mountain right after the plain filled with primordial ice. The Hive sent Elder Mona in battle. She was one of the elders that had reached the new continent after the pact was sealed, and she was a rank 4 cultivator in the liquid stage with a water aptitude. Yet, Elder Mona lost. The Wuxia nation had decided to deploy Amos Lockster once again, who overwhelmed her and secured the territory. 1-versus-1 battles continued to happen in the following days. The remaining territories on the southwestern coast didn't appeal the two big nations that much, so they simply sent heroic cultivators that wanted to make a name for themselves. Elder Laurel fought for the Forest of White Woods against an elder of the Papril nation. She exchanged many rounds of offense and defense against her enemy, proving herself weaker after every clash. Yet, just when her energies were about to deplete, the White Woods under the battlefield suddenly released toxic substances in the air, which filled the area where the two elders were fighting. Of course, that phenomenon had been triggered by Elder Laurel. She had spent months attuning the defensive measures around the teleportation matrix with the forest after all. She could easily control them in the air. Her opponent wasn't prepared for that event and was forced to surrender since Elder Laurel seemed unaffected by those toxic gases. The contender couldn't possibly know that the elder from the Coral Archipelago had specially requested for a spell that she knew would have blocked the toxins of the White Woods. The Hive could breathe a sigh of relief after the forest was secured. All the proofs of its unofficial invasion were under the white crowns of those magical plants. and they would be forever hidden now that the archipelago owned the territory. The Hive then lost the battles for the mountains inhabited by snake-type magical beasts, and for the grassland filled by the yellow moss. Those territories were situated next to the domain of the Papal Nation. The Council didn't want to see its borders being affected too much by the pact, so they used their best contenders in those battles. On the other hand, the Hive didn't really want those territories. Its assets were far less numerous compared to those of the big nations. Obtaining more lands that it could defend would end up being a disadvantage in the long run. Elder Jason performed exceptionally well in the battle for the lake inhabited by octopus-type magical beasts. His flames seemed fueled by some sort of indomitable will as they crashed on his opponent, ultimately forcing the latter to surrender. The Papal Nation then sent a newly advanced heroic cultivator for the territory with the poisonous rivers. That land was too far away from its domains. It wasn't worth owning it due to geographical reasons. It was better to use it as a training ground for a new heroic asset. The fights for the territories on the western coast ended like that. The Hive would control everything from the desert to the lake inhabited by the octopus-type magical beasts and leave the remaining coastline to the Papal Nation. Only 2 territories had yet to be claimed on the southwestern coast. The area inhabited by ape-type magical beasts after the lava lake and the beginning of the mountain chain after the Azure Plain. Those 2 areas were virtually worthless. The mountain chain was inhabited by beings so strong that only chasing demon or other rank 6 existences could face, and the other only had some valueless magical plants. The aftereffects of the pact sealed by the rank 6 existences of the 4 nations seemed about to end. Noah was already planning his next move when something unexpected happened. Elder Hope went to fight for the territory after the lava lake. She knew that her opponent would either be Amos Lockster or a heroic cultivator that the royals wanted to train. Yet, what appeared in front of her was a man wearing an emblem that she recognized. Elder Hope had rarely left the Coral Archipelago in her life, and she had never studied the many noble families that filled the Wuxia nation. She was able to recognize that emblem because it usually appeared in the reports concerning the demon prince of the Hive that came from the Wuxia nation. Lord Bulvin, I presume. Elder Hope spoke when Adrian Bulvin neared the borders of the lava lake to talk to her. I'm flattered. I would have never thought that the Hive would be aware of my family's emblem. Adrian performed a bow as he spoke those words. He didn't seem intention to fight her at all. The Hive would obviously gather information concerning the possible enemies of its demon prince. Your family is almost on top of the list. Elder Hope replied coldly. Her stern gaze inspected the burly heroic cultivator in the gaseous stage that had neared her so boldly. Noah had gained the respect of the elders of the Hive after winning the lava lake. Elder Hope's behavior was simply a reflection of that. I've asked for a special permission to the Elbas family to fight for this land. The royals are aware that this territory is useless, but they would have still sent Lord Lockster only to take it from you. My actions have given you hope to conquer it, but I will only fight against my nephew. Lord Lockster will take my place if someone else appears. Adrian explained the situation to Elder Hope, who maintained a cold gaze. The Hive could obtain that territory only if Noah were to fight. Amos would claim it under the Wuxia nation's banner otherwise. Elder Hope remained silent. She didn't answer him, and she remained on the edges of the area above the rocky wasteland as she continued to stare at Adrian. Your answer? Will you contact him? Adrian became impatient as time passed and couldn't help but speak those words. He had traveled a long way and asked for a favor to the Elbas family only to have that chance to fight Noah. He didn't want to think that all of that was for nothing. I won't contact him, Elder Hope ultimately answered. Adrian showed a surprised expression, but the elder's next words relieved him a bit. The prince is already on his way. In the sky over the desert, just before Adrian Bulvin neared Elder Hope. The elders of the Hive were watching the incoming battle through a crystal. Noah was there too. His mind wandered from time to time as he analyzed the fights of his companions. His eagerness to resume his training was almost uncontainable after all the inspirations obtained in the last days. Yet, when Adrian became visible in the crystal and the emblem was reflected in those images, he instinctively kicked the air under his feet to shot in the direction of Elder Hope's battle. The elders around him were surprised by that sudden action. Noah had abruptly used a martial art after all. However, when they saw Adrian's emblem too, They picked their inscribed notebooks to inform Elder Hope about the prince's gesture. Noah didn't recognize Adrian. He had barely interacted with the higher-ups of his family after all. Yet, he was sure that the cultivator who was facing Elder Hope carried the Bulvan bloodline. He knew far too well how the noble families handled their cultivation resources. A medium-sized noble family would have never given the means to reach the heroic ranks to someone without blood ties. Noah flew at high speed toward the area inhabited by ape-type magical beasts. He was sure that Adrian had appeared on the new continent for a reason which most likely concerned him. The Elbas family would never give the privilege to fight for the territories to a medium-sized noble family. There were no benefits in promoting such small powers. Also, he knew that the elders in the desert would inform Elder Hope about his departure. He wasn't worried at all that Adrian would leave before he arrived there. 3 days had to pass before Noah was able to see the two figures waiting for him in the air, and an hour for him to reach Elder Hope. "Hello, nephew. We have never met. I'm Adrian Bulvan." Adrian introduced himself as soon as Noah arrived, but the latter simply inspected him with his cold reptilian eyes. Adrian did the same, but he couldn't sense anything particular from Noah's aura. It was as if he contained all his emotions. "We can give up on this territory. The hive has already obtained enough on the western coast. Just a word from you and I will dash." Elder Hope began to speak, but Noah placed a hand over her shoulder and interrupted her phrase. Noah wasn't applying any strength, but Elder Hope still felt as if a mountain was threatening to crush her shoulder. She couldn't help but wonder how a cultivator in the gaseous stage could give her those sensations. "I'll handle this, don't worry." Noah calmly spoke before retracting his hand and crossing the border of the battlefield. Adrian showed a satisfied expression when he saw his gesture and retreated to give space to Noah. Elder Hope stood still. She didn't return to the desert. She remained over the rocky wasteland with her eyes fixed on Adrian. She didn't know if Adrian's presence there was some sort of trap of the Elbas family, so she chose to remain to watch the battle and to intervene in case Noah was about to lose his life. Of course, that action would make the hive lose the match, but she couldn't care less about that territory. She only wanted to do everything in her power to preserve the life of the most promising heroic asset of the Coral Archipelago. "You resemble her. It seems like yesterday that Reese brought a commoner back to the mansion. Father was so mad at him, but he had always spoiled Reese. My little brother has never understood that his actions could have consequences. Well, he learnt that after Fabian's death." A slight smile appeared on Adrian's face as he spoke those words. Noah couldn't understand what his uncle's intentions were, but he didn't care about them. He limited himself to listen to him only to see if he could gather more information about his family. "I'm different, though. Father has raised me to become the next patriarch of the Bulvan family. I won't mourn the deaths of a few heirs that couldn't even overcome a bastard who has trained without any support. Yet I must thank you. Your betrayal forced the royals to compensate the family. Our foundation has never been so stable. I believe we will have a third heroic cultivator in the next 60 or so years." Adrian continued to speak, but he soon lost interest in interacting with Noah since the latter didn't show any reaction. Not even the slightest trace of emotion appeared in Noah's aura. He resembled almost devoid of them as he continued to stare Adrian. "My presence today is just a whim of mine. I wanted to see with my eyes if your betrayal was a fortunate event or if the family has lost as much as the reports say." Adrian retreated even more after he gave voice to those words. His robe was torn apart as his muscles bulged, and his skin turned yellow. Also, a seemingly metallic defensive layer appeared over his figure. In a few seconds, Adrian had transformed from a burly middle-aged man into a 4 meters tall giant with silver skin. Noah watched the transformation in silence. He had no intention of stopping him. Yet, when he saw that Adrian seemed to wait for him, he decided to speak. "Are you done?" Adrian listened to the emotionless tone of his nephew and laughed. But a wild aura soon swept him and forced him to focus on his opponent. Noah's mental energy began to release cold and wild mental waves. Adrian felt as if thousands of incorporeal blades were crashing on his giant body. Also, he felt the deep hatred contained in them. Noah had always held his hatred back. It didn't matter how much he improved. He couldn't just barge in the Nation and go after his family. He knew that he didn't have the power to defeat Thomas Bulvan. He wanted to avenge his mother, but he couldn't throw away his life to attempt in his revenge. There was no point in killing Reese if he had to die afterward. That forced him to contain the hatred for his family as he continued to grow stronger. He knew that one day he would face them again, but he had to pursue the power that he wanted first. However, now that Adrian had willingly appeared in front of him, those feelings exploded. Adrian felt as if he was facing a wild, magical beast. He had never seen a cultivator radiating such a savage aura. Black smoke came out of Noah's body as he took a step toward his uncle. He immediately activated the complete demonic form as he slowly neared his opponent. A fuming sphere appeared next to him. Noah's centers of power fueled the dark blast spells as he wielded his sabers. Adrian couldn't see it due to the armor of smoke, but Noah's skin was caving in. He had activated the secret art before sprinting toward his enemy. Noah reappeared in front of Adrian in an instant. His demonic swords were already tracing 2 vertical lines as they descended toward the giant figure. Adrian's skin released a humming sound that slowed Noah's offensive. 2 black lines crashed on him, but only a few cracks appeared on his body. His defensive spell had managed to stop his nephew's martial art. Yet, just as Adrian was about to counterattack, Noah's head shot toward his face. Adrian felt a stabbing pain coming from the left side of his face, and he hurriedly decided to retreat. His skin re-released a humming sound, slowing Noah's chase and giving him time to understand what had happened. When he raised his gaze again to stare at the fiendish figure, he saw that its fuming maws were slowly consuming a silver ear. Adrian had used the ability of his body-nourishing method to empower his muscles and skin, and had activated a defensive spell that had transformed him into a silver giant. Also, his new form allowed him to release that humming sound, which was another defensive spell. It wasn't surprising that he had been able to block Noah's martial art with all those defensive methods. Yet, right when he was about to counterattack, Noah had surprised him, biting off his left ear with a quick movement. Adrian couldn't use the humming sound in time, and the ears of a human were one of its most frail parts. His silver skin couldn't oppose the power behind Noah's maws. Adrian couldn't understand how his silver body spell had been pierced so quickly. He could only blame Noah's demonic form for that. He couldn't possibly imagine that Noah's physical strength was enough for that feat after all. However, the silver body spell wasn't his limit. Adrian focused and his muscles bulged even more. His size increased, and his skin darkened while he transformed once again. The silver giant became black as he reached a height of 6 meters. It seemed that Adrian specialized in spells that applied defensive and offensive measures on his body. Nevertheless, Noah didn't feel any fear when he watched the transformation. Why would he hesitate when his opponent wanted to have a melee battle? Noah roared as he kicked the air under his feet to activate the shadow sprint martial art. His pride as a hybrid screamed inside him. A human dared to challenge him in a battle of bodies. He felt as if he had been offended by that gesture. Adrian saw the fiendish figure suddenly appearing in front of him and crossed his arms to protect his chest. 2 black lines crashed on his skin but were only able to create small cracks. Adrian's new transformation made him able to withstand Noah's martial art without using the humming sound. The humming sound resounded once again, and Noah felt his movements hindered by dense vibrations that spread rhythmically in the air. Adrian used his spell to create an opening in Noah's defense and followed it by quickly punching with his crossed arms. Noah saw 2 massive fists reaching for his face as he tried to oppose the restrictions around him. Since he couldn't break the slowing spell and defend against the fists at the same time, he decided to attack. Adrian only saw a blinding pale gray light engulfing his figure before he felt his arms hitting something that resembled a mountain. Noah had used his flames to weaken his uncle's attack and summoned Zack to endure the remaining power behind the fists. Zack's defensive layers and shell were pierced, but the fists only had so much remaining power when they hit Noah's chest. The latter could easily withstand them without moving by an inch. Flames and a corrosive black smoke lingered on Adrian's body, but they were only able to scratch the surface of his skin. His defensive methods were exceptional. Yet, while he was still trying to understand how much damage did Noah suffer, he felt something similar to a hammer crashing on his stomach. Noah had delivered a powerful kick after he blocked his uncle's attack, but he didn't manage to inflict much damage. Adrian's defenses were able to block his martial art after all. It became clear to both of them that their fight would be a battle of endurance. Noah and Adrian continued to exchange attacks between each other, almost completely ignoring the damages that reached their bodies. Shockwaves spread after every clash. The battle between those two heroic cultivators seemed to have turned into a clash between magical beasts. The human cultivators that watched the fight couldn't help but realize how scary the heroic ranks could be. They viewed heroic cultivators as haughty and distant figures, forever detached from the mortal world. Yet, right in front of their eyes, those entities had turned into monstrous figures that fought using teeth and fists. Noah relentlessly attacked. He slashed, kicked, and bit whenever he could, leaving the defense to his blood companion. Also, a black trail often came out of his fiendish form and quickly dove toward Adrian, only to disappear inside the black smoke immediately after. Adrian, on the other hand, boldly punched Noah as the humming sound often resounded in the air. As time passed, white marks and cracks covered the entirety of his dark skin, and he knew that his black body transformation spell wouldn't be able to sustain his nephew's relentless offensive much longer. However, he didn't understand Noah's state since the black smoke covered his features. He knew that he had landed many blows on his body, but he didn't know if Noah was injured. He could only continue to punch madly. He was using two spells to empower his body, the effects of his body-nourishing method, and the humming sound. He didn't believe that he would lose that battle. Another wave of white flames engulfed his figure, and a corrosive black smoke followed them, further worsening the state of his skin. When his vision regained the focus on his opponent, though, he saw that a massive, uneven sphere had appeared between him and Noah. Noah had activated the Dark Blast spell at the beginning of the battle and had continued to fuel it throughout its duration. The amount of mental energy and breath contained in that fuming sphere made Adrian shiver. Adrian was about to activate the slowing spell once again, but the sphere suddenly exploded, engulfing both him and Noah in its blast. Before Adrian was forced to close his eyes to endure the might of the blast, he saw that the fiendish figure right in front of him wore a vicious smile. The blast destroyed Adrian's black skin and torn his muscles. He felt the walls of his sea of consciousness tremble when his defensive spell was forcibly broken. His silver body spell, though, was still active and managed to endure the remaining power behind the blast. Adrian was about to open his eyes when he felt hundreds of ethereal hands tearing his insides and two long wounds appearing on his torso. Noah knew that the Dark Blast spell wouldn't do enough damage if Adrian managed to use the humming sound again, so he had to make it detonate when his uncle wasn't ready. The only way to do so, though, was to make it explode right after a clash, meaning that he wouldn't be able to escape its area of effect. However, why would he care about his own attack when he didn't fear the spells of solid-stage cultivators? Noah had hidden the enlarging sphere behind his figure during the battle, waiting for it to become threatening enough. Then, when almost half of the breath in his dantian and of the mental energy inside his mind was poured inside the spell, he decided to make it detonate. Zack enveloped his figure as his body became ethereal. Noah couldn't use the black hole spell to absorb his own energies, but those defensive methods were more than enough to block the blast. As soon as the explosion ended, Noah returned material and shot toward his uncle while launching hundreds of ethereal claws and slashing with his sabers. Adrian had returned to his silver form and couldn't fully block Noah's attacks without using the humming sound. The ethereal claws damaged his internal organs, and two long wounds appeared on his chest. For the first time since the beginning of the battle, Adrian feared for his life. Noah's power didn't make sense in his mind. Adrian knew that empowering his body with two spells, using the ability of his body-nourishing method, and further defending it with another spell placed his power almost at the peak of the gaseous stage. Every cultivator specialized in a field, and his was close combat. There were very few humans on his same level that could break his defenses before he managed to catch them. Yet, Noah's body seemed as powerful as his, even stronger actually, but without using any strengthening spell. Only his demonic form spell seemed to affect his body, but that alone couldn't match all Adrian's methods. That led to a situation where Noah could use all his spells and martial arts to attack Adrian while still matching his physical strength. It was evident that he had an advantage against him. Truth to be told, Adrian wasn't weak. His defenses and resistance were something that very few cultivators on his level could destroy. Yet, against someone able to press him with an endless offensive and a variety of attacks, he could only passively defend until all his spells were broken. And that was precisely what had happened. Adrian stared at the fiendish figure reaching for him. He knew that he wouldn't be able to stop his nephew even with his humming sound in that form. He only had one way to keep his life. "I surrender." Elder Hope heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the words spoken by Adrian. That vicious battle had finally ended, and the hive had managed to claim another territory. Yet, she was surprised to see that Noah didn't stop his charge. Noah arrived right in front of Adrian and stored one of his sabers to stretch his fuming hand and grab his uncle's throat. Adrian felt an immense strength preventing him from breathing. He could only stare at icy blue eyes hidden behind the armor of smoke while Noah chalked him. He saw the deep hatred radiated by them and understood that Noah wouldn't think twice to trade the territory under him for his life. Noah continued to tighten his grasp, and the black smoke around him kept on consuming Adrian's silver skin. The latter knew that only death waited for him at that point. However, a golden light shone next to them, and three figures appeared immediately after. Noah heard a familiar voice speaking a few words directed at him right after he sensed the three cultivators. "Stop, Noah Bolvin. This act doesn't respect the pact sealed by the rulers of our nations." Noah didn't need to turn to understand the identity of the man behind that voice. "Thaddeus Elbaz? Do you think rules can bind me?" A deep voice came out of the fiendish figure. Noah answered Thaddeus without releasing his grasp from his uncle's throat. Another figure appeared near Noah. Elder Hope had immediately entered the battlefield when she saw that three heroic cultivators had teleported next to him. Thaddeus revealed an ugly expression when he heard those words, but he managed to remain calm as he threatened the entirety of the hive. If the hive doesn't respect the pact, the royal family won't respect it either. Take his life, and you will obtain a war. Elder Hope's expression became cold when she heard Thaddeus' threat, and she turned her gaze toward Noah. She couldn't really stop him. Adrian's throat was already in his hands. Noah could just crush it before anyone could intervene. Everything was up to him. Noah closed his eyes for an instant, but countless thoughts surged in his mind in that brief moment. He knew that he wouldn't obtain another chance to kill Adrian anytime soon. He had been able to reach for him only because his uncle wanted to fight after all. Yet, killing him would provoke a war against the Wuxia nation, something that the hive couldn't endure. The territories just claimed would become battlefields, and he knew that the hive would lose. Losing those territories would force the hive back in its previous situation, with promising heroic assets but without the adequate resources to nurture them. Without powerful heroic cultivators, the hive wouldn't be able to expand its influence on the old continent and would be forever contained by the three big nations. If the hive weren't influential, Noah's position as demon prince would be affected, and he wouldn't be able to obtain resources for his cultivation. Without resources, his path toward the higher ranks would be hindered. When will I be able to snap his neck without fearing the consequences of my action? Noah sighed internally as he thought that. Then, he released his grasp and dispersed his armor of smoke, revealing his skinny figure out in the open. Adrian coughed for a while as he retreated. He had come too close to death at that time. He didn't want to remain on the new continent any further. The royal family can't tolerate such actions. We ask the hive for compensations. Thaddeus continued to speak when he saw that Adrian was safe. The meaning behind his words was clear. He wanted to extort something from the hive. Yet, Noah's answer forced the royal to drop that act. The pact wasn't broken. You can complain about my behavior to chasing demon when he returns. In the meantime, go away from my land. Thaddeus saw the pair of reptilian eyes fixing on him when those words resounded in the area. He felt as if Noah would just charge at him if he insisted on that matter. In the end, he simply left, followed by the two elders that had teleported with him and with a wounded Adrian. You made the right decision, Prince. Vengeance can be attained at any point, but there are only so many chances to increase your power. The hive now has a stable foothold on the new continent, and its power will increase sharply. I'm sure you will lead our armies against your family one day. Elder Hope said as she and Noah flew back to the forest of white woods. She was trying to console him, but there was truth in her words. Noah was the demon prince of the hive. His status wasn't devoid of authority. He would be able to lead an attack against his family given the right circumstances. On the other hand, Noah was aware that he had acted for his best interest, but his mood was still sour. Coming so close to a form of revenge only to be stopped by the politics between two nations, that event was a harsh blow to a man that believed that power could overwhelm everything. I guess I'm still too weak. Elder Hope could only hear a murmur since Noah had spoken too softly. Prince, she asked when she saw that Noah's gaze seemed to wander on the horizon. I believed destruction had to come before creation, but how could I destroy if I don't create a power that allows me to do that? Everything is a cycle, nothing ever stays still. The origin of everything should be heaven and earth, but can they be its end too? Noah gave voice to his thoughts under Elder Hope's confused gaze. She could only understand part of the meaning behind his words, but she felt the helplessness carried by his tone. Her eyes went on the horizon too. She let Noah's emotion invade her before she managed to answer. Heaven and earth are the world itself. Cultivators claim to defy them, but they improve through their energy. We might think that we are ascending into the sky as our rank rises, but we are only exchanging one cycle for another. Elder Hope spoke with his same helpless tone. Questions about heaven and earth, about the meaning behind the cultivation journey, and the true essence of the breath, had lingered on the cultivators' minds since the first human learned to absorb breath in its dantian. Elder Hope was a heroic cultivator that had reached the liquid stage through her understanding of the laws of the wind element. Her thoughts had reached a similar topic many times while she tried to gain insights. What about gods? What's the point of becoming a law outside of heaven and earth's grasp if you are just entering one of their cycles? Noah asked, but his question wasn't directed to the elder next to him. He seemed to be asking that to himself. That I don't know, Prince. I'm walking the cultivation road just like you are, and the answers that we find will obviously be different. After all, every heroic cultivator is pursuing its individuality. There can't be a universal answer nor a general path. Elder Hope showed her wisdom through her words. It became clear to Noah that she had earned the level of her dantian. Paths and roads built on a world that belongs to something else. Heaven and earth can keep it. Noah spoke but continued the rest of the phrase only inside his mind. I want the stars. Both of them spent the rest of the flight back to the forest in silence. They let their minds wander as they flew through the land that had fallen from the sky. When they landed on the terrain under the white crowns, they discovered that the area around the teleportation matrix had become far more crowded in those few days. Elder Julia had fought for the beginning of the mountain chain after the Azure Plain while Noah was flying to fight Adrian. Their return sealed the end of the 1-versus-1 battles, which meant that the hive could finally start to use the entirety of its assets to colonize the new continent. The hothead is back, Elder Julia commented when she saw Noah, but Elder Austin's loud laugh interrupted her from speaking further. Come on, Julia. Everything turned out for the best in the end. Also, the prince is not even 40. He still needs to vent from time to time. Elder Austin couldn't stop smiling while he said those words. He was simply too happy that Noah had won the lava lake to mind that he had almost caused a war against the Utra nation. Humph. He is the demon prince. He can't show any weakness. And what is your problem with your clothes? How can you be the emblem of the hive if you end up naked after every battle? Elder Julia complained and pointed at Noah's torn robe. Adrian had managed to land many attacks on his body during the fight, and the armor of smoke was pierced many times, meaning that the robe under it had to endure those fists. Of course, simple clothes would just shatter under the attacks of a heroic cultivator. Noah was once again almost naked. His upper clothes were completely gone, and only tatters covered the rest of his body. What had once been a luxurious robe had turned in nothing more than a few rags. Noah could only shrug his shoulders at her words. Clothes had always hindered his combat style due to his blood companions, which were one of the reasons why he had never purchased an inscribed robe and relied on his body inscription spell to defend himself. Also, now that his combat style had acquired features belonging to a magical beast, His clothes ended up suffering even more. "I'll pay more attention from now on." Noah gave voice to those words since Elder Julia didn't seem to want to let go of that matter. Elder Austin continued to smile at her side. He seemed really amused by Julia's reprimand, or maybe he was just too happy to care about it. In the end, Elder Julia heaved a helpless sigh and gestured to Elder Jason to bring Noah new clothes before pointing at a table that had been placed next to the formation. The hive is now officially in possess of 8 territories in the new continent, but it has only so many heroic assets. With the patriarch gone, it's up to us to make these lands habitable by human cultivators. Also, many elders have to remain in the Coral Archipelago and the conquered nation in the area of influence of the empire. I believe you all understand what this implies. The elders gathered around the table, which had a map of the southwestern coast laid on its surface. Yet, when Noah tried to near it, he was stopped by Elder Austin, who handed him a crystal before adding a few words. "This contains the images of Elder Julia's battle. Put them to good use." Elder Julia explained her plan on how to handle the newly obtained territories. The hive could only send around 20 rank 4 cultivators in the new continent, but for what concerned those in the 5th rank, Elder Austin and Elder Julia had to be enough. The hive only had a handful of rank 5 cultivators, and having 2 of them in the piece of immortal lands was already its limit. 1 elder at that level was needed to control the copying technique, and another one had to defend the conquered nation in the area of influence of the empire. The remaining 1 had to remain in the Coral Archipelago too, in case something happened to the elder managing the copying formation. Dividing its power between those 3 areas wasn't something that the hive would do during normal circumstances. Still, the pact sealed by the rulers of the 4 nations gave it some insurance. It would be up to Chasing Demon to decide how to handle the situation once he returned. The main focus of Elder Julia's explanation was to create areas inhabitable by human cultivators. Hordes of rebels, criminals, or simply suppressed soldiers were migrating to the Coral Archipelago, and the elders expected that number to increase after the recent events. The 1 versus 1 battles had proven that the hive was strong, but it was extremely lacking in assets. Yet, to those human cultivators, a nation that was rising to power was better than a place where they couldn't grow. However, the islands of the archipelago could contain only so many people, and the hive needed to establish stable sources of income if it wanted to nourish them. The solution to both issues could be found in the new continent. The piece of immortal lands was almost as vast as the old continent, and each one of its lands could be used as the perfect training ground for rank 3 cultivators. The problems started there though. Territories so vast would have countless magical beasts, and the concentration of breath in the air there was so high that human cultivators risked suffocating due to its pressure. Cities in the old continent needed a large amount of breath blessings to increase the density of breath artificially, and to create appropriate training areas. Instead, those in the new continent needed to decrease the density, or human cultivators wouldn't be able to inhabit them. Yet, clearing some areas from the magical beasts would only increase the density of breath, since there would be fewer living beings absorbing it. The hive had to clear one area while building something that absorbed the breath in the air at the same time. That project required a lot of manpower and an item similar to the obelisks used by the Utra nation, which the hive currently didn't have. The other higher-ups and I will work on creating a copy of the obelisks. You all focus on lowering the population of magical beasts in the Azure Plain and the land after the lava lake. Those were Elder Julia's last words before she dismissed the group. The territories that she had mentioned were the easiest to colonize. All the others had environmental conditions that would require a lot of effort to modify. It wasn't worth focusing them right now. As for the rocky wasteland with the lava lake, the elders couldn't do much about it. The heat there scared away any life form. Only heroic cultivators could stay there for short periods and even at some distance. Also, affecting the environment might cause unwanted effects that they couldn't control. There were traces left by divine beings there after all. Noah didn't linger in the forest and immediately set off for the Azure Plain. His body was fine. He could begin to work immediately. Of course, he would first watch Elder Julia's battle and deeply analyze all the fights that had happened in the last days. Noah dug a cave in the Azure terrain as soon as he reached the plain and began to review the battles right after he watched the images contained in the crystal that Elder Austin had given him. His battle prowess satisfied him. He knew that he was doing the best he could with the spells and techniques in his possession. Yet, it was clear that something was missing, something that he had begun to notice since a long time ago. My attacks lack synergy. That thought hit Noah's mind after he analyzed his power. Many cultivators, especially on his level, were able to use spells to fuel other spells, or to gather the remains of their attacks to create new ones. Noah knew that he couldn't hope to obtain such a harmonious set of attacks in a short period. Those heroic cultivators had had decades to search for the spells that they needed the most and for those that could be matched with the diagrams already in their possession. Noah, instead, wasn't even 40 and had simply used anything that he obtained to fight. He had never specifically searched for scrolls or similar. There was another important detail in that issue. His element. Scrolls containing spells and techniques of the darkness element were extremely rare. Even Divine Demon's Inheritance only had 2 of them up to the 5th rank. Also, their effects covered many fields. They could go from mental attacks to a corrosive smoke, from a defensive orb that could absorb energies to a spell that could directly turn his body ethereal. The only 2 spells that Noah had been able to harmonize were the demonic form and the body inscription spell, but the other heroic cultivators could synchronize almost all of their attacks. Even Adrian could fuse 3 spells to become a massive giant that slowed his opponents. I've been able to match these entities thanks to my body and the secret art, but I can't only rely on it. My enemies will soon understand that I'm lethal in close combat if they haven't done it already. Many human and heroic cultivators had watched Noah's battles. He was sure that his enemies would analyze his power just like he was doing. After all, he wasn't a criminal in the human ranks anymore. He was the demon prince of the hive. The 3 big nations would be stupid not to create a profile that evaluated his abilities. Also, if I'm able to harmonize my spells, I would obtain a perfect defensive, matching both those that focus on long-range attacks and those that prefer close combat. I guess it's time to test the limits of the divine deduction technique. As soon as he thought that, Noah reached for a scroll inside his space ring and unfolded it on the ground in front of him. Mental energy was redirected to the inscriptions on the walls of his mental sphere as his eyes stared at the diagram of the warp spell.